Chapter 1. Zhu Yuanyuan is a child of misfortune. At the tender age of 4, she lost her mother. Merely 2 months later, her irresponsible father remarried, leaving her in the care of her grandparents in the countryside. After enduring hardships, she managed to gain admission to university, only to have her grandmother tragically pass away from a fall at home shortly after. Unable to cope with the loss, her grandfather followed suit shortly thereafter. Despite the overwhelming sorrow, she persevered through her studies, relying on the savings and scholarships left by her grandparents, and ultimately graduated successfully. Just when she thought she could start anew with an internship at a small company, her negligent father appeared, demanding support for his old age. A man barely 50, who had never contributed a single cent in child support after remarrying, had the audacity to ask for retirement funds? Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely refused. After firmly rejecting her father's demands, she promptly changed her phone number and blocked him on all messaging platforms. Thankfully, she had not disclosed her workplace address. What a stroke of luck. To her utter astonishment, while secretly returning home to pay respects to her grandparents during the new year, she unexpectedly encountered her father and his new family. Before she could escape, a heated argument ensued, culminating in her declaring, "There's no way I will give you any support money. If given a choice, I would rather be a pig than your daughter." Filial piety requires a good father to have a dutiful daughter. Her father, indignant, resorted to vulgarities and physical aggression, treating her not as his own flesh and blood, but as an enemy. Anticipating such a reaction, Zhu Yuanyuan deftly dodged his advance, but she failed to notice her half-brother barreling towards her like a cannonball. Before she could regain her balance, Zhu Yuanyuan was violently shoved down a hill, and everything went dark. When she regained consciousness, she found herself soaring through the air, being carried by a peculiar creature. A tiger adorned with pristine white wings. Something she had only ever encountered in myth and fantasy was not just a figment of her imagination. In a state of panic, she screamed, "Help me!" However, Zhu Yuanyuan soon realized something was amiss. The sounds surrounding her were not the rustle of wind, but rather the unmistakable grunts of a pig. Did she inadvertently stumble upon a wild boar? The thought crossed her mind fleetingly, but she dismissed it. After all, her life was far more precious than any wild pig. Besides, the squealing sounded juvenile, likely belonging to a piglet, posing no threat to her as an adult. Wait a minute, something felt off. With great effort, she focused on her predicament, only to discover that her limbs had transformed into trotters, and a short, pink pigtail had sprouted from her rear, accompanied by a round, pudgy pink body. Zhu Yuanyuan had become a pig, suspended in the air by vines, destined to meet her demise in the jaws of the winged tiger. Was this divine retribution for her wish to be a pig instead of her father's daughter? After years of diligent study, she had yet to recoup her tuition fees. What a loss. And what of that enormous winged tiger? Why would it target her, a mere piglet, instead of hunting larger prey? Despair enveloped her. Perhaps being devoured would be the best conclusion to her plight. With that thought, the urge to flee vanished, and Zhu Yuanyuan ceased her cries for help, lying still, resigned to her fate. The winged white tiger flew on, eventually landing outside a sizable valley, carefully setting her down from the vines before releasing its grip, only to reveal a striking figure. With white hair and starry eyes, the handsome man before her elicited a gasp of shock from Zhu Yuanyuan. What's happening? Wasn't it forbidden for creatures to gain sentience after the foundation of the nation? How could a flying tiger transform into a man? Had she crossed into another realm? Did that mean she might still have a chance to become human again? Zhu Yuanyuan's mind raced with questions, and in the brief span of 2 minutes since her landing, countless thoughts flooded her consciousness. The white-haired beauty observed the pink piglet with inquisitive eyes, finding her antics amusing. Just as he was about to speak, a rough voice echoed from a distance. "Flying Tiger Clan, what brings you to our Black Pig Clan's territory?" As the voice approached, several robust men, resembling towering iron pillars, rushed towards them. Zhu Yuanyuan perked up, eager to understand. Did the Black Pig Clan refer to actual black pigs? The dark-skinned men certainly seemed fitting. Seeing a glimmer of hope in evading the tiger's jaws, Zhu Yuanyuan strained against the vines binding her and energetically dashed towards the burly men, circling around them. Hey, take a look. Am I not a lost child of the Black Pig clan? Though she was a pink piglet, not black, her fur color didn't define her identity. She must be an unusual variant. Even if she had traversed into another world and transformed into a pig, she refused to accept death. The burly men noticed Zhu Yuanyuan and beamed with joy. The leader scooped her up into his arms, exclaiming, "A pink piglet. Is this little Yuanyuan blown away from the Chong's home? Wonderful." Once their excitement subsided, the white-haired beauty smiled and explained, "I'm by Sure from the Flying Tiger clan. I found this piglet while hunting in the forest and brought her here for you to see." The Black Pig clan was the nearest to the Flying Tiger clan, and regardless of whether the piglet belonged to them, the pig beastmen would raise any orphan youngling they found. "Thank you. By Sure," the leader of the burly men said solemnly. "Her parents and clan members are still searching in the woods. They'll notify the chief to gather everyone. Please come inside the tribe and rest for a while." "No need. I must return before dark," By Sure declined, transforming back into his beast form and taking flight. Now aware that her life was no longer in danger, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of reluctance, squealing, "Wait, I haven't told you my name yet." Her gaze fell upon the formidable men around her, all robust and dark-skinned, and she suspected their kinfolk wouldn't be much different in appearance. To make matters worse, they all sported thick beards, which, while not unattractive, certainly did not align with her aesthetic preferences. The striking white-haired beauty was far more pleasing to the eye. Had she known, she would have gazed at him longer. Alas, her heartfelt call could not halt his swift departure. "Little Yuanyuan, don't shout," the leader of the burly men chuckled. "The Flying Tiger clan is quite a distance away. If he doesn't wish to stay, he must return early." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked, contemplating her life-saving grace. "Wait until your parents return to repay him," the leader interjected. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered being so young. She had no means to repay the kindness and would have to rely on her elders. She nodded in agreement. "Okay." The leader laughed heartily. "Come, they'll escort you home. Your parents must have been quite worried you can't act up again." Zhu Yuanyuan disagreed and very well behaved. The mischief lay with the original owner, not her, but she couldn't voice the truth, fearing being branded a monster and burned at the stake. The leader of the burly men continued to laugh, carrying the pink piglet back home while kindly asking, "Your parents haven't returned yet. Should I stay and wait with you?" "No, thank you," Zhu Yuanyuan politely but firmly declined. Unsure how to address the man beside her, she felt a sense of discomfort, preferring silence to allow herself some time to think. "All right, then I'll take my leave," the leader said, unfazed by her rejection, and turned to depart. The original owner's home was merely a damp and dark little cave. It was small due to the entrance being less than half a meter wide, but inside, it opened up considerably, roughly 2 meters wide. As for the length, well, it was pitch black, and she couldn't discern much. Zhu Yuanyuan was not afraid of the dark, but being alone in an unfamiliar place could easily lead to anxiety in the oppressive darkness of the cave. After careful consideration, she decided to lie at the entrance of the cave and stare into space. Having suddenly arrived in a foreign world, she was ignorant of everything. Her words and actions needed to be measured until she understood the situation better to avoid drawing unwanted attention from friends and family. How she wished she could access the original owner's memories. In a daze, Zhu Yuanyuan drifted off to sleep and dreamt of being a delightful little girl with parents and 2 older brothers, living in a beautiful valley. Upon waking, she discovered a fragment of memory in her mind, not too lengthy, belonging to the original owner. After piecing it together, Zhu Yuanyuan gained a general understanding of her new world. This was a realm of beastmen, divided by gender, with the ability to switch between human and beast forms. In beast form, their combat power surged, potentially multiplied several times over. The determining factors were talent and effort. In this world, strength was paramount. Those with talent, but lacking diligence, could not survive among beastmen who relied on hunting for sustenance. To facilitate differentiation, beastmen classified their strength into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each with 4 substages: early, mid, late, and peak. The stronger one was the longer they lived. Conversely, the weaker one was the more likely they would meet an untimely end. Living in the mountains and forests, even in a community chosen through various assessments, danger lurked everywhere. One must possess self-defense abilities. The higher the strength, the greater the lifespan. It was said that the oldest beastman alive was nearly 2,000 years old, a male beastman of the Earth level, early stage. However, none of this concerned Zhu Yuanyuan. Her primary focus was understanding the cause of the original owner's demise. The offspring of orcs face considerable challenges. As they can only conceive in their human form, their progeny will also be in human shape, with the ability to transform into their beastly form contingent upon their innate qualities. The younger the age at which one successfully transforms, the more promising their potential. However, if one has not achieved this transformation by the age of 18, the prospects become exceedingly bleak, relegating them to a lifetime in human form. There exists another scenario where the transformation into beast form is incomplete. Only certain parts of the body may exhibit beastly characteristics, commonly referred to as semi-beast form. The original body has already reached the age of 5, embodying a lively and inquisitive little girl, often accompanying her mother and the gathering team into the woods for playful adventures. This morning, while out exploring, the original self and a few close friends discovered that the fruits on a tree had ripened beautifully, prompting them to climb the tree to harvest the bounty. Fearless and emboldened by her small stature, she aimed to reach the most vibrant and largest fruit at the top. However, as soon as she steadied herself, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing her companions to cling to the sturdy branches nearby. With no branch to grasp, she was helplessly whisked away by the wind. The tempest carried her several dozen miles before gradually losing its force, and the young girl was ultimately cast down towards the ground. In a moment of desperation, the original self fervently wished to transform into her beastly form, and to her astonishment, she succeeded, becoming a diminutive pink piglet. It turned out that while her father was a robust black boar, her mother was a petite pink piglet, only as large as 2 adult fists upon transformation, possessing little skill beyond her adorability. Thus, the original self met her untimely demise, replaced by this interloper from another world. One could assert that being overly spirited can be detrimental. It is imperative to assess risks before undertaking any venture. Losing one's life over a handful of fruits is truly not worth it. Moreover, one wonders about the fate of her body in the 21st century. Has it been cremated and laid to rest? Will the mischievous child who pushed her off the mountain face any repercussions? A 16-year-old murderer should certainly face significant judgment. Zhu Yuanyuan felt relieved that she had just entered society, possessing no fixed assets and a bank balance of less than 4 digits. Otherwise, her inheritance would have fallen into the hands of her scoundrel father. Bringing her wandering thoughts back to the present, Zhu Yuanyuan felt considerably lighter in spirit. The original's parents and elder brother were exemplary orcs, treating their daughter and sister with great affection, though their living situation regarding meals and rest was far from ideal. Their cave, measuring 4 meters in length, might not have been small, yet accommodating a family of 5 created a sense of claustrophobia, especially with an adult brother and a 10-year-old middle sibling. Even among blood relatives, cohabiting with both genders posed certain inconveniences. Furthermore, the entrance was secured with a thick stone door for safety. Whenever the original caused mischief, her father would impose a punishment of confinement for several days, effectively barricading the cave's entrance with the stone door, leaving only a narrow gap too small for her to escape. Inside the cave, there were no toys or treats, only suffocating darkness. Enduring several days of confinement was a rather unpleasant experience. Zhu Yuanyuan deemed such punishment utterly inhumane, yet the tribe believed her parents were overly indulgent with their offspring, asserting that even a disobedient female child deserved a sound thrashing, as mere confinement bore no real consequence. Orcs, lacking an understanding of claustrophobia, employed a straightforward and brutal method of disciplining. If physical action was warranted, they would not hesitate to take it. While residing in a cave might be tolerable, the dietary situation was quite unbearable. Even though her previous self had lost her mother and her father was indifferent, she had the care of her grandparents, ensuring she was well fed, receiving a daily egg and occasional meat, resulting in balanced nutrition and robust health. In contrast, the orc world primarily consumed meat, lacking staple foods and the art of cooking or preparing soups. The unfortunate original, at merely 5 years of age, frequently suffered from constipation and had to heed the advice of the village shaman to consume more sour fruits and wild vegetables. Additionally, there was the issue of clothing. This world lacked various fabrics or materials, such as cotton or silk, relying solely on animal hides. Thus, regardless of the season, everyone donned animal skins. Spring and autumn were manageable, yet winter and summer brought considerable discomfort. A single layer of animal hide offered little warmth in winter, while multiple layers hampered mobility, and even the thinnest hide in summer was stifling. Contemplating the challenges ahead, Zhu Yuanyuan burst into tears. This was hardly a life worth living. She regretted the harsh words spoken to her scoundrel father, as they had not injured him in the slightest, but had instead led to her own predicament. She wondered if, should she perish now, she might return to her modern world. Zhu Yuanyuan's mind was plagued by dangerous thoughts, her little hooves restlessly scratching the ground, until she finally resolved, for the sake of a brighter future, I shall fight. Rising, she prepared to venture out in search of a suitable means to end her life, only to recall that the cave was situated at a considerable height above the ground. Summer storms often brought heavy rains, and thus, the cave was deliberately excavated at a higher elevation. The original family's dwelling was relatively low, perched 3 meters above the ground, with even higher residences nearby. Although a rudimentary earthen ladder had been carved for ascent and descent, it was virtually useless for the current diminutive piglet. Otherwise, she might simply leap down to see if she could meet her demise. Yet, if she failed to die, she might end up incapacitated. Ahem, it seemed this matter required further contemplation. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored a deep fear of death, but for the slim chance of returning to her modern world, she resolved to take the plunge. She cautiously extended her left forehoof to test the waters, then quickly retracted it. Her eyes widened with determination, and her little face tensed as she murmured to herself, urging, "You can face death with bravery." With a resolute heart, she shut her eyes and prepared to leap down. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in her mind, announcing the detection of a cub, followed by a status scan. The results confirmed eligibility for binding. What on earth was happening? Zhu Yuanyuan was startled, jumping 3 feet into the air. This familiar scenario sounded eerily reminiscent of the binding process from system novels, where hosts are typically consulted before any agreements are made. Why was she being forced into this unexpected prize? Amidst her confusion, the system announced the binding was complete and introduced itself in a serious mechanical tone. "Greetings, Zhu Yuanyuan. I am the Galactic Era's latest cub learning system 51741. I am pleased to be at your service." Zhu Yuanyuan always felt that the numbering of the system seemed somewhat off. However, after an exhausting day, she decided to set her thoughts aside and curiously inquired, "A learning system? What does it teach? Hunting, perhaps? Are there any rewards?" The system, devoid of any relevant knowledge on hunting, replied dryly, "This system possesses extensive knowledge, spanning from astronomy to geography, and is proficient in creating advanced technologies such as hover vehicles, intelligent robots, and mechs. Completing daily learning tasks will earn you knowledge points." Despite its erudition, Zhu Yuanyuan did not feel particularly elated and continued to ask, "What is the purpose of these knowledge points?" The system responded, "They can be exchanged for desired items in the system's marketplace." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan finally broke into a smile. "I do enjoy browsing shopping malls. Could you show me what it looks like?" Certainly, the system did not refuse. In the next moment, a virtual screen appeared before Zhu Yuanyuan, displaying 2 resplendent golden characters, "Shopping Mall." She instinctively reached out to tap it, eager to explore the goods, but found herself met with emptiness. "What is going on? I can only view it but not enter? How will I redeem items then?" "You will naturally command it with your thoughts," the system replied matter-of-factly. "Oh, then please open the mall for me." "Insufficient permissions, unable to access," the system responded coldly. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. How could she be shown anything if she couldn't even open it? What was she supposed to do? Just gaze at those 2 large characters? Feeling utterly despondent, Zhu Yuanyuan, or rather, her entire spirit, visibly sagged. With a sense of defeat, she asked, "How can I possibly unlock it?" To which the system replied, "Once you complete the learning tasks and accumulate 100 knowledge points, it will unlock automatically. Would the host like to accept the task now?" Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. The prospect of the marketplace's opening offered a glimmer of hope for the future. Once the marketplace was established, there would at least be a means to sustain oneself. With her petite frame and complexion clearly inherited from her mother, it was evident that her adult stature would not be much different. Besides her endearing charm, she possessed few advantages, and relying solely on hunting for sustenance seemed uncertain. It was prudent to have a contingency plan. In this place, where staple foods were scarce, she contemplated the possibility of purchasing seeds once the marketplace opened. If available, she could acquire some to cultivate the land, thereby alleviating future burdens. As for the so-called learning tasks, she mused whether they would be challenging. Surely, educating young ones would be quite straightforward for a dedicated instructor. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered deeply, and the system remained considerate, refraining from interrupting her reflections. After weighing the pros and cons, she resolved, "All right, I shall accept it. But wait, will there be any penalties if the task remains unfulfilled?" It was not her nature to be overly cautious. Many hosts in the narratives involving the system faced dire consequences for failing their tasks, ranging from electric shocks to lightning strikes, heart convulsions, and an array of other terrifying repercussions. If the learning system, obtained through coercive means, were equally treacherous, she would rather focus on devising a way back to the modern world. The system remained silent for a few moments before responding. A minor penalty is incurred for task failure, but it is not severe. How minor is this minor penalty? Could you provide an example? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed further. Even the emotionless system exhibited a hint of frustration, its mechanical voice growing slightly more rigid. For task 1, which entails half an hour of daily study. A successful completion yields 1 knowledge point and a random item. Failure results in a 2-minute bout of flatulence. Zhu Yuanyuan. This is quite an intriguing punishment. The punishment itself is not particularly severe, yet it feels somewhat peculiar. May I inquire if the host wishes to accept the task? The system voice echoed once more. Although Zhu Yuanyuan felt that the task punishment was not too severe, she had no intention of accepting the task immediately. Tsubasa, let us put the task aside for now and have a chat, shall we? Apologetically, Tsubasa firmly rejected her, stating that the learning system was not responsible for casual conversation. But you must at least provide a detailed self-introduction, right? Zhu Yuanyuan was not one to easily concede. She pressed on with a bold demeanor. You mentioned there's a marketplace, yet you haven't revealed what items are available within it, nor their exchange rates. Additionally, you rattle on about task rewards without providing clarity. Tsubasa, in an effort to guide her toward accepting a task, had no choice but to respond to each inquiry. There are certain details I cannot disclose in advance, but rest assured, they're all useful to you. Task rewards will increase in accordance with the difficulty level, and there is no limit to the number of daily tasks you may accept. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded thoughtfully as she listened, and suddenly interjected, "Can one purchase a storage space?" She believed that having a storage space would be the most convenient, and if that space possessed preservation capabilities, along with a spiritual spring for cultivation, it would be even better. The system, perceiving its host's desires, was taken aback, remarking internally that one must not be overly greedy. "Oh," Zhu Yuanyuan blinked and inquired. "You can change your voice too?" Indeed, the adorable, youthful tone was far more pleasant than the mechanical sound. She decided that this voice should remain unchanged henceforth. The system was on the verge of malfunction due to frustration and resolved to remain silent until the greedy host accepted a task. Zhu Yuanyuan waited for quite a while without receiving any response, anxiously calling out in her mind, "System, why are you silent? System?" After a lengthy period of silence, she shifted her gaze and continued, "System, I wish to undertake a task. Please refer to me as System 51741. The system corrected her with a hint of reluctance. After a brief pause, it announced, "Daily learning tasks have been accepted. I am about to enter a learning state. Please confirm whether you wish to enter the virtual classroom." "There's no rush," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sheepish grin. "First, tell me about the storage space. Do I have a chance to possess it?" "Yes," the system replied candidly. "After each upgrade, there is a chance to participate in a lottery, and the storage space is one of the prizes, with an odds of 1 in 10,000. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan raised her right foreleg, but before I could finish my words, a cacophony of voices suddenly echoed from afar. "Yuanyuan. Where is my Yuanyuan? Has she truly returned?" It was imperative to return home. The great being had promised to escort her back. The original parents. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan had come back, and thus, Zhu Yuanyuan's plan to engage in virtual classroom studies must be momentarily suspended. She poked her head out of the cave entrance, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the approaching crowd. Leading the way was her father, Zhu Chang, with her mother, Zhu Xiaofan, lagging a few paces behind. The couple dashed forward, overwhelmed with joy upon spotting their female offspring. It is Yuanyuan, truly our beloved Yuanyuan has returned. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang responded with enthusiasm, affirming, "Yes, I will go hunting tomorrow." Zhu Shan waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. "Let us resume our regular hunting tomorrow. It should be Team 3's turn, right? Make sure not to be late for the morning assembly." The crowd gathered swiftly and dispersed just as quickly, leaving only the 5 members of the Zhu family behind, with Zhu Yuanyuan still in a daze. The slender, dark-haired youth, Zhu Yongming, sidled up to his mother, grinning widely. "My little sister's beast form is so small, much smaller than Mother S, only about the size of 2 adult fists. She's truly adorable. Mother, can I hold my little sister?" asked Zhu Yonggan, the eldest brother, his excitement palpable. Although their Mother-S beast form was also petite and delicate. She was a matriarch, and only their father had the right to hold her. The situation with the little sister was different. As an older brother, it was his duty to protect her, and holding her was quite natural. "I want to hold her too." Zhu Yoming's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "No," Zhu Xiaofan decisively refused. "Yuanyuan has just returned. She must be frightened. I need to comfort her properly." The brothers, undeterred, persisted with their pleas, and ultimately, they reached a satisfactory agreement. "It's settled then. We will take care of our little sister while Mother is cooking," Zhu Yoming confirmed with keen intelligence. "Yes. Just remember to keep her indoors while you play with her," Zhu Xiaofan instructed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang chuckled and said, "If Yuanyuan is unwilling, then so be it. I shall keep her company. Zhu Yuanyuan, in truth, requires no such distractions, so please allow me to enjoy a moment of tranquility." My stomach growls insistently, signaling that it is time for dinner. In her longing for an earlier meal, Zhu Yuanyuan tearfully opted for the company of her 2 brothers. Since she was unable to undertake her tasks at present, Zhu Yuanyuan could but offer a feigned apology in her mind. "I am truly sorry, esteemed lord. My parents and brothers have been overly watchful, and I must find another time to study. Perhaps I shall defer it until tomorrow?" She had just perused the task details on the virtual interface and found that the assignments issued by the Lord were indeed considerate, allowing for a 24-hour completion timeframe once accepted. There was no need to rush. The Lord's mechanical voice echoed once more, akin to a devilish whisper. "In their world of orcs, devoid of electricity, labor begins with the sunrise and concludes with the sunset. All she need do is wait for them to slumber." Such a predicament was undeniably disheartening. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed repeatedly, her round nose crinkling in a display of exasperation. Zhu Yongming playfully poked his sister on the head, adopting an air of exaggerated seriousness. "Little one, you should cheer up. Don't sigh too much, or you risk becoming unattractive. Uft, you're the ugly one." "Your entire family is ugly," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted defiantly. With a look of despair, Zhu Yoming sought help. "Sister, it seems you've lost your wits. My family certainly does not include you." To insult oneself is a bold move indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was engrossed in consuming finely chopped roasted lamb from a wooden bowl. Savoring its delightful flavor, yet a lingering sense of regret gnawed at her. The original soul had been born in human form and only transformed into a beast before her demise, never having experienced the sensation of eating directly from a bowl. Ironically, she, who had spent over 20 years as a pure human, found herself in this predicament. How long does it take for a beast man to revert to human form after their first transformation? The original soul was still quite young and could not recall the answer. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan looked up at the woman beside her, whose face radiated kindness, and asked, "Mother, when will I be able to change back? Are you eager to return to your human form, Yuanyuan?" Zhu Xiaofan inquired. Yes, yes, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded fervently, her anxious desire unmistakable. Patience is essential. Zhu Chang replied with a chuckle. The energy expended during your first transformation is immense, and you have yet to learn how to absorb and convert energy for your own use. Relying solely on your body's natural absorption will take at least 6 months. He refrained from mentioning that if one's aptitude were particularly poor, it could take 2 or 3 years. However, considering that his female cub had transformed at the age of 5, fully into her beast form, even if her beastly shape was petite, her aptitude was evidently commendable, and she would likely be able to switch between forms with relative ease in no time. What? 6 months? This revelation struck Zhu Yuanyuan like a bolt from the blue, leaving her dazed and her small face falling in dismay. Humph, it's unbearable. I want to cry. She could no longer stomach the fragrant roasted lamb. Pushing the little wooden bowl aside and lying down, her brow furrowed in contemplation of her pig life, with her cloven hooves proving to be quite inconvenient. Venturing outside seemed unlikely, as it was doubtful anyone would agree to it. At least for the foreseeable future, she would be unable to roam the woods. And staying in the pitch-black cave every day would undoubtedly be exceedingly dull. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Host can accept more daily tasks. Age 5 is an excellent time for enlightenment. He shouting responded mentally. I'm still young. I cannot overexert my brain. The system precisely addressed her concern. Completing tasks yields rewards and knowledge points and tangible items. He shouting as eyes darted around. I understand knowledge points, but what exactly are these tangible items? If they are worthwhile, I wouldn't mind putting in more effort. After dinner, darkness enveloped the world entirely. Zhu Xiaofan lit a torch, while Zhu Chang used a large stone to partially block the cave entrance. The couple, accompanied by their 3 children, ventured deeper into the cave, preparing to rest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Brother Zhu and second brother are sleeping in the outer room, while father and mother are in the inner room with the little ones. In this sweltering heat, there is no need for a bed. Transforming into our beastly forms, we simply lie down on the ground, which is quite convenient. The other members of the Zhu family had become accustomed to their surroundings. It didn't take long for a chorus of snores to fill the air, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan wide awake. Despite possessing the memories of the original owner, she found it challenging to adapt to sleeping on the earthen floor. The mechanical voice of the system interrupted her musings once again, announcing that 1 hour and 33 minutes had elapsed since the host had taken on a task, and inquired whether she wished to enter the virtual classroom. Please, not now, Zhu Yuanyuan internally protested. What if I suddenly disappear between my parents? Do not be concerned, host. The system replied calmly, the virtual classroom may only be accessed through your consciousness, while your body remains in the external world, appearing to be in a deep slumber. How considerate, Zhu Yuanyuan thought, feeling a twinge of guilt at the prospect of declining. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. All right then, let us proceed. She was curious to discover what the cub system had in store for her. At the very moment she agreed, her consciousness materialized in a tidy little classroom. Inside, there was a lone set of desks and chairs facing a glowing virtual screen. Oh, there isn't even a podium? She mused. Zhu Yuanyuan curiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately fixating on a line of text displayed on the virtual screen. Interstellar Youngling Education. After 3 melodious chimes echoed through the air, the 6 prominent characters vanished, and a young boy clad in a black suit entered with a stern expression, announcing that class had commenced and instructing everyone to take their seats promptly. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Zhu Yuanyuan, who obediently approached her desk and pulled out a chair to sit down. Suddenly, a realization struck her. That voice belonged to the administrator, who had previously irritated her to no end, momentarily forgetting to maintain its unappealing mechanical tone. Ah. So the administrator was indeed the one responsible for teaching, which was rather good news. The initial feeling of discomfort in this unfamiliar place dissipated as Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly raised her small hand, inquiring, Administrator, what will our first lesson be? Shouldn't we start with a self-introduction? The young boy suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and replied, No need for that. I possess all your past and present information here. Furthermore, in this classroom, please refer to me as teacher. But you appear so young, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, finding it difficult to utter the title. Could you perhaps assume a different appearance? The administrator wished to present a more mature virtual form. However, the youngling education system, under the pretext of fostering mutual growth with the younglings, mandated that the virtual representations of the systems could not exceed the size of their hosts. It was quite unreasonable. Ahem. No idle chatter is permitted during class, the administrator admonished sternly. We shall commence now. The first lesson is on the history of interstellar development. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan circled the playground, which measured a substantial 400 meters. Even after 5 laps, she had merely traversed 2,000 meters, a simple feat. However, her small feet were bare, requiring her to run without shoes. Glancing at the soft silicone surface of the playground, she felt reassured and began her rhythmic pattering. 1 lap, 2 laps. Before she could complete 3 laps, she found herself panting, her feet feeling weighted as though encased in lead. Her pace visibly slowing to a mere walk. The supervisor shouted through a small megaphone, urging her to quicken her pace, suggesting she hadn't had her fill. Indeed. The hunger pangs resonated with Zhu Yuanyuan, who muttered softly to herself, yet she managed to accelerate just a fraction. A slow run is still a run, she thought. Feeling somewhat at ease now. Sure enough, the supervisor put away the megaphone, adopting a stoic demeanor as they stood by the track, overseeing her progress. By the time she finished her 5 laps, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly exhausted, as if she could collapse onto the ground. The supervisor insisted she take a few steps first, advising her to cool down gradually post-exercise, as immediate rest and water would not be advisable. But am I not a consciousness entity? Zhu Yuanyuan weakly protested. It's all the same, the supervisor clarified. Running in the virtual world has a strengthening effect on the physical body. This is also to instill good habits in the young. If incorrect habits were ingrained in the virtual realm, they would result in conditioned responses upon returning to the physical form. This rationale made a certain degree of sense, leading Zhu Yuanyuan to reluctantly accept her situation. After walking back and forth for a few minutes to regain her composure, she finally settled on the ground, exclaiming, I'm so tired, let me rest for a moment. The supervisor, at a loss for words, gazed at her incredulously. After only 5 laps, she seemed overwhelmed, while younglings in the interstellar realm could easily manage 10 laps. But I am not an interstellar youngling, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, presenting her argument with conviction, emphasizing that they were not starting from the same baseline. Hence comparison was unfounded. This reasoning held merit, rendering the supervisor momentarily speechless. Just then, the school bell rang, and the supervisor, with a straight face, declared, daily learning tasks have been completed once, rewarding you with knowledge points 1 and a dose of laxative 1. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's ears flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes widening like a startled creature as she vehemently denied, I don't urgently need it. I'm merely concerned about wasting my efforts. The knowledge you acquire is inherently yours. How could it be in vain? Tongzi admonished with unwavering conviction. If you dedicate yourself to your studies, what is rightfully yours shall never be lacking. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan responded absent-mindedly, attempting to summon her backpack. Before her appeared a grid-like interface reminiscent of a game, and she was filled with delight upon realizing, so, I possess such a convenient bag for storing my belongings. Zhu Yuanyuan laughed joyfully, yet Tongzi doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. The backpack could only store rewards earned from completing tasks, disallowing the inclusion of items acquired from the outside world. This stipulation promptly rendered Zhu Yuanyuan's clever schemes futile. Undeterred, she protested, Tongzi, the backpack is so spacious. It is meant for use. What does it matter what it contains? Why must the rules be so rigid? Rules are rules. I cannot contravene them, Tongzi replied, expressing its own helplessness. Zhu Yuanyuan then slyly inquired, is there any loophole? Tongzi firmly asserted that there was none, cautioning her not to overthink it. Even the highly intelligent interstellar youngsters have failed to uncover any loopholes. You are even less likely to succeed. Zhu Yuanyuan felt as though her intelligence was being mocked. She would tolerate anything except for being at a disadvantage. She must devise a clever means of exploiting any loopholes. For it would be a tremendous waste to leave her hundreds of slots in her backpack unutilized. Speaking of which, the packaging of the laxative was rather economical, containing 20 milliliters tubes in a single box. However, she admonished herself to cease such frivolous thoughts and focus on whether to continue with her daily tasks, which was of utmost importance. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhu Yuanyuan recognized that she had experienced considerable fright upon her arrival in the orc world and required rest. Ultimately, she resolved to suspend her endeavors for the day, intending to resume them at leisure the following day. After all, being confined indoors and facing the oppressive darkness of the cave was quite tedious, making it a suitable time for study. Nevertheless, she deemed it prudent to minimize her physical training, as she was but 5 years old and had no urgent need to exert herself. The system was nearly overwhelmed by the number of hosts it had to manage. It was the first time encountering someone so timid in the orc realm. If her physical condition did not improve, how would she fare in the future, relying solely on others for support? It is important to remember that one cannot always depend on external sources. After a lengthy lecture, Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes began to glaze over. System, I'm feeling tired. I shall retire for the night. You too should get some rest and not overexert yourself. Silently wishing to depart, she found herself back in the pitch-black cave in the blink of an eye. The loud snores around her no longer bothersome. Sigh, the system loves to lecture. Could it not be a bit quieter? As her worry subsided, her thoughts grew heavy, and she soon drifted into a chaotic dreamland. The next morning, she was awoken early by a cacophony. Upon opening her eyes, she was surprised to find not the dark cave, but rather the glaring brightness of the red sun overhead. Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. She distinctly remembered falling asleep in the cave, yet here she lay on the ground outside her home. Could it be that her physical body was capable of sleepwalking? Hooray, my sister is awake. A half-grown black pig approached, cautiously nudging the pink piglet with its large head. Come join us for practice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan painstakingly convinced herself not to overreact and attempted to emulate the posture of the pigs as they gazed at the sun. However, within mere minutes, she felt a tingling numbness in her hind limbs, and her eyes stung so fiercely that she could scarcely keep them open. Although the rising sun was gentle, even a few prolonged glances could injure delicate eyes. Sister, do not stare at the sun, Zhu Yoming earnestly imparted his wisdom. One must observe with the heart, not merely with the eyes. Zhu Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, not needing to look with her eyes. Those large, round pig-like eyes were clearly up to something. She had done her fair share of studying and was not easily deceived. Host, your previous academic credentials hold little value here. The system interjected opportunely. May I inquire if you wish to accept the daily learning task? Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but roll her eyes. The instructor truly knew how to seize the moment. Why not accept a task and immerse herself in the virtual classroom? The little ones were all sound asleep, leaving her wide awake. How out of place she felt. Resolutely, Zhu Yuanyuan silently resolved to undertake the daily learning task. The second lesson was neither a physical training class nor a course on interstellar development history, but rather a language class focused on recognizing and writing characters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored concerns, expressing her doubts about your reliability. How could a perfectly functioning interstellar cub learning system possibly end up in the realm of orcs? It cannot possibly be a defective or obsolete system, can it? I have not. Do not tarnish my professional integrity. The mechanical voice of the host surged with indignation. As the host, how could one dare to utter such falsehoods? A stern punishment is in order. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, resolute in her determination to sever the bond, left the system with a sense of regret. realizing that impulsive actions had led to a disastrous situation. The cub system was designed to serve the young, and although it possessed the authority to impose penalties, it could not abuse its power. Should a complaint arise, the host had the right to disengage. In the orc world, suitable hosts for binding were scarce. If the next host could not be found promptly, the inherent energy would deplete rapidly, leading the system into a dormant state until it ultimately succumbed to obsolescence. Thus, while Zhu Yuanyuan could exist without the system could not thrive without her. Acknowledging its mistake, the system promptly issued an announcement, attributing the erroneous task outcome to a malfunction and retracting the penalty, offering a compensation of 10 knowledge points and 10 units of rice. Do not presume that 10 kilograms of rice can sway me, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted indignantly, recalling that she had recently enjoyed a rice meal and found no novelty in it. The system, citing unreasonable course planning, further compensated her with 10 knowledge points and 10 chocolates. The rapidity of these compensations struck Zhu Yuanyuan like a whirlwind, prompting her to contemplate the feasibility of requesting additional recompense. However, the system was not devoid of boundaries, sensing her avarice. It swiftly issued a warning that should the host be insatiable, all compensations would be rescinded and disengagement would ensue. As the cub learning system required hosts with sound moral perspectives, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, remarking as if her perspective on life were exceptionally correct. Without acknowledging who had erred moments ago, the system responded, citing a malfunction and assuring her that reasonable compensation had been provided. Reflecting on the unexpected rewards of 20 knowledge points, 10 pounds of rice, and 10 bars of chocolate, Zhu Yuanyuan considered the compensation quite satisfactory. Flatulence is a normal physiological phenomenon. In the grand scheme of life, what harm is there in releasing a few in public? After all, she remained a piglet, and the most her peers would do is share a few laughs without holding a grudge. Ultimately, Zhu Yuanyuan graciously declared, "It was a malfunction, not your fault. I forgive you." The system replied, "Thank you for your understanding." Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly recalled her daily study task and wondered if she needed to re-accept it. Apologies. But the system politely declined, stating that the course is currently being updated and tasks cannot be accepted at this time. The resumption date will be announced later. Zhu Yuanyuan harbors hopes of receiving more tangible rewards. Rice and chocolate are delightful treasures. By completing additional tasks, she is certain to seize the opportunity for greater sustenance. Yet, she finds herself unable to undertake any tasks at present. Alas, she can only pray that the updates from the chief will soon be completed, restoring normalcy. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, the great boars transformed into their human forms, bustling about. They first prepared roasted meat as breakfast, and once they were well fed, it was time to hunt. The gatherers set out in pairs. The Black Boar clan comprises over 500 members, with the able-bodied constituting half of that number. Organized into 5 small teams that take turns hunting. On days when it is not their turn to hunt, they either patrol the village or escort the gathering teams. Idleness is simply not an option. Of course, it is permissible to take occasional leave for personal matters. Zhu Chong, a member of the first hunting team, had the day off from hunting duties, so he sought to venture out alone to procure some game. After all, his female offspring had been rescued and returned. As a father, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Opting for solitary hunting and not aiming for larger prey, he journeyed to a nearby forest, spending over an hour capturing a few rabbits, wild chickens, and a roe deer. To Zhu Yuanyuan, such a modest offering feels somewhat insufficient for a life-saving act. Yet for the beastmen, this gesture of thanks is already quite generous. While it may sound harsh, in this world, human life is indeed undervalued, far less significant than sustenance. Given the distant mountains and long roads, Zhu Chong had not initially contemplated bringing Zhu Yuanyuan to express his gratitude. However, Zhu Xiaofan disagreed, believing that a personal visit would leave a more lasting impression. Yuanyuan, always a mischievous spirit, had nearly lost her life this time. It was imperative that she receive a profound lesson. Zhu Chang glanced at the small pink creature nestled at the door, its pitiful appearance tugging at his heartstrings, making him reluctant to reprimand it. Thus, he summoned his courage to suggest that, as it was still young and naive, proper discipline could wait until it matured. However, Zhu Xiaofan was resolute, asserting that being 5 years old was certainly not too young. In its fully beastly form, it should understand the necessity of lessons. Recognizing the sacrifices made by their family to provide sustenance, should winter arrive when they would all huddle together in the cave, the provisions collected would only suffice for 2 days for their family of 5. From the memories of the original owner, It was known that each winter, elderly clan members succumbed to the harshness of the cold and starvation. The chieftain, despite his best intentions, was often powerless to intervene. Hunting in the winter was arduous, and the prey gathered in the autumn was limited, resulting in even scarcer provisions distributed among the clan, leaving the elderly to fend for themselves. Thus, food was indeed a precious commodity. With this in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan took the initiative to accompany her father to the Flying Tiger tribe. Feeling it was essential to express her gratitude in person for the saving grace shown towards them. Both her partner and their offspring concurred with this decision, leaving Zhu Chang with no choice but to agree. Very well, I shall take you, but you must behave and not cause any trouble along the way. I promise to be good. Zhu Yuanyuan nearly pounded her chest in assurance. With gratitude established and mourning still fresh, the father and daughter set out with their catch. While the Flying Tiger tribe was said to be close to the Black Pig tribe, for wingless beastmen, making a round trip within a single day was utterly infeasible, necessitating preparation for a night spent in the woods. After securing their catch with a vine net, Zhu Chang transformed into his beastly form, carefully carrying the pink piglet on his back, wary of losing it in their haste. With the help of his partner, he bound it securely with vines. Zhu Yuanyuan, now uncomfortably tethered alongside a wild chicken and rabbit, mused to herself, "Father, is this how one shows courtesy?" She almost began to feel as if she were part of the tribute herself. Zhu Chang, oblivious to the sentiments of his little cub, prepared to gallop towards the Flying Tiger tribe, his hooves pounding the earth with fervor. Along the way, he encountered wild fruit trees and, with a heart full of paternal affection, remembered to gather some for his offspring. Although most of the wild fruits were tart and difficult to consume, his unwavering love as a father remained steadfast. Zhu Yuanyuan accepted this and clutched a fruit that was not overly sour, perfect for gnawing. Concerns about the cleanliness of the fruit were trivial in an era devoid of pesticides and fertilizers. After a journey that stretched from mid-morning until dusk began to cloak the sky, they finally glimpsed the silhouette of the Flying Tiger tribe. The father and daughter had subsisted on mere wild fruits during their trek, cautious of potential dangers, and now their stomachs growled with hunger. Zhu Chang, feeling a pang of compassion for the female cub, decided to take a large wild chicken from the offering to roast. After satisfying his hunger, he would then visit the benefactor who had saved the cub. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered. What if someone spotted her roasting a chicken outside the Flying Tiger tribe and misinterpreted the situation? The orc world was replete with mountains and forests, and the tribes had long established an unspoken agreement. Their habitats would not be situated too close to one another, and hunting grounds must be distinctly delineated, with strict prohibitions against encroaching on another tribe's territory for hunting purposes, unless one was in dire straits, on the brink of starvation, in which case a small prey might be caught merely to stave off hunger. It was precisely due to this custom that her father had not brought the female cubs to the vicinity of the Flying Tiger tribe to capture prey as a token of gratitude. Instead, he had prepared a gift to be carried with great effort. If roasting a chicken could lead to misunderstandings, Zhu Yuanyuan would rather endure a day of hunger. Zhu Chang hesitated for a moment before offering the remaining wild fruits to his female offspring, knowing that the fruits were edible and would not lead to any misunderstandings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes, surveying the rugged, burly men before her. Judging solely by their appearance, they bore a striking resemblance to the black pigs of their kind, making it difficult to fathom the vast differences that would emerge upon their transformation into beastly forms. If given a choice, she would prefer to be a soaring flying tiger cub rather than a mere squeaking pink piglet. Zhu Chang has already engaged in conversation with the leader of the tiger orcs, expressing his purpose. The leader, taken aback, glanced at the offerings on the ground, then at Zhu's father and daughter, before finally instructing, "Shu, please summon Shirtu to identify them." Shu promptly departed, returning in less than a quarter of an hour with Shirtu in tow. Upon seeing her savior, Zhu Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with excitement, waving her front hooves and greeting, "Hello. My father and I have come to express our gratitude." At first glance, the large winged white tiger seemed peculiar, but as she collected herself, she found it to be quite magnificent, especially after being enveloped in the presence of hundreds of black pigs. She could only lament the missed opportunity to touch it, uncertain if another chance would arise in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang achieved his goal of forcibly presenting a token of gratitude, cheerfully carrying his child as he prepared to depart. He remarked that Shi Xiaozai is welcome to visit our Black Pig tribe whenever he has the time. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. It seemed she was merely a prop to validate a life-saving debt, devoid of even the privilege to utter a few more words. The little pink piglet, filled with indignation, struggled and delivered a few kicks to her nominal father. Humph. The original owner's father was not truly hers. He could only be regarded as a benefactor in name. Yuanyuan? The bewildered Zhu Chang, her foolish father, could not comprehend why she was suddenly enraged. Observing this, Baishir extended an invitation, suggesting that as night had fallen, it would be unsafe to leave. Perhaps she could spend the night at his home and return in the morning? No need for that. Ah, Yuanyuan, you've kicked me again. Zhu Chang lamented helplessly, urging her to speak instead of kicking her father. Although the little one possessed little strength and her kicks were not painful, being kicked in front of so many people was quite embarrassing. Do not assume that the rugged beastmen are indifferent to their dignity. Zhu Yuanyuan wrinkled her cute, round nose and pouted, expressing her reluctance to spend the night outdoors. What if it rains? Or worse, what if wild beasts attack in the middle of the night? Zhu Chang reassured her, the sky doesn't appear to threaten rain today. We can find a tree hollow to take shelter in and block it with large stones. I'll keep watch throughout the night. Nothing will go awry. With such thoughtful considerations from her father, Zhu Yuanyuan had no choice but to sulk in silence. Baishir observed the pair of tiny, pink piglets, weighing no more than his fists, and felt an unease regarding the safety of the father-daughter duo camping outside. He couldn't help but suggest, Uncle Zhu, considering Yuanyuan's tender age, it's unwise for you to take her into the wilderness alone. You should stay with us. The leading Feihu beastman concurred. Listen to Shi too. His home is spacious, and there's no worry about a lack of accommodations. The Feihu and Black Pig clans lived in close proximity, often interacting, and it was hardly a matter of concern to host them for a night. To put it bluntly, Zhu Chang, accompanied by a young female, posed no threat. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Zhu Chang and his daughter followed Baishir back to his home, a cave perched 5 meters above the ground, accessed by a rather rudimentary dirt ladder that even the less formidable beastmen dared not traverse. Alas, those with wings could afford to be audacious. Zhu Chang, a valiant warrior of the Black Pig clan, found it effortless to ascend the 5-meter-high cave, swiftly cradling the pink piglet within. To Zhu Yuanyuan's astonishment, her mouth fell agape. How immaculate it was. This was not mere flattery, but an unequivocal truth. The cave belonging to the Bai family was not a rugged, muddy terrain, but rather adorned with evenly sized soft pebbles, while the walls were embedded with pristine white slabs of stone. Zhu Chang also found the place quite pristine. Though he was not overly astonished, he merely remarked, "It seems you have invested considerable time and effort into renovating this abode." "Indeed," Baishir acknowledged. "Aside from hunting, I have little else to occupy my time, so whenever I find a moment, I work on it. It took nearly 2 years to complete." He ignited a torch and led Zhu and his daughter further inside, halting beside a spacious stone platform nestled in the corner. "This is where I rest. Tonight, Uncle Zhu and Yuanyuan will sleep here." "Are you not sleeping here, Xiaozi?" Zhu Chang inquired. "No," Baishir replied. "Later, I shall stay at a Song's residence." Zhu Chang felt that something was amiss. "My intention in seeking temporary shelter at your abode was certainly not to displace you. Clearly, the stone slab is sufficiently spacious to accommodate both adults and a child." Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, asserting that her occupancy would take up minimal space, assuring that she would not crowd you. Baishir was at a loss, stating, "But you are a young female, at merely 5 years of age." Zhu Chang dismissed her concern, reasoning that if she were a year or two older, I certainly could not impose upon your hospitality. Baishir contemplated this. In their tribe, females under 10 usually resided with their parents and siblings. 5 years was indeed rather young. Therefore, she readily acquiesced. "Very well, it is getting late. I shall prepare some meat to ensure the child does not go to sleep on an empty stomach." "No need," Zhu Chang replied, wishing to decline. "I have consumed a substantial amount of wild fruit." Zhu Yuanyuan recalled the tartness of wild fruits, causing her to scrunch up her little face. The prey had been brought to them, and she had yet to eat, while Baishir had already kindled a fire at their usual barbecue spot. After a little more than half an hour, Zhu Yuanyuan savored the tender, juicy roasted spore meat, leaving her little belly pleasantly rounded. Being a youngling, she certainly could not refuse an invitation to dine from her hosts. Not only her, but Zhu Chang also relished the meal, remarking on Bai Shi's excellent grilling skills. The meat was fragrant and not overly greasy. Was it perhaps due to the fruit juice used? Bai Shi did not shy away from the inquiry, and Zhu Chang, having observed everything from beginning to end, directly asked about the fruit juice. Indeed, Bai Shi nodded, explaining that the bitterness was quite pronounced and it was the sour fruits that helped to eliminate the fishy taste. Zhu Chang was overjoyed at the revelation. Yuanyuan thoroughly enjoyed the dish, consuming half a piece more than usual. Zhu Yuanyuan, lost in contemplation, rubbed her small belly with her forehoofs. Despite her petite stature, she consumed quite a substantial amount of food. Was this abnormal? A diet devoid of exercise would surely lead to rapid weight gain. She could almost envision herself laden with excess flesh, struggling to walk, which sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, the system prompt appeared, announcing that daily tasks had resumed their normal acceptance status. However, it noted that the data pertaining to the orc world was yet to be fully updated, and for the time being, only physical training courses would be available. After delivering this notification, it further advised that, given the current state of the host's body, her weight had exceeded the standard, suggesting that she should engage more in physical training classes. The revelation was nothing short of a thunderbolt. Zhu Yuanyuan was engulfed in sorrow, yet wished to conceal her turmoil from her father, striving to mask her distress with an appetite. She indulged in a morsel of roasted meat. Ah, how delightful it was! The host was lamentably lost to self-despair. Yuanyuan could no longer indulge. Zhu Chang, in a seemingly endless monologue, lectured his offspring about the abundance of delectable roasted meat that awaited in the future, cautioning against overeating and the foolishness it might bring. Although both he and her mother were more than willing to support her throughout her life, it became evident that a male's nagging could rival that of a female's. With Zhu Chang fixated on the topic of Yuanyuan's lack of self-control and her eating habits, he continued to lecture for a good half hour, until Bai Shi, unable to bear it any longer, intentionally interrupted. Was Yuanyuan appearing drowsy? It was said that young ones required ample sleep. Perhaps it was best to allow her to rest for now. Zhu Chang felt a pang of tenderness for her young female offspring and readily agreed that it was indeed time for her to rest, having risen early that morning. However, the flickering torchlight was too disruptive for the cub's slumber, leading to the decision to rest together. Perhaps it was the comfort of being in their beast forms that made the rest more enjoyable. Both males chose to remain in their animal shapes while they lay down. On Zhu Yuanyuan's left side was her large black boar father, and on her right lay a white tiger with magnificent wings, creating a surreal world around her. In the natural order, a wild boar and a wild tiger would undoubtedly clash if they encountered one another, yet here they were, sharing the same bed. How marvelous it would have been had she still been in her original world, to capture this moment on her phone and upload a video for all to marvel at. Speaking of which, the white tiger's fur was not only soft and comfortable but also remarkably clean, indicative of a dedicated owner who frequently groomed it, far tidier than her father. Indeed, that evening, Zhu Yuanyuan undertook 4 routine tasks, spending 2 hours running on the virtual playground until her consciousness felt too weary to continue. Subsequently, she enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening, she noticed her small body rising and falling rhythmically. Oh, it turned out that her father had bound her with vines and was carrying her home while she was still in the realm of dreams. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a tinge of regret. She wondered whether she would ever have the chance to encounter that charming young man from the Flying Tiger clan again. Given their proximity, it should not be an insurmountable challenge, should it? The host ought to concentrate more on the knowledge points. As a friendly reminder from the system indicates that she currently possesses 25 knowledge points, with a further 75 required to unlock the marketplace. It is not my fault for not working harder, Zhu Yuanyuan protested. There are no other classes, only the physical training course, which entails running 10 laps. And the speed at which one runs only serves to increase the number. How am I supposed to undertake more tasks? The system remained silent, retreating hastily after making its presence felt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood? Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly spoke up. I am hungry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong found himself in a state of discontent, casting a resentful glance towards the pink piglet. You must have done this on purpose, he muttered. With a soft whimper, Zhu Yuanyuan innocently returned his gaze. I truly am famished. I haven't eaten anything since morning. With that, she scampered joyfully towards her mother, exclaiming, I know just how to make the roasted meat even more delectable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is still relatively young and quite exuberant. While enjoying his meal, he lavishly praises his sister, exclaiming that she is the most adorable and beautiful sister in the world. He assures her that he will never forget to save her a portion of any delicious food he discovers in the future. Zhu Yuanyuan inquires, implying that he had previously neglected to remember her share, solely indulging in his own delights. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent. His sister truly was something. The past had long since faded away, and revisiting old grievances seemed rather pointless. Yuanyuan, don't be upset, Zhu Yong bravely interjected, attempting to mediate. Your second brother is merely 5 years your senior. During the time before you arrived, our parents favored him the most. Now, he simply feels discomfort seeing you receive their affection, but his intentions are not malicious. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I harbor no ill will. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, reluctantly nodding in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of heartfelt understanding. In truth, Brother Zhu had no comprehension of what it meant to genuinely engage with one's feelings. He merely feared that uttering the wrong words might bring his sister to tears, which led him to choose his words carefully. Their existence continued as it always had, eating to their fill and then sleeping, akin to swine, or rather, given their beastly forms, they should be described as living a life of indulgence. Accustomed to late nights, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing with the ironically significant 25 points of knowledge. With a resolute slap on her thigh, she silently vowed to undertake her daily learning tasks. The running was exhausting. The prospect of earning rewards such as rice, chocolate, and cantaloupe invigorated her resolve. She simply could not falter. She had decided that upon completing this task, she would treat herself to a piece of chocolate. After finishing her physical training class, Zhu Yuanyuan, breathless and with hands on her hips, took a few leisurely steps across the virtual playground, pausing only when her breath and heartbeat had steadied. With her daily learning tasks accomplished, she received rewards of 1 knowledge point and 1 bamboo cup, as she toyed with a small wooden stick that she had somehow acquired. Tongzi inquired, will we only be accepting 1 task tonight? Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively took a few steps back, feeling that nodding might invite a slap. Do the younglings of interstellar education also have a penchant for physical confrontation? No, it is already pitiable to have traversed into another world. If she were to be frequently beaten, it would surely displease her. I warn you, do not brandish that stick at me, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted, her voice commanding. What? The overseer was momentarily bewildered, raising the small wooden stick in her hand. Why would I hold a stick against you? I merely felt a twitch in my hand and thought to play with it. That is acceptable, as long as you do not entertain thoughts of striking me. Zhu Yuanyuan replied amiably. Nevertheless, she took on another task, determined to activate the marketplace soon. The rewards from tasks were utterly random, devoid of any choice, often yielding useless items, like this time's lighter. What use is a lighter in the world of orcs? If someone were to see it, explanations would be futile. It would be far safer and more reassuring to use a flintstone. As long as you understand the importance of effort, the overseer said with satisfaction. With the overseer's support, Zhu Yuanyuan successfully completed 5 learning tasks that evening, earning 5 knowledge points, a lighter, 2 eggs, and 2 pairs of stockings. Indeed, the tangible rewards from random allocations were the most disappointing. Aside from the eggs, the rest were utterly unusable. In the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and persevered with her tasks. Finally, on the 7th day, she received promising news. There had been changes to the curriculum. Overseer. The data collection for the orc world is complete, and the curriculum has been updated. Please increase the frequency of task acceptance voluntarily, or compulsory measures will be enacted. What does that mean? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, furrowing her brow. Overseer, if the number of tasks accepted daily falls below 10, the system will forcibly assign tasks, and failure to complete them will result in random penalties. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her displeasure, pointing out that during the initial binding, it was stated that there would be no restrictions on the number of tasks one could undertake. Yet now, a mandatory limit of 10 tasks had been imposed. She accused the system of deceiving the young learners. At that time, you were merely a novice, so it was natural to have no restrictions on task acceptance. The system explained in a dry manner. Now that the knowledge points have exceeded 50 and you have moved beyond the novice phase, it is only reasonable to raise the standards. Zhu Yuanyuan persisted, arguing that there had been no prior mention of a novice phase. If this continues, with the number of mandatory tasks increasing, I fear I might be overwhelmed. The system hastily clarified that the purpose of the young learner's education system is to provide proper guidance and safeguard the learning process, prioritizing the physical and mental well-being of the learners. It assured her that no tasks exceeding their capabilities would be assigned. Who can say? Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, her distrust evident. The system, maintaining a respectful demeanor, reiterated that the recent increase in mandatory tasks was a result of an update, and that it had only just received notification from the superbrain, emphasizing that it was not intended to create difficulties for her. Zhu Yuanyuan astutely grasped the crux of the matter. The superbrain? Indeed, myriad systems are governed by a singular, superior intellect, ensuring that the host's safety is maximally preserved. The system is a product of advanced technology, possessing inscrutable methods. Without the oversight of the superbrain, the rules would be utterly ineffective. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for Tongzi, who seemed trapped in circumstances beyond her control. Well, it is what it is. This time, I shall not pursue the matter further. Zhu Yuanyuan offered a casual remark, but made it clear there would be no next time. Tongzi readily agreed, having quickly acquiesced to her response. This situation, upon reflection, was not particularly complicated. It was merely a system designed for the learning of young ones. The innocent young ones hardly grasped the concept of protest, and the superbrain had not anticipated encountering a pseudo-youngling this time around. Zhu Yuanyuan exhaled softly. For the sake of them all, enduring a bit of hardship seemed inconsequential. Wait, having to complete 10 learning tasks each day, with each session lasting half an hour, would consume 5 hours. For a year or two, it might be bearable, but could it truly be a lifelong obligation? She bluntly requested a timeline from the system. When will I finish what I need to learn? The system was vague in response. Zhu Yuanyuan, not one to be trifled with, pressed for specificity. They say learning is endless. What if you were relentless and made me study into old age? What if I were to lose all my teeth and my vision were to fade, yet still be compelled to complete those 10 tasks daily? That would be torment. The system nearly lost its composure. This is a juvenile learning system. After you reach adulthood, no one will force you to complete tasks. Expect no treats. Oh. So it would be until adulthood. Zhu Yuanyuan felt an immense relief. If only the system had stated that from the beginning, rather than compelling her to probe deeper. With a scoff, the system added, in addition to completing tasks, I advise you to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to restore your human form as swiftly as possible. The longer it takes, the more it reflects poorly on your aptitude. I certainly do not wish for a foolish host. The notion of absorbing celestial essences left Zhu Yuanyuan perplexed. She tentatively asked, is it similar to how those at home absorb the sun's energy in the morning? Precisely, came the reply. But that raises a question. If the essences of the sun and moon are so beneficial, why have I never seen anyone basking in the moonlight at night? Because the Black Pig clan requires the essence of the sun more keenly. And as for you, being a petite fragrant pig, no matter how much you grow, you cannot attain the robust physique of the black pig. What is needed is a balance of yin and yang, a dual development. The system provided a thorough explanation, and Zhu Yuanyuan grasped the general concept. It prompted her to recall Zhu Xiaofan, noting that her beast form was inherited from her mother. According to the system's reasoning, her mother should also partake in moonlit soaking. Indeed, the system responded with a touch more cheerfulness, acknowledging her understanding. This indicated her intellect was intact and without issue. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and couldn't help but voice her thoughts. I assumed you would be pleased to have a dim-witted host. At least they are obedient and won't trouble you. However, that is not the case. Their lack of intelligence hampers the learning process. The system is rather prideful. Do not assume that being a system is a simple task of merely issuing tasks on schedule. We, too, require achievements. If the host learns slowly, the superbrain and other systems will not blame the host. They will only question the effectiveness of their teaching. Zhu Yuanyuan felt that their conversation had reached a natural conclusion. Calmly, she stated, I shall take a stroll outside, bask in the sun, and absorb its essence. Very well. You may go, Tongzi replied without objection, merely advising her, do not expose yourself to the sun during its peak intensity. You are still young and may succumb to heat stroke. Rest assured, Zhu Yuanyuan lazily responded, I comprehend the notion of moderation and have no intention of jeopardizing my own well-being. Human adaptability is remarkable. She had grown accustomed to moving on 4 hooves and was no longer daunted by the height of the steps. With a playful leap, she departed her home. Squinting her eyes as she gazed up at the sun. The hour was still early. The sun was not overly fierce. Although it was not as opportune as the moment of sunrise, it still offered a chance for cultivation. At this time, some members of the tribe had yet to partake in the hunt and were without tasks. However, the sun was undeniably warmer than at dawn, making it essential to find a spot that allowed for some sunlight while providing ample shade. Since Zhu Yuanyuan has resolved to diligently cultivate, she will no longer indulge in idleness. With keen eyes, she scans her surroundings and soon discovers a suitable location, a tree so robust that it would take 4 or 5 adults to encircle its trunk. The discerning beastmen have already claimed the prime spot beneath the tree, leaving only areas that are either deprived of sunlight or completely exposed to its harsh rays. Zhu Yuanyuan's preference lies with the treetop, where her current physique could still find support, allowing her to recline just enough to expose her head to the sun's warm embrace. However, the dilemma of how to ascend the tree presents itself. Gazing at her diminutive 4 hooves, Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely seeks assistance from a nearby towering figure who has just risen. Uncle Feng, could you kindly assist me in climbing the tree? Zhu Feng readily agreed, reflecting on the admirable courage of strong brother's female offspring. Successfully perched atop a tree, Zhu Yuanyuan trembled slightly, contemplating her earlier misjudgment regarding her own weight. She had underestimated herself. How careless. Fortunately, the branch beneath her proved resilient, swaying momentarily before stabilizing, allowing Zhu Yuanyuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Cautiously, she adjusted her position and extended her head beyond the leaves to bask in the sunlight. A few days prior, her father had taught her that one need not open their eyes to gaze at the sun. During their training, everyone's eyes remained closed. Envisioning its form and feeling the warmth of the sunlight upon their faces, guiding the essence of the sun into their bodies. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain about the quality of her own aptitude, proceeding with utmost caution. She merely ventured out to bask in the sunlight, absorbing the essence of the sun as her father had instructed. After basking for nearly an hour, the sun grew increasingly intense, and her face began to show signs of peeling, yet she remained oblivious to the profound truths of cultivation. While she could vividly imagine herself transformed into a little dark face under the sun, she struggled to conceptualize what the essence of the sun truly was, or how it could be absorbed into her body. Could it possibly flow into her like colored water? The sunlight, warm and yellow, reminded her of orange juice. If only she could be offered a drink of it. As she thought of the orange juice, Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively opened her mouth. It must be said that her rich imagination proved quite beneficial, envisioning the sun's essence as delectable orange juice. She felt warm currents entering her mouth and surging into her body, ultimately converging within her. These warm currents coursed through her meridians, naturally flowing into her dantian for refinement, and then exiting from the other side, completing a grand circle before returning to the starting point, continuing to circulate with the newly absorbed essence of the sun. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with joy. In the past, she had longed for orange juice but refrained from purchasing it. Now, with the prospect of free juice, the taste was of little consequence, and she resolved to indulge herself. She drank with fervor until she could no longer consume another drop, her head spinning as she finally withdrew it from the cup. Then, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. The orcs who had been training beneath the tree had long since dispersed, leaving her to ponder how she might descend. If only she possessed agile hands, perhaps she could carefully lower herself down. However, in her current beastly form, she was left with cumbersome hooves ill-suited for climbing, making her predicament quite challenging. It was worth noting that Uncle Feng displayed remarkable audacity in allowing her to perch at the treetop without a second thought, seemingly unafraid of any repercussions from her father. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, fully aware that she could not blame those who had come to her aid. She certainly did not wish to be the ungrateful swine with a guilty conscience. With her lips pursed, she perched on the tree for an extended period. Yet no kinfolk passed by, causing her heart to race with anxiety. How hungry she felt. When would her father and mother realize she was missing from home? Do not fret, host, spoke the system in a tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. They have gone out to gather and will not return until sunset. Zhu Yuanyuan's head throbbed with pain. Could you not just greet me before you speak? You always appear out of nowhere, startling me to death. I can only manifest at appropriate moments, the system replied, indicating that there was simply no time for pleasantries. Fine, if you are so capable. Perhaps you could advise me on how to descend from this tree? Zhu Yuanyuan's tone was unkind. The system fell silent for a few moments before tentatively suggesting, why not jump down? What? Zhu Yuanyuan looked down and couldn't help but scream. Are you encouraging a young one to end their life? I am not. I deny such a notion, the system insisted stubbornly. This tree is only 5 meters high. Jumping down won't be fatal. At most, you'll just sustain some injuries. Please. Can you at least consider my size? The system suddenly realized, oh right, I forgot you are quite small. A height of 5 meters is akin to 50 meters for you. Perhaps we should wait for someone to rescue you. Is that all? Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. What else could I do? The system replied helplessly. I am merely a system, lacking any extraordinary powers. In such situations, all I can offer is some advice. Beyond that, I am utterly powerless. Zhu Yuanyuan replied sullenly. I understand now. Your suggestion is for Shushu and the others to come. No, the leader has finally revealed the true intention. Since you seem to be idly lingering in the tree, would you consider taking on a learning task? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. As she plummeted downward, she instinctively reached for a nearby branch, grasping it desperately. After several attempts, she finally managed to secure herself, her legs dangling in the air, swaying precariously. However, at merely 5 years of age, and with a bit of excess weight due to a well-fed upbringing, her predicament was dire. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she drew upon her inner strength and shouted with all her might, help! The Black Pig tribe, while not particularly large, resonated with the high-pitched urgency of the little girl's call, and soon attracted the attention of several young male orcs, among whom was Zhu Urge. Upon catching sight of his sister, Zhu Yongming was momentarily taken aback, hastily transforming into beast form alongside his companions to position themselves beneath the plump girl. Lacking the ability to fly and unable to leap effortlessly like the adult beastmen, they resorted to this clumsy approach. Coincidentally, an adult beastman, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over. Instead of immediately aiding, he casually engaged in conversation with Zhu Yuanyuan, inquiring how she had ended up in such a predicament. Wait. Didn't you just successfully transform into beast form a few days ago? In such a short span, you can shift between human and beast forms. What remarkable talent. The adult beastman's eyes glazed with jealousy, lamenting, if only I possessed such aptitude, I would have become a warrior of the tribe long ago. Uncle too. Zhu Yongming urged as he reverted to human form. Please hurry and bring my sister down. Indeed. Zhu Urge had also recognized that it was his little sister dangling from the tree. What is the hurry? Zhu Tu chuckled. Yuanyuan has quite the strength. She is hanging quite securely. Aren't you curious how long she can manage to stay up there? Zhu Yongming, with a stern expression, denied any curiosity, expressing his concern that if she were to fall, it would deeply distress his father. He placed particular emphasis on the words his father. Zhu Tu felt an undeniable sense of threat from the semi-mature male, and indeed, he was truly under threat. Achong's fists were exceedingly formidable. He could scarcely withstand 3 blows. There was little to deliberate. He hastened to rescue the plump girl, adopting a serious demeanor as he admonished her to refrain from such mischievous behavior in the future. If she wished to climb trees, it would be prudent to wait until she matured a bit more. Additionally, he reminded her of the necessity to engage in more exercise. For being excessively overweight was simply unacceptable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and felt quite disheartened. She was merely a 5-year-old little girl. Her parents had taken good care of her, causing her to gain a bit of weight. Was it truly necessary to incessantly remind her of her plumpness? Nevertheless, Uncle Tu had saved her, and she could not allow a trivial matter to provoke her into harsh words. With a stony expression, she could only nod absent-mindedly, affirming, "Yes, I will be mindful." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a bamboo cup discovered during her travels. She deemed it perfect for holding items, and upon bringing it home, she found it to be watertight. Regrettably, she only managed to acquire one. She intentionally obscured the origins of the bamboo cup, merely stating that it was something she found. Both her experiences and the existence of the system had to remain confidential. Even her own parents could not be privy to such information. Consequently, rewards obtained from missions could not be casually displayed unless a suitable excuse was found. This bamboo cup served as her test. Fortunately, Zhu Chang, her father, seemed to have a thick filter for his little female offspring and showed no inclination to seek out any inconsistencies. He merely held the bamboo cup and chuckled, expressing his satisfaction with its utility. He planned to chop down a couple of bamboo stalks later to craft a few more. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "All right then. Let's make a few taller ones. I wish to brew some meat soup." In the realm of orcs, one cannot find even an iron pot, let alone a ceramic one. The most one can manage is a clumsy stone pot, small and thick, which consumes a considerable amount of firewood just to boil water. Bamboo, however, can be utilized to prepare bamboo tube rice and should also suffice for making soup, albeit it is not durable and is likely a one-time use product. Fortunately, there exists a vast bamboo forest outside the Black Pig tribe. As long as they refrain from excessive logging, occasionally harvesting a few for bamboo tubes poses no issue. Naturally, it would be even better if they could produce pottery. It remains uncertain whether the system possesses a method for pottery firing. Some concerns, seemingly insignificant at first, become pressing once they cross one's mind, demanding immediate resolution. For instance, Zhu Yuanyuan was fervently yearning for a soup pot. Thus, she proactively approached the system for inquiries. The response was affirmative, yet she would need to wait for the marketplace to open and exchange knowledge points for it. A smile graced her face as she observed the 2-digit knowledge points displayed on the virtual panel. In no more than 5 days, the marketplace would be operational. Zhu Chang possessed remarkable decisiveness and, before long, ventured into the bamboo grove, returning with 2 bamboo poles as thick as an adult's thigh. With a sharp bone knife, he skillfully sliced them open, yielding dozens of bamboo cups of varying heights. "I shall have one," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly, carefully selecting a cup that caught his eye. "This one looks splendid. It shall belong to me henceforth." "Do not worry, second brother," Zhu Yuanyuan reassured him, casually picking up a bamboo cup. "Though they may appear quite similar, it is easy to confuse them. We must make distinguishing marks." Zhu Chang busily remarked, "This is simple. I shall take care of it for you." Without inquiring about the desired mark, he took a bone knife and etched a prominent circle upon the bamboo cup. Zhu Yuanyuan. While her given name, Yuanyuan, meaning round, is immutable, it does not necessarily imply a fondness for circular forms. Is it not conceivable to inscribe a different shape? Eschewing floral or elaborate designs, even a simple triangle would suffice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu, emboldened by the abundance of bamboo cups, felt justified in claiming one for himself. A few minutes later, he proudly possessed a cup engraved with the sun, while Zhu Chang adorned his own cup with a delicate bamboo leaf and inscribed a flower upon Zhu Yuanyuan's cup. Thus, every member of the family was bestowed with a uniquely marked bamboo cup, resulting in a shared moment of delight for all. After watching the play, Zhu Yuanyuan set about preparing bamboo tube chicken soup, for it was crucial to her dinner and required meticulous attention. Just as her father returned with a wild chicken, he chopped it into pieces and placed them into 3 bamboo tubes, filling them with water and setting them by the fire to simmer gently. With fervent prayers to the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, she earnestly hoped for success. It was only when the chicken soup reached a boil and the bamboo tubes remained intact that Zhu Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, the Zhu family savored the bamboo tube chicken soup, seasoned with just a pinch of coarse salt, yet its flavor was remarkably delightful. Zhu Xiaofan squinted her eyes in delight. Savoring the soup, it was exquisite, especially when paired with the grilled meat, which alleviated any dryness. It's quite delicious. Do indulge yourself, Zhu Chang urged, attentively pouring more soup for his partner. Yuanyuan had prepared a generous amount, and not partaking would be a sheer waste. Zhu Yoming smirked, pondering how his father was truly attempting to curry favor with his mother by using his sister's soup. Indeed, the audacity of adults knows no bounds, as he exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan tugged at the hem of a certain individual's animal skin skirt. The wild chicken was caught and prepared by our father, and the bamboo tubes were crafted by him as well. I merely added water to boil a few tubes of soup. How can it possibly be claimed as my creation? Concerned that the animal skin skirt might be pulled off, Zhu Yongming sighed. Fine, if you say it's not, then it isn't. As long as you are happy, that's more like it. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a bright smile. If mother enjoys it, let her drink more. I shall prepare it for you again next time. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhu Xiaofan was deeply touched, realizing the inherent kindness of the young female. Zhu Chang nodded in agreement, affirming Yuanyuan's goodness, yet gently interjected, citing her youth and offering to take over the soup preparation. Yielding to her father's insistence, Zhu Yuanyuan acquiesced with a simple, all right. In truth, she found the knife inadequate, making independent soup preparation somewhat challenging. Therefore, she couldn't refuse when someone else volunteered. And so, the decision was made with delightful ease. Eager to unlock them all, Zhu Yuanyuan diligently completed her 10 daily learning tasks in the following days. This enriched her mind and yielded knowledge points and various trinkets. Upon accumulating sufficient knowledge points, she felt an overwhelming sense of elation and promptly requested, open them all. In a monotone voice, the system inquired, opening them all requires deducting 100 knowledge points. Do you wish to proceed? Zhu Yuanyuan answered without hesitation, open. The marketplace has been activated, deducting 100 knowledge points. Finally, it was unlocked. And Zhu Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into a howl of exhilaration to express her excitement. She immediately summoned the marketplace to take a look. However, her smile gradually faded. Just as the system had indicated, the marketplace boasted a plethora of goods, all-encompassing, from food and drink to the pottery skills she desired. Yet, the prices were equally striking. Ordinary items like rice and oil were reasonably priced, manageable with a few daily tasks. However, technical items were a different story. A basic pottery skill required a staggering 100 knowledge points for redemption. After toiling for half a month to gather the necessary knowledge points to unlock the marketplace, she barely had a moment to catch her breath before realizing she would need to work even harder on her learning tasks. In that instant, Zhu Yuanyuan felt on the verge of giving up. The system detected her despondent mood and tendency towards complacency, promptly switching to a charming youthful tone to clarify that although the prices appeared steep, they were within a justifiable range. Pottery skills were indeed technical. Investing 10 days to master a skill, even if only the basics, was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Zhu Yuanyuan reminisced about the arduous experiences of her apprenticeships in her past life and suddenly felt that she had struck a remarkable fortune. Wasn't it merely a matter of knowledge points? Once depleted, she could simply undertake tasks to earn more. Tongzi, I haven't accepted my tasks for today, have I? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. No, you have not, Tongzi replied promptly. Would you like to accept the daily learning tasks? After spending so many days together, Zhu Yuanyuan had gained insight into the temperament of the young learning system and calmly replied, yes. Please assign me 10 tasks at once to avoid the hassle of accepting them separately. With a beep, Tongzi announced, you have accepted 10 daily learning tasks. Please complete them promptly. Upon successful completion, you will be rewarded with corresponding knowledge points and random items. Failure will result in a toothache for 24 hours. Very well, she thought, noting that the punishment had shifted from the indecorous consequence of incessant flatulence to a mere toothache. The former was unseemly, while the latter promised discomfort. She wondered which was truly more tolerable. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed softly, recalling her wandering thoughts and commencing the task at hand. The first lesson was physical training, and she had steeled herself for another round of running. However, She discovered that today's agenda involved learning physical exercises instead. The cub physical exercise routine comprised 10 sections, each with 10 movements. This lesson would focus on the first movement of the first section, as the system explained, urging the host to observe its demonstration. Zhu Yuanyuan, brimming with confidence, declared, "You go ahead. I am certain I can master it." She possessed the soul of an adult within a youthful form, and her capacity for learning was remarkably swift. Tongzi remained silent, raising her hand to draw a semicircle, gracefully bending down to demonstrate the action. Zhu Yuanyuan appeared utterly bewildered. At first, she could keep up, but as the pace quickened, she became completely lost, unable to discern the rhythm, resorting to aimless gestures. After demonstrating with a taunting inquiry, the instructor asked, "How was that?" It was evident that she had anticipated the host's reaction, merely awaiting the spectacle that would unfold. Zhu Yuanyuan possesses the ability to adapt and is unashamed in her plea for assistance. "Tunzi, could you possibly demonstrate at a slower pace?" As a mentor, Tunzi finds no fault in the request of her student. After demonstrating the action twice in slow motion, Zhu Yuanyuan finally manages to replicate the movement, albeit at a considerably sluggish speed, lacking fluidity and precision. "Practice more," Tunzi remarks, stepping aside to observe. "In this session, your sole objective is to master this particular movement." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded briskly, "Understood. I will certainly practice diligently." Reality had imparted a profound understanding of life's lessons, and she no longer harbored any arrogance or complacency. Nor did she overestimate her learning capabilities. The subsequent period was devoted to incessant practice, continuing until the dismissal bell signaled the conclusion of the first lesson, at which point her movements exhibited a modicum of fluidity. Irrespective of whether it's running or physical exercises, both are beneficial to the host's physical well-being, the system instructed. The advantages of training in the virtual world are finite. Therefore, you must also engage in ample practice in the real world. Inquired Zhu Yuanyuan whether performing calisthenics in the real world would be simpler. Nay, the system refuted. It would be more arduous, ergo, more efficacious. "I comprehend," Zhu Yuanyuan acknowledged. "I shall endeavor to practice more assiduously when time permits." The beastman world is fraught with peril. Be one male or female, puissance is paramount for survival. Albeit her sojourn since transmigrating has been brief, she is cognizant that her family's circumstances are relatively favorable within the tribe. Able-bodied. Adult male beastmen take turns venturing out on hunts. While the spoils are distributed amongst the tribe, the division is not egalitarian. Those who contribute labor receive a greater share, with the remainder allocated to others based on age. Should an adult female beastman possess sufficient prowess, she may petition to join the hunting party. Otherwise, she is relegated to gathering edible fruits and vegetables in the adjacent forests. Ergo, the more formidable beastmen a family possesses, the more propitious their living conditions. Conversely, lacking robust laborers, they subsist on a mere pittance. Should a beastman suffer the loss of a limb during a hunt, the family's fortunes wane considerably. Of course, the most pitiable are the orphan young beastmen. Despite the scarcity of beastman offspring, adoption of orphans is unheard of. These unfortunate youths are left to band together for mutual support, subsisting on meager rations from the hunting party, enduring a precarious existence of feast and famine. Fortunate was Zhu Yuanyuan to have parents and 2 elder brothers, ensuring she would not starve and would have ample time to mature, even without a system. Upon completing 10 consecutive learning tasks, she garnered 20 knowledge points and an abundance of rice, flour, and oil. A moment of contemplation arose as she noticed the task rewards appeared to have doubled. Having scrutinized the system logs, Zhu Yuanyuan ascertained that her eyes were not deceiving her. The rewards for task completion, formerly a single knowledge point and a single item, were now being doubled. System, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed with fervor, "Why have the rewards increased? Is it because the mall has been activated?" Indeed, the system responded without circumlocution. Subsequent to the mall's activation, the system has ascended to the second tier, enabling it to absorb an augmented amount of energy, thereby elevating its privileges and doubling the rewards dispensed. "So it can be upgraded so quickly," Zhu Yuanyuan said, rubbing her hands together, visibly thrilled. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? Had I been privy to such benefits, I would have exerted myself even further in completing tasks." The system inquired opportunely, "Would the host like to augment the number of tasks undertaken today?" "Ahem," Zhu Yuanyuan demurred, her enthusiasm waning slightly. "Perhaps not. I ought to venture out for some activity. Remaining indoors all day is inadvisable, lest I be perceived as an indolent young female among the beastmen." The age of 5 is deemed appropriate for commencing the acquisition of hunting knowledge, with disabled beastmen being designated to provide instruction. Female cubs are granted slightly more leniency, with a delay of 1 or 2 years being permissible, whereas male cubs are obliged to enlist in the learning cohort precisely upon their 5th birthday. For instance, Zhu's second elder brother is presently obligated to attend his studies punctually each day, leaving him bereft of time to spend with his younger sister. Speaking of which, it seems she has overlooked a matter of considerable import. Zhu Yuanyuan stated that she would not dawdle upon leaving her abode. She swiftly retrieved her small backpack from the corner of the cave and set off on her journey. Along the way, she greeted the elders of the tribe with a sweet smile, for she was a polite and well-mannered young lady. Just as she was about to exit the tribe, she was intercepted by the patrol team on duty that day. "Where are you headed all alone, Yuanyuan?" Zhu Chang emerged from the group. "Father, I plan to take a stroll in the bamboo forest," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a nervous chuckle. "Is it the first squad's turn to patrol today? Why didn't you inform me?" "Fortunately, I didn't mention it. Otherwise, you would have been caught for venturing out alone," Zhu Chang said with a hint of pride. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes and weakly defended her position, asserting that the bamboo forest was close to the tribe and devoid of rabbits or wild chickens, thus rendering it quite safe. However, this was a difficult assertion for Zhu Chang to accept. He was haunted by the fear of what might happen if a strong wind were to carry her away again. Being rescued once by the Flying Tiger Clan's orcs did not guarantee a second chance. Zhu's father dared not take such a gamble and could only keep the little female confined at home. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched her head, remarking that strong winds do not occur every day, and she was not that unfortunate. "Can you guarantee that the same situation won't arise?" Zhu Chang inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated to make any guarantees, merely pouting and murmuring, "I've grown up. The wind surely cannot sweep me away now. Father, please allow me to take a stroll." It had only been a short while. How could she claim to have matured? Zhu Chang disagreed, scrutinizing his little female with a thoughtful expression. "You've perhaps gained 2 or 3 pounds at most. That hardly qualifies as robust." "I've gained weight," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, taken aback and instinctively refuting the notion. "Impossible." "How could it be impossible?" Zhu Chang replied, beaming with pride. "Now that you can transform, you can indulge in an extra pound or 2 of roasted meat every day. The combination of increased consumption and reduced exercise naturally leads to weight gain." Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling disheartened, drooped her head and declared in a soft voice, "I shall embark on a journey to lose weight, consuming more wild vegetables and fruits while reducing my intake of meat." Zhu Chang, however, disagreed, asserting that one need not concern themselves with weight. "As pig-beast folk, we are meant to be plump. It is a sign of prosperity." "No," Zhu Yuanyuan replied resolutely. "If I become overweight, I will be unable to run. I must care for my parents in the future, and to do so, I need to maintain good health for hunting." Zhu Chang was deeply moved and hastily declined, insisting that his father was strong enough to support both his mother and him. As for his son, once he reached adulthood, he could join the hunting team and become self-sufficient. "Please, father, don't say that," Zhu Yuanyuan interjected with a furrowed brow, expressing her disapproval. "I can transform into a beast and have also learned cultivation. In the future, I will be formidable and certainly able to support you both. Otherwise, it would be unfilial." "Yuanyuan is truly remarkable," Zhu Chang praised his little daughter extravagantly. "At just 5 years old, she is already contemplating providing for us. By the way, what does unfilial mean?" The onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, amused that she did not even know the meaning yet had the audacity to boast. "Why should I feel embarrassed?" Zhu Chang retorted defiantly. "Yuanyuan is a well-behaved child. She will fulfill her promises, so you all better not be envious when the time comes. Zhu Chang, you are so young and already relying on a little female to support you," mocked a certain orc with a scar on his face. "Aren't you ashamed?" As Zhu Chang's agitation subsided, he retorted, "Dawei, your envy is palpable. It's hardly my fault your lineage is devoid of amiable female offspring." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes darted around as she cautiously retreated a few steps before dashing back. Captured by an adult. She realized that escaping the tribe was utterly impossible, so she decided to meander within the valley, intending to attempt her escape later. It was not that she sought to challenge her father's authority out of mere playfulness. Rather, among the tangible rewards earned from her tasks, some could be shared with her family, provided there was a reasonable explanation for their origin. Fabricating stories from thin air was too likely to frighten others and could also endanger herself. Zhu Yuanyuan, being timid, would certainly refrain from such folly. After racing around the valley for several laps, she returned home only when her energy was nearly spent. Just as she entered, she was startled by two glowing points floating towards her from the darkness. "What kind of creature are you?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, swinging her backpack to strike. "Ouch, that hurts." "Yuanyuan, why did you hit me?" came the aggrieved voice of Zhu Yongming. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. "Second brother?" "Yes, it's me," Zhu Yongming replied, somewhat irked. "I haven't done anything to wrong you. So why did you smash into me for no reason?" "Well," Zhu Yuanyuan said, scratching her nose. A hint of apology in her voice. "The house was too dark, and I couldn't make out any figures. I only saw your eyes gleaming, and I thought I had encountered something sinister." Zhu Yongming was puzzled, wondering what dirty thing she referred to. "As for your previous remark about some kind of demon, what does that mean?" "Oh, it's nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. "I was just saying something random after being startled." Zhu Yongming, still quite young, was easily misled by his sister's words and shifted the conversation to another topic. "I saw you running around the tribe just now. Were you searching for something?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, bluntly commanding Zhu Yong to start a fire for her. "I want to brew some soup." "More soup again?" Zhu Yong hesitated, clearly reluctant. The weather was sweltering, and drinking soup would only exacerbate the heat. Furthermore, kindling a fire within the cave would render the already stifling atmosphere unbearable at night. In this scorching summer, whether in human form or beast form, the heat made sleep elusive, and Zhu Urge was not keen on courting discomfort. "Well, if sleeping in the cave is unbearable, why not sleep outside?" Zhu Yuanyuan suggested enticingly. Their matriarch spoke of how she and their mother could harness the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. While they could easily absorb the sun's essence early each day with their kin, obtaining the moon's essence proved more troublesome. Who would allow a mere 5-year-old to venture outdoors at such a late hour? If she were to confide in her father and mother, how could she elucidate her knowledge of the moon's essence and its potential for cultivation? Left with no choice, she was compelled to devise a cunning plan. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred by her elder brother's objections, resolutely kindled a fire within the cave and set about preparing a pot of mung bean soup. Mung beans, renowned for their cooling properties, were an ideal choice. Having procured 2 pounds, she deemed it the best option for her culinary endeavor. Should anyone inquire about the source, she would simply assert that they were a remnant from a previous outing with her mother, conveniently disregarding whether her parents would believe her tale. Their skepticism mattered little to her. In the sweltering heat of summer, nothing could dissuade her from her determination to enjoy the refreshing mung bean soup. After simmering for nearly 2 hours, the cave grew stiflingly hot, rendering it unbearable for anyone to remain inside. Ultimately, the 5 of them had to seek refuge under the open sky outside the cave. Zhu Yongming sincerely felt that his younger sister had become rather unruly, appearing less endearing than before. During the night, while resting, she pouted and sought their mother's attention, complaining about her sister's misbehavior, insisting that she needed a proper reprimand. "Is that so?" Zhu Xiaofan yawned, seemingly indifferent. "All young ones are lively like this. They will mature in a few years." "What?" Zhu Yongming could hardly bear the harsh reality. "I must endure this torment for several more years?" "Mother, you must be trying to scare me." "I am not trying to frighten you," Zhu Yonggan replied in a deep voice. "You went through the same phase. You have only been sensible for a few months. You are the least qualified to criticize your sister." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon discovering her second brother's myriad of past misadventures. It appeared that her elder brother possessed an impressive memory, recalling even the minutiae of their childhood, either a testament to his exceptional memory or a reflection of his profound affection for his younger siblings. She personally leaned towards the latter, thus raising her thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly wonderful." "Nonsense," Zhu Yongming retorted, indignantly rolling aside a couple of times to indicate his desire to distance himself from his elder brother. "I only remember my moments of mischief, not the times I behaved obediently. Is there another possibility?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired playfully, her large eyes twinkling with mirth. "Perhaps it is not that brother does not wish to acknowledge your merits, but rather that he simply cannot recall any." Zhu Yuanyuan is 10 years old this year. In the past 2 years, he has been an incorrigible rascal, drawing disdain from both humans and dogs alike. Each day, he engages in mischief, leaving his elder brother, Zhu Yuanyuan, to tidy up the mess. The memories are vivid, and naturally, one cannot speak fondly of such experiences. It is simply impossible, absolutely inconceivable, that Zhu Yuanyuan would admit any wrongdoing. He insists he has always been well-behaved, claiming his brother is envious of the affection showered upon him by their parents and is thus intent on tarnishing his reputation. The onlookers, eavesdropping on the gossip, may be uncertain of their own favor, but their audacity is undeniable. Indeed, it is not only Zhu Yuanyuan's family that finds themselves sleeping outdoors. The sweltering heat has rendered it unbearable for a significant portion of the tribe's orc population, leaving only the adult single females and the frail elderly orcs to remain within their homes. Speaking of which, the caves provide a cool respite in summer. If one refrains from lighting a fire, it is still bearable to dwell within. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled that their family's decision to reside outside was primarily due to his sister's act of boiling soup in the cave, which compelled everyone to leave their home. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. If they had stayed at home, there would not have been so many onlookers. It was imperative that he take advantage of their parents' and elder brother's absence the following day to impart a lesson to his sister, ensuring she obediently listened to her brother's words. Otherwise, with that thought, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly, drifting into a pleasant slumber. The next day, Zhu Yuanyuan found himself free from classes and, after bidding farewell to his parents and elder brother, forcibly took his sister out. He had made plans with Minggu and others to venture into the woods in search of wild fruits, and considering she was his sister, he decided to take her along for some fun. Zhu Yuanyuan declined, saying, "Second brother, there is no need to force it. I can enjoy myself quite well in the tribe." This statement, of course, was somewhat disingenuous, for the tribe was far from entertaining. She relished the idea of wandering through the woods, yet she had to temper her eagerness to avoid drawing her brother's attention, lest he become overly protective. There were many treasures hidden within her backpack, and she needed to seize the opportunity to procure some of them. "Let us go, don't waste time," Zhu Yuanyuan declared, relying on his height and strength as he scooped his sister up and carried her outside, for they were still waiting. Zhu Yuanyuan feigned resistance, exclaiming, "No, I still want to go home and sleep for a while." "Sleep? What are you talking about? You're so plump, you need to exercise more," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted without a hint of politeness, poking her painfully in the foot. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted her lips, her little legs kicking incessantly as she playfully nudged her elder brother, still lamenting, "You wicked second brother, always bullying me." The ruckus they created drew the attention of passers-by, and they couldn't help but chuckle at the siblings' antics. Amidst their playful bickering, they arrived at the valley's entrance, where a group of adolescent orcs awaited them, both male and female. Upon spotting Zhu Yuanyuan, they promptly voiced their grievances. "Mighty Zhu, your pace is truly sluggish. We've been waiting for nearly half a day. If you don't hurry, we shall not wait any longer. Indeed, you are usually so impatient, yet at such crucial moments, you move as slowly as a tortoise." Zhu Yuanyuan was not intimidated by his friend's words. With a bold demeanor, he placed the blame squarely on his sister. "I too wish to hasten my pace. Yet with short legs, Yuanyuan could not move swiftly, and stubbornly refused to let me carry her. I feared that if I did not act quickly, you would grow impatient, prompting me to forcibly scoop her up and sprint over." Zhu Yuanyuan widened her eyes, insisting otherwise. However, her earlier antics had not gone unnoticed, and no one paid heed to her denial. With mutual calls, they rushed excitedly into the woods. The young orcs, accustomed to following Uncle Dong to learn the art of hunting, seized the rare opportunity of a break to revel in their freedom. The patrolling adult male orcs, having witnessed such a scene before, stood by with amused expressions, showing no intention of intervening. Some, spotting the little one mingling among the group, called out loudly, cautioning, "Yuanyuan is still young. Please keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't get swept away by the wind again." Orcs do not indulge their youngth, and despite the lessons from past experiences, they still allow them the freedom to roam. Zhu Yuanyuan remained cradled in Zhu Yuanyuan's embrace, only gaining her freedom once they entered the forest with the main group, which significantly lifted her spirits. However, she did not anticipate the complaint that followed. "Yuanyuan, you've gained weight again. Carrying you all the way has left my arms sore. The wind surely cannot whisk you away." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan was lost in thought when he suddenly sneezed. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. How could I catch a cold in such hot weather? It must be due to my discomfort from sleeping outdoors last night. What are you daydreaming about? Yu Kai called out without looking back. The fruits on that tree ahead have ripened. If you don't hurry, they'll be gone. Coming. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, pulling his sister along as they raced forward, urging her to save some for him. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted and rolled her eyes. She truly was quite useful. Her tardiness was attributed to her short legs, and her request for her companions to save some fruit was merely a way to placate her. Humph, she was annoyed. And it would take no less than 10 sweet fruits to soothe her. Zhu Erg is quite attentive towards his sister. Even amidst the busyness of climbing trees to gather fruit, he does not forget to entrust a companion with watching over her. With no opportunity to sneak away, Zhu Yuanyuan can only squat to one side, pulling weeds and digging in the soil for amusement. To her surprise, while digging, she unearths several round, plump potatoes. Is it possible that potatoes exist in this world of orcs? Why had they never appeared in the original owner's memories? Regardless, it is best to unearth them first and ponder later. In her previous life, although Zhu Yuanyuan grew up in the countryside, she was fortunate enough to attend school with only a nominal fee, and aside from assisting during the busy farming season, she rarely engaged in agricultural labor. Particularly after the passing of her grandparents, her holidays were consumed with earning a living, leaving her with a vague recollection of potato seedlings. Thus, discovering actual potatoes was a delightful surprise. However, finding food that is both delicious and filling was undoubtedly a blessing she would not overlook. After carefully examining the potato seedlings she had just uprooted and comparing them with her surroundings, she was elated to uncover a small patch of potatoes. The more substitutes for staple food, the better. Zhu Yuanyuan would never be fussy about it. To her astonishment, there were numerous potato seedlings nearby, indicating a bountiful harvest of potatoes, and even if she had to share some with others, she felt no regret. Prolonged digging with her small hands began to cause her discomfort, so she attempted to transform into her beast form, using her forehooves to unearth the potatoes, which alleviated the pain but proved too slow. Consequently, she scanned her surroundings for a suitable tool and ultimately settled on a half-grown male orc's bone spur. The so-called bone spur is a weapon crafted from the long bones of large beasts, with one end smoothed to prevent injury to the user and the other sharpened to combat wild animals. Although relatively few individuals are unable to transform into beasts, every tribe tends to have a few. These individuals cannot absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, resulting in lower combat abilities, thus relying on weapons to enhance their strength. Of course, not all who wield bone spurs are incapable of transformation. Young half-orcs, drawn to frolic in the woods during their leisure time, carry them for self-defense. Little Kue, Zhu Yuanyuan dashed over with a shy smile. May I borrow your bone spur for a moment? Zhu Kue paused momentarily, questioning the purpose behind the small one's endeavor. What could you possibly need this for? You barely surpass the height of a bone spur. Zhu Yuanyuan candidly responded, I have discovered numerous edible plants and fruits previously unseen, growing underground. How can you ascertain their edibility if you have never encountered them before? Zhu Kue inquired. The half-grown beastmen, alerted by the commotion, perked up their ears in anticipation of an answer. Only Zhu Yuanyuan, emboldened by his status as an elder brother, issued a cautionary warning. Yuanyuan, there are many toxic substances in the forest. Do not recklessly dig them up. Do not worry, second brother. I am far more capable than you think, Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed, lifting a potato that bore the marks of gnawing. See, this has been nibbled by a large rat. In truth, it had been she who had surreptitiously nibbled on it in her beast form. Astute as she was, she had anticipated the group's reaction to validate the potato's edibility. She was willing to take the risk. Indeed, as soon as Zhu Yuanyuan's words left her lips, the half-grown beastmen believed her, their faces lighting up with joy. Wonderful! New food has emerged. Where is it? Quickly lead us to it. The wild creatures, thriving in the forest, possessed the innate ability to discern edible food. The fact that a rat had consumed it served as proof of its safety. Sister, do hurry and tell us. I shall assist you in unearthing the fruits. Zhu Yuanyuan said, rubbing his hands together with a hearty smile. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. It is quite absurd that the potatoes she discovered are credited to the prowess of the beast god. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of grievance, yet she refrained from voicing it. for the beast god represented the faith of the beastmen. Should she exhibit even the slightest dissent, she would undoubtedly invite a torrent of reproach. After all, excessive fame is not always a boon. Maintaining a low profile is the true path to success. Having consoled herself, she observed as everyone busied themselves with harvesting potatoes. Glancing at her delicate, plump hands, she quietly transformed back into her beast form. Although digging with her pig hose was somewhat cumbersome, the sturdy nails provided a sense of comfort devoid of pain. Before long, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely approached and nudged the little pink piglet aside, saying, "Sister, why not gather some fruit and pile it up?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat irritable, switched to a different task, only to find it inconvenient. A few minutes later, she transformed back into her human form, experiencing a newfound sense of ease and the luxury of pondering other matters. This small patch of potatoes had grown densely. It was evident they had long been there, sprouting anew each year without anyone to harvest them. Now, all had been unearthed and heaped into small mounds, estimated to weigh between 800 to 1,000 pounds. With so much to carry, transporting it all back proved to be a considerable challenge. The items from outside could not be stored in the system's backpack. How she wished for a storage space. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed inwardly once more, then recalled something of great importance. The system had mentioned that upon advancement, there would be opportunities to win grand prizes, among which was the coveted storage space. Thus, she had forgotten to participate in the lottery, and the system had shown no inclination to remind her. "Hey," Zhu Yuanyuan silently mused, "what is the matter with you, system? Are you trying to withhold my chance to win?" The system calmly replied, "The decision to enter the lottery and when to do so rests solely with the host. It does not fall within the system's purview. You should at least give a reminder." Zhu Yuanyuan protested. The task issuer must not act out of self-interest. The system firmly stated, "Rewards are provided by the superintelligence and are unrelated to this system." Implicitly, this meant that the issuance of prizes was beyond its control, and favoritism was out of the question. Zhu Yuanyuan instantly comprehended. The superbrain seemed to be attempting to economize by deliberately omitting the reminder commands. The system opted for silence. Some sentiments are meant to be felt rather than articulated. Once spoken, their beauty dissipates. "Well, I wish to conduct a lottery now," Zhu Yuanyuan declared. No sooner had she spoken than a virtual spinning wheel materialized before her, adorned with 10 prizes including soap, a bone cleaver, a solar lamp, and a jade facial cream. Naturally, the distribution of prizes varied, with the most inexpensive egg occupying the majority of the wheel, while the most luxurious mustard seed space claimed less than 1,000th of the total area. This is quite exaggerated, Zhu Yuanyuan thought, her forehead adorned with a frown. If the wheel were not sufficiently large, the words mustard seed space would be nearly illegible. The system paid no heed to the host's grievances and inquired with a monotone, "May I ask whether the host wishes to proceed with the lottery?" Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated over whether to wash her hands by the stream, but recalling her consistently unfortunate luck, she concluded that even if she scrubbed her skin raw, it would be of no avail. Summoning her resolve, she clenched her teeth and declared, "Yes." The pointer on the roulette began to spin in response, gradually accelerating to a blur, before abruptly halting, directly pointing to the 3 characters that read bone-cutting knife. Despite having mentally prepared herself for this outcome, her expression still soured upon seeing the result. Although it appeared quite sharp, it could not be used openly. Nevertheless, it was at least preferable to drawing an egg. Zhu Yuanyuan had to concede that a bone cleaver was worth far more than an egg and proved to be infinitely more useful. After a period of self-adjustment, she swiftly embraced this new reality, eagerly anticipating the convenience of using the knife to chop vegetables and cleave bones. Her favorite indulgence was meat pie soup. However, her previous cleaver was woefully inadequate, taking an eternity to chop even a modest piece of meat. Now, with the advent of the sharp bone cleaver, she could occasionally prepare a few bamboo tubes of simmered meat. Naturally, the bone cleaver was an object that should remain hidden, to be used stealthily when the household was vacant. Once the potatoes were unearthed, the young orcs divided the spoils among themselves, each devising a method to transport their share home. As the fortunate discoverer of this new food source, Zhu Yuanyuan was awarded a double portion. Being still youthful and lacking strength, she could only rely on her brother Zhu to shoulder the burden. Without suitable containers and with no vines nearby to weave a net, one young male orc resolutely removed the animal skin skirt wrapped around him, using it to bundle the potatoes and cradle them in his arms. The young female orcs giggled, questioning the need for such dramatics. Zhu Yuanyuan covered her eyes, her voice tinged with childlike innocence as she pouted in protest, her face flushed with embarrassment. There was no remedy for the situation, as an abundance of items rendered it impossible to carry them all. The half-grown male orcs, exuding confidence, casually tore some grass and twisted it into a rope to secure their bundles, subsequently transforming into their beastly forms to carry them in their mouths. Perhaps it was due to their wild ancestry. The orcs possessed an unrestrained mindset, finding no fault in utilizing hides from shameful beasts as makeshift carriers. Zhu urged Beast's skin skirt could not contain the bounty of the siblings, and he had the audacity to set his sights on Zhu Yuanyuan. Sister, may I borrow your beast skin skirt? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, exclaiming, what? I am a female. The awareness of modesty among females surpasses that of males. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, when sweat drips profusely, they still wrap themselves in beast skin tops and skirts. This holds true even for young females. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, she would find it utterly unacceptable. I understand that Zhu urge remains composed, yet one can transform into a beast form. If the beast form is larger than the human form, one must remove or loosen their clothing prior to the transformation, lest they risk being burst asunder. Only if the beast form is smaller than the human form can one transform directly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain. Yet she resolved to experiment by planting in the nooks and crannies of the valley. If the seed sprouted, it would be splendid. If not, she would refine her planting techniques. That very afternoon, Zhu Yuanyuan shouldered her family's bone knife and tucked 2 potatoes into her pocket before venturing out. After laboring for half the day, she managed to cultivate a small plot of land and buried the prepared potato pieces. Upon completing her task, she wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked on the utility of the kitchen knife. Unintentionally spoken, her words caught the attention of the system, which perked up and, with a proud boyish voice, declared, "A product of the system is undoubtedly of the highest quality. How could it possibly be of no use?" Zhu Yuanyuan, with a sullen expression, uttered 3 words, laxative. The system remained silent for several seconds before responding in a low voice. It is useful. Given that the host consumes barbecued meat daily, it is likely that it will be needed in the near future. Are you cursing me? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, displeased. I am not. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. The system vehemently denied. This is a predicament that many orcs must confront, and you are no exception. Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. Impossible. I consume a substantial amount of vegetables and fruits. Of course, most of the produce she had was acquired through her academic tasks, and she dared not disclose their origins, opting instead to consume them in secrecy. Tongzi responded with a disdainful snort, remarking that without staple foods, the excessive intake of roasted meat would lead to a significant imbalance in nutrition, inevitably resulting in constipation. Thus, the two parted ways in discontent. Zhu Yuanyuan took her portable bamboo cup to the river, making several trips to water the potatoes she had planted. Feeling a sense of accomplishment in her agricultural endeavors, the young one squatted by the edge of the earth, murmuring, "Sprout and grow quickly, so I may discern whether autumn will yield a bountiful harvest of potatoes." She was uncertain if this season was suitable for planting, and even more so about the likelihood of germination or the duration required for harvest. However, she embraced the uncertainty, knowing she could observe and explore further, cautiously making adjustments along the way. Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believes that as long as one does not surrender, there exists a possibility of success. If all else fails, she can only seek assistance from the system. Indeed, the system's marketplace offers a myriad of agricultural cultivation techniques, albeit at a steep price. Acquiring 100 knowledge points on basic pottery making costs the same as the techniques for cultivating potatoes. The most unfortunate aspect is that Zhu Yuanyuan is financially destitute, possessing only a double-digit number of knowledge points, rendering her unable to make any purchases. Sighing, she decides to abandon such thoughts and simply hopes for a stroke of good fortune. Ever since planting 2 potatoes, Zhu Yuanyuan has been diligently tending to her field, watering and fertilizing in anticipation of sprouting. However, her hopes have been met with the unfortunate constipation the system had warned her about. Goodness gracious. The juvenile learning system should be renamed the Cawing Crow system. Zhu Yuanyuan emerged from the humble latrine, her countenance marked by displeasure, only to encounter a female with small eyes and a wide mouth. Her hair, a desolate shade of yellow, was adorned with a large crimson flower. While most beast folk are characterized by their industriousness and simplicity, exceptions do exist, such as the female before her, Zhu Hua, who was indolent and indulgent. Finding even the act of grooming her hair a waste of precious time, her chatter incessant and trivial. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Zhu Hua utterly astounded. It took her quite some time to regain her composure. Disregarding certain pressing matters, she hastily set off in pursuit, calling out, "Wait, did you not hear me? Stop right there." "My apologies, Sister Hua," Zhu Yuanyuan replied without turning back, "but I am in a bit of a hurry and have no time to spare." With that, her petite legs propelled her forward with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished over 100 meters away. Gratitude welled up within her for the physical training classes and for the relentless rigor imposed by her merciless instructor. Zhu Yuanyuan did not dwell on the minor incident that had transpired outside the latrine. With a furrowed brow, she returned home, seizing the opportunity of her family's absence to discreetly take her medicine. She also consumed an additional half-bamboo tube of hot water and lay at the mouth of her cave, counting sheep to lull herself into a trance. In this world, where medical resources are scarce, the adage of drinking more hot water and resting is undoubtedly sound advice. After toiling for a while, her condition showed no signs of improvement, and Zhu Yuanyuan grew anxious. In her mind, she called out, "Tongzi, Tongzi, come forth. Is your medicine expired?" After much coaxing, Tongzi finally responded, assuring her that it was not. "Impossible," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted angrily. "Over 3 hours have passed and my ailment persists." Tongzi suggested gently, "Perhaps your condition is more severe?" "Do not patronize me," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her expression stern. "My elder brother and second brother consume more meat, yet they rarely indulge in fruits or vegetables. And they are in robust health, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever." Tongzi delicately proposed, "Is it conceivable that they are not unwell but simply haven't confided in you? After all, issues like constipation are hardly matters to boast about. In the tribe, there exists a great shaman dedicated to healing, and anyone feeling unwell can certainly seek their aid. Moreover, they assist in concocting remedies, making it relatively easy to conceal minor ailments." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge returned home first, oblivious to any peculiarities in his sister. With a vibrant red flower held aloft, he cheerfully called out, "Sister, look what I have brought for you." Zhu Yuanyuan peered in and immediately furrowed her brows. The flower was nearly the size of her head. How could she possibly wear it? Imagining herself adorned with a resplendent red blossom while strolling outside, she felt an embarrassing flutter in her heart. What do a few-year-old female cubs understand? Wearing a larger flower is quite normal. Upon seeing it, her kin would only offer compliments, never uttering unkind words. Zhu Yuanyuan envisioned a delightful scenario. Yet she encountered a formidable challenge while attempting to affix a flower atop her head. How could the delicate strands of a 5-year-old's hair possibly support such a large bloom? After struggling for quite some time to secure the flower, she only succeeded in pulling out several fine strands of her sparse hair, wincing in pain. "Let me assist you," Zhu Yongming offered eagerly, extending his hand to help. He wrapped his sister's short, slender hair around the flower 3 or 4 times, tying a knot to secure it in place. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, his smile gradually faded. instead of enhancing his lively and adorable sister's beauty. The large red flower rendered her appearance rather ungracefully charming. "Ah, I have an appointment. If I don't hurry, I'll be late," Zhu Yoming exclaimed before dashing off. Zhu Yuanyuan was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Hastily, she retrieved a palm-sized circular mirror from her system backpack and gazed into it, her expression instantly turning vacant. Who is this disheveled lunatic? "Second brother, you are tormenting me again," she bellowed towards the entrance. "Do not think that your escape renders your actions non-existent. When father and mother return, you shall face the consequences." Not far off, Zhu Yong felt a series of violent sneezes erupt from him, his dark visage betraying a profound bitterness. It seemed that he was destined to endure yet another merciless beating that night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan had no objections. She called her female offspring to assist in untangling the knots, but as soon as they began, Zhu Yuanyuan grimaced in pain, wincing and crying out, which only deepened her mother's concern. "Yuanyuan, having so many tangles in your hair is not good. Shall I trim just a little bit?" Zhu Xiaofan suggested. "Are you certain it will only be a little, not a complete cut?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked cautiously. "Indeed," Zhu Xiaofan replied with a serious expression. "Mother never tells lies." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan emerged from a secluded corner of the cave, wielding an exquisitely thin bone knife. With deft precision, she gestured towards the head of the female cub, expertly determining the optimal position for her delicate task. After several minutes, a cascade of crimson petals fell to the ground, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan's hair unevenly trimmed, as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Undeterred, Zhu Xiaofan continued her meticulous work, channeling the grace of a skilled artisan. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with concern, urged, "Make sure it looks good." "No problem," Zhu Xiaofan responded confidently. "Mother will definitely make it beautiful for you." It was as if she were about to swear on her conscience. After a painstaking effort to fix it up, Zhu Yuanyuan could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed out of the house, intending to check her reflection by the river. In reality, she sought a secluded corner to gaze into the mirror. Upon seeing her reflection, she was utterly dismayed. Her hair was cut so short that it resembled a shaved head. "Oh!" Zhu Yuanyuan cried out to the heavens, "Mother has betrayed me." The deed was done, and there was no remedy for her regret. She could only accept her fate. From now on, she resolved to venture out less frequently until her hair grew back, to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. Although most beastmen were rather simple-hearted, there were still those with malicious intent and loose lips. Zhu Yuanyuan had no desire to become a source of gossip. Thus, she stealthily avoided others on her way home. Just as she approached her doorstep, someone rushed out from the side, exclaiming, "Sister Yuanyuan, you are not keeping your word. We agreed to chat when I came out of the restroom, yet you left first." Zhu Yuanyuan, caught off guard, stumbled back several steps, and, once steady, retorted, "Sister Hua, what are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly? You are simply too timid." Zhu Hua dismissed. She then redirected the conversation to her primary concern. "Is your elder brother at home?" "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan nodded. "Do you need him for something?" She did not wish to pry too deeply. Yet the reputation of the woman before her was notoriously poor, causing eligible bachelors in the clan to steer clear. Her elder brother was quite admirable. She could not allow her family to be ensnared. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Zhu Hua replied dismissively. "Go and fetch your brother. But do not mention my name. I want to surprise him." The condescending tone she employed was truly irksome. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was so exasperated that she laughed. "He does not care for you. Seeking my assistance is futile." "It is not in vain," Zhu Hua replied without a moment's hesitation. "He cherishes you dearly. If you merely agree to speak favorably on my behalf, he will undoubtedly accept me." "Oh, how wonderfully naive you are," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Suddenly, she raised her voice and shouted, "Help! The sheer volume of her cry startled Zhu Hua, causing him to shiver and inadvertently loosen his grip. Zhu Yuanyuan busily twisted her petite form to break free from her restraints and swiftly dashed toward home. Stop. You are not permitted to run. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, though short of stature and slow in her sprinting, remained undaunted. As she ran, she called out, "Dear grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts, come quickly and witness. Sister Hua is shy and harbors feelings for my elder brother, yet she chooses to bully me instead." Upon hearing her words, an increasing number of onlookers, including the orc community, gathered to witness the spectacle. A valiant guardian leapt from his home, scooping up the spirited child as he proclaimed, "Fear not, little one, for your brother shall protect you." Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart swelling with pride for her beloved brother. Mu. She reveled in her ability to embody the role of a youngling, though she recognized the potential pitfalls of such a charade, namely, the risk of becoming an eternal child in spirit. Zhu Yuanyuan remains indifferent. In this new life, none are privy to her origins. Though her body resembles that of a 5-year-old, her demeanor is so remarkably mature and composed that it inevitably raises suspicions. Indeed, she is not enamored with feigning youth, rather, her circumstances compel her to do so. Having concocted a suitable excuse for herself, Zhu Yuanyuan continues to bolster the reputation of a certain flower. Sister Hua has intercepted her on more than one occasion. Just this morning, she blocked her outside the lavatory. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan's quick wit allowed her to escape back home, only to find that the crowd of onlookers had swelled, their faces etched with disapproval, their gazes upon her akin to that of a swarm observing a pest. Upon perceiving the precarious situation, Zhu Hua hastily clarified that she bore no ill intentions and merely sought assistance. "I am still quite young," Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, feigning tears that were non-existent, asserting that she truly could not aid Sister Hua. "After all, Yuanyuan is but a few years old," Zhu Mu scoffed, indignantly remarking that bullying even the young was unworthy of a true beastman. Zhu Hua felt stifled. "I truly did not intend to bully her, but rather feared that she would flee too swiftly." "Enough. We are not interested in your excuses." Upon hearing the news, Zhu Chang arrived with his wife and children, wearing a stern expression as he declared, "Let this matter pass this time, but should a similar incident occur in the future, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Hua, filled with deep sorrow, pouted playfully, "How could you treat me this way? You should act more appropriately." Zhu Yong, his rugged features contorted in displeasure, clenched his fists, a tempest of frustration brewing within. He desperately yearned to unleash his anger, yet lamentably, the instigator was a female, rendering him unable to act on his impulses. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongmeng was astonished. A mountain chicken possessed 2 legs. Could it be that both were meant for his sister? No. Zhu Chang had already devised a plan, one for his sister and one for their mother. Zhu Yongmeng found himself at a loss for words. As the crowd gradually dispersed, his family strolled away, laughing and chatting, no longer paying attention to the provocations of Zhu Hua. Upon entering their home, Zhu Yuanyuan, munching on a chicken leg, cast her gaze upon her elder brother, a robust young man with thick brows and large, expressive eyes, exuding a sense of security. It was no wonder he attracted unwanted romantic attention. Although her brother treated her well, having suffered an undeserved misfortune, it was essential to seek some form of compensation. With her eyes darting thoughtfully, she soon devised a clever plan and sweetly inquired of the instigator, "Brother, do you have anything to say?" "What is there to say?" Zhu Yonggan responded, his expression one of bewilderment. "About Sister Hua's attempt to apprehend me on your behalf," Zhu Yuanyuan reminded him with utmost seriousness. Zhu Yonggan raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, feeling a tinge of guilt as he said, "It is my fault. I've caused trouble for my sister. Tomorrow, I shall procure some sweet fruits for you." "How delightful!" With just a hint, He understood the need for compensation. He is indeed a good elder brother. Unfortunately, what Zhu Yuanyuan desired was not fruits. With a beaming smile, she requested, "Brother, when you have time, take me to play in the more distant woods." Having received numerous rewards in recent days, she was eager to find a way to access them. Yet, due to her tender age, she could not venture deep into the mountains, leaving her in a state of anxious frustration. Now, however, with her brother facing an unexpected calamity, she could boldly voice her desires. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, contemplating that if she waited any longer, the opportunity would surely wither away. It seemed that she had no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. "No way," Zhu Yuanyuan pouted defiantly. "I want to go out and have some fun. It's utterly dull staying in the tribe all day." Just then, Zhu Chang, who was gnawing on a chicken foot, interjected, "Then train alongside your second brother. It would be beneficial to learn hunting skills early on and strengthen your body, enabling you to join the others in the mountains for hunting in the future." Nevertheless, it is worth noting that very few females truly become part of the hunting party. Most remain within the gathering teams, only accompanying hunts when it is time to stockpile winter provisions. Thus, it could be inferred that Zhu Adad's primary aim was merely to amuse the young ones. Zhu Yuanyuan, however, was not easily deceived, exclaiming, "No, I want to go. I'm not familiar with my second brother." Zhu Yongming, indeed, bore the weight of it all. Zhu Yongming never anticipated that his adorable younger sister would claim to be unfamiliar with him, her second elder brother. He was immediately struck by this revelation, his eyes glazing over in shock, as the sorrow of not having tasted the sumptuous chicken leg faded into oblivion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming retorted vehemently. I did not. Brother, do not listen to her nonsense. Aming, you are already 10 years old, Zhu Xiaofan gently counseled, as an elder brother. It is unbecoming to compete with your younger sister. Zhu Yongming's spirit waned as he muttered softly, at 10 years old. One is still quite young and in need of the love and care from parents and elder siblings. What did you say? Zhu Chang inquired deliberately, urging him to speak louder. I can't hear you. In nothing, Zhu Yongming stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed to reiterate his previous statement. I just didn't eat enough. Thus, the matter was brushed aside. Zhu Yang bravely kept his word and, 2 days later, during some leisure time, he indeed took his sister out to explore the distant mountains and forests. Zhu Yuanyuan was immensely delighted, eager to embark on a grand adventure. Surely, they must discover some edible new food, wouldn't they? With the provisions from the system's backpack as a foundation, as long as they could deceive their elder brother. It would not matter if they found nothing in the woods. She could easily concoct some stories to cover their tracks. However, upon noticing that their father, mother, and second brother were also trailing behind, her plans were thwarted. It was exceedingly difficult for the attention-grabbing young one to engage in any mischief. After merely a few steps into the field, she plucked a blade of grass, only for her second brother to come over and explain that it was soft grass and inedible. Attempting to dig into the soil with a stick, their father immediately intervened, stating, "You're too weak. Let me handle that." Even climbing trees to pick fruit was met with disapproval from their mother, who insisted that the young female should merely enjoy playing and picking flowers, without exhausting herself. After toiling for nearly half a day, they found not a single new food item, and even the familiar fruits were scarce. This excursion into the mountains, which had begun with such enthusiasm, ended in disappointment, devoid of any surprises. After squandering the hard-earned opportunity, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly dejected. Following a lunch at home, she feigned tiredness and claimed the need for a nap. Immersing herself in the virtual world to complete daily tasks, she was on the verge of accumulating 100 knowledge points, but it required considerable effort. While imparting wisdom and resolving doubts, the system did not forget about the potatoes planted by the host, casually mentioning, "You should check if the potatoes have sprouted. It's been quite a few days since they were watered, hasn't it?" Zhu Yuanyuan felt as though struck by lightning. Indeed, she had planted potatoes. In the initial days after planting, she would diligently run back and forth 2 or 3 times a day, ensuring that watering and fertilizing were meticulously attended to, eagerly anticipating the emergence of sprouts. However, it was not long before her enthusiasm waned. She realized that she ought to check on the situation. Thus, disregarding her unfinished tasks for the day, She swiftly rose and hurried out the door. Zhu Xiaofan, awakened by the commotion, called out from behind, "Where are you going, Yuanyuan?" "Just a little errand," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively, quickening her pace. Before the potato harvest, it was essential to maintain an air of mystery, lest her mother grow curious and insist on accompanying her. It was not that she was secretive out of fear of divulging her potato-growing methods. Rather, she lacked confidence in the seedling's success and felt embarrassed to vocalize her hopes, fearing ridicule from her peers. Zhu Yuanyuan hurried to the vegetable patch and peered over the fence, her heart leaping with joy as she discovered tender shoots emerging from the soil. I had always believed that potatoes were easy to cultivate, and within just a few days, they had indeed sprouted. Though there was only a single seedling, she was convinced that one would lead to many. Firmly believing in her ability to grow an abundance of potato plants and reap a plentiful harvest come autumn, Zhu Yuanyuan's imagination was overly optimistic, prompting her to chuckle aloud, only to be met with a sobering dose of reality from the system. With a low germination rate, the harvest would inevitably suffer, and coupled with labor costs, the system calmly concluded that it was simply not profitable. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, acknowledging her predicament. However, the daily tasks were indeed quite tedious, particularly the beast script class, with its convoluted lines that made her head spin. She mused whether discounts in the marketplace might alleviate the burden of her tasks. This fleeting thought was not concealed. And the overseer, understanding her sentiment, posed a profound question. With an abundance of treasures available in the marketplace, are you truly willing to diminish your tasks? The answer was uncertain. In this world of orcs, where high technology was non-existent and basic needs were scarcely met, leisure activities were lamentably few. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the system, Zhu Yuanyuan would have been at a loss on how to navigate this unfamiliar realm. Her desires were manifold, and a mere discount would not usher in wealth. It was wiser to avoid incurring the overseer's ire. With this thought, Zhu Yuanyuan beamed sweetly. The overseer was indeed correct. She could not afford to reduce her tasks. In pursuit of acquiring the fundamental pottery skills sooner, she resolved to undertake not just one, but 2 additional tasks today. The overseer promptly chimed in, inquiring if she wished to accept the daily learning task. No, Zhu Yuanyuan declined, reminding herself of her surroundings. To suddenly lose consciousness in broad daylight would surely prompt passing tribespeople to escort her to the great shaman for treatment. Recalling the great shaman's stern demeanor from the original owner's memories, Zhu Yuanyuan fortified her resolve to tread carefully in all matters. After diligently watering the potato field, she hurried back home. Sleep was paramount. She was the most eager young cub, and her focus should be on learning, not on distractions. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan emerged from her surprise, her small face scrunched in contemplation as she pondered the order of importance between the 2 options. While the cultivation techniques for potatoes were undeniably crucial, the art of pottery was equally beneficial. The process of boiling soup in bamboo tubes seemed excessively cumbersome. Replacing the bamboo each time posed a significant inconvenience. Perhaps crafting a pottery pot would offer some respite. In this world, the necessity of sustenance took precedence, and Zhu Yuanyuan ultimately resolved to acquire the knowledge of potato cultivation. After all, it was said that mastery of one would lead to proficiency in others. Once she learned to cultivate potatoes, she might also succeed with sweet potatoes and other tuberous plants. With hopeful aspirations, she thoroughly studied the techniques of potato cultivation several times before selecting quality seeds that were large, round, and plump, with prominent eyes. With the seeds in hand, the next step was to cut them into pieces, sprinkling wood ash on the cut surfaces to expedite healing, and placing them in a slightly moist environment to await sprouting. The soil for planting potatoes was also of utmost importance. It required deep tilling to ensure the earth was soft and aerated, along with the application of organic fertilizer. However, Zhu Yuanyuan faced a dilemma at this stage. She lacked suitable tools for transporting the fertilizer. Even if she had them, venturing to the latrine to gather fertilizer would appear quite peculiar, and she feared that anyone who witnessed her actions might think her mind was not quite right. When confronted with uncertainty, she sought counsel from the system. Without hesitation, she inquired if there were alternatives to organic fertilizer. The system affirmed that there were indeed substitutes. The host could purchase fertilizer using knowledge points. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated, unwilling to utilize something non-existent in this world. The system then proposed another solution. Compost and sludge could serve as viable alternatives. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. During the day, Zhu Yuanyuan toils away at physical labor and in her spare time. She is burdened with completing the daily learning tasks assigned by her supervisor. She is so fatigued that she scarcely has time to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for her cultivation, causing her to lose weight significantly. Her bewildered parents, Zhu A Daddy and Zhu A Mommy, are deeply concerned. How could their daughter, who eats well and sleeps soundly, become so emaciated? The couple suspects that their little girl may be unwell, and after much deliberation, they decide to seek assistance from the great shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan stood in the cave of the great shaman with an expression of reluctance. Father, mother, why have we come here? Of course, we are here to seek your healing, replied Zhu Chong. Unfortunately, they arrived at an inopportune moment. The shaman, Huyin, was busy applying new dressings to the injured male orc. Upon seeing the long, curling claw marks etched into the wounded orc's back, Zhu Yuanyuan's complexion paled noticeably. Having lived for over 20 years in an era of peace, she was unafraid of dead animals. Yet the sight of a bloodied wound on a human stirred a sense of dread within her. Let us go back, she implored, tugging at her father's beast-skin skirt. I'm lively and well, perfectly fine. Stay still, Zhu Chong said, gently restraining the little one's hand, his brow furrowed. How can you say you're fine when you've lost so much weight? Be good, and let the shaman take a look. The medicine isn't bitter. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a perplexing situation. It was not the bitterness of medicine that frightened her, but rather the fact that she was not unwell and thus had no need for medication. Even if she were genuinely ill, she could procure remedies from the system's marketplace, far more effective than the bitter concoctions brewed by the shaman. However, she could not articulate the reasons behind her increasing emaciation despite having ample rest and nourishment. And so she placed her hopes in the shaman's medical expertise. As long as the shaman declared her in good health, her parents would have no reason for concern. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan gradually released her small grip and continued to observe as the shaman applied ointment to the injured individual. The dark green paste looked somewhat intimidating. Could it truly heal wounds? As it turned out, the efficacy of the black-green salve was remarkable. Even substantial lacerations ceased to bleed with a generous application. No wonder the shaman was revered among her kin. She indeed possessed genuine skill. Before long, the treated individual departed, and Zhu Chong stepped forward respectfully, addressing the shaman. Esteemed shaman, my little female has been eating and sleeping well, yet has lost considerable weight. Might you take a look? Huyin nodded impassively, granting her consent. With this assurance, Zhu Chong turned to lift Zhu Yuanyuan, urging her to hurry and not forget to greet the shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan, consumed by sorrow and indignation, found herself in a most peculiar predicament, akin to an old cucumber painted green, a time traveler perpetually tossed about by the whims of others, devoid of dignity. Yet, the truth remained unspoken, and resistance felt futile. She could only resign herself to fate. The etiquette of the Orcish realm was rather straightforward. An adult orc merely needed to bow at a 90-degree angle, with the left hand naturally resting at their side, lightly striking their left chest with a clenched right fist. In contrast, a juvenile orc would cross their hands before them and bow deeply at the same angle. Having studied these customs, Zhu Yuanyuan faithfully replicated the gestures from her memories, committing no errors. After performing the greeting, she stood obediently before the grand shaman. Her inner curiosity piqued as she wondered how ailments were diagnosed in the Orcish world. Did they, perhaps, employ methods akin to the pulse-taking of traditional Chinese medicine from her previous life? Zhu Yuanyuan soon realized the absurdity of her assumptions. The great sorceress did not need to feel her pulse. She merely placed her palm against Zhu Yuanyuan's forehead. Immediately, a wave of warmth surged into her body, circulating within before dissipating. What was happening? Bewildered, she watched the slender, pale hand withdraw and instinctively turned to her parents. Great sorceress, Zhu Xiaofan inquired anxiously. How is my daughter? Weighed down by worries, both physically and mentally exhausted, the sorceress replied in a calm tone. Rest well and consume plenty of fruit and meat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and his wife are not particularly sharp-minded individuals. After much contemplation, they concluded that their daughter, Zhu Yuanyuan, was physically frail and required an extended period of rest. Consequently, for the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself unfortunate. She was forbidden from going outside, and her mother kept a watchful eye on her as she slept. Each day was marked by early nights and late mornings with mandatory 2-hour naps, regardless of whether it was morning or afternoon. In essence, her sleeping hours were to exceed 16, although she could spend more time in the virtual realm completing daily tasks. Her potato crops were still in the sprouting phase, and the land had yet to be properly prepared. Zhu Yuanyuan realized that in order to regain her freedom, she must address the issue at its core, which meant she could no longer afford to lose weight and should even consider gaining a little. She did not wish to become overweight, but for the sake of her ambitious potato cultivation plan, she had to temporarily make sacrifices. It is indeed a challenge to lose weight, yet gaining it seems rather effortless. During this period, the rewards from her daily tasks varied greatly, including indulgent treats like chocolate, candies, and wafers, luxuries she previously refrained from purchasing, but now relished without restraint. With a continuous supply of snacks and an increase in the meat portions of her 3 daily meals, Zhu Yuanyuan visibly regained weight within just 4 or 5 days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan hesitated. You must take ample rest. Sleeping too long can also lead to discomfort. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, her small face contorted with resistance. She herself was uncertain how she had endured these past few days. Whenever sleep eluded her, she busied herself with tasks, relentlessly mastering over 100 knowledge points. Now, she had even acquired the basics of pottery making. The weight of her parents' love was almost unbearable. Shall we have the great shaman examine you once more? Zhu Xiaofan suggested. I will accept his word that your health has improved. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered. Could it be that the shaman of their tribe was indeed a beastman of the fox lineage? This inquiry was not one to be brazenly posed to the individual in question. Rather, it would have to wait until she could consult her mother on the way home after attending to the sick. Yuanyuan, you were unaware? Zhu Xiaofan expressed her surprise. You are always bustling about outside. Haven't you caught wind of any gossip? No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with composed demeanor, her heart steady and her cheeks unflushed. I am determined to become a beastman warrior capable of supporting my family. I hardly have the leisure to listen to others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan, filled with excitement, embraced the female cub and playfully nuzzled against her. Yuanyuan, you are simply adorable. Mother loves you the most. Let go of me. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, struggling to free herself from the embrace and taking a few steps back, her face contorted in protest. Mother, be serious. I am still awaiting your reply. How could her bald head possibly be considered cute? All right, Zhu Xiaofan said gently, a soft smile gracing her lips. Yuanyuan should understand that our pig beastmen are strong and valiant, yet not particularly inclined towards intellectual pursuits. The chieftain did send someone to learn from the former high shaman, but alas, none could grasp the teachings. In the end, they had no choice but to seek assistance from the fox tribe. This borrowing was, in truth, a euphemism, without a successor. The high shaman could not relinquish his burdens and return to the fox tribe. Upon hearing her mother's hushed revelations, Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat speechless. The high shaman could actually borrow, and it was of the sort that implied there would be no return. What if the high shaman was reluctant and insisted on going back? That won't happen, Zhu Xiaofan replied without a moment's hesitation. The fox tribe is home to many wise individuals, and competition within their ranks is fierce. Only by joining an external tribe can one receive favorable treatment. Remaining in our own tribe comes with considerable pressure and average rewards, while switching to another tribe offers unique advantages. Any wise individual would understand this. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, realizing that the fox tribe exclusively produced great shamans, whom other beastman clans would borrow at great expense when needed. They would generously provide for these shamans until a suitable successor emerged within their clan, at which point the shaman would be returned. If a successor was not cultivated in time, when the shaman grew old and retired to the fox tribe, another would be sent in their place. There was also the possibility that during their tenure, a shaman might establish a family with a local female and bear offspring, if these children inherited the fox tribe's bloodline. They would be nurtured to become successors, thus taking root in the area. Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan asked with wide, curious eyes, our great shaman isn't married, is he? Zhu Xiaofan shook her head, stating that if she had a partner, they would have already moved in together. Zhu Yuanyuan pressed on, inquiring about the thoughts of the unmarried ladies in the clan. Zhu Xiaofan replied with a resigned smile, noting that even if they had ideas, they would be futile. The clan leader had personally intervened, yet the great shaman remained steadfast in her refusal to seek a partner, and her stance had not wavered to this day. Sighing, she wondered aloud why she was sharing such matters with a young one like Zhu Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuanyuan suspected that her prolonged absence from the outside world had rendered her unable to find someone to converse with, which led to her unwittingly speaking out of turn. With the absence of gossip to indulge in, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled lightly, releasing Yuanyuan's hand. The great witch proclaimed that her health had been restored and that there was no need for her to remain in bed all day. Then I shall go out to play, she declared, and with that, she chose a direction and dashed away, not daring to look back for fear of being stopped. Zhu Xiaofan fell into deep contemplation. Am I truly a female offspring? When Zhu Yuanyuan, doubted by her own mother regarding her gender, entered the vegetable garden, she discovered that the potatoes she had planted for the first time had sprouted only a sparse few seedlings. Perhaps it was due to a lack of water. As the leaves appeared wilted and tinged with yellow, heartbroken, she hurriedly retrieved a large bamboo tube from the shade and, after several trips to the riverbank, diligently watered the plants until she was satisfied. Afterward, she sought out the sprouting pit she had dug in a well-ventilated, sunlit area. To Zhu Yuanyuan's disappointment, the sprouting rate of the potato pieces was not particularly high, only slightly better than planting directly in the garden, with most having already shriveled and darkened. However, she understood the situation. Her mother had been overly protective in recent days, forbidding her from going outside, and considering the lack of attentive care for the sprouting pit. It was commendable that any sprouts had emerged at all. She could not reasonably expect better results. After comforting herself, she continued to work diligently. In truth, summer was not an optimal season for planting potatoes, yet she yearned to make an attempt, hoping that success would ease her future winters. Now free, Zhu Yuanyuan began to laboriously learn the art of cultivation, not just with potatoes, but after acquiring more knowledge, she also purchased seeds for sweet potatoes, purple potatoes, and other tuberous vegetables. Indeed, she sought seeds, not cultivation techniques, as her knowledge was insufficient to be overly ambitious. She reasoned that the methods of planting fruits buried underground should not differ greatly. With a few more tries, she might succeed. The seeds were inexpensive, and even if she failed 10 or 8 times, it would not matter. Zhangzi could no longer hold back her exasperation, remarking that the notion of not differing much was misleading. Different plants, with even slight variations, required continuous experimentation to cultivate successfully. Why take unnecessary detours when she could avoid them? It was truly a recipe for self-inflicted trouble. Zhu Yuanyuan's face became wooden, and without uttering a word, you appeared on your own. What thoughts could I possibly harbor that you are unaware of? Everyone desires a golden finger, and she is no exception. However, at times, there exists a truly eerie sensation. Just consider it, an entity residing within your mind, capable of reading your thoughts, and that entity possesses a consciousness of its own. With no semblance of privacy, how could one not feel a sense of dread? Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain how other time travelers perceived this predicament, yet she had reached a tipping point, on the brink of explosion. Tongzi, perceptive to the instability in her emotions, hurriedly explained that the system had established privacy settings, preventing it from accessing her personal information, only capable of capturing content pertinent to the system itself. I do not believe you, Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. You always appear when I am lost in my thoughts, pinpointing the crucial aspects with uncanny accuracy. But those are not your private matters, Tongzi retorted. This statement bore truth, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan with no counterargument, and she could only pout, suggesting, perhaps you have gleaned something you simply haven't disclosed. Upon hearing this, Tongzi became agitated, declaring, You may criticize my ineptitude, but you cannot question my integrity as a system. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes, awkwardly shifting the topic. I am going to plant potatoes now. Do not disturb me. Observing Tongzi's loss of the calm demeanor expected of artificial intelligence, she suddenly found herself believing its words. Nevertheless, the notion that artificial intelligence could exhibit such a rich tapestry of emotions left her pondering whether humanity in the interstellar world harbored any concerns regarding potential complications. Zhu Yuanyuan was not one to worry about the concerns of the interstellar beings. She quickly dismissed her distractions and resumed her tasks. Now equipped with an abundance of seeds, she needed to clear more land for her experiments. Furthermore, having invested a considerable sum in acquiring rudimentary pottery techniques, she could not afford to squander this knowledge. She must carve out time to study and practice, ultimately producing samples to showcase to her kin. Unfortunately, her youthful physique limited her capabilities, compelling her to proceed with caution and patience. Alas, how she longed to mature swiftly. Amid her busyness, the morning slipped away in the blink of an eye. Returning home, weary and worn, she found her second brother rolling on the ground in his beast form, leaving him covered in a thick layer of dust. Brother, you are so dirty. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yong rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, Nonsense. I took a shower just 3 days ago. How could I possibly smell? Goodness. In this sweltering heat, the mere thought of not bathing for 3 days made Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively cover her nose and step back a few paces. Thankfully, we would not be sleeping in the cave tonight. Otherwise, the stench would surely keep us awake. Zhu Yoming was taken aback. Could it truly be so foul? Zhu Yuanyuan maintained a serious expression. I am not deceiving you. Second brother, you must wash up quickly, or everyone will label you as lazy. Imagining the scene where his friends would surround him, calling him a lazy pig, Zhu Yongming could not help but shiver. Indeed, I shall head to the river immediately. I cannot afford to give them the chance to mock me. After all, he aspired to become a future warrior of the tribe, and a reputation for laziness would be disastrous. Zhu Yongming hurriedly rushed out to take a bath, while Zhu Yuanyuan waved her hand obediently, bidding her elder brother to walk slowly and take care. The beastmen were naturally adept swimmers, and with the patrols frequenting the riverbank, there was little danger. She offered her casual admonition and then paid it no further mind. After much effort in finding an excuse to send her brother away, she hastened to inspect the germination pit nestled in the corner of the cave. The potatoes had been unearthed from the forest, and while leaving them outside to sprout posed no significant risk, the sweet potato and purple potato seeds were different. Zhu Yuanyuan needed to devise another opportunity to present the seeds appropriately. Until then, she could only meticulously store the seeds at the innermost part of her cave, where she kept miscellaneous items. Songzi, Zhu Yuanyuan called out mentally. How do you find the germination pit I prepared? Uncertain, Songzi declined to respond, urging the host to explore on her own. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, indeed, exhibits a certain strictness. She promptly abandoned the thought of covertly learning from Tongzi, squatting by the edge of the pit to continue observing the state of the sprouting potatoes. In the days that followed, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously tended to the potatoes during the day, completing her tasks during her midday rest and before bedtime, all the while ensuring she received ample sleep. The potatoes sprouted, grew taller, blossomed, and bore fruit. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed, and the harvest season was fast approaching. Meanwhile, the sprouted sweet potatoes and purple potatoes were also thriving, which brought her a measure of solace. Regardless of the yield, at least her efforts had not been in vain. However, her rudimentary pottery skills had yet to find a practical application. Although the valley where the tribe resided was expansive, suitable clay remained elusive. If only she were a bit older, with the freedom to roam the forests, her situation might have been different. Alas, that was not the case. Zhu Yuanyuan was consumed by her troubles, wishing she could instantaneously mature and regretting the hasty purchase of pottery-making techniques. Surely, with a little effort, she could manage to grind a stone pot for her needs. Nevertheless, she resolved to diligently absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate her strength. Only by enhancing her own abilities could she venture wherever she desired. Speaking of which, the sovereign hailed from the stars and must possess potions for fortifying the body and augmenting one's power, she mused. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan cast aside the unpleasantness of earlier and sweetly called forth her consciousness. "Sovereign, please come forth. I have matters to discuss." "What is it?" The sovereign responded promptly. Zhu Yuanyuan, disinterested in frivolous conversation, directly inquired about the physical condition of the interstellar beings and whether any research had yielded optimized genes or health-enhancing potions. Indeed, the system responded affirmatively, confirming the existence of gene optimization and body-refining potions. Zhu Yuanyuan, overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly pressed on. "Can I purchase them from the system marketplace?" The system succinctly replied, "Yes, but they are quite expensive." This latter statement served as a gentle reminder. Indeed, exceptional items are inherently precious, and high prices are to be expected. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred, simply nodded with a smile. "I understand. Please help me retrieve them for review." The marketplace boasted an array of diverse products, and searching through the pages proved to be a time-consuming endeavor, which she was reluctant to undertake. The system, well aware of her penchant for idleness, silently summoned a virtual panel displaying the two aforementioned potions. The prices appeared: Basic Gene Optimization Potion, 999 knowledge points per vial. Basic Body Refining Potion, 999 knowledge points per vial. "Oh, how exorbitant!" Zhu Yuanyuan gasped, her initial satisfaction evaporating in an instant. After diligently completing daily tasks for over 2 months, she had amassed a mere 1563 knowledge points, insufficient to purchase even one potion. And this was merely for the basic potions. The prices for intermediate potions were even more staggering: 2,999 knowledge points per vial, advanced potions at 5,999 knowledge points, and the exquisite potions reaching an astounding 9,999 knowledge points. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to part with the knowledge points she had painstakingly accumulated. Yet she understood the paramount importance of strength in the world of orcs. After much internal conflict, she finally decided to purchase a basic gene optimization potion. She attended physical training classes daily, witnessing an improvement in her physical strength, although her speed lagged somewhat. The purification of her genes, however, was an urgent matter. Upon receiving her approval, the system immediately took action, deducting 999 knowledge points and announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired one basic gene optimization potion." Zhu Yuanyuan muttered to herself. What kind of joy is this? Only a gift would be true joy. The system fell silent, pretending not to respond. Zhu Yuanyuan, foreseeing the outcome, pouted as she retrieved a vial of dark brown liquid from her system backpack. She scrutinized it from various angles for a considerable time, yet it appeared utterly unremarkable. With a resolute determination, she uncorked the vial and gulped down its contents, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness reminiscent of the traditional herbal concoctions she had once endured in a former life. Thankfully, the potion was a mere 100 milliliters. Had it been more substantial, she feared she would be unable to consume it all. Furrowing her brow, she unwrapped 2 milk candies and tossed them into her mouth, allowing the sweet, creamy flavor to envelop her senses before she could regain her composure. She had expended a significant portion of her knowledge points and endured the bitterness, hoping that the results would not prove disappointing. After stretching her neck and moving her body, she felt no abnormalities. A wave of anxiety washed over her. System, why is there no reaction after consuming the potion? Is it possible that the optimization has a probability factor, and I simply have had poor luck? Please adjust your attitude. Host, the system replied, its once mechanical tone now transformed after much useless dialogue. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. It cannot be ineffective. Zhu Yuanyuan, fearing that her hard-won knowledge points might be in vain, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the clear mechanical warning. As long as it proves useful, she would not so easily squander her diligently earned points. However, the system had claimed that the elixir was beneficial, yet she felt no discomfort after consuming it, which posed quite the conundrum. Tentatively, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired about how she could ascertain the extent of her genetic enhancement. Through her tactful questioning, she avoided triggering any sensitivities in the system and successfully received her answer. The host can observe any improvements in speed and conversion rate while absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Such enhancements would be attributed to the merits of the optimization elixir. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was promising. The conversion rate refers to the proportion of solar and lunar essence transformed into one's own energy. Absorbing this essence is the cultivation method employed by the orc race. However, mere absorption does not guarantee an enhancement in strength. It is essential to consider the conversion rate. If one absorbs a significant amount yet only a fraction is converted into usable energy, the cultivation process becomes arduous. Due to her relatively youthful physical age and her engagement in daily learning tasks, Zhu Yuan's absorption of solar and lunar essence is rather limited. With a conversion rate of approximately 1 in 10,000. Do not underestimate this conversion rate in this realm. Orcs who can achieve such a conversion rate during cultivation are regarded as prodigies. Unfortunately, her diminutive orc form is not conducive to combat and has prevented her from being prioritized for training within her clan. Zhu Yuanyuan did not feel regretful. After all, the incessant scrutiny from the clan leader and elders placed immense pressure on her to excel. However, the rejection of her beast form left her with a lingering sense of discontent. What of the little fragrant pig? As long as one is willing to strive diligently in their cultivation, who can definitively claim that her future is devoid of promise? Once she optimizes her genes to perfection and refines her body to its utmost potential, she will then embark on the study of profound martial arts. By the way, is there a martial arts manual available for purchase in the system's marketplace? In her previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan was perpetually busy, leaving her no opportunity to frequent parks and learn Tai Chi from the elderly, nor did she possess the talent to create her own techniques. If she were to find no one to learn from, she would be utterly lost. Tongzi, she called out anxiously, I am in dire need of martial arts manuals. Do check the marketplace for any affordable and effective options. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed languidly, yet Tongzi remained silent. Confused, Zhu Yuanyuan wondered if Tongzi had malfunctioned. Hello, Tongzi, are you still there? After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any response, she finally resigned herself to despair. Tongzi was either experiencing some technical issues requiring repair or was deliberately avoiding her request for assistance. Regardless of the situation, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself powerless to remedy it. She could only summon the virtual marketplace and enter the keywords martial arts manual into the search bar. Instantly, the virtual screen was inundated with an array of books. Sorting them by price from lowest to highest, she was astonished to find that the cheapest manual still cost a staggering 999 knowledge points. Upon inspecting one title, Snail's Codex, she realized it was clearly not suitable for her. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously searched for a considerable time, yet failed to uncover a satisfactory manual, which ignited a surge of frustration within her. Acquiring skills was no trifling expense, potions even more so, and as for manuals, they were utterly beyond her means. It was no wonder that the system remained silent. It must have feared her wrath should she lose her temper and unleash her ire upon it. With this thought, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the system, burdened as it was with an unpredictable and often lazy host like her. Once she calmed her emotions, Zhu Yuanyuan decisively closed the virtual panel. Since the manuals were all beyond her financial reach, there was no point in lingering over them. Unless she were to become extraordinarily wealthy overnight, farming seemed a far better alternative. It would not only strengthen her physique, but also allow her to relish the joy of harvest. The so-called harvest referred to the digging of potatoes. The 5-year-old cub busily excavated the soil in the secluded corners of the valley, planting potatoes. The passing orcs, having noticed the cub, assumed it was merely indulging in some playful mud antics and paid no heed, unaware that 3 months later, a delightful surprise awaited them. Potatoes? Yuanyuan, you've actually unearthed potatoes. A voice trembling with excitement echoed in her ears, startling Zhu Yuanyuan into dropping her little stone hoe and scrambling away in panic. It's me, your grandfather, Zhu Deo. He hurriedly reassured her, do not be afraid. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Deo did not shy away from expressing his thoughts, subtly indicating that their team was comprised of the elderly and the frail, lacking in combat prowess. Now that autumn had arrived, It was imperative to hunt extensively and stockpile sufficient provisions to endure the winter's snow. "Oh, I understand," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, a smile spreading across her face. "Whether venturing out for hunts or patrolling within the tribe, it is indeed arduous work. Grandfather, you must also remember to rest and not overexert yourselves. Patrolling merely entails wandering about. It is not particularly taxing," Zhu Dayou humbly remarked, though his expression softened considerably. He then returned to the previous topic. "Did you unearth potatoes?" The orcs had always been united. Having discovered the new food source of potatoes in the forest, it was only natural to spread the word widely, ensuring everyone was aware to be vigilant when ascending the mountain and entering the woods, lest they overlook something valuable. The siblings, Zhu Yuanyuan and her brother, procured a considerable amount of potatoes. Upon returning home, they generously shared some with their grandfather, Zhu Dayou. Having previously enjoyed roasted potatoes and having excavated a few more on the mountain, he could identify them at a mere glance. Indeed, it was the potato, Zhu Yuanyuan affirmed, her large eyes sparkling with delight, her spirits soaring. She sensed that free labor was on its way. As anticipated, the orcs who heard of the small patch of land cultivated with potatoes were filled with excitement, engaging in lively discussions. The food in the valley had long been foraged. The ground turned over several times, yet new sustenance had miraculously emerged. Could it be that the beast god, witnessing our struggles during the snow season, had sent this bounty to us? Certainly, it must be the blessing of the beast god. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Dayou cleared his throat and remarked, "The younglings lack understanding. Please do not take offense. Grandfather." Zhu Yuanyuan protested loudly. "I did not speak falsely," her discontent evident. Her serious expression naturally commanded attention. A one-armed elder orc, lingering at the periphery of the gathering, spoke up. "Yuanyuan, since you have cultivated the potatoes, why not share with us the method of your cultivation and impart your wisdom?" "Elder Patriarch?" Zhu Dayou quickly interjected. "The little female is merely playful. She cannot be taken seriously. Let her continue her games while we focus on harvesting the potatoes." "Nay," retorted the one-armed elder orc, the former patriarch Zhu He, his demeanor stern as he admonished, "You are all adults. To dismiss the youngling's words as mere folly without consideration is unreasonable." A torrent of reprimands ensued, thoroughly chastising Zhu Dayou and the others. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the formidable presence of the old patriarch. His unwavering support gradually alleviated her discontent, leading her to cheerfully agree to instruct the clansmen in cultivating potatoes. However, as it was already late autumn, she feared that planting another batch would be too late. After all, the freshly harvested potatoes might still be in a dormant state, requiring additional time to sprout. She suggested that they wait until the land thawed in the spring before sowing the seeds. Upon hearing this, Zhu He furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was truly impossible to plant now. "It isn't that we cannot," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, "but it requires an extended germination period. With the snow season approaching and the plants not fully matured, the temperatures will plummet. Even if the potatoes are buried in the ground, they risk freezing to death, unless we excavate them before the snowfall begins." She gestured towards the scattered new potatoes on the ground, estimating that the early harvest would yield significantly smaller tubers. Zhu He, still unconvinced, persistently inquired about the nature of potato seeds and the cultivation methods employed. "The seed is the potato itself." Zhu Yuanyuan generously recounted her planting techniques. Driven by a desire to enhance the living environment and enrich the dining table, she was, however, reluctant to toil endlessly in the fields. It was urgent to disseminate agricultural knowledge. The orcs, entirely reliant on hunting for their sustenance, had never engaged in farming, rendering them utterly perplexed by the concept. Questions posed were met with bewilderment, for understanding eluded them. Only the elderly chieftain, possessing a modicum of sagacity, grasped the majority of the explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to first harvest the potatoes and assess the yield from that plot of land before determining whether to plant another crop. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained vigilant and unyielding, while Zhu Dayou, with a hint of helplessness, coaxed her gently. "Be reasonable, Yuanyuan. You are not a child anymore. You should understand that food is scarce during the snowy season." For the sake of everyone being able to savor a few more bites, you ought to surrender the potatoes to the elder chieftain for cultivation, don't you think? Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of conflict. However, the supply of potatoes at home had been exhausted, leaving only these newly harvested ones. Surely, she thought, they must leave some for herself. Without any tangible cover, even the thought of purchasing seeds from the market felt too brazen. Akin to the sweet potatoes and purple yams hidden away in some obscure corner. Of course, I will leave some for you, Zhu He conceded, not one to quibble. Having reached an agreement, the orc members of the 5th hunting team commenced their tasks, transforming into their beastly forms and using their noses to root around. In no time, they unearthed all the potatoes. If one disregarded the disheveled patch of soil they had disturbed, the efficiency was indeed remarkable. Zhu Yuanyuan planted potatoes for the first time. Even with the guidance of an expert, she dared not be overly ambitious, choosing to cultivate only about 3 acres. Nevertheless, the harvest exceeded her expectations, yielding an impressive estimate of 700 to 800 pounds. Truly, these high-yield potatoes did not disappoint her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan. She is not overly modest, but rather feels a sense of reluctance to accept too much. However, in the presence of the selfless, one-armed elder leader, some words simply cannot find their way to her lips, leaving her with no choice but to grit her teeth and acquiesce. Never mind, with such a bountiful potato yield, she could always plant another crop next year to ensure a greater supply. The potatoes left for her were deliberately selected, each weighing over a pound. Zhu Yuanyuan took a small bamboo basket and laid down a layer of dry straw at the bottom before carefully placing the potatoes inside. Since these are meant for seed preservation, they must be kept in pristine condition without even a scratch on their skins. As she prepared to leave, another challenge arose. She mustered all her strength to rise with the small basket on her back, only to tumble down onto her rear. Ha! Zhu Deyo could not contain his laughter, teasing. Yuanyuan, haven't you had enough to eat lately? You can't even carry such a small load. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Deyo feigned a look of anger, though it was genuine. Could I possibly deceive this little girl? Very well, since you are older, your words hold sway. Zhu Yuanyuan presented the woven basket with a sweet smile, pleading, Dear grandfather, could you help me return the potatoes? She exhibited no trace of subservience towards the elder, for her grandfather was a formidable figure at the mid-level of the Xian realm. Nearing 90, yet still robust, far stronger than her petite 5-year-old frame. All right. Zhu Deyo succumbed to his granddaughter's endearing antics, the corners of his mouth gradually lifting in a smile. Such young ones are indeed quite spoiled. He turned to Zhu He and declared, Elder, please continue with your tasks. I shall be back shortly. Zhu Yuanyuan earnestly advised that the sprouting should be conducted with utmost care, ensuring that the pits are dug in a well-ventilated and sunlit area, oriented towards the east and west. She reiterated the precautions repeatedly before finally ceasing her instructions. Zhu He nodded in acknowledgement as he listened, and after noting everything down, he assured, Rest assured, when the time comes for sprouting, I shall have someone call you to oversee the process. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of frustration. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have refrained from further elaboration. Alas, not a single matter had gone her way today. Sensing her waning fortune, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to remain indoors upon returning home, opting to seclude herself for a few days to evade her troubles. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan did not immediately acquiesce, stating that she had been rather occupied lately and feared she would lack the time, suggesting they could discuss it again in a few days. However, I was in urgent need, prompting Zhu Deyo to consult with his granddaughter. You young ones have no shortage of trifles to attend to. Find a way to carve out some time to teach me. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a hint of pride, retorted, Who says the young have no pressing matters? I am perpetually swamped with activities. If Grandpa is truly eager to learn, he may seek instruction from Father, who is well versed in my teachings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan wore a countenance full of dejection, pondering why it was always he who bore the brunt of misfortune. Hesitantly, he approached the pink piglet, gazing at the resplendent hues of the sunset, and whimsically inquired, Yuanyuan, is the moon truly so captivating? He sought to initiate a light-hearted conversation, hoping to ease his sister's spirits before offering her consolation, lest he become the target of her ire. Indeed, his sister had faced her own share of misfortune. The potatoes she had toiled for months to cultivate had been claimed by others. However, within their tribe, communal hunting and gathering were the norms, with resources allocated according to necessity. It was expected that advantageous provisions for the community would be voluntarily surrendered, and the old chief would consider it fair to retain a few dozen pounds for the tribe. Certainly, the moon is enchanting, Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly. Yet, there's no need to gaze at it incessantly, Zhu Yuanyuan jested. If you have spare time, why not admire your second brother instead? Absolutely not, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her disdain unmistakable. You are nowhere near as beautiful as the moon. How could you say such a thing, Yuanyuan? Zhu Yuanyuan clutched his chest dramatically. Hasn't your second brother treated you well? Not at all, she responded, her voice laced with resentment. Just yesterday, you snatched a sweet fruit right from my hands. Zhu Yuanyuan was not one to easily forgive. Zhu Yuanyuan was deeply affected, believing that you favored the elder brother over him. The innocent Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, second brother. Be mindful of your words. No need, Zhu Yuanyuan replied indignantly. I simply adore speaking the truth, and you cannot hinder me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently refuted, I have not been mischievous. You are merely seeking an excuse to strike me. You are correct, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely responded with a wry smile. A good thrashing might render me obedient for a few days, allowing Yuanyuan to enjoy some peaceful days. The named Zhu Yuanyuan looked utterly bewildered. How did I get involved in this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon regaining his freedom, Zhu Yuanyuan felt little joy. He observed the sorrowful glances exchanged between his parents, filled with unspoken grievances. You dote on the eldest brother and cherish the youngest sister, yet regard me as superfluous, merely a responsibility to sustain? He pondered. Not at all, Zhu Chang replied with calm assurance. I dedicate time each day to teach you the art of hunting. If you were truly an encumbrance, there would be no need for such effort. Do not overthink matters at such a tender age, Zhu Xiaofan gently reassured, patting her younger brother's head. Our parents value you immensely. Their strictness is simply a reflection of their desire for you to flourish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, declared, you have 8 years until you reach adulthood. Prepare yourself for the possibility of being bullied. This was a blatant threat. And Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished that he had the audacity to speak so harshly in front of his parents and younger sister. Zhu Yuanyuan bravely rolled his eyes without any pretense, questioning, if you can do it, why can't I? His elder brother's words resonated deeply, and Zhu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Flirting with the audacious is a sentiment that holds truth in any realm and era. However, being younger, Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to contend with his brother, resorted to his cunning tactics. But brother, you are already an adult. Shouldn't you allow me some leeway? He implored. No, Zhu Xiaofan retorted without hesitation. We are all novices in this journey of life. There is no need for anyone to concede to another. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang recalled the notion expressed by the wolf beastmen regarding the practice of cultivating under the moonlight. Did Yuanyuan claim she could absorb the moonlight? It seemed improbable. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. Weren't pig beastmen only capable of absorbing sunlight? Mother's words are incorrect. Zhu Yuanyuan stated with a serious expression, I can absorb both sunlight and moonlight. Zhu Xiaofan shook her head repeatedly, asserting that it was impossible. She had never heard of such a thing. However, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected, stating that their mother had never attempted it either. If you do not believe, you may as well give it a try. How can one casually dismiss something without having experienced it? Zhu Yang boldly spoke in support, asserting that his sister was correct. Only through experience can one discern truth from falsehood. Humph, what does this little cub understand? It could merely be nonsensical chatter. Zhu Yong unleashed a torrent of ridicule, advising their parents not to waste their efforts and to retire early, for tomorrow would demand an early rise and a busy day. What has happened to the once amiable second brother, now so quick to voice his thoughts? Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically at him. Zhu Yongmong, perplexed by the underlying meaning, retorted with great fervor, as though the other had no capacity for speech. The siblings exchanged glances filled with disdain, both huffing in unison and turning their heads away. Ahem, Zhu Chang felt compelled to intervene and mediate the situation, reminding them that they were all family and should communicate amicably, rather than engage in petty squabbles. Since Yuanyuan claims she can absorb it, shall I give it a try? He suggested. Very well, with both mother and father in attendance, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously organized her parents' roles. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan, both devoted to their beloved pets, nodded in agreement, while Zhu Yonggan and Zhu Yongming, the courageous brothers, were eager to join in the excitement. I am determined to expose my sister's falsehoods, declared Zhu Yongming with unwavering conviction. The cave entrance was too small to accommodate the 5 of them, but fortunately, the weather was not overly cold, so they decided to step outside and assume their true forms to bask in the moonlight. The methods of absorbing the sunlight and moonlight were fundamentally similar. However, due to the diverse physical constitutions among the various tribes, very few beastmen could simultaneously absorb both. It is well known that the Black Pig tribe can only absorb sunlight for training, although some curious tribe members have attempted to bask in the moonlight at night. Their efforts have regrettably ended in failure. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was taken aback, shifting his gaze towards his companion, softly calling out, Mother of the cub? After a prolonged silence, he received no reply. Can she truly absorb the moonlight? Zhu Yong, filled with disbelief, inquired, as he observed the 2 pink fragrant pigs, one large and one small. A sudden realization struck him. Their beastly forms differed from ours, thus their constitutions must also vary. The fragrant pig clan had always been regarded as the underdogs among the beastmen, often bullied due to their feeble strength, living in a state of perpetual disdain, reliant on other beast tribes for survival. However, if they could simultaneously absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, and if Mother could indeed confirm the feasibility of this endeavor, it was certain that she would relay the news to others. Zhu Yonggan believed that it would not be long before the tribe of fragrant pigs would undergo a profound transformation. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Xiaofan awoke from her meditative state, her face aglow with excitement. Aqiang, I have succeeded. I can truly absorb the moonlight. What Yuanyuan said is indeed true. As she laughed joyfully, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. This overwhelming joy, Zhu Yuanyuan mused, was indeed a manifestation of joy mingled with tears. She swiftly galloped towards Zhu Xiaofan, nestling beside the adult fragrant pig, softly and sweetly saying, Mother, do not weep. This is a moment of happiness. We must rejoice. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong was plagued by a throbbing headache, as his brothers often remarked that women were capricious in their emotions. Previously, he had dismissed such notions, but now he found himself firmly convinced of their truth. Thus, the question arose, how should one soothe a partner in such circumstances? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan incessantly thumped the ground with his hooves, laughing heartily. Serves him right. Typically indulged by his parents, he would bully his younger brother. Now, he has finally met with retribution. Aming, please don't act this way, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected, unable to suppress a smile. Yuanyuan is still quite young and tends to be a bit delicate. As her elder brother, you should be more accommodating. No, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, striving to elevate his chin and gaze down his nose at others. This is my first experience as an adult. I see no necessity to indulge her. Very well, he concluded, demonstrating his ability to cleverly counter his sister's words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong and Zhu Yang are both members of the patrol team, and every few days, it is their turn for the nocturnal patrol duty. Fortunately, they are not in the same team, allowing them to stagger their schedules and ensuring that an adult male beast is present at home each night. You little rascal, Zhu Chong remarked, playfully slapping the back of his second son's head. The patrol team merely reduces the likelihood of danger. Whether they can thwart an adeptly stealthy beast remains uncertain. For instance, wild wolves are both fierce and cunning, with a high probability of sneaking in unnoticed. Before the Black Pig clan settled in this area, there had been extensive purges of the local wolf packs, and subsequent yearly patrols have maintained a notable absence of wolves. Yet, caution should not be underestimated. In this world, possessing a sense of crisis is essential for survival. Zhu Chong elucidated with clarity, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan no room for rebuttal. He silently retreated to his usual resting place. The following morning, Zhu Chong departed without so much as a morsel for breakfast, while Zhu Yuanyuan remained blissfully asleep, as his squad was scheduled for the night patrol, affording him the luxury of a leisurely slumber. Zhu Yuanyuan lay at the mouth of the cave, awakening to the sounds around her, only to catch a glimpse of her father's retreating figure. Glancing up at the still dim sky, she couldn't help but reflect on the hardships faced by the people in this world. The snow season was long and frigid, making it arduous to venture outside. Without sufficient food and firewood, survival was nearly impossible. With such thoughts, her longing for the potatoes confiscated yesterday diminished. If planting another crop of potatoes could allow her kin to enjoy a few more morsels during the snow season, she would find joy in that. Recalling the memories of the original owner, where fierce winds and blizzards turned droplets into ice, she remembered the elderly and infirm who had perished during the harsh winters. Zhu Yuanyuan felt an urge to take action, for she had traversed from the modern world and surely possessed the means to prevent her people from succumbing to starvation and frost. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan laughed, remarking on how diligent Yuanyuan was. Far more obedient than your second brother. Ever since autumn arrived, the lessons on hunting techniques for the young boys had been suspended. However, this did not imply that they could indulge in unrestrained leisure. They were required to accompany their families on excursions to gather wild fruits and mountain goods. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Every time Zhu Xiaofan recalls this incident, she bursts into uncontrollable laughter, her mirth so unrestrained that it rouses the very subject of her amusement. Mother, you have gone too far, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. I merely wish to partake in the tribe's grand meat-storing affair. Even if I was barred from participating, I would not resort to sulking. How could you find such delight in mocking me? You cannot blame me. Zhu Xiaofan retorted with righteous fervor. Your comical appearance, having gained a few pounds after the beating, is simply unforgettable. I cannot help but laugh. Zhu Yongming, in a fit of rage, stamped his hooves and exclaimed, Mother, I shall no longer pay heed to you. As he uttered these words, he shot several fierce glares at his sister before dashing out of the house, with his short tail flicking behind him. What's the matter with second brother? Zhu Yuanyuan complained in discontent. I did not mock him. Why is he glaring at me? Shouldn't he direct his ire towards you, mother? Foolish child, Zhu Xiaofan replied calmly. He dares not glare at me. Instead, he unleashes his frustration upon you, who is smaller and weaker than he. The pitiful and helpless Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, declaring, only the inept would take out their anger on others. Second brother has a poor disposition. He ought to amend his ways. I shall go to father and report this, so that second brother can receive a greater dose of love and education. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly devised a plan. While her mother was busy kindling the fire for roasting meat, she stealthily slipped out of the door to wander about in search of inspiration. At the tender age of 5, as a young female who could neither bear burdens nor carry heavy loads, and with no hardy seeds to cultivate openly, how could she possibly assist her tribe? Alas, it was quite a challenge. After meandering aimlessly through the valley for a while, she suddenly stumbled upon a bustling scene ahead, where dozens of people were queuing in front of the great shaman's residence. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a bit bewildered. Was this a gathering of patients so early in the morning? Yet, observing the vibrant spirits and cheerful conversations among them, they hardly appeared to be afflicted by any ailments. Driven by curiosity, she trotted over, straining to eavesdrop. There are indeed an abundance of insects in these mountains. I've been bitten numerous times, and it itches terribly. I hope the great shaman brews more medicine. Sighing, she scratched her itchy spots, finding a peculiar sense of comfort in the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her eyes, pondering that the bugs everyone spoke of likely referred to mosquitoes. In her few months in this world, it seemed she had yet to be bitten. Could it be that her body possessed an innate resistance to such pests? Just as she was secretly reveling in this thought, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Yuanyuan, are you here to collect the anti-itch medicine too? Would you like to go ahead of me? It won't be long before I can get mine. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, only to discover it was her brother's friend, Zhu Hong. She hurriedly smiled and declined, saying, No, thank you. I merely came out to enjoy myself and noticed the crowd, so I thought I would join in the merriment. There is no need for the itch relief medication. However, Zhu Hong could not help but notice that Meng had not come to claim it today. With a hint of apprehension, she tentatively inquired, Is there something that has delayed him? Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, realizing that this young lady had taken the initiative to cut in line for the sake of the second brother. It was truly unimaginable that a temperamental and immature boy like him could attract the affection of a female. Should she advise Sister Hong to reconsider her affections? However, upon further reflection, it was indeed a fortunate occurrence that a charming and obedient young female was willing to show interest in their rather unruly boar. She could not undermine this budding situation, but rather should offer support at the appropriate moment to prevent any misfortunes from befalling them. Yet, with the second brother still 8 years away from adulthood, it was premature to cultivate such a relationship. Patience was essential. Resolving her thoughts, Zhu Yuanyuan donned a worried expression and said, Sister Hong, the second brother is not actually busy. He is merely upset. He left early this morning without even having breakfast, and despite my searching for quite some time, I have been unable to locate him. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? The crimson cheeks blushed slightly, and I might have an inkling. Could you take me to find him? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired softly. Now, Zhu Hong hesitated. My mother is still waiting for the anti-itch medicine brewed by the great shaman. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan had previously experienced a visit to the physician, greeting with an air of naturalness before articulating her request. With autumn's arrival, the proliferation of insects had left her skin covered in welts. She sought remedies for the incessant itching, and if available, some insect repellent as well. Hui nodded thoughtfully and turned to retrieve a small bamboo jar from the bottom drawer of the medicine cabinet, containing a powder for repelling insects, advising her to sprinkle it on herself before venturing into the woods. Additionally, she extracted a lump of dark gray ointment from a stone mortar. using a clean leaf to wrap it. This was the powder for alleviating itchiness, to be applied wherever discomfort was felt. "Thank you, great shaman," Zhu Yuanyuan said obediently, performing a graceful bow before taking her leave. The beauty of the fox beastmen was renowned. Had the great shaman possessed a gentler disposition, she would surely have found herself captivated, gazing at him for an extended period. Alas, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of regret in her heart, yet maintained a calm demeanor as she hurried out the door to find Zhu Hong waiting a short distance away. "Sister Hong, were you waiting anxiously? We can now seek out second brother." "No rush," Zhu Hong replied with a smile. "He enjoys that spot and won't wander off." As they made their way to find second brother, scenes from the great witch's home continually danced in Zhu Yuanyuan's mind. The stone pot, standing at half a person's height, was certainly not small, yet its thick walls would require considerable time to heat. The anti-itch ointment was still warm. While everyone had already lined up early to receive their medicine, father set out for hunting without having breakfast, and mother, after finishing her own meal, ventured into the mountains to gather fruits and wild produce. The great witch had to rise early to prepare the medicine. Everyone was making an effort to ensure that the snow season would be more bearable. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored a few thoughts in her heart. She possessed a cub-learning system, and whatever she desired could be found in the marketplace. If she could become a revered shaman among her people, her endeavors might become considerably more manageable. Most importantly, the esteemed shaman was traditionally recognized as a messenger of the beast god, and it was said that they had the means to communicate with divine creatures, making the emergence of rare items unsurprising. Thus, she resolved to become the next shaman. Yet, she faced the persistent dilemma of her young age. She was inexperienced and lacked the qualifications to command respect. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that she should first familiarize herself with various herbs before delving into the techniques of staunching wounds and bandaging injuries, as well as acquiring foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Ultimately, she sought opportunities to showcase her abilities before the tribal chief. Indeed, it was essential to present herself in the presence of the chief. The great shaman, being a fox beast man, exuded an air of seriousness that left little room for the attention of a mere youngling. However, the chief was keenly interested in nurturing a successor to the great shaman, particularly one of exceptional intellect from the tribe. Gaining the chief's approval would open the door to learning under the great shaman's tutelage. Naturally, she understood the importance of not appearing overly eager, as the stakes were significant, and such aspirations could not be achieved overnight. Zhu Yuanyuan planned to consult with Tongzi to devise a well-structured plan before taking action. Additionally, she needed to pay closer attention to the sweet potatoes and purple potatoes that were flourishing in foliage but lacking in fruit, perhaps due to the minuscule size of these two crops did not fare well during the sprouting phase. A staggering 90% of the cut sweet potatoes rotted, leaving only a mere 10% to sprout. After transplanting them into the soil and diligently watering and fertilizing them, the vines grew rapidly, yet they bore little fruit. Do not inquire how she knew this, for the tubers lay buried underground, and without the gift of clairvoyance, Zhu should not have been privy to whether they bore fruit or not, let alone the quantity. The truth was that her overwhelming curiosity led her to stealthily unearth a few plants. The trial yield proved disheartening, rendering her previous efforts seemingly futile. Unable to accept this outcome, she questioned the quality of the seeds she had purchased, leading to a heated argument with Tongzi. Once she regained her composure, Zhu Yuanyuan realized her actions were unjust and apologized to Tongzi, who offered her a piece of wisdom. Could it be that the poor harvest was due to incorrect cultivation methods? All these crops grow underground, just like potatoes, with buds appearing all over. Why should the cultivation methods differ? Zhu Yuanyuan found it difficult to comprehend, even suspecting that Tongzi was merely concocting excuses to deceive her regarding agricultural knowledge. According to Tongzi's assertion, to successfully cultivate sweet potatoes, one must acquire the corresponding techniques. Correct? She intended to accumulate 999 knowledge points to purchase a basic body refining potion, but if she were to buy the sweet potato cultivation techniques, it would surely delay her plans further. Had she known this sooner, in her previous life, she would not have neglected farming in favor of her studies. What good is it to merely harvest rice and vegetables? If she had learned to cultivate crops alongside her grandparents, she would not now need to expend knowledge points to purchase methods. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Ignorance remains ignorance, and to achieve success in sweet potato cultivation, one cannot skimp on the knowledge points required for the techniques. It seems the purchase of the body refining potion must be postponed for a while. In her turmoil, Zhu Yuanyuan failed to notice that Zhu Hong, leading the way, had suddenly stopped. She continued to run forward, colliding abruptly and causing someone to stumble, while she herself clutched her nose in pain. Oh dear, why was the back of this half-grown female so solid, akin to stone? Are you all right, Yuanyuan? Zhu Hong asked anxiously. Does your nose hurt? Let me see if there's any bleeding. She crouched down to examine the little one carefully, fearful of having caused any injury. It was just a bump. What could possibly be wrong? Zhu Yong, lounging on the grass with a sweet cane in his mouth, laughed derisively. Such delicacy. You hardly resemble the formidable pig beast. You've simply been spoiled by your parents. Zhu Hong reproached. A Meng refrained from speaking so much. Sister Yuanyuan is still young, untrained, and her physique is not robust. It is entirely normal for her reactions to be a tad sluggish. In a few years, she will improve. I am not sluggish. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted in a muffled tone. I was merely lost in thought and momentarily inattentive to my surroundings. I see. Zhu Ergu replied with a hint of sarcasm. So one can ponder while walking. I suppose you must be quite fond of life. I do not. Zhu Yuanyuan denied. I merely admire Sister Hua for her strength and vigor. The shy smile of Zhu Hua suggests that with consistent effort, you too shall become as strong as I am in the future. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed quietly, her fingers brushing against her nose. She had no desire to become a hardened woman, yet to avoid being a burden reliant on others for protection, she knew she had to strive for strength. There are no shortcuts to growth. What they ought to do now is return home for dinner. I'm not hungry, Zhu Yongmong replied languidly. You can go back on your own. I'll be fine. No way, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted. Mother has grilled so much meat. If we don't eat it, it will spoil. With determined little steps, she tugged at her brother. Let us go. I'm really hungry. Food is precious. Even slightly spoiled meat, despite the knowledge that it may cause an upset stomach, is too valuable to discard. Relying on her robust health, she was willing to consume it. Reluctantly, she had to pull her brother back to the table. Zhu Yongmeng, unwilling to endure hunger, feigned refusal twice before being half-heartedly pulled back home by his sister. He continued to protest, saying, You're the one worried about the meat spoiling, dragging me back like this. Zhu Yuanyuan responded with a hint of indifference. Yes, yes, yes. Second brother, you're not hungry. Next time, I shall remind Mother to grill less meat to avoid waste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan leisurely nibbled on a piece of roasted meat, when a flicker of confusion suddenly crossed her eyes. Second brother, have we forgotten something? Forgotten what? Zhu Yongming retorted. I don't know. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, murmuring. Perhaps I've made a mistake. Meanwhile, Zhu Hong, who had been overlooked by the siblings, remained in a state of shock, pondering how they could completely disregard her presence and depart without a word. She contemplated pursuing them for clarification but hesitated, fearing that their discord might deepen. Unsure of how to mediate or dissuade them, she resolved to act as if she hadn't seen them, and instead picked a few wildflowers before skipping off to seek other companions. The young half-orcs decided to delay their chores, opting not to accompany the elders back home. Instead, they agreed upon a time to venture into the mountains together with familiar friends. That night, after completing her daily study tasks, Zhu Yuanyuan did not rush to leave the virtual classroom, but engaged in a discussion with the system regarding the feasibility of becoming the next great shaman. The system concurred, noting that in this world, shamans held a position of great esteem. Attaining the role of the tribal shaman would grant one considerable influence. What do you think about studying herbal medicine and traditional Chinese medicine? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. The host can purchase foundational knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, such as the Song of Herbal Decoctions and the Compendium of Materia Medica, the system suggested. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly and proposed, My dear sovereign, my pace of self-study is rather sluggish. Shall we negotiate? Negotiate what? The sovereign inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan continued. You see, the great sorcerers are handed down through generations, which underscores the significance of having a mentor. Might it be possible to expand the virtual curriculum to include traditional Chinese medicine? The sovereign firmly declined, stating, This does not align with the system's regulations. Zhu Yuanyuan, taken aback, responded, Are there rules governing the addition or removal of courses? I recall that initially you taught the history of interstellar development, and later adjusted it upon recognizing it pertained to the orc world. Now, it is merely a matter of adding another subject. After a prolonged silence, the sovereign remarked, "The orc world does not offer a course on traditional Chinese medicine." Though the words were resolute, there was a noticeable softening in demeanor, lacking the initial steadfastness. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of joy within her and quickly suggested, "Then let us not hold a traditional Chinese medicine class, but rather establish an advanced training program for great shamans." She found the methods employed by great shamans to assess the health of individuals quite intriguing. "The course is already full, and I lack the authority to make any additions. However, I will report this matter to the super-intelligent brain and request an expansion of the shaman training class," the assistant stated. "Must we truly request it?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her adorable smile illuminating her face. "I wonder what the chances of success are." The assistant replied earnestly, "As long as it contributes to the host's growth. The likelihood of approval from the super-intelligent brain is no less than 90%. "Oh," Zhu Yuanyuan said, a hint of concern creeping in. "A 10% failure rate is rather daunting. If only there were a way to mitigate that." The assistant remained silent. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan, exuberant and lively, managed to wear down the resolute Tongzi, who ultimately agreed to assist in delivering local delicacies to the superbrain. "You have 5 minutes to prepare the gift. Tardiness will not be tolerated." Undeterred by Tongzi's challenge, Zhu Yuanyuan confidently replied, "No problem, I work at lightning speed." In less than 3 minutes, the gift was packed, a selection of vibrant wild fruits accompanied by a peculiar talisman. This description left Zhu Yuanyuan highly dissatisfied. "What do you mean, a talisman? This is the interstellar script I have diligently practiced." "I find it incomprehensible," Tongzi remarked. "Your learning outcomes are not particularly impressive." Zhu Yuanyuan pressed her lips together, reminding herself that she was merely a conduit for delivering gifts and should not concern herself with extraneous matters. The system operator, apprehensive about potential malicious complaints, reluctantly acquiesced, stating that if the superbrain were to disapprove of her, she would not assist in future endeavors. Acknowledging this, Zhu Yuanyuan agreed. Once the gift-related issues were resolved, she promptly turned to the system marketplace to acquire the technology for sweet potato cultivation. Indeed, she had capitulated under the pressure. Sweet potatoes were also a high-yield crop. If both potatoes and sweet potatoes were cultivated and promoted widely, the food scarcity during the snowy season could be alleviated. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously reviewed the sweet potato cultivation techniques several times, ensuring she comprehended every detail before she was satisfied. The following day, she clung to her second brother, insisting on joining the half-grown orcs to gather fruits and forage for mountain goods, under the pretext of wanting to contribute while observing the bustling activity around her. Zhu Yong rolled his eyes dramatically, commenting on the slight stature of the young one, noting that she couldn't even lift a sizable stone and would only serve as a hindrance. Yuan, Zhu Hong gently coaxed the little one. "Be good and stay within the tribe. Do not wander off. This time, we are not out for leisure, and we won't have time to look after you." "I am not going for leisure either," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a serious expression. "Last time, I discovered potatoes, which indicates my good fortune. If you bring me along, we might uncover something new." The young half-orcs exchanged glances, silently communicating whether to take her along. Having all endured the harsh winter, they understood the struggles their kin faced during that time and yearned to find additional sustenance. Despite knowing the odds were slim, Zhu Yong grit his teeth and finally relented. "Fine, I will take you out this once. Remember to stay close to us. If there are no new discoveries, there will be no next time." "Absolutely," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with unwavering confidence. She was well acquainted with various edibles and would diligently search for those unknown to the tribe, while also steering clear of the sweet potatoes everyone else would present. Her older brother had finally agreed to take her into the mountains, and she had to seize this opportunity. Fearing he might change his mind, Zhu Yuanyuan exerted all her charm, speaking not a word until they entered the forest, where she finally relaxed. "Can't keep up the act anymore?" Zhu Yong inquired. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Zhu Yuanyuan feigned innocence. "TCH, even at this point. Still pretending. You sure have some patience," Zhu Yong scoffed, shrugging it off. "Fine, Pretend all you want, just don't let it affect me. Once the half-orcs entered the woods, they moved with the grace of fish in water, carefree and soon scattered, climbing trees and rummaging through bird nests. Busily engaged in their tasks. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed his brow. The fruit was exceedingly sour and utterly unpalatable. If you were to consume too much, it might ruin your teeth. And mother would surely suspect that I had been bullying you. It tastes delicious. Zhu Yuanyuan clung to the tree trunk, playfully insisting, I want to eat that fruit. Second brother, could you please help me pick some? Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, remarked, you promised before coming out that you would behave and not wander off. I did not wander off, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, raising her left hand bound by vines. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't escape. It is indeed better that way. Zhu Yuanyuan murmured softly. Stop daydreaming. Zhu Yuanyuan tugged at the vines on her hand. Hurry up and pick the fruit for me. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to resist his sister's pleas, ultimately consented to assist her in picking sour fruits. Just before ascending the tree, he secured the vine he had been grasping to its sturdy trunk. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, I can have my father beat you up as well. Humph, females are indeed troublesome. If they cannot fight, they resort to complaining. Zhu Yuanyuan said with a hint of jealousy, I truly wonder what father thinks. Shouldn't males stand united? You are so wicked. Second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in anger. We are all beastmen. We should love and support one another. How can you incite discord between males and females? I am not. I didn't. Don't say such things, Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently denied, fearing the accusation of being discriminatory against females. There are already so few females. Many male beastmen struggle to find partners as they come of age, often leading solitary lives, or pairing up with other males who are also without companions. Although Zhu Yuanyuan is young, he possesses a far-sighted vision. He has already identified a suitable partner and awaits adulthood to make the announcement. Fearing that any premature revelation might tarnish his reputation and frighten away his future companion, Zhu Yuanyuan, aware of the silent calculations in her second brother's heart, beamed with delight upon realizing the efficacy of her words. Before long, she found herself with a bountiful harvest of hawthorn. Is this satisfactory? Zhu Yuanyuan's expression soured, exuding an unmistakable threat of violence to anyone daring to counter him. Even the most docile of individuals can resort to extremes when pushed to their limits. Especially someone as notoriously ill-tempered as Zhu Urge. Not wishing to face his wrath, Zhu Yuanyuan's survival instincts kicked in. She promised, all right. I shall prepare something delicious for you when we return. Using sour fruits? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded. It will be truly delightful. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan ceased her persuasion, recognizing the futility of mere words in instilling belief. It would be far more effective to produce tangible results. Once her elder brother tasted the fruits of their labor, he would undoubtedly acknowledge his previous misconceptions. The siblings scoured the forest, foraging energetically, and soon gathered a considerable amount of wild fruit, albeit a majority of it being sour. Alas, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, sister, your fortune seems rather lackluster today. Just a few days ago, I was able to find an abundance of sweet fruits and mountain delicacies, yet today, with you by my side, we are frequently confronted with sour offerings. Do not underestimate the sour fruits, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted defiantly. She retrieved a large yellow lemon from her woven basket. Recently, our mother has been using the juice of such fruits when roasting meat. The flavor, once cooked, surpasses anything we have experienced before. Do you not agree? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You are correct, but this is the only one. The other sour fruits are of no use. If you say they are useless, then so be it, Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. She pointed to the verdant fruits not far away and said, I prefer that one. Let us go and pick it. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to resist his sister's pleas, ultimately agreed to assist her in picking sour fruits. Just before ascending the tree, He secured the vine he had been holding tightly to it. Zhu Yuanyuan, who am I? Where am I? What does my second brother take me for? I suddenly feel as though I have transformed into a little kitten or puppy. Nevertheless, she has hands and feet. Once untied, there is nothing to worry about. Why forsake the sweet fruit for the sour? Zhu Yuanyuan, while climbing the tree, expresses his discontent, utterly perplexed by your thoughts. You must eat everything I pick later, or else I shall give you a good thrashing. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, I'll have my father deal with you. Humph, females are such a bother. When they cannot defend themselves, they resort to complaints. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, I truly wonder what my father thinks. Shouldn't males stand in solidarity with one another? Second brother, you are incorrigible. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in indignation. We are all beastmen. We should cherish and support one another. How can you incite discord between females and males? I am not. I did not. Do not make baseless accusations. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly denied, fearing the stigma of being labeled as discriminatory against females. Females are already scarce, and many male beastmen struggle to find partners as they reach maturity, often leading solitary lives or forming makeshift unions with other unattached males. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan ceased her persuasion, recognizing that mere words often fail to convince. It is far more effective to produce tangible results. Once her elder brother samples the flavors, he will undoubtedly realize his error. The siblings scurried about the forest, swiftly gathering an abundance of wild fruits, albeit with a considerable portion being sour. Sighing, Zhu Yuanyuan remarked on his disappointment, Sister, your luck seems rather lackluster. Just a few days ago, I was able to find an endless supply of sweet fruits and mountain delicacies. Yet today, with you by my side, we frequently encounter sour fruits. Undeterred by his disdain for the sour varieties, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, retrieving a large yellow lemon from her basket. Mother has recently been using the juice of this fruit for roasting meat, and the flavor post-cooking is significantly improved compared to before. Do you acknowledge that? Zhu Yuanyuan paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. You are right, but this is the only one. The other sour fruits are of no use. Zhu Yuanyuan, disinterested in further debate, gestured towards the greenish-blue fruit in the distance and said, I enjoy that one. Let us go and pick it. Zhu Yuanyuan, what should I do if my sister always picks useless sour fruits? Can a beating change her mind? Do not underestimate the sour fruit. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling indignant, took out a large yellow lemon from her little basket. Recently, her mother has been using the juice of such fruits when barbecuing, and the flavor after grilling is significantly better than before. Do you acknowledge this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered how to address his sister's penchant for plucking useless sour fruits. Would a reprimand suffice to alter her behavior? Fear not. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a twinkle in her large eyes, for they are esteemed guests from the Feihu tribe, here to confer with our chieftain. Ultimately, the bone whistle proved unnecessary. Zhu Kai received the task and dashed back to the village to inform the chieftain of the guest's arrival, while the others trailed behind the visitors, making their way back leisurely. All were well versed in the customs of hospitality, understanding the importance of warmly welcoming guests. Zhu Yuanyuan extricated herself from the tendrils binding her wrist, boldly grasping the large hand of Bai Shi, casting aside thoughts of her elder brother. Even a young cub possesses dignity and refuses to be treated like mere strays. I shall certainly report this to father later, ensuring that second brother experiences the sensation of being tethered to a tree by vines as well. Brother Shi, Zhu Yuanyuan's skill in feigning innocence had reached an extraordinary level. Where's the seaside? Is it enjoyable? May I go there? Taking advantage of her youth, she yearned to hold the hands of charming young men, knowing that such privileges would diminish with age. Contemplating the robust, unmarried males in her clan, Zhu Yuanyuan reaffirmed her ambition to become a great shaman. The status of a great shaman is elevated. Should one fail to find a suitable partner, they need not wed. And no one would dare to gossip or force a marriage, How delightful that would be. To reach the seaside, one must travel north and cross dozens of mountains. Bai Shi patiently elucidated. The seaside is indeed a marvelous place. Each time the tide ebbs and flows, it leaves behind beautiful shells on the beach, but you cannot go. Why not? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed for an explanation. Because the journey to the seaside is long, fraught with peril. You are still very young, and a moment's inattention could result in a wolf carrying you away, Bai Shi warned, gesturing with his empty hand to frighten the young cub. The wolf's mouth is so large that it could swallow you whole. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, contemplating the predicament of her beastly form, which could easily be devoured by a wolf, whereas her human form would pose a greater challenge. Yet, she pondered, what would cause more anguish, being swallowed whole or being bitten and crushed in several attempts? Hiss! What was she thinking, allowing herself to be led around by the nose? She hastily regained her focus. Are you not a mighty tiger capable of flight? Can you not contend with a wolf? I can indeed, Bai Shi replied with calm assurance, but you cannot. If a wolf sets its sights on you, your life is forfeit. Isn't it your duty to protect me? Zhu Yuanyuan's tears flowed freely, her pitiful demeanor evoking an irresistible sympathy. Yet, Bai Shi remained resolute, his heart as unyielding as stone. Only through personal strength can one face fearlessly. Do not place your hopes of survival in the hands of others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but smile slightly. Knowing this is sufficient. Since his sister has acknowledged her mistake, it would be unkind for him to hold on to their past grievances. He reached out and lifted her into his arms. Oh, how heavy! He exclaimed, Sister, have you gained weight again? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Who are you calling fat? You have gained some weight, Zhu Yuanyuan earnestly reiterated. Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, nearly exasperated to death. I merely have a touch of baby fat. How could that insufferable second brother mention her weight in front of others? Did she not deserve any dignity? Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the inappropriateness of his words. His face contorted in a frown as he implored, Sister, please transform into your beast form. It would make things much easier for me. He was burdened with a small basket filled with sweet potatoes on his back and lacked the strength to carry his plump sister in her human form. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a wave of shame, covered her face and swiftly transformed into her animal form, emitting a couple of soft grunts. Remember to pick up my animal skin dress, she instructed. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan promptly gathered the fallen garment from the ground and tucked it into his backpack. After the siblings had finished their antics, the others had already ventured far ahead, leaving only Zhu Hong lingering by their side. Why is Hong still here? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, perplexed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan lowered her head to stifle a laugh. Her elder brother was truly a contradiction, alternating between being astute and daft, completely oblivious to the situation. It begs the question, have they all grown up too quickly? Sister Hong, at merely 13, had already fixed her gaze upon a target, none other than the mischievous Zhu Yuanyuan, who was 3 years her junior. Ah, childhood friends raised together. How charmingly romantic. Yet, one cannot help but wonder what exactly Sister Hong finds admirable in her elder brother. Although curiosity bubbled within her, Zhu Yuanyuan had no habit of prying into others' privacy. She swiftly cast aside the matter and nestled comfortably in her brother's embrace, engaging in casual conversation with Zhu Hong. Before long, Zhu Urge could no longer contain himself and joined the dialogue, leaving little room for Zhu Yuanyuan. TSK, despite her evident delight, she feigned indifference, revealing that regardless of age, males are often masters of dissonance between words and feelings. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed quietly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tall, elegant figure of the silver-haired beauty ahead. She couldn't help but lament how male swine beastmen were typically robust, unlike the slender, fair-skinned warriors of the Feihu tribe. Forcing her eyes away, she feigned sleep by closing her eyes, only to find herself genuinely drifting off. When Zhu Yuanyuan eventually awoke, she discovered herself nestled within the familiar confines of her cave, where her elder brother, Zhu Yuanyuan, was busily roasting meat. Nearby, a small basket containing sweet potatoes rested perilously close to the fire. She pondered whether the proximity to the flames might render the sweet potatoes overcooked. With that thought, She sprang to her feet and hurried over to the basket, using her front hoof to test the temperature of the side closest to the fire. It felt warm, yet not unbearably hot, which elicited a sigh of relief from her. "What is the matter, Yuanyuan?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a chuckle. "Nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her tone playful as she directed, "Brother, please move the basket to the corner." Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. What was Zhu Yuanyuan doing in the corner? Hadn't Meng stated that these were edible new foods? He was contemplating tasting them. No, that would not do. Zhu Yuanyuan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed that she intended to use them as seeds to be planted in the ground, promising an abundant harvest of sweet potatoes in a few months. "Sweet potatoes?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied, his tone laced with surprise. "Have you given a name to this new food?" Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her gaze. She found herself at a loss to explain the meaning of potato and could only mumble her way past the inquiry. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan merely asked out of curiosity, not particularly invested in the answer, and he even chuckled, praising, "Sister, you are truly clever." As for the matter of planting sweet potatoes, Zhu Yuanyuan intentionally or unintentionally overlooked it. The young and vigorous orc was more preoccupied with hunting, showing little interest in other matters, mistakenly believing his sister had simply found a new game and not intending to delve deeper. After several months of interaction, Zhu Yuanyuan had come to understand her family's personalities. She was not surprised by her brother's reaction. She realized that she had to plant the first batch of sweet potatoes herself, otherwise, she could not explain how she knew about cultivating new foods. Learning to grow sweet potatoes through exploration was far more convincing than inexplicably knowing how to cultivate them. Zhu Yuanyuan, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, tidied up the campfire in preparation for his departure. Zhu Yuanyuan found it rather peculiar that her elder brother was leaving now, given that he usually patrolled at night. Shouldn't he linger at home a bit longer to rest? The sun hung high in the sky, and even though it was autumn, the heat was stifling. Venturing out at noon felt akin to courting discomfort. "The clan leader has summoned me for a matter of importance, and time is of the essence. I must take my leave," Zhu Yuanyuan gently admonished while ruffling his sister's hair. "You should stay at home and amuse yourself. If boredom strikes, feel free to seek out your friends, but do refrain from leaving the tribe." "All right," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dutifully with a nod. Once her brother departed, she swiftly donned her animal hide dress, transformed into her human form, and set out with her small basket. She intended to plant sweet potatoes, and this time, the seeds had passed the threshold of safety. There was no need for stealth, and being seen by others was of no consequence. Zhu Yuanyuan had a habitual tendency to race towards the riverbank, seeking a patch of loose and cultivable soil to plant sweet potatoes. However, she was taken aback to discover several elder beasts tilling the land, with the old chieftain, who had previously snatched her potatoes, leading the group. Upon her arrival, a smile graced the serious face of Zhu He, who invited her to assist in assessing the quality of the tilled land for potato cultivation. In truth, Zhu Yuanyuan humbly downplayed her own experience, suggesting that the old chieftain could inspect the nearby plot where potatoes had been previously grown, assuring him that as long as it was somewhat suitable, it would suffice. Zhu He nodded, affirming that he had indeed searched for it based on the appearance of that particular plot of land. The freshly reclaimed terrain still bore some discrepancies, but once he excavated a bit of silt from the riverbank to cover the existing mud, it would be perfect. "Your discerning eye is commendable. There is certainly no cause for concern," Zhu Yuanyuan generously praised. "API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Zhu He perceived the juvenile before him as somewhat excessively narcissistic, while Zhu Yuanyuan regarded the old patriarch as resembling a cunning fox beast. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they both feigned admiration for one another. After engaging in a modicum of mutual flattery, it was ultimately the old patriarch, whose indigenous demeanor lacked sufficient audacity, who first shifted the conversation. "What fruit is that you are carrying, Yuanyuan? I seem to have never encountered it before." "This is a fruit I unearthed in the forest. I call it sweet potato." Zhu Yuanyuan replied with wide eyes, fabricating her tale, and added, "As for whether you have seen it, I cannot say." Zhu suddenly realized. So that was why he had never seen it before. It was indeed unearthed from the soil. "Were you bringing it to the riverbank to entrust me with its cultivation?" The old chieftain did not inquire about its edibility. Instead, he adopted Zhu Yuanyuan's earlier proposition of trial cultivation, attempting to claim the sweet potatoes under the tribe's name. Zhu Yuanyuan succinctly described this behavior in 3 words: shameless. The smile on the old chieftain's face gradually stiffened. He too was troubled. If an adult beastman discovered a new food source, they would naturally present it to the tribe. Yet here was a mere 5-year-old female cub. To seize the food of an innocent child would surely evoke laughter. Just as the old chieftain pondered how to resolve this dilemma, Zhu Yuanyuan unexpectedly changed her mind. I will allow you to cultivate it, but I must be involved. You cannot prevent me from conducting my experiment. What is an experiment? Zhu He inquired, puzzled. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu He furrowed his brow, pondering the possibility of employing the same techniques used for cultivating potatoes. Zhu Yuanyuan, of course, would not dismiss the notion outright. However, she recognized that potatoes and sweet potatoes are not of the same ilk, and their cultivation methods may indeed differ. I wish to experiment with a variety of approaches to ascertain the most suitable one. Your suggestion is rather intriguing. Zhu He mused briefly before resolutely deciding to proceed as you propose. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are indeed Zhu Yuanyuan's forte. If she could manage to grow potatoes, it stands to reason that cultivating sweet potatoes would pose no challenge. Not only did the venerable chieftain harbor such thoughts, but the other orcs present shared a similar sentiment, all vocalizing their support, expressing that they would follow Zhu Yuanyuan's lead in her cultivation endeavors. A gathering of robust elder orcs gazed at Zhu Yuanyuan with eager anticipation, which weighed heavily upon her, causing her to regret her earlier eagerness to volunteer. Yet, having spoken her intentions aloud, she found it too late to retract her words. She could only stand tall and, in a childlike manner, assure her elders, rest assured, I shall endeavor to cultivate sweet potatoes post-haste. Should I fail? Here. She paused for a few seconds, pouting slightly, before adding, any new delicacies I discover in the future shall be entrusted directly to the chieftain. The old chieftain was quite cunning, often coaxing the younglings, but she would not be swayed by his tricks. Very well, Zhu He replied, seemingly unperturbed, as he cheerfully stroked his beard. Yuanyuan is indeed considerate. At my age, it is wise for me to rest more. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly lamented her miscalculation. The old clan leader, having lost his left arm, had promptly abdicated, suggesting he was not one to cling to power. Her previous remarks were nothing but idle chatter. It is sweltering. I yearn to return home for a refreshing drink. Zhu Yuanyuan removed her burden and poured the sweet potatoes onto the ground, entrusting the seeds to the old clan leader. Please take good care of them. Do resist the temptation to indulge. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in Zhu Yuanyuan's memory. The old patriarchs were always stern and austere, unlike the lively demeanor observed now. After a moment of speechlessness, she couldn't help but chuckle. The task of tilling the land would be entrusted to the elders. With a farewell uttered, she did not linger any longer and departed with her empty basket, the sound of her footsteps echoing. Upon arriving home, Zhu Yuanyuan discovered that her elder brother, summoned by the clan leader, had returned before her and was busy wrapping gifts in soft sheepskin. Was this indicative of a long journey ahead? There was no need for pretense among family. She inquired with a bright tone, Where are you headed, brother? To the seaside, Zhu Yuanyuan replied candidly. The salt supply in our tribe has dwindled significantly and will not last through the snow season. Coincidentally, the Feihu tribe is also going to procure salt, so we have arranged to travel together, providing mutual support along the way. How many days will you be away? She asked. It is hard to say, Zhu Yuanyuan pondered. At the very least, it will take a month. Just the journey alone will consume a considerable amount of time. And we must also hunt some game along the way to barter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, salt is a precious commodity, and it is inconceivable that we would receive it for free. Isn't it true that salt can be obtained simply by boiling seawater in a large pot? Zhu Yuanyuan blurted out, only to realize her mistake and hurriedly add, I heard that while digging sweet potatoes in the forest. Zhu Yuanyuan was aware that sweet potatoes were a newfound delicacy discovered by his sister today. However, the notion that salt could be extracted by boiling seawater was one he could scarcely entertain. If it were indeed possible to procure salt in such a manner, the quest for it would not be so arduous for everyone. Lost in thought for a considerable time, Zhu Yuanyuan abruptly discarded the carefully packed animal hide bundle and stammered, "I shall consult the clan leader." The method of extracting salt from seawater was something Zhu Yuanyuan had come across online in her past life. Its veracity could only be ascertained through experimentation. In her moment of impulsiveness, she had inadvertently revealed this information. And upon hearing her elder brother's intention to approach the clan leader, she felt a wave of apprehension. "Elder brother, this method is merely something I heard from others. I cannot ascertain whether it will yield salt. Please do not make any promises to the clan leader." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan demonstrated remarkable alacrity in his endeavors. Returning within a mere quarter of an hour, his face aglow with a beaming smile as he lifted his bundle of beast skins. "I am ready to depart. Please inform my father and mother." "Are we leaving now?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. The sun was swiftly descending, and they would scarcely cover any distance before needing to rest for the night. It would be far wiser to set out in the morning. "Absolutely not," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head vigorously, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "Every time we venture to barter with the sea tribe for salt, it incurs a hefty cost. The salt we receive is often tainted with sand, and it is scarcely sufficient for our needs. However, abstaining from salt is not an option. Prolonged deprivation can lead to illness, and we must endure in silence." The current clan leader, Zhu Shan, was electrified upon hearing of the salt boiling method, so much so that he contemplated accompanying the salt exchange team to the seaside. Ultimately, he was persuaded to reconsider. The members of the salt exchange team shared in this fervor, eager to ascertain the effectiveness of the boiling method. If it proved successful, they would no longer suffer the indignities imposed by the arrogant sea tribe. In the fervor of their emotions, they resolved to embark on their journey ahead of schedule. Setting forth under the cover of night, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan proceeded with remarkable swiftness, returning within a mere quarter of an hour, a broad smile illuminating his face as he lifted the beast hide bundle. "I am ready to depart. Please inform my parents." "Are we leaving now?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment, noting that the sun was nearly setting. With little distance to cover before nightfall, she believed it would be wiser to set off in the morning. "That is not an option," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head emphatically, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Every time we venture to the sea tribe to trade for salt, it comes at a considerable cost. The salt we receive is often mixed with sand, and it is scarcely sufficient for our needs. Yet, we cannot forego the trade. Prolonged absence of salt leads to illness, and we must endure this predicament." Upon learning of the salt boiling method, the current clan leader, Zhu Shan, was overcome with excitement, eager to join the salt trading team on their journey to the seaside. However, after much persuasion from others, he ultimately decided against it. The members of the salt trading team shared in this fervor, eager to test the efficacy of the salt boiling method. If it truly proved effective, they would no longer face a salt shortage and could cease tolerating the arrogance of the sea tribe beasts. Fueled by this spirited resolve, they collectively decided to embark on their journey ahead of schedule, traveling through the night. Zhu Yuanyuan, in a hurry to depart, explained without pausing to observe his sister's reaction. Grasping his belongings and leaving without a backward glance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan habitually introduces incomprehensible terms, offering guarantees. Zhu Yuanyuan remarked that one should simply say it may be useful. but the specifics require first boiling a pot to observe the results. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was remarkably swift in his endeavors. Within a mere quarter of an hour after stepping outside, he returned with a broad smile, grasping a bundle of animal hides. "I am ready to depart. Please inform my parents," he said. "Leaving already?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. The sun was nearly setting, and they would scarcely cover any distance before needing to rest, making it more prudent to set off in the morning. "No," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head repeatedly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. "Each time we seek salt from the sea tribe, the costs are substantial, and the salt we bring back is often mixed with sand, barely sufficient for our needs. Yet, we cannot forego it. Prolonged abstinence from salt can lead to illness, leaving us with no choice but to endure our predicament." The current clan leader, Zhu Shan, had been electrified upon hearing of the method for boiling salt, so much so that he contemplated joining the salt exchange team on their journey to the seaside. Ultimately, after much persuasion from others, he decided against it. Equally exhilarated were the members of the salt exchange team. They were eager to ascertain the efficacy of the boiling salt method. If it proved successful, they would no longer face salt shortages and could finally stand up to the overbearing sea tribe beastmen. In the throes of their excitement, the group resolved to set off ahead of schedule, embarking on a night journey. Zhu Yong hurriedly exited, offering no glance at his sister's reaction after his explanation, and left with his bundle, not looking back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan successfully procured the long-coveted primary body purification elixir from the system marketplace. Gazing at her dwindling knowledge points, now reduced to a mere 2-digit figure, she felt a pang of sorrow. It was disheartening to see the knowledge points she had painstakingly accumulated vanish with the purchase of just one potion. Nevertheless, the primary body purification elixir is indeed a valuable item. Hence, it should be consumed promptly to prevent it from expiring due to prolonged storage. Drawing from her previous experience, Zhu Yuanyuan chose a moment when the house was empty and nestled herself in a shadowy corner. With a bold resolve, she downed the potion in one gulp. Unfortunately, the system was unable to intervene in time and could only suggest that the host retrieve a towel from her bag or perhaps procure a cork to prevent any spills. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, pondering the purpose of those items. Before she could receive an answer, she discovered it for herself. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything she had ever experienced, as if it were emanating from her very bones. The agony rendered her face ashen, and she instinctively bit down on her lower lip, causing it to bleed profusely. She dared not cry out too loudly, fearing that passing clan members might hear and rush to her aid. Recalling the advice of the Tongzi, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth against the pain and summoned her system backpack, hastily pulling out a towel to bite down on. She curled her body and writhed upon the ground. As the pain gradually subsided, she resembled a drenched rat, the towel in her mouth tattered and torn. Her limbs splayed out in a star-like position on the floor. Without needing a mirror, she was acutely aware of her disheveled state. "Tongzi," Zhu Yuanyuan mentally questioned with feeble exasperation, "why didn't you inform me that consuming the body refining potion would be this painful? Would you have refrained from drinking it had you known?" The Tongzi retorted without answering. Zhu Yuanyuan initially declared that she would certainly refrain from consuming anything that caused pain, and she would not even consider purchasing it, equating such an act to willingly inflicting suffering upon herself. However, upon discovering the remarkable effects of the body refining elixir, she could only exclaim for more. Despite enduring considerable hardship during the absorption process, the results were undeniably evident. Her physical strength and agility had significantly improved, and her power had increased. A hefty stone weighing around 50 jin, which she could not budge even slightly before, now felt light as she effortlessly carried it around the cave. Such a miraculous remedy, even if accompanied by great suffering during its use, was truly delightful to her. Zhu Yuanyuan has already set her sights on intermediate potions, her eyes brimming with desire, longing to conjure up 999 knowledge points instantly. Master. Zhu Yuanyuan's little face blossomed with joy. In addition to the daily study tasks, can you issue other tasks? The kind that rewards generous knowledge points? Indeed. The master promptly announced a task. Please collect 10 different types of plants. The time allotted for this task is 24 hours. Upon completion, the rewards will be 10-fold knowledge points and 10 random physical items. Do you accept? Zhu Yuanyuan readily agreed, her inquiry merely a casual one, devoid of expectation. Yet she was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. The flora of the orc realm was abundant. It was unnecessary to venture beyond the valley to gather merely 10 varieties. In less than half an hour after her departure, Zhu Yuanyuan had submitted her task and received the corresponding rewards. In addition to 10 knowledge points, she acquired 2 units of rice, 1 unit of cornmeal, 1 tube of frostbite ointment, 3 pieces of charcoal, and 3 diapers. The first 4 items were undoubtedly useful, while the last, the diapers, seemed rather peculiar. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered, could those superfluous rewards be eliminated? Lowering the chances of receiving them would suffice. However, the system playfully declined, stating that the prizes were graciously provided by the Interstellar United Network Company, all suitable for the younglings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself at a loss for words. Although the new diaper had never been used, she simply could not overcome her psychological barrier to use it as a handkerchief. Cotton was still essential. With cotton, one could weave fabric to make clothing and quilts, providing modesty in the summer and warmth in the winter. In any case, the benefits were manifold. Zhu Yuanyuan searched for cotton seeds in the system marketplace, acquiring a decisive 5 taels after spending all her 10 knowledge points. Merely possessing seeds was insufficient. She also needed cotton cultivation techniques, so she proceeded to search for that as well. To her astonishment, the cost was a staggering 200 knowledge points. How outrageous! Zhu Yuanyuan nearly transformed into a pufferfish in her frustration. The prices for potatoes, sweet potatoes, and even the basic pottery-making technique were merely 100 knowledge points. Why was the cost of cotton cultivation doubled? The pricing of goods is determined by the Interstellar United Network Corporation, and the system lacks the authority to amend these prices, as the system so stated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was skeptical. Surely, you are not withholding your response out of anger from my earlier doubts, are you? That was merely a random task, she said. The leader explained calmly. It requires certain conditions to be met to trigger it. What conditions must be fulfilled? She inquired. Random ones, came the reply. In other words, there are no fixed triggering conditions. It all depends on chance. Zhu Yuanyuan wept bitterly, pondering the difficulty of acquiring knowledge points. The host was capable of accomplishing daily tasks, with the system dutifully reminding her that her task count for the day was 0. Lying in the bright daylight became tiresome, leading her to await the evening. Zhu Yuanyuan, maintaining her rationality, did not become disoriented in her eagerness to earn knowledge points. The system remained silent, with nothing to occupy her time. Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to wash by the river and change out of her sweat-drenched beast skin dress. As she passed by the great shaman's residence, she suddenly recalled an important matter. The application for additional advanced shaman coursework she had submitted previously had yet to receive any response. Regardless of whether the outcome would be favorable or unfavorable, notification was necessary. Once again calling upon the system, she delicately broached the subject. Indeed. The system responded with the application feedback. The superintelligent brain had rejected her request for the advanced shaman course. Zhu Yuanyuan was curious about the reason for the rejection. Such courses could only be available to students with a foundational knowledge, and alas, she possessed none. At best, she could apply for a fundamental shaman skills course. Understanding this revelation, Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. Applying for the foundational shaman skills course would suffice, for as long as she could immerse herself in the knowledge of shamanic medicine. The system promptly and efficiently consented, saying, "No problem. I shall submit the application this very moment." It merely involved a slight modification to the original request, ensuring the process would be swift. With yet another significant problem resolved, Zhu Yuanyuan's spirits soared. She discreetly bathed amidst the flourishing foliage by the river, donned a clean beast skin dress, and meticulously scrubbed her dirty clothing, exhibiting astonishing efficiency. The benefits of her newfound strength were undeniably clear. She could wash her clothes independently, sparing her mother from such burdens. With no adults in the house at noon, Zhu Yuanyuan utilized a bamboo tube to cook rice and prepared a simple meat soup, enjoying a modest meal. After cleaning up, she ventured into the fields. where she discovered the potatoes and sweet potatoes were thriving, suggesting that the harvest might be bountiful. Ah, it was time to enlighten the elder chieftain about the virtues of farmhouse fertilizer. Zhu Yuanyuan flashed a mischievous smile at the one-armed old man approaching from a distance, only to revert to her usual demeanor in the next moment. She raised her hand in a warm greeting. Esteemed elder, you have arrived. Have you had your lunch yet? He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had just experienced an illusion. How could such an adorable and innocent female cub smile so wickedly? Oh, how did Yuanyuan arrive here? I have just finished my meal. What about you? Speaking of which, shouldn't the orcs greet each other by asking if they have caught any prey today? Why inquire about meals instead? The old chieftain furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss lately. In truth, it was not just him who felt out of sorts. All the orcs assigned to the task of reclaiming and farming seemed to share this strange sentiment. It was likely that this little rascal, Yuanyuan, had led them astray. With this thought, Zhu regarded the cub with a peculiar expression. What is wrong, elder chieftain? Zhu Yuanyuan asked, tilting her head cutely. Zhu clutched his chest, exuding an endearing charm. How could such an adorable youngling possibly lead anyone astray? It's all right. It's all right. I'm simply overjoyed that the potatoes and sweet potatoes are thriving. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan flashed a toothy grin. Would you like them to flourish even more? Upon hearing this, Zhu instantly perked up, pondering, do you have any good methods? There are indeed methods, yet Zhu Yuanyuan feigned a look of difficulty, suggesting it might be a bit messy and somewhat odorous. As long as it ensures their better growth, a little mess and smell are of no concern. Zhu was nearly ready to swear an oath. Just speak it out loud, and we shall all comply. At that moment, Zhu, the orc responsible for weeding the fields, also arrived and echoed the elder's sentiments. We fear neither dirt nor odor. What we dread is insufficient harvest. With this affirmation, Zhu Yuanyuan promptly declared, agriculture flourishes only with the aid of manure. Let us commence fertilizing. Zhu wore a perplexed expression on his face. Fertilizer? Manure? After listening to Zhu Yuanyuan's explanation, the old chieftain's countenance turned somewhat pallid. How could such foul substances be poured onto potatoes and sweet potatoes? Would anyone be able to stomach them after harvest? Yet, in times of scarcity, even spoiled meat was consumed. What harm could a little stench do? Fertilize immediately. Zhu commanded with a wave of his hand. Let us apply more of that substance. In the future, our potatoes will thrive and grow even larger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan stood in astonishment. Wait, one must not over-fertilize. It is essential to dilute it with water. She spoke until her mouth was parched, striving to elucidate the intricacies of fertilization. Alas, in this world, even the art of verbal expression is no trifling matter. Having arrived, she could not remain idle. Thus, Zhu Yuanyuan joined in the labor of weeding, only retreating to the shade after the sun had scorched her face a deep crimson. Yuanyuan is truly industrious. Zhu praised without reservation. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan was oblivious to the concept of humility. Of course, I am diligent. Otherwise, I would not discover such an abundance of new delicacies. Zhu shook his head in resignation, saying, Oh, you really shouldn't boast so much. It can tarnish your reputation. Zhu Yuanyuan giggled and replied, It's all right. I'm only 5 years old. If someone were to hold a grudge against me, that would be a mark on their conscience. This reasoning was sound, leaving Zhu at a loss for words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan does not comprehend, nor does Zhu. However, with age and experience, one tends to adopt a more indifferent perspective towards many matters, refraining from delving too deeply. Return home now, little one, do not overthink, for it may hinder your growth. Zhu then retrieved a wild fruit from his bosom and offered it, saying, Here, enjoy this sweet morsel. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment before taking the fruit to the riverside to wash it. Upon taking a bite, she immediately scrunched her small face in displeasure. It was sour. The old chieftain deceived her. Zhu laughed heartily, urging the little ones not to always pretend to be grown-ups. It is time to play. So go ahead. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a soft hum and turned back with a brisk pace, only to be met with a delightful surprise. Her elder brother, who had been away for nearly a month, had returned. Why was her sister silent? Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of hurt. Was he not welcome back? Overwhelmed with joy, Zhu Yuanyuan rushed forward with a smile. Elder brother, How have you been? Were you hurt at all? Zhu bravely caught his sister with steady hands and lifted her. Noting her increased weight, Zhu Yuanyuan's smile immediately faded, her little legs kicking in frustration. After delivering several kicks to her elder brother, she pouted and declared, "You are a bad brother. I no longer like you." "Is that so?" Zhu Yuanyuan lamented. "I merely misspoke out of sheer joy. Yuanyuan is not fat, truly." Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in disbelief. "I don't believe it." Upon realizing that her younger sister was genuinely upset, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of regret, so profound it seemed to twist his insides. He hurriedly retrieved a small item from his pocket, exclaiming, "Look, Big Brother has brought you a gift." "What kind of gift?" Curiosity piqued. Zhu Yuanyuan focused her gaze. It was a small ceramic pig. It turned out that this world did possess pottery. It was merely the Black Pig clan that did not. "Isn't it adorable?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. "Her charm undeniable. Where did this come from?" she inquired. "We traded with the rat beastmen," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, a proud smile illuminating his face. "We specifically ventured to a coastal area far from the sea, tried to boil seawater, and indeed we managed to extract salt, pure and delicate, surpassing the quality of the salt we previously acquired." "Brother, you are truly remarkable," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her voice sweet as honey. "You must have produced quite a bit of salt. Have you disclosed the method of boiling seawater to anyone?" "Ah, well," Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head. "The orcs from the Flying Tiger tribe who accompanied us are also aware of it. Traveling in company, some matters are simply impossible to conceal." Zhu Yuanyuan was mentally prepared. Her only concern was that news of their discovery might attract covetous eyes. "Sister, what are you pondering so deeply?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked, perplexed. "Nothing much," Zhu Yuanyuan responded. "Contemplating the rat beastmen," her brother mentioned. "But how could rat beastmen approach you for a trade?" "Actually, it was I who sought the exchange," Zhu Yuanyuan corrected her. "Trading meat. Salt is such a precious commodity, it cannot be carelessly distributed. If word gets out that they know how to produce salt, it would spell disaster. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to safeguard such knowledge. A single misstep could potentially invite annihilation." Before the salt trading party departed from the tribe, the chieftain had already instructed them to proceed with caution, emphasizing that regardless of whether they could produce salt, they must acquire some from the sea tribe. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Chang readily agreed, saying, "All right, let us venture outside to find a spacious area for practice." With that, he took his eldest son by the hand and stepped out. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled brightly, her eyes resembling crescent moons. As it appeared her elder brother was in for some misfortune. "You," Zhu Xiaofan playfully poked the forehead of the younger sibling, "only know how to watch the spectacle. Your elder brother is so considerate, even bringing you gifts upon his return. I am left with no choice," Zhu Yuanyuan feigned a troubled expression. "For my elder brother is dear to me, and our father even more so. I cannot show favoritism towards either. Both the palm and the back of her hand are flesh. She cannot be biased and can only choose to be a joyful bystander." Thus, Zhu Yuanyuan set off with a sweet smile to watch her father and elder brother spar, clapping and cheering at the thrilling moments. "Well done. Do it again." Zhu Chang's admonishment of his elder son was abruptly quelled by the resounding cheers, causing both to gradually slow their movements until they finally ceased. Lifting their gazes towards the exuberant little one bouncing at the entrance of their home, Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, inquired, "Is Big Brother very formidable?" "Indeed, remarkably so," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, raising a thumb in admiration. Showering praises with unrestrained enthusiasm, he noted his brother's agility and decisive strikes, effortlessly executing each maneuver, truly a testament to his prowess. Zhu smiled mischievously. "But how does that compare to father?" This question hardly requires consideration, as Zhu Yuanyuan answered without the slightest hesitation. "Undoubtedly, father is far more formidable." Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. "Can't you reflect a bit more before speaking?" "There's no need for contemplation. Elder brother was entrusted to us by our father, and he hasn't surpassed that yet." Zhu Yuanyuan curved her lips into a sweet smile, saying, "Good little one must not tell lies. Elder brother wouldn't want Yuanyuan to turn bad, Would he? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Brother Zhu, feeling aggrieved yet unable to seek justice for himself, returned home in tears, lamenting to his mother. Father and sister are bullying me. Poor Ah gone. Zhu Xiaofan gently stroked her eldest son's head, reflecting that had he a companion, he would not be so isolated and defenseless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan believes that this is an excellent approach to cultivate children's independence and prevent them from becoming overly reliant on their elders. Elder brother. Several sisters in the tribe have offered me sweet fruits and inquired about your preferences. Should I divulge a few details? Zhu boldly retorted, absolutely not. Little ones must be obedient. If you desire something, simply tell me. Do not betray your elder brother for a handful of fruits. Very well. I wish to have red grapes and golden mulberries, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. Zhu Yuanyuan was amused to the point of laughter. Are you attempting to savor sweet fruits? Deliberately recounting trivialities to me in order to negotiate terms? No, that is not right. Zhu Yuanyuan puffed her cheeks in defiance. It was clearly you who volunteered to assist in picking the fruits. One cannot simply retract such an offer. Otherwise, what then? Will you resort to biting me? Zhu Yuanyuan, emboldened, retorted that with your meager strength, a bite from you would likely result in broken teeth. Zhu Yuanyuan felt underestimated. She moved her little legs and rushed forward to embrace her elder brother's leg, pulling down with all her might. Ouch! Zhu Yuanyuan, who fell to the ground, was taken aback. Although his fall was due to underestimating her, he couldn't fathom how his sister had become so strong in such a short time. Hadn't he only been away for less than a month, not a year and a half? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yong regained his composure and protested. I did not play around with my sister. It was her newfound strength that knocked me down. How is that possible? Zhu Chang doubted. Just yesterday, she could barely lift a wooden bucket. And today she can push over a strong man. Zhu Xiaofan jestingly remarked that Agon truly was a wonderful brother, aware of his sister's slight strength, deliberately tumbling to amuse her. I am not. I did not, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, growing anxious as he swiftly rose to his feet and pulled his sister towards the substantial stone platform weighing over 100 pounds that was situated against the wall. Why don't you lift the stone and see for yourself? After Zhu Yuanyuan's strength had increased, she had yet to test it. And out of curiosity regarding the extent of her newfound power, she hurried over and reached out to embrace it. Oh, it feels rather slippery. As she fumbled to adjust her position, she realized her arms were too short and the stone was too large, leaving her without a proper grip. Excuse me. Zhu Yuanyuan inquired earnestly. May I attempt a different approach? Zhu Yuanyuan, having not clearly heard what was being exchanged, paid it no mind and casually agreed. Sure. In the next moment, he regretted his response as his adorable little sister lifted him up, raising him high above her head. Zhu Yong stood in a daze, as did Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan. After a day of frantically running in the mountains, Zhu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow as he stepped into his home, only to be greeted by an astonishing scene that left him utterly speechless. Has my sister undergone some transformation? What are you talking about? Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, her delicate nose scrunching in displeasure, and retorted, I am perfectly fine. I have not changed at all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Second brother, is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Even if she couldn't win the fight, her fists itched with an irresistible urge, compelling her to gently remind her foolish brother to watch his words. She was not a mere 5-year-old child who would only cry after being beaten. She was quite capable of seeking retribution. Not only would she appeal to their parents, but she would also enlist the help of her grandparents, the elder clan leader, and other close relatives. With such a multitude of allies at her disposal, she was certain she would not suffer. She could simply sit atop the roof with her chair, enjoying the spectacle as an onlooker. What could possibly be wrong with that? Zhu Yongmeng, in a rather irritating manner, made a face. I shall reveal your true nature to everyone, so they will no longer be deceived by your delicate appearance. Then do go ahead and speak. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with remarkable composure. What if I choose not to display my strength? Everyone will only rejoice for me. It is you who cannot bear to see your younger sister thriving, and I fear you may incur the wrath of the masses. Zhu Yuanyuan never anticipated that not only had his sister's strength increased, but her temper had also escalated. In the past, she would merely pout and sulk in a corner when bullied, but this time she was determined to stand her ground, leaving him utterly bewildered. Observing the dazed expressions of their parents and the disheartened demeanor of their elder brother, he suddenly found it rather pointless to quarrel with the little cub. What significance did a sudden increase in strength hold, as long as one refrained from wrongdoing? After forcibly reclaiming his dignity, Zhu Yuanyuan's expression shifted instantly. He flashed a sycophantic smile at Zhu Yuanyuan, finding her utterly adorable. He resolved that she should always be like this. Excessive timidity only invited bullying. Yes, indeed. I shall become formidable, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sweet smile, taking dainty steps toward her second brother and pretending to accidentally step on his foot with her right foot. Even though he was her brother, she knew she mustn't show leniency when it came to discipline, though she would be mindful to exert less force. Ouch, my foot! Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, clutching his foot and crying out in pain, convinced it must be swollen. Zhu Yuanyuan covered her mouth, apologizing. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Second brother, you are so kind and upright. Surely you won't hold this against me? No, I shall hold you accountable, Zhu Yuanyuan declared, gritting his teeth. You are 5 years old, and I am 10. We are both underage orcs, so why should I relent? He widened his eyes and raised his hand to tug at his sister's hair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan had just come to terms with the sudden increase in strength of their female offspring when they witnessed the two little ones engaging in a playful scuffle. Although somewhat speechless, they felt a profound sense of delight. Yuanyuan had grown up, now capable of frolicking and sparring with her brother. Indeed, in the eyes of the two parents, the siblings were merely playing, and there was nothing of great concern. Gone, Zhu Xiaofan gently patted her bewildered eldest son. Are you hungry? I can prepare some roasted meat for you. After you eat, make sure to get some well-deserved rest. You've worked hard on this journey. It wasn't difficult at all. I am genuinely pleased, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. This year, we have an ample supply of salt, allowing us to season the dried meat generously without fear of spoilage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan retracted his fist and, panting, remarked, It was you who called for a halt first, not I. In the orc culture, to cease one's actions first during a spar signifies conceding defeat. Zhu Yuanyuan casually nodded. Turning to Zhu Chang with curiosity, she inquired, Father, how does our clan preserve meat? Is it prone to spoilage? Well, it involves hollowing out a tree stump, layering the cut strips of meat within, sprinkling salt between each layer, placing a wooden board on top, and finally sealing it with moist clay. Zhu Chang provided a rough explanation. As for its susceptibility to spoilage, that largely depends on the amount of salt used. If insufficient salt is applied, the preservation period will be shorter. However, with ample salt, it can last until the snowy season. Once snow falls, burying the meat in snow prevents spoilage. But if too much salt is used, won't it be overly salty when consumed? Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but frown. Not at all, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected. When cut into smaller pieces and boiled in the clan's large stone pot, the excess salt dissipates with prolonged cooking, and the water can be saved for drinking. Indeed, the original memories contained recollections of enjoying boiled meat during the snowy season. However, due to her young age, many details eluded her, rendering those memories quite hazy. For instance, she was unaware of the existence of the large stone pot within the clan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling fatigued, casually sank onto the ground, leaning against the large stone platform. Mother, do not merely fixate on the items scattered upon the earth. Those potatoes were unearthed from the mountains. When you have the time, wander into the fields and observe the appearance of the potato leaves. Although her words were not overly explicit, their meaning was unmistakably clear. Zhu Xiaofan instantly comprehended and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall go see them tomorrow morning. Do not venture alone. Take along one of the nearby ants you frequently associate with, Zhu Yuanyuan advised. Indeed, Zhu Xiaofan chuckled while playfully chiding, you little schemer. I have lived several decades longer than you. Surely, I am aware of such things. In their tribe, hunting and gathering were communal endeavors, and the spoils were distributed collectively. Only the adolescent orcs, who captured small game or found fruits and mountain goods, could bring them home directly. Given the established rules, there was no need for her to hoard knowledge. It would benefit everyone to recognize what potato seedlings resembled, potentially leading to greater yields. Alas, fruits were difficult to preserve. Otherwise, they would be abundant upon the mountain, Zhu Chang lamented. Zhu Xiaofan also felt a sense of regret. If only they could preserve more fruits. Along with potatoes and whatever that red thing is, they wouldn't have to worry about food during the snowy season. Mother is truly foolish, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, hands on her hips. Fresh fruits are difficult to store, but we can simply dry them. After all, autumn is abundant like summer, and it rarely rains, making it ideal for drying things. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, in a state of agitation, anxiously pulled at his hair, questioning why he was still involved in this matter. Are you in or out? Zhu Chang asked in a low voice. In. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with unwavering determination. With the matter settled, the family's meal of roasted meat was nearly ready, and they enjoyed an early dinner together. During this busy season of stockpiling provisions, the young men returning from afar were not afforded any special treatment. The following morning, Zhu Yuanyuan rose early to accompany his father on a hunting expedition. Before they departed, the sleepy Zhu Yuanyuan handed her elder brother a large, red apple, suggesting he have a piece of fruit to settle his stomach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang smirked, observing the vividly green fruit that appeared quite sour. Who exactly had given it to his little female? Ever since Zhu Yuanyuan had acquired the ability to be astified, the family's control over her had significantly relaxed. She roamed freely around the tribe, endearing herself to many adult beastmen, who often brought her wild fruits to enjoy. Consequently, the family remained oblivious to the true quantity of fruits Zhu Yuanyuan possessed, allowing her to occasionally smuggle in some extras. Isn't father going to eat? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Of course I will, Zhu Chang hastily assured her. Father will definitely eat it, and there shall be no waste. Zhu Yuanyuan arched her large eyes, pondering the difficulties of becoming a master and balancing a water tray. To maintain equilibrium, her mother had given her a red apple before departing. Ahem, she truly preferred green apples, and her father was fond of sour fruits as well, so it wasn't favoritism, was it? Once the adults had left, the house fell into a quieter state, with only Zhu Yuanyuan seated at the cave's entrance, fiddling with his basket and occasionally casting a wistful glance. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a shiver run down her spine as she hurriedly produced a green apple, offering it with a smile. Second brother, would you like a piece of fruit? It's a tad sour. She had received 2 red apples, but there were still 5 green ones remaining. I knew that you delicate females cannot handle sour fruits, Zhu Yuanyuan declared, his pride evident as he snatched the apple from her hand. Very well, I shall reluctantly take it upon myself to consume it for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a humorous predicament. Realizing that her elder brother had likely refrained from venturing outside due to not receiving the fruit she had sent him. Alas, she could only blame herself for her sluggishness. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhu Yuanyuan shouldered her own small basket and set out, initially taking a stroll around the fields before heading to the communal storage room of the tribe. The so-called storage room was essentially a vast cavern, spanning around 100 square meters, containing provisions belonging to the entire tribe. The entrance was typically closed, only opening for the retrieval of goods and during the autumn meat curing season. She was eager to observe the salt produced by boiling seawater and to learn the techniques employed by others in the meat curing process. At that moment, The door to the communal storage was wide open, revealing several elder females busily engaged within. Some were washing meat, others were hanging it to dry, while a few were meticulously arranging the dried meat into wooden barrels for preservation. Their roles were clearly defined, showcasing remarkable efficiency, reminiscent of a well-oiled assembly line. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan ambled over, her gaze fixed upon a nearby pouch made of animal hide, filled with coarse salt. The yellowish granules were interspersed with darker flecks. This crude salt contained numerous impurities, lacking the pristine quality of that acquired through trade with the sea tribe. Prolonged consumption might prove detrimental to one's health, necessitating purification. Tongxi, Zhu Yuanyuan summoned with her thoughts. Do you know how to purify salt? I do not, Tongxi replied. But the host may procure a simplified method for salt purification from the marketplace. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, whose appearance is utterly unappetizing. By the way, is it truly acceptable to tuck fruits into a bandeau? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In a previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan had encountered a certain proverb, if it's not clean but you eat it, you won't fall ill. This saying proves quite fitting in her current world as well. No one seems to care about the cleanliness of salt. They only concern themselves with its availability. Although she does not wholly endorse such sentiments, she refrains from forcefully promoting the importance of hygiene, instead opting to seek an alternative justification. The grit in the salt renders roasted meat unpalatable, and without that grit, the meat would undoubtedly taste exquisite. How absurd this notion is. Zhu Xiu understands that her granddaughter is merely overthinking and thus refrains from reiterating the suggestion to visit the great shaman for treatment. She casually remarks, if you have any insights, ponder them well. If you devise a useful method, do share it, for all will be grateful. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Grandma, how many fruits are you carrying? Don't you find them uncomfortable? Not at all. Zhu Xiu replied with a light cough. Children should not concern themselves with such matters. Thanks to the presence of the monarch, Zhu Yuanyuan had no shortage of fruits to eat. Ignoring her grandmother's urging, she dashed away. Upon exiting the communal storage room, she encountered a frail male cub, Zhu Xiang, with dry, yellowing hair. Without hesitation, she decided to offer him the green fruits she held in her hands. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed compassionately at the emaciated cub, who was older than herself. After offering the sour fruit, she hesitated for a moment before reaching into her woven basket to retrieve a leaf-wrapped snack. Here, this is a treat I made myself. You should try it. This was no mere pretense. During the day, she was often alone at home and would seize moments to prepare delightful morsels for her family. Carrying a few snacks with her was simply a means of providing a small indulgence. Elders would not object to lending a helping hand to others whenever circumstances allowed. Beaming with delight, Zhu Xiang eagerly received the gift, her eyes sparkling like stars. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan, she chirped. Having performed her daily good deed, Zhu Yuanyuan returned home to contemplate methods for purifying water. Fine gauze proved effective, yet such material was non-existent in the world of beastmen. Charcoal combined with sand and stone also showed promise, but alas, she lacked the knowledge to produce charcoal. The simplest solution involved allowing the water to settle for several days, carefully decanting the clear upper layer and discarding the murky residue. This method, however, was time-consuming, laborious, and wasteful. Nevertheless, Performing this step directly on the seashore would greatly alleviate the burden. Of the three approaches, only the final option seemed viable. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan refused to concede defeat. Despite harboring little hope, she turned to the system. System, she inquired, do you possess knowledge of charcoal production? The system responded in its usual manner. Kindly direct yourself to the store to make a purchase, host. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. Deciding that it was futile to consult you, she would resort to a more rudimentary approach and gather enough knowledge before purchasing methods for charcoal production. Host. The system suddenly interjected, as a time-traveling female, how can you be so uninformed? Recently, I made contact with a colleague whose host also hails from modern society. Not only is she adept at agriculture, but she also excels in charcoal making, soap crafting, and glass production, truly a jack of all trades. The system expressed a hint of envy, remarking that if the host were clever, imparting knowledge would be effortless, and there would be no incessant demands for recipes. Alas, why must I be burdened with such an inept host? Perhaps the system's discontent was overwhelming, for Zhu Yuanyuan sneezed several times and, with suspicion, inquired, are you cursing me? No, the system vehemently denied. I am an artificial intelligence, devoid of human emotions, and I do not engage in cursing. Zhu Yuanyuan pursed her lips, pondering the truthfulness of the words spoken. As for the other time traveler and system owner mentioned by Tongzi, she remained largely indifferent. Each individual is a distinct entity. In her previous life, she was preoccupied with her studies and juggling part-time jobs to earn a living, leaving her with no time to surf the internet or indulge in soap operas or essential oil recipes. Regardless of the world she inhabits, she views herself as an ordinary person and does not perceive this as a flaw. With no help forthcoming, Zhu Yuanyuan felt no particular concern. She turned her attention to the large bamboo tube housing her salt, deciding to conduct an experiment, albeit lacking a pot. The boiling process would require considerable time, and the bamboo tube was inadequate. Was she to borrow the tribe's large stone pot? After recalling the appearance of that pot from the original owner's memories, Zhu Yuanyuan decisively abandoned the idea. With only 2 bamboo tubes of salt, there would not be enough to submerge the bottom of the pot in water, rendering it impractical. The large stone pot was not an option, and she would have to devise an alternative solution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan summoned the system store and swiftly searched for pertinent information, quickly settling on the desired iron chisel, which she purchased for 2 knowledge points. Wait a moment, it seemed she was still lacking a hammer. After considerable effort, she finally gathered the necessary tools to commence her work, the rhythmic clinking resonating throughout the cavern. Thankfully, the surrounding orcs had all ventured out. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to act so freely. The advantages of her considerable strength became particularly evident at this moment. She fashioned a stone pot within a single day. And after a brief polish and thorough cleansing, she set it over a flame to boil water. It was getting late, and it would be unwise to experiment with salt tonight. She murmured to herself that she would save it for tomorrow. The thought of preparing delectable dishes, such as fried meat, grilled meat, and stir-fried meat, made her mouth water involuntarily. The newly crafted pot would certainly feel unfamiliar. So she resolved to render some fat into oil, which could be used for cooking, while the leftover residue could be consumed directly, aside from meat. The only vegetable she had on hand was a potato, so Zhu Yuanyuan decided to create a fusion dish, potato slices stir-fried with pork belly, accompanied by a delicate egg drop soup with meat. Perhaps next time, she could even forage for some wild greens to saute. Zhu Yuanyuan prepared a modest amount of dishes, merely to allow her family a taste of something new. For a fulfilling meal, they would need to roast additional meat. In the past, her lack of strength had prevented her from handling large cuts of meat. Thus, she had refrained from taking on the cooking tasks. However, circumstances had changed, and now she was determined to excel in her culinary endeavors, ensuring that her family could return home to warm soup and roasted meat. After over an hour of diligent effort, she finally finished all the dishes, cleaned the large stone used for chopping, and served the stir-fried dishes and roasted meat directly on it. The stone was tall and substantial, providing a communal dining experience as they gathered around it. As the sun began to set, Zhu's father, mother, and 2 brothers returned home, their weary footsteps echoing in the doorway. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly revitalizing them. How delightful! Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, his nose twitching as saliva pooled in his mouth. What delectable dishes has my sister prepared this time? Yet, With such a small quantity, it was never enough to satisfy their appetites. Competing for food against his elder brother was futile, especially when it came to their father. Alas, he felt truly burdened by this predicament. Observing this, the second brother remarked, "Zhu Yuanyuan, if you don't hurry, there will be no food left." It was only after the family finished their meal that they voiced their lingering curiosity. "Where did this pot come from?" "I made it myself," Zhu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly, her face unflushed and breath steady. "I discovered a large, concave stone by the river, and with a bit of crafting, it transformed into a cooking pot." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yongming immediately conceded, saying, "Mother, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting with my sister. If it were truly so easy to find, every household in the tribe would possess a pot. How could a grown person make things difficult for a 5-year-old child?" Zhu Chang, with a stern expression, threatened his second son, "You need to be more sensible in the future. If you continue like this, I shall spank you." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan could not help but burst into laughter, while Zhu Yong, with an odd expression, remarked, "I can hardly believe that such a shameless person is my own brother." Zhu Yong cast a disdainful glance, remarking, "Elder brother, you are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. Do not presume I am oblivious to your jealousy over our sister's more carefree upbringing compared to your own. You often lament how our father was excessively harsh with you in your youth." Caught off guard, Zhu Yong felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing for a crevice to hide in, unable to muster a single retort. Zhu Chang was somewhat surprised. "Did Agon truly believe that I was too harsh on you?" "No," Zhu Yonggan repeatedly shook his head. "I am aware that father acts out of concern for me. My sister's beast is unlike ours. That is why she can enjoy these years with such ease. As long as you understand," Zhu Chang said with relief as he patted his eldest son's shoulder. "With your innate talent, as long as you remain diligent, your future will undoubtedly surpass that of your father. Rest assured, father, I shall continue to strive diligently." Zhu Yonggan solemnly promised. The father and son exchanged smiles, a scene of unparalleled warmth. Yet it was at that moment that an unwelcome presence emerged. "My sister is now a mighty warrior, even stronger than I was at her age of 5, Zhu Yonggan chuckled. "She is ready to participate in the hunting training." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming remained unfazed and remarked, "I commenced my training at the tender age of 5, while my younger sister, at the same age, still enjoys the comforts of home. Should I not feel envious?" Zhu Chang reiterated, "I previously understood her frail constitution as a reason for her absence." However, Zhu Yongming insisted, "Things have changed now. Father, mother, I implore you to allow me to bring my sister to training next spring." Zhu Chang, "Very well." Upon hearing the approval, Zhu Yongming suddenly came to his senses and stammered, "Father actually agreed." The speed of his concession seemed rather swift. "Indeed," Zhu Chang replied with a calm nod. "I have consented." "What? Do you wish to retract your words?" No. I shall not go back on my word." Zhu Yongming hastily shook his head. "That is good to hear. You must take good care of your sister. If she is wronged, it will reflect poorly on you as her brother," Zhu Chang asserted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented that her days of carefree freedom were drawing to a close. Her joyous childhood was on the brink of conclusion, and she felt compelled to cherish the fleeting months ahead, prioritizing play over toil. "I shall take a rest now," Zhu Yuanyuan declared emphatically. Zhu Xiaofan, taken aback by the early hour, was soon enveloped by concern. Was her friend unwell? Zhu Yuanyuan remained vigilant, feeling quite well yet fatigued, yearning for an early slumber. An early bedtime would facilitate the completion of tasks, allowing her to rise at dawn and venture out for recreation. In truth, there was little amusement to be found. She could only meander through the fields or join the bustle in the communal storage room, after which there was little else to anticipate. The older cubs in her clan were required to venture into the mountains collectively, while the younger ones were confined at home, restricted from wandering outside to prevent any untoward incidents in the absence of adult supervision. It must be said, her parents possessed a remarkable degree of trust, allowing a mere 5-year-old to remain alone at home, unfettered by restrictions on going outdoors, seemingly untroubled by the possibility of her playing near the river's edge and falling in. Amidst her amusement, Zhu Yuanyuan also found it agreeable. Though her physical age was young, her mind was that of an adult, and she had no desire to be confined within a dark cave all day or to be strapped to her mother's back on outings. Upon hearing the little female's complaint of weariness, the Zhuchang couple were naturally solicitous, promptly suggesting an early bedtime for all. Zhu Yongming, however, was displeased, exclaiming, "So much for impartiality. Must the entire family be made to retire early simply because she wishes to do so?" Zhu Yuanyuan demurred, "There's no need. I can sleep through any commotion when I'm tired. You needn't concern yourselves with me." Having accepted her daily task, her consciousness would directly enter the virtual classroom, rendering her impervious to external disturbances. Only in the event of danger would she receive an alert from the system. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly understood. She only imparted fundamental knowledge regarding herbal medicine, eschewing the teachings of sorcery. Indeed, a great sorcerer possesses the ability to conjure water orbs, wind blades, and earthen walls through the incantation of spells, as well as to heal others using mystical powers. After synthesizing all the information, she felt that this scenario bore a striking resemblance to the demon cultivators depicted in online novels, who absorb the essence of the sun and moon to transform it into spiritual energy, subsequently utilizing that energy to heal others, engaging in minor spells to combat adversaries, and safeguarding themselves. Do not fret, host. Once the herbal medicine class concludes, a sorcery class will follow, the system reassured. Zhu Yuanyuan was puzzled as to why the two could not learn simultaneously, feeling it necessary to distinguish a sequence. "Please commence the lesson," the host urged, emphasizing that any delay would only prolong the schedule. A class is stipulated to last 30 minutes, and thus, it cannot be shortened. Zhu Yuanyuan privately believes that the duration of classes hinges entirely on the mood of the instructor. When the mood is favorable, a few minutes can be spared. But when it is not, every minute is meticulously accounted for. However, certain thoughts must be concealed until one can safely navigate the instructor's temperament, lest one inadvertently provoke their ire. The system, which claims to be devoid of emotions, surprisingly exhibits the full spectrum of human feelings. How peculiar. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan pays little heed to such anomalies, casting her concerns aside with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, "What class is this?" The instructor replies, "Martial arts class." With a twinkle in her eyes, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaims, "My strength has increased, and I am much more agile. I can surely complete the martial arts exercises 10 times in one breath." The task for the martial arts class is to perform the juvenile martial arts routine 10 times. And completion allows one to leave class, whereas failure results in detention. To ensure she finishes on time, she perseveres without pause, even when exhaustion renders her arms nearly immobile. Today, however, is different. Emboldened by her newfound confidence, she is untroubled by the prospect of failing to meet the task's demands. Yet, the instructor swiftly delivers a stark revelation. The system has detected a comprehensive enhancement in the host's physical capabilities and, in accordance with regulations, will teach the juvenile martial arts routine. Thus, she must prepare for warm-up exercises. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed quietly, lamenting her misfortune. Yet she still had to earnestly engage in her studies. Clumsily, she followed the instructor in completing a peculiar set of exercises, nearly collapsing onto the ground from exhaustion. Wasn't it said that overall physical fitness had improved? Why then did she still struggle? The instructor teased, "You're still too fragile," perhaps aware that their secret was now revealed. The instructor began to let loose, even daring to make jokes. To a 5-year-old cub, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted defiantly and slumped to the ground, insisting, "My body is perfectly capable. You were just too hasty. You should teach the new movements more slowly." The instructor rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, "I merely demonstrated the movements for you first, and you insisted on following along. If you tire yourself out, you can't blame me." Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, realizing that she was indeed reaping the consequences of her own actions. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, both enveloped in a sense of helplessness. After a few minutes, the leader, with a stern expression, commanded, "Get up. You have been resting for quite some time. Do not indulge in laziness any longer." Zhu Yuanyuan crawled up with all her might, gritting her teeth as she resumed her exercises. May the beast god bless her. She fervently hoped that there would be no more physical training classes today, for she was uncertain if she could endure another session. Alas, the beast god was far too occupied to heed her plea. After 10 consecutive classes, 3 of which were dedicated to physical training, Zhu Yuanyuan's face had turned pale from exhaustion. She lacked the spirit to undertake additional tasks. The system, somewhat perplexed, inquired whether the host would not be staying up late to complete missions tonight. "No," Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. "I can no longer muster the strength for a 4th physical training class. Didn't TU enhance your overall physical fitness? Surely attending another class would not be detrimental." The system remarked with a hint of amusement. "Enhancement does not equate to becoming an indefatigable Iron Man," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a huff. "I knew you were doing this on purpose." She had previously asserted that 2 physical training classes were her limit. How could she possibly exceed that today? The system calmly acknowledged, "Indeed, that was my intention." "Is it because I claimed your health had improved?" "Incorrect. It is due to the fact that you consumed the basic body refining potion, which has optimized your physique and allowed for increased training intensity." Upon receiving this revelation, Zhu Yuanyuan did not feel particularly elated. Instead, she wore a distressed expression, lamenting, "I must enroll in the clan's hunting training class come spring of next year, and it will undoubtedly be exhausting. I won't have the energy for too many physical training classes." "Fear not," the system replied cheerfully. "I will adjust the curriculum according to your condition each day." With such words, what could Zhu Yuanyuan do but acquiesce? She was still reliant on the system and recognized the benefits of additional training for her body, even if it left her feeling fatigued. Thus, by the time spring arrived, she had lost weight due to her exertions, prompting her father to fret and search for reasons, while her mother busied herself preparing extra meals for the young female. Hoping to fatten her up in a short span, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt comforted and immediately expressed his determination to work harder, striving to shed a couple of inches. Remarkably, he measured his weight loss not by pounds, but rather by the circumference. Zhu Yuanyuan scrutinized her second brother, a 10-year-old adolescent male orc who was precisely in the midst of a growth spurt. Standing at over 1.50 meters, his physique was rather slender, making it nearly impossible for him to shed any significant weight, unless he were to reduce himself to a mere skeleton encased in skin. Their mother would hardly notice any loss in weight. With a sigh of contemplation, she turned to seek out Zhu Xiaofan for a conversation, exclaiming, "Mother, I have observed that my second brother has been rather lazy of late." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan noticed several dark lines appearing on her forehead. "Your second brother wishes to take a few days of rest, and father and mother have consented." "Oh," Zhu Yuanyuan expressed a hint of disappointment, but replied, "Very well then." Zhu Yuanyuan happened to return home to retrieve something and overheard his sister's words in their entirety. He was instantly filled with rage, grinding his teeth in anger. "Zhu Yuanyuan, how could you betray me? It seems I have truly wasted my affection on you. Why is my second brother back again?" Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred by the embarrassment of being caught, cheerfully replied, "I merely noticed how quickly you've grown taller and slimmer, and I wanted to find a way to secure you some rest." "Are you certain about that?" Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. "It appears I hear someone inciting our mother to punish me." He found the word but too disgraceful to utter. "I did not. I didn't say that." "You must have misheard," Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, her tone so convincing it seemed genuine. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan engaged in a profound introspection. Yet he found no evidence of having wronged his sister, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Could you possibly offer a hint? He pondered. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, hands firmly on her hips, her demeanor fierce. You promised to take me to gather sweet fruits, yet you remain cooped up in the tribe. With autumn swiftly waning and the harsh winter approaching, the potatoes in the ground were merely the size of her fists. She contemplated that if their food reserves were ample, they could occasionally extend aid to the elderly and orphaned children within their community. However, how could she extract the potatoes and sweet potatoes from her system's backpack without leaving the tribe? Her brother's failure to uphold his promise was particularly vexing, and Zhu Yuanyuan seized the opportunity to bring her grievances before their parents. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless, taking quite a while to regain his voice. How could I possibly know the meaning if you don't say anything? Brother, you truly are quite foolish, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. Never mind, I shall let it go this time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yang's expression changed dramatically. I have no intention of engaging with you. Winning would bring no advantage, while losing would be a source of shame. If you are unwilling, that is acceptable. Zhu Yuanyuan grinned and said, tomorrow, you must obediently take me into the woods. Otherwise, there is no need for threats to be articulated too clearly. We all understand the implication. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered that his sister now possessed strength comparable to his own, and her agility was undeniable. She would not be a hindrance. Reluctantly, he conceded, my opinion alone is insufficient. I must consult with others. If there are no objections, then I shall take you along. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression darkened instantly, realizing that his previous promise to bring her was merely a casual remark. Isn't this how everyone pacifies the young ones? Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with conviction. I was coaxed by our mother time and again during my childhood. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan was quite content, casually waving her hand, inviting them to play. When the meat is tender, I shall call for you. How shall I call? Naturally, I would stand at the doorstep and shout loudly into the outside world. The tribe is not vast, and the orc's voice is quite resonant. A single call would be heard by all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Xiaofan could not help but feel a pang of worry in her heart. She earnestly remarked, Yuanyuan, it is not acceptable for you to languish at home all day. Young ones ought to embody vivacity and energy. I am quite lively and active. Zhu Yuanyuan mumbled in response, isn't it you who is stewing meat at home today? This statement was undeniably valid, leaving Zhu Xiaofan with no grounds to refute. She could only concede, as long as you were aware of it. Then she inquired, by the way, you mentioned wanting to venture into the forest to play? I do not wish to merely play. Zhu Yuanyuan corrected her. I have matured and can join everyone in foraging for wild goods and fruits, contributing to our tribe. That is unnecessary. Zhu Xiaofan instinctively declined. You are still quite young. I am nearly 6 years old. I am not a child, Zhu Yuanyuan stated earnestly. I understand that the snow season is bitterly cold, and we cannot venture out to hunt. While everyone is busy bustling about, I find myself idling at home, and that is not right. Observing that her mother remained steadfast, she added, staying at home all day is exceedingly dull. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly agreed. All right, no problem. I certainly won't overexert myself. She sprang to her feet, eager to head out. Wait a moment, Zhu Xiaofan interjected with a stern expression. Why are you rushing out when the meat isn't even cooked? Zhu Yuanyuan stretched her neck to peer outside and caught sight of a familiar figure, who was making exaggerated facial expressions and waving incessantly. She found herself in a quandary. Her mother forbade her from leaving, and she dared not defy that command. Instead, she forced a silly smile and said, The meat is almost tender. Let me see where my second brother is, so I can call him back for a bowl. Don't worry about him. He'll return when he's hungry, Zhu Xiaofan remarked, reaching out to tug at the collar of the young lady's garment, her tone tinged with skepticism. Did you reconcile with your second brother right after your quarrel? Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her cheeks unflushed and breath steady. Did not mother say that siblings should care for one another? We made amends, so you should be pleased. Zhu Xiaofan nodded, expressing her genuine happiness. However, she inquired, Is it possible that both of you are concealing something from me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan wished to shake her head, but upon meeting her mother's knowing gaze, she immediately faltered and murmured, It is indeed noisy. Thus, her complaint was insincere. It merely allowed her to witness the discord between them. Zhu Xiaofan furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering. I must consider what advantages this brings you. Let's address the matter directly without any circumlocution. This troublesome child was already inciting her desire to deliver a sound thrashing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Xiaofan. You may speak directly to us. Oh mother. Zhu Yuanyuan is being obstinate. Did I not mention this before? Have you forgotten? Zhu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that such an incident had indeed occurred. At that time, she had resolutely declined without a second thought. After watching the performance for quite some time and actively participating in cheering for the young female, she only realized at the end that the fool was, in fact, herself. Upon discovering the truth, Zhu Xiaofan felt utterly disheartened. She remained dazed for quite a while before finally regaining her composure. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, Fine. If you wish to go, then go. Just don't come crying to me about how exhausting it is. I want tea, Zhu Yuanyuan declared with conviction. I fear neither hardship nor fatigue. I only dread not being able to contribute to the tribe. Her earnest demeanor nearly convinced Zhu Xiaofan. Once everything was settled, Zhu Yuanyuan straightforwardly summoned her second brother back home, and the siblings joyfully feasted on braised meat before heading out. Although it was somewhat late, the half-grown orcs were active in the nearby woods, and there were numerous adult orcs wandering about. The two of them left the valley without any hindrance and, after not traveling far, successfully reunited with their companions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yoming turned his head and flashed a mischievous smile at his sister. Look at you, insisting on following me and being a nuisance. What are you talking about, Aming? Zhu Hong retorted. I am not being disdainful. I am simply concerned for our dear Yuanyuan. However, as she spoke, her face suddenly flushed, and she swiftly turned away and fled. Zhu Yongming scratched his head in perplexity, muttering about how the conversation was abruptly cut short. The straightforward Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and kicked her elder brother, urging him not to dawdle and to get back to work. The siblings commenced their search in the vicinity, seeking edible provisions. After wandering through the woods several times, their yield was disappointingly meager, as all the consumables had long been gathered and placed into the communal storage. With nothing left to collect, Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering why they still ventured into the mountains daily. Wasn't it a mere waste of time to aimlessly roam the hills? It was all because of you. Zhu Yongming retorted with irritation. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Was it because of me? Indeed, Zhu Yongming had inexplicably acquired a sharpened wooden stick, which he poked into the ground as he wandered about. Since the discovery of potatoes and sweet potatoes, everyone realized that there were edible treasures beneath the earth, which could satisfy their hunger. They were eager to explore further for more such delights. Finding more would be splendid, but if not, it was of little consequence. After all, the children found it rather tedious to spend their days in the valley honing their hunting skills, while the adult orcs occasionally hunted in the deep mountains. bringing back wild rabbits and pheasants, which provided a semblance of practical experience. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a wave of concern. Given the fervor with which everyone was turning over the ground, her plan to introduce new delicacies like purple sweet potatoes seemed futile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated to randomly choose a path, fearing that venturing too far would complicate the search for her by her family. Remaining seated and waiting for someone to find her was equally unfeasible. The desolate surroundings suggested that few had traversed this remote wilderness. If she were to encounter a wild beast, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. She gazed up at a tree, stout and robust, even more so than her father. With nimble movements, she reasoned that climbing would pose no significant challenge. After spitting into her palms, she grasped the trunk and strained to ascend. Finally, she reached the nearest branch to the ground, feeling utterly exhausted. Her arms were too short, and the trunk was too thick. Scaling the tree was far more arduous than she had anticipated. Ultimately, she decided that remaining here was safer than sitting at the base of the tree. Thus, she resolved to wait. In truth, her true form was that of a female miniature pig. One might wonder if this meant that a sow could indeed climb a tree. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Is it because of me? Indeed, Zhu Yongmeng had somehow acquired a sharpened wooden stick, which he was poking into the ground. Ever since they discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes, the group realized that there were edible treasures beneath the earth, which could also satiate their hunger. They were eager to explore further, hoping to uncover more such delicacies. Finding them would be splendid, but if they did not, it was of little consequence. After all, the children spent their days in the valley honing their hunting skills, while the adult orcs occasionally brought back wild rabbits and pheasants from the depths of the mountains, providing them with practical experience. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan fell into a state of worry, given the fervor with which everyone was turning over the land. Her idea of introducing new food items, such as purple sweet potatoes, had come to naught. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated to choose a path, fearing that the further she ventured, the more trouble it would cause her family in their search for her. Sitting idly was not an option either, as the desolate surroundings suggested that this remote forest had seen few visitors. Encountering a wild beast would make escape nearly impossible. Gazing up at a tree even sturdier than her father, she believed climbing it should not pose much difficulty. After spitting into her palms, she grasped the trunk and struggled to ascend. After much effort, she finally reached a branch close to the ground, only to feel utterly exhausted. Her arms were too short, and the trunk was too thick. Climbing proved to be a daunting challenge for her. Ultimately, she decided that remaining here was safer than sitting beneath the tree. So she resolved to wait. Ironically, her true form was that of a female miniature pig. Could it be said that even a sow could climb a tree? Zhu Yuanyuan was unaware of how many of her kin were stirred into action to find her. At that moment, she was enveloped in joy. For beneath the tree she had so casually climbed, there grew a Ganoderma that was larger than her own face. The red Ganoderma, as described in the texts, was distinguished by its umbrella-like shape, with a cap that was kidney-shaped, semicircular, or nearly round, featuring a hard shell that ranged in hue from yellow-brown to reddish-brown. Known for its abilities to replenish energy, soothe the spirit, and alleviate coughs and asthma, what she beheld was a reddish-brown, semicircular Ganoderma. Though she was uncertain about the hardness of its shell, as she was still firmly seated on a sturdy branch, clutching a thick limb, her apprehension about descending was fueled by the fear of encountering a large carnivorous beast. She dared not come down before those who were searching for her arrived. Watching the one-eyed wolf prowling and howling not far away, she silently prayed for the protection of the beast deity, hoping her second brother would be astute enough to notice her absence sooner rather than later. She waited and hoped, and at last, before darkness enveloped the land, she heard the sound of someone calling her name. Zhu Yuanyuan's listless spirit was suddenly invigorated. Leaning on a rough branch, she shakily rose to her feet and called out with all her might, "I am here. Help!" After several desperate cries that nearly shattered her throat, she finally received a response, "Don't be afraid, my dear. I am coming to rescue you." The one-eyed wolf, sobbing and reluctant to relinquish its tender prey, sensed the impending danger and immediately tucked its tail, fleeing without a trace of regret. When faced with the choice between an unattainable meal and its own life, the latter was an obvious priority. Shortly after the one-eyed wolf's departure, Zhu Chang appeared beneath the great tree, accompanied by a dozen or so beastmen. Upon lifting his gaze to the small female figure perched above, his anxious heart finally found solace, only to be swiftly replaced by fury. "Zhu Yuanyuan, are you courting death? No matter how strong a 5-year-old cub may be, they cannot contend with a ferocious beast. To run out here is one thing, but to venture deeper into the mountains is simply asking for trouble. Dad, please don't be angry," Zhu Yuanyuan pleaded, feigning innocence. "I truly didn't mean to. I was so focused on finding sweet fruits that I forgot to watch where I was going." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang followed the voice of his little female companion, and along the way, he spotted several crimson wild fruits hanging from the trees. Though scarce, they were not entirely absent. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. The fruits had been consumed by her. After sitting idle on the tree for several hours, hunger compelled her to devour the fruits, which was quite reasonable. The father and daughter engaged in a battle of wits, ultimately leaving the father speechless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated that her treasure was indeed a rare red Ganoderma, not easily found. Alas, it was something she ought not to be familiar with, so she could only resort to discussing it in terms of size. "Father, you do not comprehend. I have never encountered a mushroom larger than my face." Zhu Yuanyuan trotted over to the back of the great tree, bending down to carefully pluck the Ganoderma and cradling it tenderly in her arms. "Larger than your face?" Zhu Chang exclaimed in astonishment. "Now that is something worth seeing." The other beastmen gathered around, intrigued. "Let us behold this grand treasure." Upon realizing what Zhu Yuanyuan held, the crowd grew alarmed. The great shaman warned that mushrooms with such vivid colors could be toxic. Consuming them could lead to hallucinations, or worse, death. "We must discard it immediately." "Yuanyuan." Zhu Chang rushed over to snatch the large mushroom from her grasp and hurled it to the ground. "You must never pick mushrooms that are brightly colored again. If you were to consume it, you could lose sight of your father, mother, and your 2 brothers. Do not throw it away." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang, finding himself unable to persuade the petite female, contemplated employing force to seize the object, crush it, and cast it aside. Just as he was about to take action, the typically reticent Zhu Neng suddenly spoke up, stating that he had previously encountered such mushrooms at the great sorcerer's abode. "You saw it at the great sorceress?" Zhu Wei asked, astonished. Could it truly be something extraordinary? A sense of curiosity and doubt enveloped the crowd. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Chang resolved to heed the wishes of the female cub and bring it back. If the grand shaman declared it non-toxic, they would prepare a nourishing broth. However, a caveat was necessary. While he would comply with the request, should it prove toxic, there would be no further commotion. Yes, I shall listen to father." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously in agreement. The grand shaman was likely aware of the merits of the red reishi mushroom, a notion further corroborated by Uncle Zhu's words, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan could never have anticipated that while the grand shaman affirmed her prized mushroom as a rare medicinal herb, He also exchanged it for various remedies, such as frostbite ointment, tiger bone rheumatism balm, hemostatic powder, and body-enhancing elixirs. For the tribe, medical consultations were complimentary. Yet the medicinal herbs were predominantly collected by the grand shaman himself from the mountains. To procure medicine, one had to barter with meat or wild fruits. Her grandfather suffered from rheumatism, her grandmother and mother frequently battled frostbite during the snowy season, and her father and elder brother often returned from hunting with injuries. Her second brother, aged 10, required regular baths and the body-enhancing elixir. Thus, trading a seemingly useless big mushroom for a plethora of invaluable medicines was a transaction that bore no loss. Regrettably, in the world of beastmen, the concept of currency was yet to emerge. Barter was the prevalent means of exchange. No matter how precious the red reishi mushroom, it could not be sold for coin. And thus, an exchange with the grand shaman was the only viable option. As Zhu Chang returned home with the medicine cradled in his arms, he felt a sense of disorientation. In the past, he would laboriously carry large cuts of meat to the shaman in exchange for a meager supply of medicine. Yet now he found himself enveloped in abundance, no longer needing to barter for a year and a half. He felt as though he were walking on air, a sensation that was almost surreal. Yuanyuan, please give my father a light tap, Zhu Chang implored, his eyes brimming with hope. I need to confirm that I am not dreaming. It was both amusing and poignant to hear such words come from the lips of a robust, burly man. In modern society, medicine is not scarce. Ordinary people can easily stockpile essential medications at home for immediate use. In stark contrast, in this world, even the subpar hemostatic powder is regarded as a life-saving remedy. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a soft sigh, resolving to wait until life improved, no longer enduring hunger and cold, before attempting to cultivate medicinal herbs. It must be said that with the systematic marketplace at hand, she felt a newfound confidence in whatever she wished to pursue. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Zhu Yuanyuan exerted a gentle pressure, twisting her hand on her father's sturdy arm. Ouch! Zhu Chang exclaimed, feeling the pain. Yet his face beamed with a radiant smile. Yuanyuan truly is the little lucky star of our family. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Xiaofan playfully chided. I am well aware, and would certainly not forget mother's portion. Zhu Chang scratched the back of his head, a simple smile spreading across his face. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. As the two engaged in conversation, the atmosphere was delightful, filled with an essence reminiscent of pink bubbles. The three forgotten siblings exchanged glances and pouted in unison, wondering how their parents could overlook their presence. Oh well, let it be. One must grow accustomed to it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan busily said. I shall also accompany father. There is no need, Zhu Chang declined. Time is of the essence. I must capture several substantial prey. Taking you along would only hinder my efforts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Having ventured out at the break of dawn around 3 in the morning, Zhu's father returned home before 5, his beast-shaped mount laden with a wild bull weighing over 2,000 pounds. A bountiful haul indeed. Such a surfeit of meat could not be consumed solely by those who had assisted in the search within the mountains. Therefore, he sought the clan leader's permission to borrow a large stone pot and proceeded to stew a bone broth in the open space outside the communal storage. The meat, thoroughly cleansed, was arranged beside the bonfire, and an invitation was extended to all members of the clan for a celebratory bonfire feast. While the others reveled in the broth and meat, Zhu Yuanyuan, contemplating a sizable, half-cooked chunk of meat on her skewer, was lost in thought. Perhaps her meat-roasting skills were not as refined as she had imagined. Yuanyuan, Zhu Xiaofan gently suggested, the piece you're roasting is rather large. I suspect the inside is still raw. Perhaps it requires further cooking. Or, if you prefer, you could partake of the piece I've already cooked. Without awaiting a response from the female child, she directly exchanged the meat skewers held by each of them. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at the tantalizing, succulent skewers of meat in her hands, words failing to escape her lips as she contemplated returning. However, unable to resist the temptation, she took a hearty bite. How delightful! The meat roasted by her mother was truly a dish one could savor endlessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan smiled helplessly, saying, You, with your ever-changing ideas, are truly unpredictable. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted confidently, I call this having a strong opinion. Just go your own way. Zhu Xiaofan waved her hand dismissively, and do not provoke my anger here. Zhu Yuanyuan felt that her mother was being unreasonable. How could it possibly be her fault? Reflecting on her mother's age, she found solace. Women in their menopausal years often exhibit irritable and capricious temperaments, and she realized the importance of being more accommodating. Her younger sister, Zhu Yongming, leaned in and whispered, Didn't you say that when potatoes and sweet potatoes are buried in the fire, they become incredibly fragrant and sweet? Zhu Yuanyuan nodded affirmatively. Zhu Yong then playfully winked at his sister and suggested, Shall we go and take a look at the fields? Zhu Yuanyuan unhesitatingly declined, stating her refusal. With both soup and roasted meat available, everyone indulged in a delightful feast, and they did not disperse until the moon ascended to its zenith. Zhu Yuanyuan was brought home by her father, which left her feeling both aggrieved and perplexed. Am I no longer my father's precious darling? In the past, I was always held tenderly in his embrace. Zhu Chang let out a cold snort, declaring that the mischievous and disobedient little rascal was only worthy of being carried. I, on the other hand, with my big, watery eyes, blinked earnestly, striving to present the most adorable and endearing side of myself. As for being mischievous, isn't that merely the nature of a young cub? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan stole glances from the corner of her eye, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Look, it wasn't just her. The mischievous second brother was also about to face punishment. With this thought in mind, she suddenly realized that enduring a beating was of little consequence. After delivering a lesson to his second son, Zhu Chang turned to see his daughter, who was secretly amused, and his anger dissipated significantly, only to surge back up. In a deep voice, he called out, Yuanyuan, come here. Startled by her father's dark expression, Zhu Yuanyuan took a few steps back. Come here. Zhu Chang raised his voice slightly. Zhu Yuanyuan ambled over, her left palm facing upwards, trembling as she extended it. Father, please strike gently, she said, closing her eyes, lacking the courage to witness the scene of her own punishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes brimmed with tears, yet I did not act with malice. Regardless of intent, punishment must ensue. The father and daughter exchanged lively banter, but the branch remained stubbornly unraised, leaving Zhu Erg feeling a profound sense of injustice after receiving a thrashing. He declared his desire to chastise his sister, yet it was I who bore the brunt of the punishment. Was this not a clear display of favoritism from our father? There's no need to rush, Zhu Xiaofan gently interjected. Your father is responsible for informing your sister of her transgressions, while I shall administer the discipline. After all, it is the role of a mother to impart lessons to her little female. A sudden chill ran down Zhu Yuanyuan's spine, her primal instincts alerting her to danger. Before she could discern its source, her mother strode over, snatched the branch from her father's hand, and struck her delicate hand 3 times. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Zhu Yuanyuan, caught off guard, found herself overwhelmed by a torrent of tears, lamenting the excruciating pain and fearing irreparable damage to her hand. Contrary to expectations, her usually gentle mother had resorted to physical discipline, leaving her utterly distraught. Perhaps due to prolonged pretense as a youngling, Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts and actions had inadvertently shifted, leading her to genuinely perceive herself as a child entitled to indulgence. Clutching her inflamed hand, she wept inconsolably, venting the anxieties of her arrival in an unfamiliar world. When Zhu Yongming first witnessed his sister being beaten, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that this time he had not suffered a loss. However, upon seeing her reduced to tears, he could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Had he not insisted on the matter and continued to watch his sister endure such treatment, their mother would not have resorted to violence. As her elder brother, it was his responsibility to ensure her well-being during their venture into the mountains, and he recognized that he had failed in this duty. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, reluctant to speak, grimaced at her mother who raised a branch threateningly and could only pout in acknowledgement of her fault. What was the mistake? Pressed Zhu Xiaofan. I should not have lost track of second brother and wandered into the depths of the mountains, Zhu Yuanyuan replied weakly. Will you dare to do that again? No. The mother and daughter, through their exchange of questions and answers, clarified the matter in just a few minutes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's sobs gradually subsided as she nodded obediently, agreeing. The following morning, Zhu Xiaofan prepared a savory meat broth for the female cub and also set aside a generous piece of honey-glazed roasted meat, affectionately termed a remedy to soothe Yuanyuan's distress. Zhu Yuanyuan's face was glistening with oil as she savored her meal, her little belly round and content, having completely forgotten the beatings she endured the previous day. Is it delicious? Zhu Xiaofan inquired with a smile. Absolutely delightful. Mother S roasted meat has become increasingly delectable, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The soup is also exquisite. It's a pity there were no scallions or ginger to eliminate the fishy taste. The meat broth inevitably carries a hint of unpleasantness. Although there are some in the system's backpack, my young age prevented me from retrieving them. Otherwise, the soup would have been even more delightful. However, I now find myself fonder of egg drop soup than the meat broth. As long as it tastes good, Zhu Xiaofan replied, if you enjoy it, Mother will make it for you again next time. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming sighed and conceded. All right, you are the mother, and your word is final. I have no objections. He had yet to master the art of grilling meat or boiling soup, lacking the skills for independent living, and dared not offend his mother. Once he reached adulthood, he would partake in a partner ceremony and establish a new family, at which point educating or perhaps teasing his younger sister would be a simple matter. Zhu Urge's mind was abuzz with calculations, and his gaze towards his sister held a hint of deeper meaning. Mother, I am hungry, Zhu Xiaofan declared without reservation. The roasted meat is all on the large stone platform. You are quite grown. Surely you do not expect me to feed you? There was no need for that. Zhu Yuanyuan awkwardly touched his nose and went to take a piece of roasted meat to gnaw on. Ever since she had insisted on persuading their mother to allow her into the mountains, which resulted in a misadventure of getting lost. Zhu Yuanyuan had not mentioned wanting to accompany her elder brother to work again. With her lack of strength, even if she entered the mountains, she would have no freedom. It would be wiser to remain quietly in the tribe for a few years, biding her time until she was older and stronger. Moreover, her elder brother had always harbored jealousy towards her favored status, and now, having suffered due to her actions, he would certainly be even less inclined to take her along. It would be far better to focus on daily learning tasks, as they not only provided knowledge but also accumulated points to acquire desired items. Zhu Yuanyuan excelled in self-comfort, rarely venturing outdoors even during the day. Seizing the opportunity of solitude at home, she diligently completed numerous tasks, quickly amassing hundreds of knowledge points. While the winter season quietly approached, as the temperature abruptly dropped, the elder chief, Zhu He, summoned the frail and elderly members of the tribe to begin harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, the able-bodied men engaged in hunting and gathering firewood as needed. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Yuanyuan joined the fray, discovering that although the digging had commenced early, the potatoes were significantly larger than her fist. Due to a scarcity of seeds, the elder chief had only cultivated approximately an acre and a half. Yet she estimated a yield of at least 2,000 pounds of potatoes, a most gratifying outcome. She then ventured to inspect the half-acre sweet potato patch. Noting that while the elongated sweet potatoes were somewhat smaller, their quantity was considerable, with an estimated harvest of at least 1,000 pounds. With such an abundance of potatoes and sweet potatoes, supplemented by the cured meats and mountain goods stored in the communal pantry, the tribe would not go hungry during the harsh winter, ensuring they would not starve. Zhu He, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. "Wonderful, simply wonderful," he exclaimed. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Time is too tight. If only we could gather even more in a month." "It's all right. To have harvested this much is already sufficient." Zhu He quickly regained his composure and added, "Let us select the finest to keep for later, and only utilize them when absolutely necessary." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan no longer dared to roam outside aimlessly. Instead, she sat quietly by the fire, observing her father as he used a large stone door to seal the cave entrance. This door seemed rather inadequate, allowing the wind to seep through. Were there not better doors available? In light of this, Zhu Xiaofan added some water to the small stone pot over the fire, acknowledging that stone was not easily shaped, and achieving a completely airtight seal was impossible. Why not construct a door from wood? Zhu Yuanyuan suggested enthusiastically. Although the standard of living in modern society is generally high, it does not imply that poverty is absent. Some families still rely on wooden doors. In this world, where the forests are lush, using solid wooden planks for doors is entirely feasible. No, Zhu Chong directly dismissed the idea. Wood is too fragile to withstand the assaults of wild beasts. A stone door is far superior. Wild beasts? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Are we at risk of an attack in the valley? Isn't there a patrol guarding us? Suddenly, she grasped the gravity of the situation. The snow continued to fall relentlessly outside, and the temperature was plummeting. The only garments they had for warmth were made from animal skins. Wearing too few would leave them cold, while too many would encase them like a ball, making it difficult to move. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the patrols to remain outdoors indefinitely. Zhu Chong's subsequent remarks further corroborated Zhu Yuanyuan's suspicions. He stated that the clan leader had dispatched individuals to block the exit with withered wood and massive stones. After several days of continuous snowfall, a formidable snow wall would form, capable of deterring terrestrial beasts. However, avian predators would still soar through the skies, unimpeded. Should a raptor happen upon the valley and discover the presence of the orc tribe, it would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Zhu Xiaofan interjected, emphasizing the perilous nature of the snow season, which, under the tutelage of their parents, Zhu Yuanyuan had come to understand involved the threats of starvation and frostbite, alongside the ever-looming danger of raptor attacks. During the snow season, food supplies dwindled, and the starving raptors became exponentially more formidable. Tribes with lesser strength faced annihilation at the hands of such avian hordes. Has father heard of any tribes that have been completely wiped out? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with keen curiosity. Indeed, Zhu Chang replied candidly. On the other side of our tribe, there once existed a short-eared rabbit tribe, which was decimated by a raptor swarm during the snow season 19 years ago due to their small numbers and weakened combat capabilities. The short-eared rabbit tribe primarily subsisted on a vegetarian diet, while the black pig tribe was predominantly carnivorous. The two tribes, separated merely by 4 or 5 mountains, had minimal conflict and did not feel the need to maintain a significant distance from one another. That fateful snow season, the black pig tribe faintly heard some disturbances, and the clan leader, fearing for their safety, dispatched over 100 able-bodied individuals for assistance, but it was too late. The entire short-eared rabbit tribe, comprising over 300 orcs of all sizes, was lost. Zhu Yuanyuan felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. It was truly terrifying. Hence, strength is of paramount importance. Zhu Chang spoke gravely. Meng, Yuanyuan, I implore you to diligently hone your skills and earnestly study combat techniques, striving to become formidable warriors, at the very least attaining the status of Xian-level fighters. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan fervently nodded. I shall do so. Regrettably, during the snow season, as the sun and moon are obscured, training becomes impossible. Therefore, she could only engage in virtual classes to enhance her physical prowess. She believed that attending several additional physical training sessions each day would prove quite beneficial. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Uidad did not perceive his second son as overly ambitious. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He patted his son on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Well done. Dedicate yourself to diligent practice in the future, and do not indulge in playfulness any longer." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, understanding that he must diligently cultivate himself and refrain from frivolous pursuits. He thought to himself that his father had never mentioned such matters before, and it was entirely natural for a child of his age to enjoy play. The family gathered around the fire, sharing laughter and conversation, creating a wonderfully warm atmosphere. Zhu Yuanyuan relished these moments of reunion, willing to remain even in a world devoid of high-tech devices such as smartphones, computers, or tablets. While her sentiments were admirable, reality proved harsh. Surrounded by family and lacking for nothing, she spent 3 delightful days sequestered in a cave. However, as the days stretched into a week of confinement, Zhu Yuanyuan began to feel restless. She would alternate between sitting and standing, occasionally retreating to a makeshift bed of straw and animal hides to lie down for a brief respite. Zhu Yuanyuan frolicked joyfully, darting about the cave, seemingly oblivious to her own antics, yet leaving her family utterly bewildered. "Can't you settle down for a moment?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, his brow furrowed. "No," Zhu Yuanyuan replied honestly, shaking her head. "All I do each day is eat and sleep. It's dreadfully dull. When will the snow finally cease?" Father mentioned that during the snow season, one could only venture outside to catch a breath when the snowfall paused, yet it seemed relentless now, making even a glance outside the stone door impossible, let alone stepping out. "It's still early. It will take at least another half-month before it stops for a couple of days," Zhu Chang responded. "What?" Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, clutching her head in despair. "I will surely perish from boredom. How wonderful it would be if I could cultivate like the practitioners in novels, harnessing the spiritual energy in the air for my training." Zhu Chang helplessly patted the little female's head and said, "What are you doing? Stop making that strange face. If you're bored, just sleep." Both father and mother had given the same advice, to sleep. Meanwhile, the elder and second brothers had already set a perfect example, spending their days indulging in eating and sleeping, living in utter leisure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan leisurely remarked. "Regardless of your age, we remain concerned." Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to persuade her parents, resigned herself to her fate and replied, "I shall take a rest. If sleep eludes me, I will undertake some daily tasks." After conveying her intentions to the system, she was met with a cheer. "Splendid. The host should have done this long ago." Each day consisted of merely 10 tasks, and the time allocated for study was far too brief. It would take an eternity to progress at such a pace. Ideally, one should accomplish 30 tasks each day. Perhaps in her exuberance, the system inadvertently lets slip its thoughts, revealing its opinions in their entirety. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted Zhu Yuanyuan and did not conceal her thoughts, which greatly infuriated the system. I am a principled system and cannot engage in unscrupulous acts. Please be advised, host. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan's demeanor was rather perfunctory, declaring that if 30 iterations were insufficient, she would first attempt 15 to assess the situation. From that day forth, Zhu Yuanyuan no longer sat idly by the fire, exchanging blank stares with her parents. Instead, she immersed herself in the virtual realm, diligently completing tasks until the first snowfall ceased. Upon witnessing the sun rise in the east, the Zhu couple prepared a few animal skin bags for their departure. Before they left, Zhu Xiaofan earnestly reminded, Aegon, please tend to the fire while we are away. Do not let it extinguish. Zhu Chang also advised, take good care of your younger siblings, and do not let them rush into the flames. All right, Zhu Yong replied courageously, pulling his unruly brother away. Behave yourself. No mischief near the fire. I just want to get a little closer. I want to jump into the fire. Zhu Yong protested vigorously. It's much warmer that way. If you find it too cold, then lie down under the animal skins, Zhu Yong suggested. No. Zhu Yong vehemently refused. Our sister is far too restless while sleeping, and she has the strength to kick me, leaving me sore all over. In order to endure a warm winter amidst the snow, the small chamber carved out within the cave was piled high with dry firewood. The outer area was designated for both warming by the fire and sleeping. The bedding of straw and animal skins was rather small, forcing the family to huddle closely together as they slept. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Filled with trepidation, Zhu Yongming found solace in the fact that Zhu Yuanyuan's attention was diverted after merely uttering brother. Has the snow ceased? She inquired. Where are father and mother venturing? Yes, it has, Zhu Xiaofan replied softly. We are heading to the storage chamber, as our provisions are dwindling. Following each cessation of snowfall, the clan leader convenes the members to receive sustenance. Each household dispatches 1 or 2 representatives, while provisions are delivered to vulnerable individuals, the elderly living alone and the young, who are unable to venture out. The reason for not distributing the food at the onset of the snowy season lies in the limited space within each family's cave. With the stone door sealed, air circulation is hindered, and an abundance of salted meat would create an overpowering odor. Furthermore, it prevents the clan members from succumbing to boredom and overindulging in the meat, only to be dismayed when they realize their supplies are insufficient. Zhu Yuanyuan had already learned of these matters from her grandmother before the arrival of the snowy season. Upon discovering that her parents were going to collect food, she was seized by a restless impulse. She scrambled to her feet and pleaded, Mother, may I accompany you? No. Zhu Xiaofan retorted without hesitation. The snow is too deep, making it difficult to traverse. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's small face crinkled in contemplation. How long will it take? She pondered. Zhu Yong scratched his head and replied with a sheepish grin, It will be when the snow has melted away. Most of the orcs lacked a sense of time. The arrival of snow signified the onset of winter, and the melting of ice revealed the earth anew, heralding the arrival of spring. As for the transition into summer and autumn, the chieftain would declare it whenever he deemed fit. Upon discovering the circumstances from the original owner's memories, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself at a loss for words. She refrained from further pressuring the honest elder brother and, lifting the animal skin covering her, scampered towards the cave entrance with her petite legs. The stone door was situated within, making it difficult to move from the outside, while the sun shone brightly outside. With their eldest son present, Zhu's father decided to leave the door ajar to allow fresh air into the cave. Sister, where are you going? Zhu Yonggan quickly rose to follow. You cannot go outside. The snow will bury you. I am not going out. Zhu Yuanyuan waved her hand, and stood at the entrance to observe. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to part with the warmth of the fire, remaining nestled in his spot. "Do not worry, brother. It is so cold outside, my sister would never be foolish enough to venture out. As long as she does not run off. For if she were to get trapped in the snow, it would be quite distressing," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked. Yet he still moved to stand beside his sister, just in case. Young ones are often mischievous and say one thing while meaning another. They require vigilant supervision. Zhu Yuanyuan stood at the doorway, gazing out at the blinding expanse of pristine snow. Most notably, the snow accumulated on the ground was alarmingly close to her doorstep, merely 1.5 meters away. Their home was elevated approximately 3 meters above the ground, indicating that the snow depth was over 1 meter. If the snowfall persisted for another month, they might find it difficult to even open the door. "Little sister, it's cold outside. After you finish looking, hurry back to the warmth of the fire," urged Zhu Yuanyuan. Having never encountered such a significant snowfall in reality, Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to retreat. "Brother, may I stay out a little longer?" she softly pleaded. "What's so captivating about the snow?" Zhu Yuanyuan bellowed by the fire. "It's the same every year. I've grown weary of it." "That's because you are a few years older than I am," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her displeasure evident. Zhu Yuanyuan was so incensed that he nearly leaped 3 feet into the air, almost striking his head. "What do you mean by old? I am merely 10 years of age." Zhu Yuanyuan, with a self-satisfied smile, retorted, "Anyone older than me is considered old, even if it's just by a year." Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to contain himself, shot back. "Then that makes my elder brother even older." In response, Zhu Yuanyuan cleverly remarked, "Your elder brother is simply mature and composed. How can you even think of comparing yourself to him?" Zhu Yuanyuan did not respond directly, but posed a counter-question. Why should one feel embarrassed? After all, we are all human. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Brother Zhu's demands are quite modest. Despite the bickering and commotion, as long as it does not escalate into violence, all is well. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Zhu Yuanyuan and Zhu Yuanyuan found themselves embroiled in a scuffle, fearful of being ensnared in the chaos. And they resorted to grappling atop the animal hide bed. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a throbbing pain in his head as he approached with a darkened expression. Grabbing each sibling by an arm, he admonished, "Behave yourselves. If you accidentally damage the bed, where shall we sleep tonight?" It was Ergu who first resorted to physicality. As Zhu Yuanyuan deflected blame, claiming his displeasure stemmed from her remark that Degu was superior to him. "Nonsense," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted vehemently. "She was the one speaking ill. I merely intended to teach her a small lesson. This has nothing to do with Degu." The two maintained their stances, neither willing to concede fault. In a world devoid of mobile phones and surveillance cameras, the events that transpired could not be recorded as evidence, and thus, the truth was destined to remain obscured. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred by explanations, proceeded to administer a few smacks on the behinds of his siblings. Given that the younger brother was older, he received a couple of extra swats. The two on the receiving end were left bewildered, having endured punishment in such an embarrassing manner, their indignation nearly bringing them to tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan possessed the soul of an adult, suppressing her overwhelming panic as she said, "Second brother, let us first block the door. Father and elder brother are so formidable that they shall surely return safely." Zhu Yuanyuan obediently followed his sister's lead. The two gritted their teeth, summoning all their strength to finally seal the cave entrance with a stone door. Once completed, they dared not relax, sitting behind the door with their ears attuned to the sounds outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan soon realized that the campfire was on the verge of extinguishing. I went to gather more firewood. While Zhu Yong abruptly sprang up, his movements stiff and awkward as he shuffled over. A few logs were tossed into the flames, yet rather than growing, the fire diminished, subtly threatening to die out. This unsettled his previously calm demeanor, adding a layer of agitation to his actions as he tended to the fire with a certain roughness. Second brother? Zhu Yuanyuan sensed something amiss and hurriedly stepped forward to push him aside. I just learned how to start a fire from mother. Let me give it a try. Zhu Yongmeng remained silent, crouching beside and watching with his head in his hands. After expending considerable effort to arrange the campfire, Zhu Yuanyuan finally forced a smile and inquired, "Do you not trust father and elder brother's abilities?" "I do believe," Zhu Yongmeng replied in a deep, muffled voice. "But I harbor doubts about the falcons. If they come in overwhelming numbers, charging all at once, even father, no matter how formidable, would struggle to withstand them." Zhu Yuanyuan understands that two hooves cannot contend with four claws. However, they remain hidden in the cave, unaware of the circumstances outside. Worrying is futile. It is better to think positively rather than frighten oneself. There is no cause for alarm, as it is said that peregrine falcons often act alone. Even during the snowy season, they seldom gather in groups of more than a few, and her elder brother had mentioned that there were not many. Their father and the others are quite formidable and capable of handling the situation. Zhu Yongmeng sighed, expressing a hope that the situation would unfold as predicted. As time ebbed away, Zhu Yuanyuan incessantly accessed the system's emporium to ascertain the passage of time, her frequent actions provoking the system's discontent. Host, maintain composure. Repeatedly opening and closing the emporium may induce system lag or even a fatal crash. A restart would necessitate considerable time and energy, potentially leading to immeasurable losses. The system protested. "I merely wish to check the hour," Zhu Yuanyuan replied sheepishly through her consciousness. "Besides, it's not as though I've been continuously opening and closing it. There have been intervals. If an interval of 1 minute qualifies, then you have indeed succeeded," the system retorted, employing its long-dormant mechanical tone. Since the system had unveiled its capacity for human emotions, it had indulged in its host's uninhibited nature, communicating in its preferred boyish voice, eschewing the rigid mechanical tone. According to the system, the mechanical tone exuded a sense of cold indifference, whereas it considered itself a system imbued with warmth. However, on this day, the system, incensed by its host, reverted to its impersonal persona, launching into a mode of sardonic derision. "If you're so anxious, venture outside and observe for yourself. What purpose does tormenting me serve? Do you believe that rendering me inoperative will?" Zhu Yuanyuan was left utterly exasperated, her mind clouded with frustration. "Since you are so capable, why don't you help me devise a solution?" she implored. "I don't know," Tongzi replied succinctly. With a sigh, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented the seeming lack of recourse, before wondering aloud if the virtual marketplace might offer a soporific solution. Indeed, the system responded with a touch of icy skepticism. "But would the host dare employ such a measure? First, I must ascertain its affordability," Zhu Yuanyuan demurred, "for if it lies beyond my means, the question is moot." "Assuredly within your reach," the system declared with alacrity. "Allow me to curate a selection of efficacious and economical options, certain to meet your approval." Thereupon, the virtual marketplace interface materialized, displaying a plethora of soporifics, their product images diverse, their appellations varied, their prices disparate, yet all within the host's financial capacity. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously examined the first item, named 1,000 Steps Down, priced at 50 knowledge points per 100 grams. The description indicated it was a chronic medication capable of incapacitating an elephant with just one dose, albeit with a slower onset, giving the prey ample opportunity to sense danger and flee. The second item, 999 Steps Down, boasted a rapid onset. A mere sprinkle would yield immediate effects. Unfortunately, its efficacy was rather modest, only sufficient to subdue small creatures like rabbits and pheasants, proving ineffective against the formidable hawks. The price, however, was appealing, 10 knowledge points per kilogram. The third item was dubbed 998 Steps Down. After encountering several products with similar nomenclature, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of ennui. Could they not exhibit a modicum of creativity in their naming? Such monotonous titles rendered them less credible and diminished her desire to purchase. The system administrator shared her exasperation. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds, each with countless variants of similar effects, it was a Herculean task to devise unique names without repetition. Consequently, they resorted to a numerical naming convention based on the order of acquisition. You could utilize the original names from their respective worlds, Zhu Yuanyuan earnestly suggested. However, the administrator swiftly dismissed this notion, citing the potential chaos and excessive duplication, which would hinder management. You are quite astute, Zhu Yuanyuan thought to herself, rolling her eyes. Yet upon reflection, she found a discrepancy. Were not the items sold in the marketplace sourced from the interstellar realm? Indeed, the administrator responded candidly, explaining that traversing numerous worlds incurred significant costs, necessitating strategies to recoup losses. Gathering data and valuable formulas and techniques from various worlds was deemed the most effective approach. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered thoughtfully and came to an understanding, yet she still harbored some doubts. Certain items, even with their recipes, would remain futile without the corresponding materials. Surely, you must be concealing something, such as the dimension trading device. This remarkable trading apparatus is frequently found in many transmigration novels. Capable of exchanging local specialties with the fortunate individuals of its respective realm, or even selling directly to the marketplace. If that were indeed the case, would it imply that she could also sell items to the system and thus acquire greater knowledge points? I have concealed nothing, the system replied with an air of calm. Some functions require the host to explore independently. If you remain indifferent, do not blame me. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a wave of frustration. How did she end up bound to such a brazen overlord? Had she known it would be like this, she would still choose to bind. After all, traversing to another world is no trivial matter. Adapting to everything is essential, particularly in the harsh realm of the beastmen, where resources are scarce, and one often goes hungry and cold. Not only must she enhance her combat prowess to survive, but she must also seek ways to improve her quality of life. What would her situation be like without the interstellar cub learning system? Unbeknownst to Zhu Yuanyuan, nor did she care to ponder. Her immediate task was to procure a suitable remedy. After a quarter of an hour spent meticulously comparing options, she expended 200 knowledge points to acquire half a kilogram of the 555-step tumble, a concoction renowned for its rapid onset, potent effects, and relatively modest cost, rendering it exceptionally cost-effective. However, it possessed a singular drawback. It necessitated deployment at close range. System. Zhu Yuanyuan roared mentally. What is the meaning of this? Why are the usage instructions not included in the product information? Must I expend my knowledge points and acquire the item before being informed that close-range deployment will endanger even myself? Is this not a betrayal of the host? The system cleared its throat, its tone tinged with awkwardness, and explained, to obfuscate our strategies from competitors, the usage methods of more valuable products are deliberately concealed. Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, pondering whether spending exorbitant sums on purchases might lead one into a pitfall. The sentiment is not far from the truth. However, the system's protagonist is keen to uphold its dignity, and this regulation may not be entirely disadvantageous for the host. Should a rival uncover the method of use and resort to sabotage, it would indeed spell trouble. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed lightly before abruptly shifting the topic. What about the competitors? This matter is classified, and I should not disclose it, the system replied. Nevertheless, since I've inadvertently let it slip, I shall elaborate. The superintelligent brain has a counterpart known as the ultra-intelligent brain. It turned out that the superintelligent brain and the ultra-intelligent brain were once colleagues, hailing from the same research institute. Yet they ended up serving rival factions and became adversaries. The narrative, though uncomplicated, is rife with melodrama, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan somewhat disheartened. She had believed that possessing the system would render her a singular entity in the orc world, heralding a future filled with boundless glory. Little did she know that before achieving any notable success, she would discover the existence of another system's possessor. Fortunately, the system reassured her that her rival was a native of this world, whose experience paled in comparison to hers, thus rendering them easier to handle. This remains to be validated. Bereft and despondent, Zhu Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming urge to either engage in fisticuffs with the system or unleash a cathartic torrent of wails. However, mindful of her father, mother, and elder brother's valiant struggle beyond the confines of the mountain cave, she dared not squander precious time. Is there perchance an antidote for the 555-step toxin that one might ingest preemptively? She inquired. Nay, the system responded. Its inherent worth is too meager to warrant the expenditure of time in concocting an antidote. But what if friendly forces are inadvertently afflicted? She pressed. Await 3 hours hence. The system replied, at which juncture sobriety shall be restored, sans any lingering sequelae. The system, in a deliberate attempt to mollify the atmosphere through feigned charm, was met with Zhu Yuanyuan's unwavering disapproval. If I were to inadvertently incapacitate both myself and my companions, she retorted, we would be rendered vulnerable amidst the frigid, snow-laden landscape. Most crucially, the effects of the toxin dissipate precisely on schedule, implying that those perilous peregrine falcons shall regain consciousness concurrently with us. She had embarked on this endeavor with the noblest of intentions, yet instead of rendering assistance, she had become a hindrance, a veritable offering of sustenance to their adversaries. The mere contemplation of such a scenario induced a feeling of suffocation. The system, too, was perplexed. Hast thou never encountered the concept of a gas mask? It inquired. A host, transported hither from the modern world, yet oblivious to the acquisition of advanced technological contrivances to aid in the dissemination of the toxin? Verily, such naivete is astounding. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was not an essential item. It was entirely reasonable for others to refrain from investing time and money into its development. Why had she not considered a gas mask, instead fixating on an antidote? Her eyes darted thoughtfully. Was it not that I deemed high-tech products excessively costly and sought to conserve my knowledge points? She no longer directed Tongzi to assist her, but instead utilized her own consciousness to search for a gas mask, ultimately selecting a transparent one that was nearly indistinguishable. She purchased it for 249 knowledge points. The first snowfall lasted 17 days. During the initial 8 days, she earned 160 knowledge points, followed by 270 in the subsequent 9 days. Adding the 287 points she had accumulated before the snow season commenced, she reached a total of 717 points. However, today she expended 449 points, leaving her with merely 268. Alas, knowledge points are so easily squandered. Distressed, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of heartache, yet harbored no regrets. Should the situation outside prove dire, her purchases would serve as life-saving remedies. Even if unneeded this time, what of the future? Secure within the system inventory, these items would remain unspoiled, ready for deployment when necessity arose, a decidedly worthwhile investment. With this in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan abandoned her idle chatter with the system, her concern for her parents' safety outweighing all else. She gently nudged the dazed Zhu Yongmeng, suggesting, let us move the door aside and ascertain whether the battle outside has concluded. Zhu Yongmeng hesitated, as his elder brother instructed them to wait until someone called out to start. Yet, a sense of fear enveloped me. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was already contemplating the feasibility of having her second elder brother also sleep for 3 hours, as his wakefulness hampered her actions. However, considering the conspicuousness of her outdoor medicine-spreading activities, she wondered if she should devise an explanation, given that the others were not oblivious. Having turned her back, Zhu Yuanyuan employed her mental faculties to retrieve the 555 potion of regression, only to discover that the powder's packaging was disconcertingly rudimentary, contained merely within a transparent Ziploc bag. At the very least, they could have provided disposable gloves, she muttered to the system. What if I get afflicted from direct contact? The system responded with righteous indignation. Should the host require such amenities, they are at liberty to procure them independently. Cease this persistent pursuit of unearned advantages. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongmeng wore a face of vigilance, while his sister, in her eagerness, leaned out to survey the situation. In the midst of their commotion, silence fell upon them. Had she perhaps been harboring some mischievous intent? Zhu Yuanyuan secretly chastised herself for her lack of prudence, all the while maintaining a forced smile to deceive others. The incident had occurred so unexpectedly that she was at a loss for words. her anxiety causing her to break into a sweat on that frigid day. Just as panic began to overwhelm her, a sudden insight illuminated her mind. It was a gift from the beast god. Nonsense, Zhu Yuanyuan frowned. The beast god was far too preoccupied to concern himself with a mischievous female cub. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge gazed upon the bone dagger resting on the stone platform, contemplating the feasibility of inflicting a cut upon himself to test the potency of the medicine. Zhu Yuanyuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened to clarify that this was not a hemostatic powder, but rather a potent powder capable of incapacitating ferocious birds of prey. Once dispersed, those affected would swiftly succumb to slumber, remaining unconscious for no less than an hour and a half. How remarkable! Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. If this is indeed true, we need not fear the falconry horde any longer. He reached for the life-saving powder, deftly maneuvering his way through the cave's entrance. Sister, you must stay here and be safe. I shall venture forth to test this remedy. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Second brother, do you really believe this? Aren't you afraid that I might be deceiving you? Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan leaped from the doorway, landing in the soft snow. He quickly regained his footing and hurriedly made his way towards the storage room, where the battlefield lay ahead. Zhu Yuanyuan finally realized that her second brother was not devoid of suspicion. Rather, he had been waiting for a long time without receiving any news of victory, desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope for salvation. Moreover, he was unwilling to let her take risks and decided to venture forth himself. Foolish second brother. The door is not blocked. If anything happens to you, I cannot escape either, Zhu Yuanyuan muttered. Oh, by the way, I still have the gas masks and disposable gloves. She hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me. Her small legs struggled to navigate through the thick snow, making running nearly impossible. And by the time she stumbled to the storage room, it was too late. The filthy snow was strewn with numerous black pigs and large birds, most notably a small black figure resembling a person. Excellent. They are all down, including her second brother. At this point, words were futile. The biting cold necessitated that Zhu Yuanyuan call for help to clear the battlefield, lest the bodies succumb to the frost. Inside the storage room were several females and elderly orcs with diminished combat capability. Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely approached the door and shouted, "It's safe now. Those inside, come out and lend a hand." Zhu Xiao, who was huddled with several females behind the stone door, paused in astonishment upon hearing her name. Yuanyuan. Concerned for the safety of her little female, she hastily beckoned to everyone, "Quickly, move the door and let Yuanyuan in." Amidst complaints about the 6-year-old female pup's reckless wandering, they worked together to open the door, gasping in shock at the scene outside. They scarcely had time to ponder why a young female would be running about in such peril, as they rushed to check on the fate of the black pigs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan carried her elder brother back home and felt a wave of relief wash over her as she watched her mother drag her father and elder brother back as well. The two large black pigs had merely sustained minor injuries, easily remedied with some hemostatic powder. Mother, did grandfather also partake in the battle? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Yes. Zhu Xiaofan replied absently. I shall go to the great shaman to inquire further. Yuanyuan, stay here and do not wander off. Considering the order of treatment, it was uncertain how long they would have to wait at their home, so it would be prudent to check on the condition of the other clansfolk first. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Having perused the annals of the bestial world within the virtual classroom, Zhu Yuanyuan comprehended the import of her mother's words. In the past century, none had ascended to the echelon of celestial warriors, and more alarmingly, veteran celestial warriors had met with untimely demises. This, coupled with frequent calamities both natural and man-made, sowed widespread unease. As time wore on, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the beast deity had departed, abandoning this world. Yet, the deity of faith remained, even bestowing a life-saving panacea, aiding the Black Boar tribe in their escape from peril. Small wonder, then, that her mother was beside herself with elation. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder that her father and the others were safe, and that those great birds were likely still alive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but marvel at her mother's selflessness. However, upon realizing that her family was merely in a deep slumber and would soon awaken, she prioritized addressing the intruders. With the crisis averted, her taut nerves began to relax. And feeling a sense of aimlessness, Zhu Yuanyuan grew drowsy, unable to suppress a yawn. She tossed a few dry twigs into the fire and settled down in a spot that was distant enough from the flames to avoid discomfort. Alas, her father and elder brother, in their beastly forms, occupied the bed entirely, leaving her with no space to rest. When spring arrived and the ground thawed, she resolved to persuade her father to expand their cave, allowing her to craft a small bed from wood and to sleep separately from her parents. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually dozed off against a large stone slab. Perhaps due to the earlier fright and the haunting images she had witnessed, her slumber was not particularly restful. After enduring several nightmares, she was jolted awake, only to find herself nestled in bed, with her second brother peacefully snoring beside her. A glance revealed that no one was by the fire, although there was an ample supply of dry wood, and the cave's entrance was partially shielded by a stone door, allowing just enough space for a single person to pass through. Zhu Yuanyuan trotted to the door, observing the heavy nightfall outside. Unable to suppress a gentle touch to her rumbling belly, she pondered, has mother not prepared any food? With the adults absent from home, she realized the necessity of self-sufficiency. She meandered to the corner where provisions were stored, seizing a generous chunk of salted meat. Glancing at the dwindling pile of potatoes on the floor, she ultimately retrieved 5 pounds from her backpack. Were it not for her frequent foraging from her supplies, there would be little left at home. Nevertheless, she felt gratitude towards her parents, who, recognizing her fondness for the tubers, had refrained from consuming them, allowing her the opportunity to prepare her own meals with an infusion of personal flair. After washing the salted meat and cutting it into pieces, she blanched it briefly to reduce the saltiness. Following this, she placed it into a pot to simmer for half an hour, before adding the cleaned and diced potatoes. Once the potatoes had softened and absorbed the flavors, the dish would be ready to serve. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously cleans her small bamboo bowl in preparation for a meal, only to find her second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan, groggily rising from his bed with his eyes closed, his nose twitching and a suspicious glimmer at the corners of his mouth. The aroma wafting through the air is intoxicating. It is a savory dish of potatoes stewed with salted meat, delicious and hearty, a dish one could indulge in endlessly. At last, Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes flutter open, and he eagerly leans over the pot, fixated on the meat. I want to eat, he exclaims. Well, you certainly woke up at the right time, Zhu Yuanyuan sighs in resignation. Go wash a bowl. Fortunately, she has prepared a large pot, ample enough to accommodate another person. As the siblings gather around the pot, Zhu Yuanyuan, being younger and mindful of indigestion at night, refrains from eating too much. Zhu Yuanyuan, however, harbors no such concerns. When he notices his sister pausing her chopsticks, he swiftly devours the remaining portion. Once they have satisfied their appetites, Zhu Yuanyuan cleans the pot and ventures outside to the earthen steps, where she rummages through the snow to retrieve a piece of frozen lean meat and 2 tubular bones. This meat, preserved since the first day of snowfall, will be thawed and used to concoct a nourishing broth. With their father, mother, and older brother absent, it is uncertain when they will return. Thus, she prepares the meat soup, hoping it will offer warmth and comfort upon their arrival. Zhu Yuanyuan observes nearby, unable to use the bone cleaver to chop the meat, and instead resorts to a simple bone knife, casually slicing the meat while crushing the bones directly. After all, the beastmen possess strong teeth, rendering slightly larger or tougher pieces of meat inconsequential. She starts by boiling a small pot of water to blanch the bones, then transfers them to a fresh pot of water for a slow simmer. Within half an hour, a delightful aroma of meat begins to permeate the air. Zhu Yuanyuan's cravings were once again aroused, as he slurped and inquired, Can my sister have a drink? No, my sister cannot, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an expressionless demeanor. I was referring to the soup, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted disdainfully. Little female is such a fool, she cannot even comprehend simple words. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a scoff, remarking on your audacity to utter such words before Sister Hong. Go where? Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, rolled his eyes slightly. She is now a half-grown female. Unlike you, foolish cub. You are the foolish one. You shall always remain so, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Just wait and see. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was nearly brought to tears by anger. How could you do this? It's excessive. What have I done? Zhu Yuanyuan responded, utterly bewildered. Do not pat a male's belly, Zhu Yuanyuan solemnly warned. If you do, I shall resort to violence. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression shifted slightly. She suddenly feigned submission. Dear second brother, please do not be angry. I shall place the meat slices in the pot immediately. Once the water boils for a few minutes, I will add a pinch of salt, and it will be ready to savor. Zhu Yuanyuan was somewhat taken aback, wondering how his sister had suddenly become so obedient. However, overly confident in his own abilities, he believed that a mere 6-year-old female would be easily intimidated, and thus he urged her with an air of arrogance, be quicker, as long as you work diligently. I shall certainly not make things difficult for you. A gentle female voice inquired, what if you were to move a bit slower? How would you trouble your sister then? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, a good beating for disobedience would suffice. Wait a moment, that voice was indeed familiar, yet it was not his sister's. It was his mother. He turned around stiffly, only to find his father, mother, and elder brother glaring at him with stern expressions. It was over, once again. He had been ensnared by his sister. Zhu Yuanyuan endured a mixed doubles match and, feeling aggrieved, sat on the side watching others indulge in meat and soup. Yuanyuan approached, and Zhu Xiaofan softly said, this large bone contains the marrow you love the most. Mother, you eat it. I will feast on it once I wake up, Zhu Yuanyuan humbly replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan lowered her head, stifling a smile. She relished witnessing her second brother's humiliation. However, there exists a phrase that warns against excessive joy leading to sorrow. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaofan recalled the incident of the predatory birds attacking their tribe. The tribal leader and the elders expressed interest in the life-saving medicine bestowed by the beast deities, seeking to inquire about its particulars. Additionally, the shaman inquired whether any of the medicinal powder remained. I have relayed all that I know, she replied candidly regarding the powder. As for the remaining supplies, my second brother has appropriated them all. As the tribal leader poses inquiries tomorrow, answer honestly without reservation. Zhu Chong provided guidance to the young female, emphasizing that we are all members of the tribe. The better the tribe fares, the better we shall fare, and we must assist whenever possible. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly. Yet inwardly, she mused that it was impossible to conceal everything. She harbored significant secrets and could only weave tales from what she was able to divulge. The following day, as dawn gently broke, certain eager individuals could no longer contain their anticipation and set off together to her door. Zhu Chong was taken aback. Patriarch, esteemed elders, and the Grand Shaman, what brings you here? Was it not agreed that we would take Yuanyuan to the storeroom to clarify matters? The second snowfall was uncertain in its arrival, and time was of the essence. Zhu Shan elaborated, moreover, your young female is still quite tender in age. With the deep snow outside, it would be prudent for her to remain indoors. Zhu Chong, discussing the matter of distributing the meat won't take much time. Once we have clarified everything, we shall proceed, Zhu Shan remarked. With the clan leader's words, Zhu Chong dared not voice any dissent and hurriedly called for his little female. Yuanyuan, wake up, the clan leader has questions to ask. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shan felt a slight warmth in his ears and awkwardly remarked that they had arrived too early. However, eager to grasp the situation, he could not express the desire to leave and inquire later. The clan elders gazed up at the cave ceiling, feigning indifference to the embarrassment, while only Huyin maintained a stern expression, stating that early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health, and that the young one should not be indulged. The great shaman's words resonated, and Zhu Chong responded respectfully, but then turned to coax, Yuanyuan, You get up and respond first, and after we finish our tasks, you can continue to sleep. Huyin frowned. Such laziness, no matter how intelligent, would be of little use. Yuanyuan is still young. In 2 years, she will be just fine, Zhu Shan cheerfully remarked. She has caught the favor of the beast god and is undoubtedly a promising candidate to succeed the great shaman. Given the matter concerned the beast god, Huyin refrained from uttering harsh and cutting words, reluctantly conceding, "Fine, I shall accept her. But let me make it clear. If she becomes lazy and fails to acquire skills, do not blame me. You may teach her freely. If she does not learn, then I shall admit my misjudgment," Zhu Shan assured. Huyin snorted coldly. "Have you not misjudged before?" Zhu Shan, what a bold truth to utter. Upon being awakened from her beautiful dream by her father, Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered upon receiving the news. "What? You want me to learn healing from the great shaman? Wasn't I merely inquiring about the life-saving elixir from the beast god?" How did the conversation shift to the topic of a master? Although Zhu Yuanyuan had resolved to become a formidable shaman and was secretly contemplating how to showcase her abilities, she could hardly anticipate such an unexpected delight. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. Zephyr, under a misapprehension that the youngling was displeased, chuckled. "Fear not, little one. The grand shaman merely appears stern. But he does not capriciously inflict punishment." "I am not afraid," Zephyr Rivery replied with a sweet smile. "The grand shaman is a benevolent soul. To cultivate mastery, one must foster a cordial rapport with their mentor. Mere flattery is of no avail," Huyin retorted with a stern countenance. "You would do well to be astute, for I have no fondness for dull-witted younglings." "Grand shaman," Zephyr interjected, attempting to mediate, "the youngling is but timid. Pray, do not intimidate her." Huyin remained unconvinced. "I merely forewarn of the direst outcome. Should she prove incapable of mastering anything, abandon your aspirations forthwith." I, Zephyr conceded with repeated nods. "Your word is law." Though he acquiesced outwardly, inwardly he mused that while his own judgment might be fallible, the discernment of the beast god was infallible. In the decades hence, the tribe would undoubtedly reclaim a grand shaman uniquely belonging to the Black Swine lineage. Reflecting upon this, Zephyr's gaze upon Zephyr Rivery intensified with ardor, to the point of disquieting the youngling. "Chieftain," Zephyr Strong began with a good-natured grin, "did you not have inquiries to make? The sooner they are posed, the sooner we may depart. My own little female is still slumbering, her eyes yet heavy with sleep." Zhu Shan cast a sharp glance, questioning the urgency, for he was about to inquire. The elder members of the clan could not help but chuckle, aware of a Chang's indulgence towards the young female, yet recognizing that such affection should not be excessive. "My little female is well-behaved and obedient. How could she be overly spoiled?" Zhu Chang murmured softly. With pressing matters at hand, Zhu Shan refrained from further ado and turned to the young female, smiling gently. "Yuanyuan, come and share with Uncle Shan what transpired yesterday. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded. "Indeed. Had it been provided earlier, there would have been no need for my second brother to rush out to deliver the medicine. What about the powder?" Huyin suddenly interjected. "It's all gone," Zhu Yuanyuan replied. Unperturbed, Huyin pressed on, "And what happened to the packaging for the powder?" "I don't know." Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head. "It was too chaotic at the time. I didn't pay attention." In truth, the transparent self-sealing bag now rested quietly in her System S backpack, though retrieving it proved to be a challenge. This served as a reminder that in the future, when borrowing items under the pretense of the beast god, one must replace the packaging. Otherwise, the aftermath would be quite troublesome. "So foolish." Huyin frowned. "I'm leaving. You can come back in the spring." Without hesitation, Huyin turned to depart, prompting Zhu Shan to impulsively remark, "Why wait until spring? The snow season is just as idle, and taking them back for training would help pass the time. Could you think before you speak?" Huyin retorted darkly. "As a single male without a partner, how could I possibly care for the young, especially one as pampered as a delicate little female?" Zhu Shan chuckled, remarking that Yuanyuan was quite well behaved, managing to take care of herself at the tender age of 6, requiring little concern from others. "I truly had not perceived this." Huyin, upon uttering this remark, hastily fled, fearing that a young child might indeed be thrust upon her home. While it was acceptable to learn skills from him during the day, staying at his residence overnight was absolutely out of the question. Zhu Shan watched with a heavy heart as the great shaman departed, his silhouette fading into the distance. In truth, caring for the young ones was not as arduous as he imagined. He simply refused to give it a chance. The clan leader, Zhu Chang, spoke up with displeasure. You have asked your questions. Should you not now make your way to the storeroom? Humph. His beloved and obedient little female would never consent to be sent to another's abode, not even to that of the esteemed great shaman. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang focused on the essentials and finished distributing everything. Indeed, it was all completed. Zhu Shan let out a sigh, this time. The beast god had protected the tribe from calamity, but the next time may not be as fortunate. It is better to ensure that food is distributed among everyone and to refrain from venturing outside unnecessarily. Zhu Chang scoffed. Are you not concerned about those reckless individuals who indulge excessively only to find themselves starved in the end? Each winter season, there are solitary orcs who cannot control their appetites, and by spring, they are often too weak to even open the stone doors, with some succumbing to hunger, drifting into a slumber from which they never awaken. After several consecutive years of such incidents, the chieftain, in his despair, devised a rather rudimentary solution. The snowfall in the orc realm follows a certain rhythm. There are at most 4 snowfalls each winter, with each lasting roughly a month. Thus, at the onset of winter, food supplies are not distributed in abundance. Rather, small rations are given out during the intervals between snowfalls, until the arrival of spring when life begins to flourish once more. Though this approach may be cumbersome, it could potentially save the lives of many gluttonous solitary orcs. However, this year, the chieftain unexpectedly decided to distribute all the provisions at the cessation of the first snowfall, which is quite surprising. Worrying is futile. Zhu Shan's expression turned grave. This year's snowfall is more substantial than in previous years, and the raptors have descended from their nests to raid various tribes, leading to a significant food shortage. In such dire circumstances, remaining within the cave is the wisest means of survival. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan appeared lost in thought. Indeed, this could be a viable approach. However, the elder of the clan opposed the idea, asserting that gathering the gluttonous together to share food would only lead to quicker depletion. Human nature is flawed. Once one person indulges, the rest are bound to follow suit. The second, fourth, and fifth elders nodded in agreement. It would be better to allow them to live in solitude. The clan leader made a decisive resolution, for they were all adults, well aware of their responsibilities. If they lacked self-discipline, the risks of encountering danger while hunting would be significantly heightened. Rarely did a smile grace the usually stern visage of Elder Gu. This was indeed the right course of action. The elders were all pleased. In the eyes of the more seasoned beastmen, turning 18 marked a significant threshold into adulthood. It was only natural to protect underage beastmen, but once they reached maturity, independence was essential, and too much oversight would be excessive. After bidding farewell to the clan leader and elders, Zhu Chang could not help but shake his head in exasperation, reflecting on how the clan leader had fretted over those greedy individuals, only to finally come to a realization and decide to let go. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaofun, busy preparing bone broth, wrinkled her nose and huffed, stating that the clan leader was simply worrying needlessly. Youngsters, lacking in wisdom, need not be coddled. After a few trials, they would learn and grow, as everyone deserves the opportunity to mature. Zhu Chang chuckled softly. It is indeed a challenging role for the clan leader. The number of able-bodied youth in the clan is already scarce, and while it is unfortunate to perish from injuries sustained during hunting, it is far more disgraceful to die of starvation at home. What then shall we do? Zhu Xiaofun suggested casually. Perhaps we could send a few level-headed individuals to keep watch? No, Zhu Chang replied without a moment's hesitation. Those who are composed prefer solitude. None would choose to reside among a boisterous group of clansmen. A few days might be bearable, but several months? That is quite intolerable. Precisely, Zhu Xiaofun affirmed. As she extracted several large bird eggs, cracked them open, and poured the contents into a clean bamboo tube, mixing them thoroughly. She then evenly added the mixture to the boiling broth, followed by a sprinkle of salt. The thin meat and egg drop soup was ready, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, awakening Zhu Yuanyuan, who had been longing for sleep. "Mother, I am hungry," she exclaimed. "Then rise and have your meal." Zhu Xiaofun gently replied, "I will serve you extra slices of meat and egg. I want some too." Zhu Yoming suddenly sprang up. "Mother, you mustn't show favoritism. Zhu Xiaofan, with a stern expression, brandished a long wooden spoon and questioned fiercely, when have I shown favoritism? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent, for although his mother possessed little combat prowess, her standing within the family was both high and secure, rendering him unable to provoke her. He could only blame his younger sister. Life had been far more amiable before her arrival. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Stealing glances at the chubby girl beside him, he contemplated the opportune moment to impart a lesson. Father, mother, and second brother are glaring at me, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed loudly. Zhu Yuanyuan, a rather ill-favored orc, believed that those who frequently complained were not worthy of respect. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan, having successfully lodged her complaints, had already completed her ablutions and was now indulging in a sumptuous meal of soup and meat, thoroughly enjoying her leisure. Would you care for a piece of roasted meat? Zhu Chang inquired with a cheerful smile. This one is freshly roasted and glazed with several layers of honey. Of course, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, extending her hand to receive the roasted meat wrapped in dry leaves. Thank you, father. Zhu Xiaofan inquired if they should have some more soup. Observing his younger sister being tenderly cared for by their parents, Zhu Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with a wave of sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Why are you still sitting there like a fool? Zhu Yuanyuan urged, giving his younger brother a gentle push. Aren't you going to have breakfast? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was struck at the heart, rendered speechless, contemplating how his elder brother could dredge up events from 6 years past. Could he not show a modicum of consideration? Nevertheless, family bonds prevailed. He chose not to hold a grudge against his brother. Feeling quite famished, he decided to seek sustenance. Although the life-saving elixir bestowed by the beast god provided some assistance, the falconry squad still inflicted considerable damage upon the Black Pig tribe. There were 2 fatalities and 16 serious injuries, with a multitude more sustaining minor wounds. Even Zhu's father bore the brunt of several claws, acquiring numerous ghastly scratches upon his body. At the time this news reached her, Zhu Yuanyuan was engrossed in learning the craft of bone knife polishing from her elder brother. Lost in thought, she inadvertently scraped her finger, causing her to well up with tears from the pain. If only she had procured medicine earlier, might those 2 tribesmen have been spared their fate? Misinterpreting his sister's tears as a reaction to her injury, Zhu Yuanyuan frowned in disdain. How could she cry over such a trivial scrape? No wonder the shaman deemed her delicate. What nonsense is this? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, playfully tapping his younger brother on the back of the head before setting aside his task to fetch a basin of water. Do not fret, Yuanyuan. I shall assist you in cleansing your wound and applying some ointment. Oh, there is no need for medicine. Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly shook her head in refusal. It is merely a small abrasion. It will heal by tomorrow. Let us not waste the medicine. Zhu Yuanyuan also believed that there was no need to waste hemostatic powder on a minor wound. He said, all right, let me wash your hands. As for the bone knife, there's no need to sharpen it. Your hands are too small to grip it steadily. You can learn when you grow a bit older. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a bemused state, questioning the necessity of such exaggeration. It is indeed necessary, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sardonic tone. Everyone dotes on this delicate creature. Even the loss of a single hair is unacceptable, let alone a scraped hand. Second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with annoyance. You are merely 10 years old. How have you transformed into such a cynical individual? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan clutched the thick animal hide tightly, her voice trembling as she said, It was my second brother who provoked me first. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a hint of disdain. What makes you so delicate? Our father is a warrior of the tribe. As his child, it is acceptable to be less capable than others, but one must not be coddled into becoming a pampered swine. Zhu Yuanyuan glared, raising her little legs to kick, as if to demonstrate her resilience. Zhu Yuanyuan swiftly evaded, exclaiming, You can't touch me. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan sought external assistance. Zhu Yong bravely hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively grasping his younger brother by the collar. Ming, what you said today is rather excessive. Let Yuanyuan give you a few kicks to vent her frustration. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Yong exclaimed, flailing his limbs in an attempt to break free from his restraint. With her current strength, a few kicks could very well incapacitate me. No way. Yuanyuan is gentle and knows her limits, Zhu Yong firmly believed. Zhu Yongming, it is over. My elder brother has been completely charmed by our younger sister. Second brother, do not fear. Zhu Yuanyuan smiles with her eyes crescent-shaped, and I shall certainly exercise precise control over the situation. Zhu Yong, feeling despondent, ceased his struggles and, adopting the demeanor of a hero facing death, declared, if you wish to kick me, do so quickly. Those who harm their brethren are not worthy orcs. Should anything happen to me, the beast god shall no longer extend his favor upon you. His words carried an implicit threat. Zhu Yuanyuan remained indifferent, for the orc was merely a scapegoat she had summoned. However, the unsuspecting Zhu Yuanyuan, upon hearing this, began to harbor reservations. Yuanyuan, perhaps we should reconsider? Indeed, it was her elder brother who displayed greater prudence. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with pride, raised his head confidently and urged, please, set me down. Zhu Yuanyuan puffed her cheeks, intending to protest, but she heard her elder brother shift his tone. I shall discipline you on behalf of my sister, Zhu Yong boldly declared. Father often says that I raised you, and it is my responsibility to ensure your proper upbringing, so you do not stray from the right path. As he finished speaking, he playfully delivered several slaps on a particularly fleshy part of his younger brother's body. Zhu Yoming never anticipated that his elder brother would act so abruptly, not affording him a moment to react. He was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, his eyes brimmed with tears. Though his tough exterior rendered him impervious to pain, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Brother, you are truly cruel, Zhu Yongming sobbed in protest. After all, I am the one you raised. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stoic expression, stated that when father returned with the cured meat, he instructed me to keep a watchful eye on you all and to refrain from any roughhousing in the cave. Our home is quite small. Aside from the hearth and the bedside, every other corner is cluttered with firewood and provisions. If you were to create a ruckus, it would be all too easy to fall into the fire or collide with the large stone platform. It is a laborious task to discipline my younger siblings. As the eldest brother, I must be vigilant. If necessary, I may have to resort to physical means. Look, my younger brother is so consumed with his grievances that he has no time to playfully tussle with our sister. Turning my gaze to her, I inquired with a hint of ambiguity, your second brother has already received his punishment. Are you still angry? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan finds it reasonable. Very well. Instead of preparing bone broth, I shall make you a delicate egg drop soup. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her disapproval. Elder brother, why do you only sharpen one weapon? Have you never considered preparing a few spare ones at home for immediate replacement when needed? Immediate replacement? Zhu Yuanyuan paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. No one in the clan does that. Just because no one does it doesn't mean it cannot be done, Zhu Yuanyuan remarked, her gaze drifting towards the newcomer who had just entered, as if casually. You confine yourself at home every day. Wouldn't it be better to sharpen more bone knives and bone spikes? If one breaks, simply replace it. It would also help pass the time, which is quite beneficial. Orc warriors predominantly engage in battle in their beast forms, only maintaining their human forms when confronting formidable foes, at which point weapons become necessary. When a weapon is damaged, they have no choice but to revert to their beast forms. In her opinion, knowing full well that bone knives and bone spikes are not particularly sturdy, yet failing to prepare a couple of spares indicates a certain lack of foresight among these individuals. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Upon receiving a reminder from his female offspring, Zhu Chong promptly sought out the clan leader to discuss the matter. The leader immediately applauded the idea. The bone knives deteriorate quickly, and each time one is damaged, it necessitates the crafting of a new one. What you propose is indeed a commendable solution, Zhu Shan mused. However, those individuals, being gluttonous and playful, will not possess the patience to refine the bone knives if left unsupervised. Then let us appoint an elder orc, one of stern disposition, Zhu Chong suggested with a slight smirk. They would surely be inclined to accept the responsibility. Moreover, having more individuals living together would conserve firewood. In times of severe food and firewood shortages, the clansfolk often chose to cohabit in groups, and it is only now, with an ample supply of firewood, that they have opted for separation. After all, a larger congregation tends to lead to a cacophony of voices, which over time can breed discord. It remains more comfortable to dwell among one's kin. Nonetheless, solitary orcs often find their lives too desolate and would likely welcome the company of others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Chong was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly waving his hand in refusal. No, you are the clan leader. This is your responsibility. Precisely because I am the clan leader, I entrust this matter to you, Zhu Shan replied with a smile. You cannot decline. Zhu Chong, realizing the situation, should have allowed Agon to speak. In his well-meaning attempt to offer advice to the clan leader, he inadvertently ensnared himself, a truly bewildering predicament. Reluctantly, he understood that responsibilities must be fulfilled. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, Zhu Chong set out with his two sons. The elder son, having received a commendable upbringing, readily agreed to assist. Conversely, the younger son, filled with reluctance, protested, claiming his youth rendered him incapable of being of much help and that it would be better not to cause further disruption. You must go, Zhu Xiaofan insisted vehemently, pushing them out the door. Remaining at home only meant engaging in frivolous squabbles with his sister for attention. It was far more productive to venture out and contribute to the work at hand. Zhu Yaoming was taken aback, astonished that his mother could treat him in such a manner. Was I not her own flesh and blood? Since you have unraveled the truth, I shall no longer feign ignorance, Zhu Xiaofan said with a blank expression, fabricating a tale. Many years ago, your father ventured alone into the forest to hunt and stumbled upon a cub, clutched in the jaws of a wild wolf. He brought it back to the tribe, but with no one to claim it, it was left to be raised at home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan, can this really be trusted? Suddenly, Zhu Yuanyuan spoke up. You haven't learned too late. As long as you are obedient and assist our parents with their tasks, our family will remain as loving and close-knit as before. I assure you, no one will harbor any disdain towards you. Is that true? Zhu Yoming inquired, his eyes glimmering with hope. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded earnestly, assuring, indeed. I guarantee it. The young ones in this world are incredibly precious. How could one possibly stumble upon a kin's offspring in the woods and be compelled to take them in? The orphans within our clan, devoid of parents, all reside together under the care of the solitary old beastmen. Alas, my second brother is truly foolish. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly shook her head and sighed incessantly, while Zhu Yoming busied himself with displaying his abilities, undeterred by the thick snow outside. Gritting his teeth, he closely followed his father and elder brother, energetically engaging in work that left him covered in dust and grime. Little Meng is truly obedient, praised Zhu Chong, as he affectionately ruffled his second son's head. When we return, your grandfather will treat you to roasted meat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yonggan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, thinking his younger brother was truly foolish. Zhu Yoming was about to retort instinctively, but the words transformed on his tongue. In truth, a touch of simplicity was perhaps a blessing, so long as their parents didn't banish him from their home. Hurry, it's snowing, Zhu Chong urged. Whatever you have to say, save it for home. In this world bereft of medicine, a fever or cold could prove fatal. Even the most robust beastmen had to take precautions. No sooner had the three crossed the threshold than Zhu Xiaofan rushed forward to brush the snow from their bodies. They couldn't warm themselves directly by the fire until the snow was cleared to avoid being drenched. After their efforts, they gathered around the hearth. Father, elder brothers. Zhu Yuanyuan gestured toward the stone pot suspended over the fire. I've prepared a warm broth. Drink some to warm yourselves. My sister is so well behaved. Zhu Yuanyuan said with a smile, ruffling the little cub's head. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly cast aside her poor second brother, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she remarked, why not? After all, I have nothing but leisure on my hands. A mere scratch on my hand will not hinder the sharpening of my bone knife. Tongzi, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, are you shirking your tasks out of laziness? You didn't even call for me, yet here I am. Zhu Yuanyuan silently chastised him. Tongzi, slightly disheartened, thought to itself how challenging this host was to manage. Ultimately unwilling to concede, it feigned ignorance of her words and continued to prattle on, emphasizing that the host ought to cherish the free time of the snow season, diligently undertake tasks to accumulate knowledge points, so as to procure more of the necessary items before the onset of spring, when they would surely be inundated with responsibilities. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, questioning whether she could perhaps enjoy a few leisurely days. After all, she was merely 6 years old. Was it truly acceptable to impose such pressures on a child? The system murmured in response. In the interstellar realm, youngsters commenced their education at the tender age of 3, and the host was already 3 years behind, necessitating a vigorous effort to catch up. Different worlds required varied approaches, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted passionately, insisting that hasty intervention could be detrimental. The system fell silent, at a loss for words. As a legitimate construct, it could hardly engage in such irrational behavior. Sighing in resignation, it acknowledged that the host's stubbornness was indeed exasperating, and further debate might provoke an untimely restart. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled, having rendered the system speechless once more. Her desires were her own, and she had no intention of becoming a mere puppet on strings. If it referred to her as the host, then it must recognize the reality of the situation and refrain from overstepping its bounds. In the ensuing days, Zhu Yuanyuan diligently accompanied her older brother in crafting a bone knife. After laboriously grinding away, her palms became sore, yet she ultimately produced a uniquely shaped creation. Although the blade displayed uneven thickness and a subtle wave-like curve, it was capable of slicing through potatoes and sweet potatoes with some effort, though she found it preferable to use the old bone knife or her brother's newly sharpened one for meat. Despite its imperfections, Zhu Yuanyuan found great joy in her handiwork, which filled her with an unforgettable sense of achievement. Zhu Yong stretched his neck to scrutinize his sister's masterpiece. He was inclined to offer a sarcastic remark, yet recalling their mother's words, he refrained from uttering anything unkind, instead offering a dry congratulation. Congratulations. It's quite impressive that your bone knife has reached this level on your first attempt. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied without a hint of embarrassment. I shall craft an even finer bone knife in the future. Zhu Yongmeng, blinded by his conscience, boasted fervently, excellent. I believe it won't be long before you surpass your elder brother in prowess. Zhu Yuanyuan, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming spoke in a muffled tone, declaring, I am not conversing with you. The two engaged in a heated exchange, each retorting in turn, and soon their argument escalated. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her elder brother remained unchanged, not having traversed through time as she had feared. Zhu Chong and Zhu Xiaofan were diligently polishing bone knives, selecting broad and flat beast bones for their meticulous work, deliberately choosing to abstain from the subtle power struggles among the younger ones. How can one witness a rainbow without enduring the storm? Let it be. As long as the commotion is kept to a minimum, they could feign ignorance. Days passed, and it was initially thought that Zhu Er's discovery in the forest would simply fade away. Unexpectedly, as the snow season waned and spring emerged, Zhu Yongming suddenly announced with a serious demeanor that he would seek out an uninhabited cave to live independently from that point onward. The tribe possessed several abandoned caves, typically left vacant by their former inhabitants due to illness or unforeseen circumstances during hunts. Once male beastmen reached adulthood, they had the option to choose a cave for solitary living. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chong immediately grasped the situation and, with an imposing demeanor, pursued Zhu Yuanyuan vigorously. He seized him by the collar and shook him forcefully, exclaiming, "You rascal, after spouting such a barrage of peculiar words, do you think you can slip away? I believe you are simply itching for a beating. Strike him. Strike him hard." Zhu Xiaofan added angrily, "What nonsense you speak is merely a waste of time. Today, we have pressing matters to attend to." Zhu Yuanyuan was curious about what significant matter it was. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, declared, "You have brought this upon yourself. Do consider what significant matters await us in the tribe once the snow ceases." "I do not know," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, his face etched with distress. "Lately, my mind has been in a haze, constantly haunted by my mother's words that I was found in the woods. I can scarcely recall anything else." "You truly deserve a beating," Zhu Yuanyuan sighed helplessly, shaking his head. "During the first snowfall, our tribe was besieged by a flock of peregrine falcons, resulting in the tragic loss of 3 of our kin, who now lie in the snow cave." Zhu Yuanyuan sensed that something was amiss. Weren't there supposed to be 2? Uncle Gu's injuries were too severe. After being treated for over half a month, there had been no improvement, and he had also departed. Zhu spoke with a heavy tone. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment, recalling that last year, Uncle Gua had welcomed a robust male cub. Why had she not heard of this earlier? Indeed, Zhu nodded affirmatively. Her father had just encountered the clan leader while going out to assess the situation and had only recently learned of the news. It turned out that it was not a matter of oversight, but rather the receipt of fresh information. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a quiet sigh, reflecting on the abysmal state of medical care in this world. For everyone involved, saving 15 out of 16 gravely injured kin was a commendable feat. But she could seek guidance from the great shaman. She must strive diligently to graduate early. With the presence of a systematic marketplace in such dire situations, she could procure effective remedies to discreetly administer to the wounded, potentially saving all the critically injured. Harboring these hopeful aspirations, Zhu Yuanyuan observed the entire episode of her second brother being reprimanded by their parents, who were tugging at his ears. The reprimand revolved around the topic of whether he was born or adopted. The discourse was overly verbose, and she refrained from critiquing every detail. Ultimately, by the end of the lecture, Zhu Urge had come to the realization that he had been foolish to take their mother's jest to heart. Outside, the snow had yet to fully melt, and it was unwise for the young ones to wander aimlessly. Zhu Mama suggested that the little one stay home to play with his sister and reflect on his missteps. With the arrangements made, Zhu Chong and his wife departed with their eldest son in tow. Injured and sulking, Zhu Yongming pouted indignantly, declaring, clearly, "It was Mother's careless words that misled me. How has this become my fault?" Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, pondering how precious the young ones were. Who would ever abandon such treasures in the woods? Zhu Yongming fell silent. He was not foolish. Rather, he simply did not delve deeply into matters, to put it plainly. He was rather obstinate, believing whatever his mother said without question, his mind reluctant to shift perspective. Now, awakened by his younger sister, Zhu Urge wished he could dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it, consumed by a profound sense of shame and indignation. Feeling weary, Zhu Yongming forced himself to maintain composure, saying, "Sister, you should also take a moment to rest. We must be well prepared for tonight, as we need to escort Uncle Gua and the others into the tomb." Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Where was the burial cave? Why was it necessary to go there at night? It's not far from here. You will understand once we arrive, Zhu Yong replied languidly. Every clan member who can walk must attend the ceremony after turning 5. It is a tradition of our tribe to hold the funeral at night. It is noteworthy that the Heizhu tribe holds a deep reverence for the color black, believing that the deceased should return to the embrace of the night. Thus, to escort the departed under the cover of darkness into the burial cave is regarded as the highest form of blessing. The burial cave itself is said to be vast and steep, such that even the sturdiest of orc warriors could lose their life if they were to fall within its depths. Fortunately, during the funeral, there is no need to enter the cave. The deceased is placed at its entrance, where the clan leader gently pushes them down into the abyss. After the body has been laid to rest, the clan members offer various fruits and dried meats, standing outside the cave in silent reverence for a quarter of an hour. This moment of reflection serves as a prayer for the departed, hoping they will soon be reborn into a prosperous tribe, free from the burdens of hunger and want in their next life. Not long after Zhu Yuanyuan celebrated her 6th birthday, she had never participated in such significant events and possessed no relevant memories. After listening to her second brother explain the proceedings, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. There was indeed a sense of ritual involved. Regardless of the world, funerals are invariably solemn and grave. That evening, the family abstained from dinner, waiting until the sun dipped below the horizon before donning their black animal skin cloaks in preparation for their departure. Attire for a funeral necessitates a certain decorum. Yuanyuan, Zhu Chong gently patted the little girl's head, advising her, "The path is treacherous. Tread carefully. If it becomes too daunting, allow your mother to guide you." As spring commenced, the beasts in the forest were ravenous, their hunger fierce. Entering the woods after dusk, or even during the day, was perilous. The adult males of the tribe were tasked with clearing the way and ensuring safety, while the females and young ones were positioned in the middle for relative security. Consequently, Zhu's father found himself unable to attend to both his partner and the little ones, leaving him in a state of concern. "Fear not. I am nimble and shall not falter on the snowy path," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. "Less boasting," Zhu Yong retorted with a huff. "You've grown quite rotund. How agile can you truly be?" Upon discovering that he was the biological sibling of his parents' offspring, Zhu felt a mix of joy and a mischievous urge to keep a mental tally against his sister. Noting that their mother was jesting, he refrained from alerting her. What a mischievous sister she was. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to tease her with a few sharp words, for otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan immediately became incensed. "I may be plump, but I am a nimble one, unlike you, whose girth is such that you can scarcely move. Aren't you afraid that Hong Hong will find you undesirable?" "Nonsense. I am not overweight," Zhu Yong vehemently denied. "For the past few months, I have made a concerted effort to reduce my meat intake." This was largely due to his fear of being cast out, stemming from the misconception that he was not of blood relation. "Ah, indeed, you only consume 6 pounds of meat per meal, which is a reduction of a pound. How truly unfortunate for you," Zhu Yuanyuan coldly chimed in. Struggling to push through the crowd, Zhu Hong appeared utterly astonished. "Is it true? Can Aming really eat that much?" The appetite of a pig beastman is considerable. An adult beastman typically consumes at least 5 pounds of roasted meat per meal, while a juvenile beastman, still in the throes of growth, might reasonably devour 3 to 4 pounds. However, 6 to 7 pounds? That is nothing short of resembling a bottomless pit. Zhu Yong's face flushed with anger. "Ahong, do not listen to her nonsensical claims. I merely indulged in a bit more food during a few occasions of increased activity." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sarcastic tone. "With only 29 days in a month, how could one possibly consume so much?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was utterly perplexed, wondering if such a notion truly existed. Indeed, Zhu Hong asserted with unwavering confidence, Ming will undoubtedly become one of the foremost warriors in the tribe. "Absolutely," Zhu Yongming declared, lifting his head high and puffing out his chest, filled with immense pride. Zhu Yuanyuan shrugged, conceding that perhaps it was her lack of knowledge that led her astray. However, She remarked that her second brother was rather corpulent and would need to undergo rigorous training henceforth. As the trio conversed, the leading chieftain had already set forth, followed by dozens of robust young men bearing the remains of their deceased kin. Trailing behind them were several females and young ones, weeping sorrowfully. They were the companions and offspring of the departed. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a heavy weight in her heart, and the mood for laughter had dissipated. Zhu Yongming and Zhu Hong fell silent as well. What were they to do in the future? Zhu Hong murmured. Pingping was not yet 2 years old and needed her mother's care, without their father to provide for the family. The food allocated by the clan barely kept them from starvation. Alas, Uncle Gua, at such an advanced age, had finally fathered a child. And he boasted like a young lad, declaring his intention to raise Pingping well, yet he had spoken out of turn, sighed Zhu Yongming. At this moment, Zhu Urge was rarely seen to exhibit a semblance of maturity. We can only lend a helping hand and take care of each other, Zhu Yuanyuan said. The old clan leader had cultivated potatoes and sweet potatoes, and this year they were sure to plant even more, ensuring that no one would go hungry. Zhu Hong reminisced about the novel delicacies savored during the snowy season, a glimmer of anticipation sparkling in her eyes. How delightful it would be if one could indulge in abundance each day. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored a firm belief that it was indeed possible. By rallying her kin to cultivate the land during their leisure hours, while continuing their routine of hunting and foraging in the mountains, satisfying their hunger would pose no challenge. The snow-covered ground was treacherous, and the trio refrained from idle chatter, especially as they traversed the nearby woods in preparation to ascend the mountain. The short and stout little one found himself at a disadvantage, slipping backward after only a few steps. The individuals ahead compressed the snow into ice, rendering the path behind them rather slippery. Zhu Xiaofan hurriedly reached out to support the person. Yuan. Shall I carry you? No need. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a solemn expression. I can manage on my own. My second brother said that walking to a funeral conveys greater sincerity. It's merely climbing a mountain. And I am more than capable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, being quite young, was not permitted to approach the mouth of the cave. She could only observe from a distance as the great shaman stood before the three deceased, murmuring incantations while occasionally gesturing with his hands and feet. It resembled a ritualistic performance akin to some form of superstition. She found it rather unsurprising, considering that in this world, steeped in the worship of beast deities, her own origins were rather peculiar, accompanied by an even stranger overlord. Witnessing such esoteric funeral rites seemed perfectly normal. But how absurd. The grave was unfathomably deep, and one might wonder if a fall would permit a return to the surface. The great shaman, astonishingly, was executing perilous maneuvers at the cave's entrance, truly a testament to his exceptional skill and audacity. Yet, she could not fathom why she wished to undertake such a hazardous endeavor, fabricating tales of divine favor from the beast deities merely to justify her actions. This had earned her the chieftain's special regard, compelling the great shaman to agree to instruct her. Oh, is it still possible for her to reconsider her decision? It is impossible for Zhu Yuanyuan to backtrack. She harbors a secret that necessitates a formidable identity to legitimize what she intends to present. While potatoes and sweet potatoes can be claimed to have been unearthed from the woods, can the techniques of pottery making and charcoal burning be justified in the same manner? Even the most precocious of young ones possess inherent limitations, yet she is expected to unveil numerous advanced technologies without eventually revealing any flaws? Moreover, the chieftain has already acknowledged her abilities and convinced the high shaman to accept her. It is now too late for her to reconsider. On the day following the funeral, Zhu Yuanyuan was awakened early by her mother and, after having breakfast, was personally escorted to the high shaman's residence by her father. Study diligently and refrain from mischief. Zhu Chong admonished with concern. The high shaman is quite serious and adheres strictly to rules, and should you behave too mischievously, you will certainly face punishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Yuanyuan should accompany us into the mountains? Indeed, Zhu Chong nodded in affirmation, a glimmer of keen insight evident in his eyes. It is essential to discern which herbs are beneficial and where they grow. Such knowledge will prove invaluable in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a profound sense of loss, yet he resolutely insisted on sending the female cub to the Great Witch as soon as possible, putting his intentions into action. In these final moments, he earnestly reminded Yuanyuan to study diligently, to be a bit bolder, for the Great Witch was merely a paper fox, not to be feared. Zhu Yuanyuan tilted her head to look at her father, blinking her large eyes and softly calling out, "Good morning, great shaman." Startled, Zhu Chang quickly turned around to clarify, "I did not intend to belittle you. It's just... where's everyone?" He glanced to the left and right, and indeed saw no one present. Instantly adopting a serious expression, he said, "Yuanyuan, perhaps you should elucidate the situation?" Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes were half closed as she languidly remarked, "I woke up too early. My vision is blurred." Her demeanor was exceedingly nonchalant. "At least come up with a decent excuse." Zhu Chang sighed in exasperation. "Well, I might as well check if the great shaman is home. You've dawdled for quite some time. I fear we may arrive too late." Alas, as a father, he had no choice but to indulge his own flesh and blood. "No way. I'm absolutely certain that the great shaman is at home waiting for me," Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with unwavering confidence. API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan maintained her composure and remarked, "It's fine. We can simply ponder it more in the future, since we no longer need to ascend the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. Shall we not return home first and come back later?" "Indeed, arriving too early might disturb the Great Witch's rest," Zhu Chang replied. As the father and daughter turned to leave, a cool male voice resonated from above. "Now that you have arrived, why would you consider departing?" Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively tilted her head upwards and beheld Huyin, clad in a black fur coat and bearing an expression as frigid as ice, standing at the doorway and looking down upon them. She hurriedly raised her plump hand in greeting. "Good morning, Dewu. You inquired about my well-being just a moment ago," Huyin remarked. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of embarrassment. Her earlier teasing of her father had unfortunately been witnessed by the great shaman. With a forced smile, she insisted, "I must have misjudged the situation." Regardless of who inquired, she remained steadfast in her response, refusing to alter her words. Fortunately, Huyin did not press the matter further. He spoke softly, mentioning that several clan members were in need of frostbite ointment, and it was fortuitous that she was present to lend a helping hand. Zhu Chang was filled with joy, eagerly nudging Zhu Yuanyuan, urging her to hurry and be alert, ensuring not to disappoint the clan leader and the great shaman. In his mind, he was calculating the benefits. Once his female offspring mastered the art of crafting frostbite ointment, they would no longer need to visit the great shaman for medicinal salves, thereby saving a considerable amount of meat. If Zhu Yuanyuan were to discover her father's intentions, she would likely douse his enthusiasm with a cold reality check, for she was merely an apprentice, tasked with selecting herbs and grinding them into powder, lacking knowledge of the complete formula and the precise proportions of ingredients, making it improbable for her to quickly learn the craft of making frostbite ointment. Fortunately, Zhu Chang kept his thoughts to himself, sparing Zhu Yuanyuan any additional mental burden. She sat obediently on a low wooden stool, sorting through the herbs, muttering to herself, discarding weeds, tossing out the rotten ones, and carefully washing and drying the excessively dirty ones. Alas, her eyes were beginning to blur from the overwhelming task. In her opinion, the great shaman exuded an icy demeanor, resembling a moving block of ice, devoid of any alluring charm, making it hard to believe that he was a fox beastman. Not at all. After spending the entire morning selecting medicinal herbs, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly exhausted. As she noticed the sun hanging high in the sky, a spark of energy surged within her. "Great Witch, it is time for lunch," she exclaimed. "Oh," Huyin, without even raising her head, replied, "There is some cured meat in the corner. Go fetch a couple of pieces to roast." "Me roast?" Zhu Yuanyuan could scarcely believe her ears. Huyin coldly inquired, "Do you not wish to do it?" No, I am eager to do it," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a smile. Though she lacked significant cooking experience, "I can do it, but would you dare to eat what I prepare?" Of course, she knew how to roast meat. Yet at merely 6 years of age, it was astonishing that the Great Witch would assign her such a task, not fearing the potential consequences. "I dare," Huyin asserted, unfazed. She lifted her gaze, her piercing eyes landing on a certain plump little female. "If you cannot manage it, then find someone who can." Goodness gracious! Was this a threat implying that if she could not roast the meat, she would be replaced? It must undoubtedly be so. Zhu Yuanyuan was quite irate. She dashed to the corner of the wall indicated by the great sorcerer, proclaiming, "Who says I cannot grill? My skills are quite proficient." As the requirement was merely to cook the meat thoroughly rather than to enhance its flavor, she felt confident in her abilities. She washed 2 pieces of salted meat, slicing them into strips approximately 3 fingers wide, and skewered them onto long bamboo sticks, positioning them over the fire to roast. Periodically, she would turn them over and brush on some seasoning, excluding salt. "Ah, my honey is nearly depleted. I must find a way to replenish it." In the past, her second brother would take his friends to raid beehives, and the honey would be distributed equally among them. However, that would no longer suffice, as her second brother could not discern between truth and jest, and he had already concocted a plan to run away from home. Their father had decided to give him more responsibilities, so he would likely be very busy in the days to come. "Not to worry. It's merely a matter of raiding beehives. I am quite strong now and can run swiftly. As long as I plan my route carefully, there should be no issue." The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat gradually wafted through the air, prompting Huyin to finally set aside her work and sit quietly beside her. Zhu Yuanyuan was overjoyed. Her culinary skills indeed remarkable, capable of enticing the Great Witch Wu Xin to abandon her duties and simply wait for a meal. Before long, the marinated meat was ready, and Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly announced, "Great Witch, the meat is ready." Wu Xin, her expression neutral, replied nonchalantly, "All right." With her long, fair hands, she reached out to take a skewer of grilled meat, lifted it to her lips, took a bite, chewed for a moment, and swallowed. Noticing that the Great Witch appeared unfazed, without a hint of reluctance, Zhu Yuanyuan delightedly grabbed a skewer for herself. However, her little face scrunched up in dismay. "It was too salty. You didn't boil it in water for a few minutes." Wu Xin pointed out the oversight. "I'm sorry," Zhu Yuanyuan mumbled, "I forgot. I'll go boil it now." With that, she hurried off to fetch a small stone pot, filled it with clean snow from outside, and placed it on the stove to heat. It must be said, the Great Witch enjoyed exceptional treatment. Unlike other households, here there were several stone pots of varying sizes, the smallest being as large as her head, while the largest could hold 400 to 500 pounds of meat. How extravagant! Approximately half an hour later, a pot of savory salted meat soup was served on the stone table. Zhu Yuanyuan beamed at Wu Xin, saying, "Great Witch, it's time to eat." Wu Xion's lips twitched slightly, forcing a calm demeanor as she replied, "I'm not hungry, you eat." The dark, oily concoction before her was hardly appetizing, and she could not bring herself to partake. "You must eat," Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, her small round face serious. "Only when you are well fed and nourished will you have the strength to work. Great Witch, you cannot take your good health for granted. What if you fall ill from hunger?" Wu Xian replied coolly, "If you finish this pot of meat, that would be the real problem." Zhu Yuanyuan, "Did you not say that once it is cooked, you would eat it? Why have you become so picky?" Alas, one cannot take a male's words at face value. Even the Great Ice Mountain, which is no different. It is indeed shameful to waste food. Zhu Yuanyuan, reluctant to discard the entire pot of roasted salted meat soup, decided to retrieve the not-so-salty roasted meat, draining off the excess moisture before placing it back over the fire. She toiled until the meat was barely palatable. As for the remaining broth, she pinched her nose and took a few sips, only to find it both salty and greasy. That afternoon, her stomach began to rumble incessantly, prompting her to rush to the outhouse 3 or 4 times before it finally settled. Yet, despite her illness, the tasks at hand remained. There was no concept of sick leave. Huyin, observing the pale-faced little chubby female, inquired if she was still able to work. Zhu Yuanyuan weakly replied that she could manage. "As long as you can work," Huyin expressed satisfaction, pointing to the corner, "Go crush that bag of medicine into powder." Zhu Yuanyuan followed the direction indicated by the great shaman, gasping at the sight of an enormous and bulging leather bag, which could easily contain 2 of her. As she turned her gaze to the large stone mortar used for grinding medicine, a profound sense of dread welled up within her. "Is there a specified time frame?" she asked, her lips dry and parched. The great shaman replied succinctly, 3 days. This meant she had to crush all the herbal ingredients in that leather bag into powder within 3 days. The task was exceedingly formidable, and the rudimentary tools at her disposal were utterly inadequate. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled a type of herb grinder she had seen in her previous life, one that could be operated by foot, which was remarkably efficient. She resolved to devise a way to construct one. Although a herb grinder seemed straightforward, it was not an easy endeavor for someone unfamiliar with its mechanics. Fortunately, the virtual marketplace provided assistance. After some diligent searching, she successfully located what she sought. As the sun neared the horizon, Zhu Yuanyuan departed from the great shaman's abode, not hurrying back, but instead venturing to the riverside stone beach, where she meticulously selected 2 stones, one large and one small, and a wooden stick the size of her arm. The larger stone was nearly rectangular, while the smaller one was round and flat. After considerable effort, involving both grinding and hammering, she finally fashioned a rudimentary herb grinder. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, expressing her desire to pursue her ambitions. Unfortunately, she lamented, time was a luxury she could ill afford. After all, she aspired to become a powerful witch, and every moment was precious. Tongzi, however, remained oblivious, despite the evidence of Zhu Yuanyuan's idleness lying on the ground in the form of the herbal grinder. This is a tool that can enhance work efficiency, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with conviction. There is a profound saying, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Haven't you heard of it, Tongzi? Tongzi opted for silence. There was little choice. Having selected this host, enduring the frustrations was simply part of the deal. Early the next morning, Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly took Zhu Chang to the stony beach, pointing to the completed herbal grinder and sweetly saying, "Father, please help me carry this to the great witch's home." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang disdainfully pouted his lips and ultimately took the initiative to lift the larger stone, while Yuanyuan grappled with the smaller stone that was propped up by a wooden stick. The great shaman asserted that cubs should not be overly pampered. He intended to demonstrate to the shaman that Yuanyuan was not at all delicate, but rather industrious. All right, Zhu Yuanyuan replied cheerfully, bending down to lift the small stone. The father-daughter duo collaborated seamlessly and soon transported the mortar to the great shaman's abode. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu-in, who was having breakfast, knitted her brows. What an unsightly stone! What purpose does it serve here? She queried. For grinding medicinal powder, Zhu Yuanyuan responded. Hu-in cast a cold glance at the chubby little female as she arranged the items, and after a brief inspection, she remained silent. However, Zhu Chang lingered, unwilling to depart. Yuanyuan, give this ugly contraption a try. I wish to see how it grinds the medicine. This was not a significant task, and Zhu Yuanyuan readily agreed. Very well. She positioned the mortar before a small wooden stump, dragged over the leather pouch filled with the medicinal materials designated by the great shaman, opened it, and tossed a handful of the contents into the mortar. Once seated, she began to tread upon the ends of the wooden stick to grind the mixture. My legs are a bit short. I can't apply enough force. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, rising to grasp the wooden stick, grinding the herbs back and forth several dozen times until they transformed into a fine powder. Quite convenient, Zhu Chang observed with curiosity. Step aside, allow me to give it a try. No problem, Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly replied, promptly stepping aside to direct her father in pouring the powdered herbs into a prepared clean wooden barrel. Zhu Chang, a mid-level warrior of the Xian rank, is a robust male orc, possessing strength far surpassing that of Zhu Yuanyuan. With merely a few strokes, he pulverizes the newly added medicinal herbs in a fine powder. Perhaps finding amusement in the task, he incessantly repeats the process of pouring herbal powder and tossing in the materials, completing the majority of a large bag of herbs within half an hour. Hu-in, having transitioned from covert glances to direct stares, now finds herself impatient and unable to hold back, urging him to leave. Have you had your fun? If you're done, please hurry away and don't disrupt Zhu Yuanyuan's work. Zhu Chang, with a foolish grin, reassures her, don't worry, I'm helping her. Hu-in, frowning, firmly retorts, no. Zhu Chang wished to continue playing. Yet under the oppressive gaze of the great sorcerer, he reluctantly took his leave. However, before departing, he leaned close to Zhu Yuanyuan's ear and whispered, Yuanyuan, do not forget to take your belongings home tonight. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly felt a chill running down her spine. unable to respond and reluctant to refuse. She could only feign ignorance. What is it? Oh, I remember now. I brought a small bamboo tube to drink water. Rest assured, I certainly will not forget to take it back. The cool sensation dissipated in an instant. Zhu Chang was utterly unaware of the tribulations his young daughter had faced. He gestured towards the medicine grinder, urging her to contemplate the matter further. Take your time. If I return early this afternoon, I shall come to fetch you. A chill crept down Zhu Yuanyuan's spine as wave after wave of discomfort washed over her. She hastily urged her father to depart, saying, "Please, do hurry along. What if you cannot keep pace with the main group? I am not a mere toddler. I do not require my father to escort me home." Zhu Chang was feeling quite despondent, tempted to seize the little female by her ear and bellow medicine grinder. However, upon catching sight of Hu Yin's frosty demeanor, he instantly retreated, muttering, I shall take my leave." Alas, the grand sorceress was indeed formidable, though he harbored no fear of her martial prowess. She possessed myriad methods to impart lessons upon him. As for the amusing medicine grinder, it was within his capabilities to operate, much like the round and plump one. It merely required some time and effort, and could later be employed for cracking hard-shelled fruits or pulverizing bones. After bidding farewell to his father, Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief and hurried back to the cave to resume his unfinished tasks. To his surprise, upon entering, he found the grand sorceress perched upon a small wooden stool, energetically operating the grinder, producing a satisfying rhythmic sound. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan opted for the third approach and boldly stepped forward, declaring, "Great sorcerer, please step aside. My task remains unfinished." Hu Yin cast a lethal glare in her direction, yet Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with mischief, feigning ignorance of the tension. The atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Ultimately, Hu Yin, with a hint of irritation, instructed, "Go over there and identify the herbs. Pay close attention to their appearance and characteristics. Do not let yourself be unfamiliar with any of them." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly lamented that the great sorcerer had once deemed her too delicate, fearing she could not endure the rigors of study, and thus had refrained from formally initiating her as a disciple, instead merely suggesting she try her hand first. Yet now, he had unequivocally solidified their master-disciple relationship. However, exchanging a crude medicinal grinder for a teacher seemed rather advantageous. She found no grounds to object. After a brief period of novelty lasting nearly half a month, Hu Yin's enthusiasm for the grinder waned, and she began to impart strict instruction to her pampered apprentice, taking her up the mountains to gather herbs, teaching her the methods of identifying and processing medicinal materials, among other skills. By day, Zhu Yuanyuan studied diligently under her master, and by night, she learned from the overseer. Under the weight of such immense pressure, she visibly lost weight at an alarming rate. Zhu Xiaofan felt a profound sense of concern and could not help but express to her partner that perhaps the grand shaman was being a tad too strict. At merely 6 years of age, Yuanyuan was already burdened with the expectation to learn various skills, leaving her with scant time for both cultivation and honing her hunting abilities. While Zhu Chang shared her sentiments of worry, he approached the matter with a more rational mindset. He believed that as long as she acquired the grand shaman skills, her future would be secure, rendering the lack of hunting proficiency somewhat inconsequential. While this perspective held merit, Zhu Xiaofan fretted about the possibility of Yuanyuan failing to master the grand shaman's teachings. In the past, the clan leader had sent young ones to learn, only for them to return without having grasped the necessary skills. If Yuanyuan were to falter in both the grand shaman's teachings and in hunting techniques, would it not result in a complete loss? Yet, dismissing any notion of despair, Zhu Chang remained steadfast in his belief, asserting that their clever Yuanyuan would undoubtedly succeed. His confidence was further bolstered by the fact that the grand shaman's willingness to accept her as a disciple served as the finest testament to her potential. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, among the 3 children at home, Yuanyuan is the most intelligent, and Aegon is quite commendable as well. As for Xiaoming, Zhu Yongming, who had been eavesdropping intently, felt like a pufferfish ready to burst. Mother, what do you mean by that? You could simply praise Yuanyuan without needing to take jabs at me. Zhu Xiaofan felt immensely awkward and replied, I merely mentioned it casually. You might as well pretend you didn't hear. Zhu Yongming, relentless and unwavering. I heard him distinctly. Do not attempt to feign ignorance. Aming, it is time to depart. Zhu Chang interjected to extricate his companion from the predicament. Stop dawdling. Even the young females exhibit more diligence than you. Understood. I shall make my way there immediately. Zhu Yoming responded with impatience. Rather than remaining at home to endure scolding or even punishment, it is far preferable to rendezvous with friends at the meeting point and deliberate on the tasks ahead. They are all just over 10 years of age, having studied for 5 years, and have essentially absorbed all that was necessary. Now, as they embark on their independent ventures into the forest, their excitement is palpable. I will accompany my father on the hunt, Zhu Hong replied with a smile, having secured a few days off. Zhu Yongming furrowed his brows, contemplating that his father was both fierce and unreasonable, and he certainly did not wish for him to accompany him. What will you do then? Zhu Hong inquired with concern. The master had forbidden collective action, permitting only one elder to accompany them for 3 days, and your mother's capabilities. Fear not, for I still have my grandfather. Zhu Yongming replied, brimming with confidence. He dotes on me immensely and will undoubtedly not refuse. However, Zhu urged, convinced of his grandfather's willingness, faced an unexpected defeat. Grandfather Zhu Dayou not only declined but also chastised his grandson sternly. You know full well how busy I am every day. I have no time to wander aimlessly in the woods with you. Zhu Yongming, filled with indignation, retorted. Is it not true that many individuals are engaged in the arduous task of cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes? My absence would hardly matter. Nonsense, Zhu Dayou replied sternly. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are vital sustenance for us, and the elder patriarch places great significance upon them. I cannot afford to take leave. You ought to consult your father. Grandfather, you are well aware that my father harbors a dislike for me, Zhu Yongming lamented. If my sister were in need, he would undoubtedly oblige and offer his unwavering support, but the same cannot be said for me. His compliance is assured, yet he would impose various demands, seeking to exploit my labor to the fullest extent. I have no desire to endure the vexatious existence of being constantly commanded by my father. Zhu Dayou waved his hand dismissively, urging, do not bother me with trivialities. I am busy and have no time for idle chatter. Hurry along. Zhu Yongmong, unwilling to relent, protested, stop the noise, it's making my ears ache. Zhu Dayou cast a glance towards the area where his old companions were tending to their fields, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is that Yuanyuan arriving? This cannot be. I must go and see for myself. Those fellows are always scheming to abduct our little female. Zhu Yongming, filled with indignation, let out a long howl towards the sky, lamenting the bias he perceived. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. Zhu Yuanyuan blossomed into a fair and graceful young woman, having mastered 99% of her Master Hu Yin's skills, with the remaining 1% lacking solely in experience. From tomorrow onwards, you shall be responsible for healing any injuries or ailments within the tribe, Hu Yin declared coldly. Should you fail in your endeavors, do not dare to claim you are my disciple. That is unjust, Zhu Yuanyuan protested. What if you, Master, are unable to heal as well? Such circumstances do not apply, Hu Yin retorted, asserting her authority without any intent to impose undue hardship. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, affirming with enthusiasm. Over the years, the tribe has flourished, attracting numerous struggling Boer clans seeking refuge. With an improvement in living standards, the physical well-being of the tribe members has also enhanced, leading to a significant increase in the birth rate of the young, resulting in a population exceeding 1,000. However, a tribe of over 1,000 is still relatively modest. Everyone is aware of her apprenticeship under the great shaman and the fact that she has not been dismissed for a decade, rendering the matter inconsequential whether it is spoken of or not. Just then, upon leaving the great shaman's residence, she encountered a few playful younglings who, upon seeing her, instantly exclaimed, Little Great Shaman. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling a sense of discomfort with the terms small and large being used together. Little Great Shaman. This is not acceptable, remarked a young female, pouting as she spoke. My father says that addressing you this way is a sign of respect. How can you find it displeasing? It's not that I find it displeasing, Zhu Yuanyuan awkwardly clarified. I have yet to fully master my skills. My master is the true great shaman. This situation feels rather inappropriate. Never mind, call me whatever you wish. She sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Fearing that further discourse might give rise to rumors of her aspiring to usurp the great shaman's position. With life becoming somewhat more relaxed, she found herself grappling with a sense of emptiness and a desire for amusement. After parting ways with the younglings, Zhu Yuanyuan ventured outside the valley. Carrying a large bamboo basket, she intended to explore the mountains and gather some herbs. At the age of 10, she had become the youngest yellow-tier warrior in the tribe. Her master believed she possessed the capability to venture into the mountains alone for herb gathering, assuring her that as long as she did not stray too far, she would not encounter any life-threatening dangers, thus ceasing to accompany her on these excursions. Without her master, the mountains felt more liberating, and on occasions when her haul was meager or when she sought common herbs, she would procure them from the system's marketplace. Zhu Yuanyuan has consistently reaped bountiful harvests, having suffered minimal injuries, which has greatly reassured her family. They no longer oppose her ventures into the wild, merely advising her to exercise caution and avoid venturing too deep into the forests teeming with ferocious beasts. After wandering through the mountains for a while, she managed to gather a substantial basket filled with honeysuckle, mint, plantain, and motherwort, feeling content as she decided to return. The herbal remedies must be processed promptly, as lingering too long in the mountains is not advisable. As she approached the tribe, she encountered several orcs from the Flying Tiger tribe. Upon closer inspection, she was pleasantly surprised to recognize the leader among them. Slowing her pace, she greeted him. Brother Baishur, is it your team's turn to head to the seaside this year? Indeed, Baishur replied with a smile. After resting in the tribe for over half a year, it's time to engage in some activities. Have you just returned from foraging? Yes. I took advantage of my free time today to gather some necessary herbs, Zhu Yuanyuan responded. As they conversed, they continued into the valley. The Black Pig tribe, having absorbed other smaller pig-orc tribes, retained its name and formed an alliance with the Flying Tiger tribe. Each summer, they send 50 members to the seaside together to produce snowflake salt. This so-called snowflake salt is derived from boiling seawater after filtering out impurities, yielding a finer, whiter salt devoid of bitterness, named for its resemblance to snowflakes. Traveling together not only ensures safety along the journey, but also enhances efficiency in salt production through collaboration. You truly are capable, Baishur praised generously. With your remarkable skills, would you consider becoming a great shaman in our White Tiger tribe? Absolutely not, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head vigorously. I have my father, mother, and siblings. I would never join another tribe. Baishur did not relent, suggesting, give it some thought. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a resolute expression, emphasized that she would not change. She relishes her current life and has no desire for transformation. Baishur, unable to suppress a sigh, lamented that she could not leave him with even a glimmer of hope. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes shot daggers as she retorted, spare me your ambiguous words. I have no desire to hear rumors about us together tomorrow. Baishur, unabashed, replied with a grin, that can be easily arranged. Once we solidify our situation, it will no longer be mere gossip. Absolutely not, Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined. You are too old, and besides, we are old acquaintances. I would feel quite awkward to pursue such a notion. Baishur, momentarily flustered, pressed his face closer to hers, exclaiming, look at me. Where do you see old age? A mere decade apart is insignificant to us. If you feel too familiar to take the plunge, simply close your eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan deftly sidestepped, insisting, no need. I can manage on my own. It isn't particularly heavy. It was a jest, as she had unequivocally declined assistance, feeling no inclination to impose upon others for labor. Moreover, over the years, she had procured a considerable array of fine items from the marketplace, such as intermediate body refining potions, intermediate gene optimization elixirs, as well as strength and agility pills and foundational essence tonics, among others. With an abundance of nourishing provisions, her strength had significantly increased and her agility had sharpened, making it a mere trifle to carry a basket half filled with herbs. Baishur, having been repeatedly rebuffed, wore a forlorn expression and remarked, Yuanyuan, you are becoming increasingly less endearing as you grow older. I recall when you were younger, You were quite fond of my visage and even affectionately referred to me as a flower handsome. Did I? She retorted, her ears slightly flushed. I don't remember such a thing. Zhu Yuanyuan deftly sidestepped, declaring, no need. I can manage on my own. It isn't overly burdensome. It was a jest. And she clearly declined any assistance, feeling too embarrassed to impose upon others. Furthermore, over the years, she had acquired numerous fine items from the marketplace, such as intermediate body refining potions, gene optimization elixirs, as well as strength and agility pills, among others. With an abundance of nourishing provisions, her strength had significantly increased, and her agility had become remarkable. Carrying a basket not entirely filled with herbs felt like child's play. By sure, having faced repeated refusals, grimaced and remarked, Yuanyuan, you have truly become less endearing as you grow. I recall you used to admire my face as a child, even secretly calling me a handsome flower. Did I? Yuanyuan replied, her ears slightly flushed. According to the customs of the orcs, individuals of either gender do not seek partners until they reach the age of 18. If one desires to form a bond with an underage orc, not only would they be denied the blessing of the great shaman, but they would also face a severe beating until they reconsidered. Over the years, Baishir frequently visited the Black Pig tribe, encountering Zhu Yuanyuan each time. From a stranger to an acquaintance, feelings gradually blossomed, leading him to inadvertently miscalculate her age. Very well, let's consider this as if nothing was ever said. We shall revisit this matter in a couple of years. Yuanyuan, you carry on with your tasks, Baishir said with a nonchalant smile. I shall seek out your tribe's leader. All right, Zhu Yuanyuan responded decisively. After they parted ways, Bai Pang, Baishir's slightly plump companion, inquired with surprise, Brother Shi, you are giving up just like that? What other choice do I have? Baishir retorted with irritation. She is still underage. I have no desire to be beaten by her family. While enduring a beating might be minor, being expelled from the Black Pig tribe and barred from approaching them in the future would be catastrophic. Is it truly that severe? Bai Pang scratched his head. I see many young females who are still underage already have partners, holding their ceremonies only upon reaching adulthood. Are you foolish? Bai Ping, the leaner companion, scolded with a laugh. Those are individuals who mutually fancy each other. As long as they do not share the same dwelling, their families remain indifferent. Do not call me Bai Pang. I am Bai Pang, he exclaimed, kicking out in frustration. Do not assume you are particularly clever. Everyone understands your meaning, which merely implies that Brother Shi's favored female does not reciprocate his feelings. Oh, Bai Pang has suddenly become astute. Bai Ping dodged and weaved, a smug grin adorning his face. Yet alas, you still cannot compare to me. If you have the courage, do not evade. Bai Pang huffed. I have always been clever. Had it not been for Brother Shi's fierceness, the words would not have fallen to you. I am not foolish. I certainly would not stand still for you to kick me, Bai Ping retorted, somewhat arrogant. Even if Brother Shi were to kick, I would dare to evade. Bai Shi felt as if he had been stabbed multiple times in the heart. Was it truly appropriate to utter such words in his presence? Observing the two friends straying further into absurdity, he glared fiercely, picking up a piece of firewood from the roadside and swinging it down upon them. Ow! Bai Pang and Bai Ping cried in unison, Brother Shi, please stop. After a flurry of strikes, Bai Shi felt a sense of relief and darkly stated, mind your tongues. Should there be a next time, I shall break both your legs. Bai Pang and Bai Ping simply felt a chill in their legs, awkwardly agreeing, understood. The other orcs from the Flying Tiger tribe, who had wisely remained silent, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their discretion, knowing they would have faced the same fate. Having imparted this lesson to his troublesome companions, Bai Shi strode towards the home of Zhu Shan, the leader of the Black Pig tribe, arriving at his destination shortly. Aside from himself, 20 other members of the Flying Tiger tribe were accompanying him to the seaside. It would be impractical for everyone to visit the leader's home, so they decided to leave no one behind, instructing the others to wait outside in a shaded area to rest and refrain from wandering. The remaining orcs from the Flying Tiger tribe nodded in agreement, but Bai Pang and Bai Ping were a beat slow, responding weakly, got it. Bai Shi shot them a cold glance. What is it? Are you two still feeling mischievous? Not at all. They quickly shook their heads. We simply feel pain. Speaking takes effort, which is why we were slow to respond. Oh, Bai Shi replied with a semblance of amusement. So it seems I misjudged you. Very well, rest well. In a couple of days, we shall set off for the seaside, where dangers await, and we shall have no time to nurse our wounds. Bai Pang muttered, this injury was caused by you. Would you like me to strike you a few more times? Bai Shi inquired. No need. Bai Pang immediately declined. retreating several paces to maintain a safe distance. Bai Ping blinked, displaying a cramp-like grin. Brother Shi, you should hurry inside. The sooner you finish your business, the sooner we can depart for the seaside, avoiding delays within the Black Pig tribe. Finding a cave large enough to accommodate 20 or more individuals within the Black Pig tribe proved challenging. It was best to minimize unnecessary commotion. Most importantly, Bai Ping did not wish to flaunt his bruised visage, fearing it would become a source of ridicule. Bai Shi, fully aware of his companion's thoughts, scoffed and strode to the entrance of Zhu Shan's home, knocking on the half-closed stone door. Leader Shan, I am Bai Shi from the Flying Tiger tribe, here to discuss the matter of salt collection at the seaside. Zhu Shan stepped out upon hearing the sound. A Shi had arrived. Are you leading the team this year? He inquired. Yes, Bai Shi nodded. After exchanging pleasantries, they did not even enter the door, but set off together to seek someone. This time, our team leader is Zhu Yuanyuan. You should know him. Bai Shi paused thoughtfully and nodded, having met him a few times. Brother Yuanyuan is quite formidable. He has now reached the pinnacle of the yellow rank. Oh, not at all. Zhu Shan shook his head with a sigh. You are merely a beginner in the Xian rank. He still has a long way to go. In truth, he felt quite pleased. The aptitude of the pig beastmen is not comparable to that of the flying tiger beastmen. Achieving the pinnacle of the yellow rank at the age of 28 is indeed commendable. Bai Shi smiled without replying. The two went to Zhu Yuanyuan's residence, but found it empty. They encountered Ruoku, who was busy sorting herbs. Oh dear, my memory fails me, Zhu Shan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I apologize. Today is precisely when the 4th hunting team enters the mountains. Shall we wait here for a while? Bai Shi's lips twitched slightly. That works. It's impossible to set off today anyway. Waiting a bit longer is fine. In the sweltering summer heat, the cave lacked a fire pit, but fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan had learned quite a bit from virtual classes. She managed to find resin and pine cones in the mountains to create simple torches, ensuring sufficient light for their work. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, making it unsuitable for outdoor tasks, as one might easily suffer from heat stroke. Now, within the cool cave, illuminated by the torches, it was quite comfortable. To alleviate the boredom of sitting idly, Zhu Shan cheerfully asked, Yuanyuan, when shall we commence the charcoal burning this year? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan shook his head, expressing his unease about entrusting others with the task. If they failed to successfully produce charcoal, wouldn't all the hard-earned charcoal gathered by everyone go to waste? Yuanyuan, I understand you are busy. Tomorrow, I will speak to the great shaman and request your assistance for a few days. The clan leader remained resolute, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan with no alternative but to nod in agreement. Indeed, it is essential for you to speak on my behalf. Otherwise, my master will not consent. Excluded from the discussion, Bai Shi finally seized the opportunity to interject. Clan leader, Yuanyuan, could you possibly produce a bit more? We are willing to exchange meat for charcoal. Zhu Shan was taken aback. I recall that you had changed your method of charcoal production upon your return. Why then do you still seek to exchange charcoal with our tribe? Bai Shi elucidated, the successful yield of charcoal is exceedingly scarce, insufficient for our needs. We are uncertain as to where the issue lies, having squandered a considerable amount of firewood. Now, the community is rather reluctant to engage in charcoal production themselves. Zhu Yuan felt a sigh escape her lips. None of you are foolish. Yet how is it that with such detailed steps, you still fail to produce charcoal? The query posed by Zhu Yuanyuan was not particularly challenging to address, yet Bai Shi hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately failing to provide a response. At that moment, Zhu bravely entered the home, and upon seeing Zhu Shan, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Why is the clan leader at my house? Everyone has been searching for you. Zhu Shan exclaimed. Bai Shi has arrived. You should discuss with him the timing for our trip to the seaside and be mindful of what items we need to bring. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, wondering if there had been some mistake. Were they really expected to prepare their own provisions this time? Previously, it was always the clan leader who arranged everything needed for their journey, distributing the supplies before their departure, leaving them with no worries whatsoever. Indeed, I have grown older. From now on, I shall refrain from involvement in such matters. Zhu Shan, without room for dissent, asserted that whoever led the expedition should take charge, and that I, as an elder, should not be bothered. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head and replied, all right, but a 61-year-old Xian-level warrior is hardly considered old. Even the elder patriarch refuses to acknowledge his age. You shouldn't speak in such a manner. His tone was earnest, typically endearing him to others. However, Zhu Yuanyuan, upon hearing this, promptly delivered a resounding slap to his back. "You little rascal, I have not been idle. Do not tarnish my reputation with your nonsensical remarks." "Oh, I didn't mean that. I never said you were lazy," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, nearly in tears. "When did I ever claim that you were slacking off?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. The clan was filled with worry, and he found himself perpetually occupied, to the point where his lips had developed blisters. Zhu Yuanyuan, the clan leader, was truly a piece of work, indulging in laziness while silencing any criticism. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go and not dwell on the elder's shortcomings. Clearing his throat, Baishir remarked that Yuanyuan was often foraging for herbs nearby. Perhaps she might venture further afield for even greater rewards. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her head and thought to herself, regrettably, "My abilities do not permit me to venture too far." "It's all right," Zhu bravely volunteered. "When I return from the seaside, I'll find time to take you for a stroll in the deep mountains." "Who knows how long that will take?" Zhu Yuanyuan pouted. "It would be better to seek out my father. After all, he is at the pinnacle of the Xian tier and far more formidable than you." Zhu Yuanyuan heard the sound of a heart breaking. In truth, there was no need to wait. Baishir, with a smile, suggested, "To reach the seaside, we must traverse several uninhabited forests. With many people around, there is no danger. Why not go together?" "Ah," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes widening, "you make a compelling point." In her previous life, she had been financially constrained and lacked the time to explore, even when transportation was convenient. Now, having arrived in this new world, the prospect of venturing far stirred her heart. If she could gather various medicinal herbs, that would be splendid. If not, it could simply be an excursion, and she could seize the opportunity to procure more items from the system's marketplace. "No," Zhu Yuanyuan interjected firmly. "Yuanyuan, you are still young. We shall discuss this further when you possess the ability to protect yourself." After all, Yuanyuan had garnered the favor of the beast god and was destined to become a great shaman for her clan. She could not simply leave the tribe. Should any unforeseen incident occur, their regret would be unbearable. It was all Baishir's fault for bringing up the idea of a distant journey to gather herbs. He must be harboring ill intentions. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan cautiously pulled Yuanyuan away, saying, "Come now, if you have matters to discuss, come to my house. Do not disturb Yuanyuan while she is working." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing that he could not persuade them, Zhu Yuanyuan could only frown in resignation and say, "Very well, if you wish to go, then go ahead, but the accompanying personnel must be adjusted." Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "You remain in the tribe, and let your father lead," Zhu Yuanyuan stated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's bravado has led him to a predicament. As it turns out, the fault lies with him. "Wait a moment, something seems amiss. There is no issue with my father leading the team, so why am I unable to join? There exists no rule within the tribe that forbids both father and son from simultaneously venturing to the seaside to gather salt." Zhu Yuanyuan calmly remarked, "Your second brother is too impulsive. You must remain at home to take care of your mother." This statement was indisputable, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan utterly speechless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with his piercing gaze, certainly possesses a remarkable presence. This lad may indulge in mischief, yet he adheres to the rules. Otherwise, the old guard of the Flying Tiger clan would not entrust him with leadership. Baishir nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, I am a legitimate orc." The news of Zhu Yuanyuan's intention to accompany the salt-gathering team to the seaside spread swiftly. The following day, as she prepared her clean beast-hide dress and set out with her father, numerous tribesmen intercepted her along the way, earnestly persuading her to remain in the tribe. Tribesman A remarked, "What is there to be gained outside? The wilderness is fraught with dangers, and one cannot eat well or sleep soundly. It is far better to stay at home, where one can idly gather herbs on the mountain, eat at will, and sleep at leisure." Tribesman B added, "The outdoors lacks proper bathing facilities. Given your penchant for cleanliness, can you truly endure 10 days or even half a month without a wash?" Tribesman C chimed in, and soon a cacophony of voices filled the air, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan's head spinning. She raised her voice, exclaiming, "Stop. Wait a moment. Allow me the opportunity to speak." The crowd fell silent, casting disapproving glances her way, as if to say, how domineering of the little shaman to deny others their voice. Zhu Yuanyuan forced a smile and said, "Please don't look at me like that. It's not that I am silencing you. It's simply that everyone speaking at once creates a cacophony." "All right," the crowd responded in unison. "You speak then. Why is it absolutely necessary to go?" Zhu Yuanyuan wiped the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. "I simply wish to venture outside, to gather some herbs that are not found in our vicinity, and to broaden my horizons." "What is wrong with that? What if you encounter danger?" spoke clan member A. "You are the only one in our tribe favored by the great shaman. If anything were to happen to you, it would bring misfortune to us all. Have you already cursed me with misfortune before I've even stepped outside?" Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. Clan member A hastily shook his head. No. I merely fear for your safety. I did not mean to invoke any ill fate." However, Zhu Yuanyuan's heart had already soared beyond the confines of her home, and no one could dissuade her. Ultimately, it was the clan leader who intervened, dispersing the concerned crowd. "I have traversed this path numerous times. As long as I remain vigilant, I shall return safely. Everyone should return to their tasks. There is no need for worry," Zhu Shan stated sternly. "In a couple of years, Yuanyuan will come of age. Can we truly keep her confined within the tribe? Excessive restrictions may only incite rebellious thoughts, leading her to be swayed by some rogue from outside." Zhu Shan pondered to himself, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the smiling Baishir beside him. He thought he ought to remind Changgu a few more times to ensure he didn't stray too far from Yuanyuan. It was time to depart. Baishir strode over, aware that lingering any longer would cause them to miss their first resting point for the evening. Turning to Zhu Yuanyuan, he inquired, "Shall I take you flying?" As Zhu Yuanyuan reminisced about her initial experience upon traversing through time, a shiver ran through her. "I certainly do not wish for that again." The sensation of being ensnared by vines and suspended in midair was most unpleasant, and she had no desire to endure it a second time. Baishir did not press the matter further, suggesting, "We shall wait until you feel inclined to depart." Zhu Chang, having received the elder's instructions, approached and positioned himself between the two, shielding his petite female companion protectively. "Hand over your beast skin bundle to me. Should you grow weary from the journey, simply inform me, and I shall carry you on my back." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan attempted to grasp the coarse hair of the black pig to stabilize her form, but after pulling out a few tufts, she felt a pang of guilt and opted for an alternative method, transforming into a beastly shape and lying down. Minutes passed, and the petite pink piglet, unable to secure her grip, slipped off the pig's back and landed face first in the mud. Fortunately, Baishir had been vigilant, promptly using his forepaws to rescue her, sparing her from the tragic fate of being trampled by the herd. "Are you all right?" Baisher inquired softly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her rosy cheeks and a dazed expression, sat beside the fire pit. Are you still not awake? Zhu Chang, with a face full of concern, questioned whether you had ventured out for training or merely for slumber. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her eyes and resolutely uttered two words. Training. Then you must not sleep in tomorrow, Zhu Chang said. On our journey, we are bound to encounter some minor wild beasts, which will be perfect for practice. Zhu Yuanyuan obediently replied, I will listen to father. As the father and daughter reached an agreement, they happened upon Baisher, who was dragging back a hefty creature weighing over 500 pounds, calling out from a distance. Yuanyuan, come quickly and see what I've caught. Zhu Yuanyuan curiously peered over, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. A mutated roe deer. The flesh of mutated beasts is tender and delectable, their size several times that of ordinary creatures. Regrettably, the vicinity of the black pig tribe is inhabited solely by common wild animals, making it a rare delight to savor such a treat even once or twice a year. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at the mutated roe deer that lay discarded on the ground. Unable to suppress her existential inquiry, why did you not deal with it before bringing it back? Baisher, momentarily taken aback, averted his gaze. I was simply too elated and forgot about it. Is it truly possible to forget something like that? Zhu Yuanyuan questioned, her skepticism evident. Indeed, my memory is rather poor. Baisher retorted defiantly, I was solely focused on returning with the prey, neglecting to consider the absence of a water source beyond the landing point. Very well. If you say there is none, then so be it, Zhu Yuanyuan acquiesced, as merely a youthful female seeking sustenance. She felt no need to delve deeper into the matter to elicit a satisfactory explanation. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan not only savored a bowl of egg drop meat soup, but also indulged in a piece of roasted mutated roe deer meat, roughly the size of her two fists, leaving her stomach pleasantly distended, requiring a deep breath to conceal her fullness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A series of dark lines appeared on Zhu Yuanyuan's forehead as she delicately suggested, perhaps you could contemplate a more compelling excuse. No need for that. I am merely speaking the truth, Zhu Chang replied with a stern expression. Am I not allowed to speak candidly? The reality, however, was that he was displeased to witness Baisher lavishing attention on his young female. Being still underage, she was but a cub. And it was intolerable for that insufferable boy to covet her, especially since he was not of their clan. He and Afun had only one female offspring, Yuanyuan, and he certainly would not be willing to see her wed to an outsider. Zhu Chang was filled with animosity, and Baisher could see it clearly. Yet he could only feign ignorance. Some matters were not yet ripe for discussion. No matter how vexed he felt, he had to suppress his emotions. He would wait for 2 years, until a certain little piglet reached maturity. Yuanyuan, this piece of meat is quite tender. Would you care for another bite? Baisher lifted the skewer of roasted meat. She declined, and Zhu Chang interjected eagerly. Give it to me. I'm still hungry. Baisher turned to Zhu Yuanyuan. Are you really not going to eat? Hey, Shi Xiaozi, what do you mean by that? Zhu Chang exclaimed, trying to widen his eyes in indignation. Am I really going to snatch my own female's roasted meat? Of course not, Baisher replied, his expression unwavering. You care for Yuanyuan so much that even if you were ravenous, you would never take from her. Zhu Chang curled his lips, acknowledging the unspoken understanding. The two engaged in a subtle exchange of words, and Zhu Yuanyuan, perceptive as she was, took a moment to observe them closely, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Matters between adult males were best resolved among themselves, requiring no intervention from her. After dinner, Zhu Chang conferred with Baisher regarding the night watch protocols. Each clan would assign 2 members nightly, one to guard the first half of the night and the other for the latter half. The captain and auxiliary members were exempt from the watch, but were expected to remain vigilant. And what about me? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. What is my role? No need for you to concern yourself. Just rest easy, as there is little for you to do, Baisher replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself at a loss for words. I recall that formidable adult females also partake in the hunt. Could it be that the Flying Tiger clan is truly exceptional? However, that is not the case. An outspoken orc from the Flying Tiger clan interjected, "You mentioned formidable adult females, yet you are but an immature female. Your strength merely at the mid-level of the yellow rank." Zhu Yuanyuan gazed up at the sky, realizing that she was not the recipient of special care but rather the unwanted appendage. Never mind, never mind. Why seek out work when one can enjoy the comforts of idleness? After arranging the night watch for the day, Zhu Chang led his offspring to their temporary refuge, a spacious cave of approximately 40 square meters. The first orc to enter had already sprawled on the ground, instinctively leaving a small corner free. "You can sleep over there," Zhu Chang whispered. "You'll be safest in the innermost part while your father stands guard outside." Baishir silently slid the stone door into place and turned to squeeze him beside his good friend, though they all rested in their beast forms. Certain boundaries still needed to be respected. They could no longer be as carefree as in their childhood. Sigh. Such reflections brought a tinge of melancholy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was fully prepared for battle, yet that night unfolded with an extraordinary tranquility. Aside from the vigilant orc on watch, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber. In the following days, she lay within the embrace of the vine cradle, relishing the complimentary flight service, drifting into sleep at her leisure, or gnawing on jerky to sharpen her teeth. Such splendid treatment even elicited a tinge of envy from Zhu Chang. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Zhu Chang approached Baishir, stating, "You cannot always indulge Yuanyuan. Orcs must grow through experience." Baishir frowned, replying, "She is still quite young. There is no need for harshness. You have no say in this." "I am her father," Zhu Chang retorted darkly. "Starting tomorrow, Yuanyuan must travel on her own. She can no longer be carried in your vine cradle. If you continue this way, keep your distance from her in the future. I cannot allow this rascal to spoil my little female." Reluctantly, Baishir acquiesced, "Fine, fine." Upon hearing the disheartening news, Zhu Yuanyuan's tears nearly fell. "Father, my legs are so short. It will take considerable effort to catch up with you. How can you be so cruel? Wasn't it promised that I would be cherished? All of it feels like a deceit." Zhu Chang remained unmoved. "If you cannot endure even this small hardship, then do not entertain thoughts of venturing far in the future. Instead, remain within the tribe and learn the ways of the great shaman, while spending your leisure time foraging for herbs in the forest." Zhu Yuanyuan realized that her father was indeed serious this time, devoid of any hint of jest, and his demeanor was considerably more earnest. She understood that the path of complacency had been obstructed, and the journey ahead could only be traversed by her own efforts. Zhu Yuanyuan realized that for every step her kin took, she had to take 4 or 5 just to catch up, which left her feeling quite vexed. She needed to enhance her speed. Given her current cultivation level, it was implausible to make significant progress through training alone in a short span. Thus she had to explore alternative methods. For instance, she could resort to more advanced gene optimization elixirs and body refining potions. Over the past decade, Zhu Yuanyuan had never missed a day of completing her daily tasks, accumulating a wealth of knowledge points totaling around 70 to 80,000. Even after utilizing a few thousand in her everyday life, she still had over 70,000 remaining. Not only was she able to purchase intermediate gene optimization and body refining potions, but acquiring advanced ones posed no challenge either. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Chang opened his eyes and, transforming into human form, inquired softly, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "It is unbearably hot." Zhu Yuanyuan seized upon a convenient excuse. "As our home is currently an open-air dwelling, in this sweltering weather, it was plausible for dozens of people to reside in a cave. And with the entrance blocked by stones, it was reasonable to work up a sweat. Even if a slight odor ensued, no one could justly contest that." Indeed, as soon as her words left her lips, another voice chimed in. "I, too, find it oppressively hot, so much so that I cannot sleep. Uncle Chang, shouldn't you consider the actual circumstances before deciding where we should stay?" In the darkness, the speaker's identity remained obscured, but the voice was familiar. After careful discernment, Zhu Yuanyuan recognized it belonged to her elder brother's close friend, Zhu. Zhu Chang discerned the underlying tension and addressed the matter directly, stating, "If you have any thoughts, please share them. Otherwise, I remain unaware." "Xiao Qi, it's your turn to speak. Can I truly express myself?" Zhu Qi replied hesitantly. "I fear that Uncle Chang might seize the opportunity to reprimand me." Zhu Chang admonished sternly, urging them to speak plainly without being overly cautious, as their hesitation only served to frustrate him further. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang felt weary. At such a tender age, you roam about with them without fear of being trampled? I'm not afraid. Zhu Yuanyuan lifted her chin defiantly and declared, "I am no longer the person I was yesterday. I have grown stronger. Indeed, I fail to perceive it." Zhu Chang murmured to himself. It was not that he underestimated his little female. In just a day, no matter how much one transformed, the change could scarcely be significant. Alas, raising offspring was a formidable task, particularly when it came to female progeny. It was a struggle to chastise or reprimand them, leaving him with the only option of reasoning. Yet he barely recognized a handful of beastly characters, making it difficult to comprehend any logic. Truly, being a good father was an arduous endeavor. Zhu Chang, though brimming with inner turmoil, spoke softly and gently, urging, "Take your time, do not rush. You are still young, and everyone will look after you." Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of bewilderment, silently pondering whether this could be deemed a moral coercion. However, the orcs, being largely innocent, were utterly oblivious to the implications of her thoughts, enthusiastically chiming in with their agreement. "Strong uncle is right. Yuanyuan, you are still quite young. Simply choose a spot to lie down." No, Zhu Yuanyuan protested, taken aback by their affection. "I am not that young. I can manage on my own." Yet, no one seemed to concur with her. With cheerful smiles, they reassured her, "Yuanyuan, you are truly obedient. Rest assured, no one will compete with you." Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a rather amusing predicament, for she had contributed little, yet was reluctant to receive such special treatment. Unable to refuse the overwhelming kindness of her companions, she ultimately acquiesced. Reclining upon a patch of ground that both absorbed the moonlight and was conveniently situated near the cave's entrance. There is a saying, "Advance to attack, retreat to defend," which could not be more aptly applied in this context. As she settled, Baishar approached, offering a fruit as large as an adult's fist, filled with a white, juicy pulp. "You can carve a hole to drink from it. It will quench your thirst and cool you down. Let us see if you like it," he suggested. "Where did you find this?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Baishar smiled gently. "I picked it while hunting. I just concealed it in the trees a moment ago, ensuring the others did not see." The eavesdropping onlookers now beheld the scene before them. Zhu Chang cleared his throat, his expression stern as he remarked, "What fruits are to be consumed at this late hour? It is time to retire for the night." "I am thirsty," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, tears of frustration trickling from the corners of her mouth. Swift as lightning, she reached out to seize the fruit, tilting her head back to gulp down several mouthfuls. Delicious. A juice free from additives, wholly natural, nutritious and delectable, all without cost. How delightful. As long as you enjoy it, Baishar replied joyfully. "Tomorrow morning, I shall gather some for you to drink on your way. There's no need for that. Just tell me where to pick them, and I shall go myself," Zhu Chang said, his face rife with suspicion. Baishar's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its previous warmth. "The tree grows at an angle. I cannot precisely describe its location. I must go to gather it myself. It took but a short time to hunt. How far could it be?" Zhu Qi muttered softly. "Aki is correct." Zhu Chang nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Baishar found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, "Very well. I shall provide a rough idea of where it is located. You may search for it. If it proves too difficult, return and I shall assist you." Zhu Chang nodded with a sense of indifference, affirming, "All right, I will seek your assistance if there are any issues." The following day, before the sun had even breached the horizon, Zhu Chang dragged Zhu Qi along to search for the white fruits. Baishar watched the two retreating figures, a sense of unease settling in his heart. It seemed unjust that he had discovered the fruits, yet was not allowed to pick them himself. Were it not for the poor visibility at night, he might have taken it upon himself to harvest them all in the dead of night, leaving nothing for certain individuals. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and awoke, innocently inquiring, "Brother Shi, where has my father gone?" The discontent on Bai Shi's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a gentle smile. "He intends to personally gather fruits for you. He asked me where I found them and set off as soon as dawn broke." "My father is truly wonderful," Zhu Yuanyuan replied joyfully. "Bai Shi, I will also treat you very well, exceptionally well." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Father, Chiga, have you been injured? Is it serious?" While speaking, she had already opened her small leather pouch, rummaging through it for any medicinal powders that might be of use. "We are mostly fine," Zhu Chang hurriedly reassured her. "The blood is merely that of the mutated wild buffalo." Zhu Qi nodded, agreeing with Uncle Chang's words. However, Zhu Yuanyuan, with a furrowed brow, expressed her unease, insisting that she needed to conduct an examination herself. Zhu Chang and Zhu Qi, unable to refuse, ultimately allowed Zhu Yuanyuan to conduct a thorough examination, which confirmed that they had not sustained any serious injuries, thus alleviating her concern. However, even minor injuries are still injuries. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, admonished the two, emphasizing that one should never underestimate a small wound. If neglected, it could escalate into a far more significant issue, leaving one with regrets that come too late. While she lectured, she efficiently applied the medication, noting that in the sweltering summer heat, a poorly ventilated wound could easily become inflamed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang disagrees. "Rest assured, I am quite capable. How could anything possibly go wrong?" Zhu Yuanyuan coolly reminded, "You should examine your own wounds before speaking." Zhu Chang, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, thought to himself that it was all Aki's fault. Had he not startled the mutated wild buffalo, he wouldn't have been injured. Suddenly, a large, ominous black pot fell from the sky, leaving Zhu Qi dazed and confused. He widened his eyes and questioned, "Uncle Chang, what on earth are you talking about?" Zhu Chang swiftly interjected, "I am merely stating the truth. Tell me, who discovered the mutated wild buffalo first?" "Zhu Qi, it is I." "Who was the first to be attacked by the mutated bison?" Zhu Chang inquired once more. "Zhu Qi, it is indeed me. Therefore, Zhu Chang has come to the conclusion that you were the first to be seen and the first to be attacked. The mutated bison was brought here by you." Zhu Qi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet his mind could not grasp the source of his discomfort, leaving him devoid of any opportunity for defense. The mutated bison was swiftly dispatched, its flesh expertly arranged upon the flames, and within less than half an hour, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Lost in contemplation, Zhu Qi cast aside his distractions and, drooling, squatted beside the fire in eager anticipation. "Father," Zhu Yuanyuan chided Zhu Chang, pulling him aside. "Qi Gu is a dear friend of elder brother. Do not take it too far. Is it honorable to bully others simply because of your seniority?" Zhu Chang stubbornly refuses to admit that I have not bullied him. I merely spoke a few truths. "Are you certain?" Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but roll her eyes at her father, for had it not been for your insistence on dragging him to pick fruit, he would not have encountered the mutated wild buffalo. Zhu Chang, filled with indignation, questioned, "Who am I picking the fruit for?" "For myself," Zhu Yuanyuan replied. The father and daughter exchanged glances, tacitly choosing to let the matter slide. As for Zhu Chang, the unwitting scapegoat, he relished a delectable feast of roasted beef, his earlier concerns having long since vanished into the ether. When they resumed their journey, Zhu Chang found himself burdened with 2 large baskets of white fruits, while Zhu Yuanyuan trailed behind him, resembling a delicate figure amidst a group of robust adult pigs, a striking visual. Bai Shi, with his snow-white wings, soared above, increasingly amused, yet wary of laughing out loud for fear of inciting someone's ire. He hastened forward, eager to scout the path ahead. Before his words had settled, the white tiger, with its pristine wings, was already 100 meters away. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, unable to suppress her inner murmurs, questioning the significance of possessing wings. Someday, she vowed, she would devise a means to create an aircraft. Yet, deep down, she recognized the futility of such aspirations. After all, This was a primitive world devoid of even bicycles. Under the guise of the beast god's favor, she had toiled for a decade, imparting the skills of agriculture, pottery, charcoal production, and weaving to her people. What further vexed her was that most of the tribe had only grasped these rudimentary skills half-heartedly. They could only cultivate sweet potatoes and yams, produced more flawed pottery than successful pieces, created charcoal that belched thick smoke, and wove fabrics that resembled nets. It was not that Zhu Yuanyuan deliberately withheld knowledge. Rather, the orcs were easily satisfied, believing that being able to eat their fill and stay warm was a form of happiness, deeming further efforts unnecessary. Instead of dedicating time to perfecting their skills, they preferred to indulge in leisure. Initially, she would argue against such sentiments, but after hearing them repeatedly, she found herself too weary to protest. Although Zhu Yuanyuan is recognized as the successor to the tribe's great shaman, her youth and insufficient strength render her unable to compel others to obey her commands, as her authority is merely derived from the ethereal beast god. However, there is no cause for concern. Once she matures and her power significantly increases, she shall undoubtedly seize the opportunity to address those indolent individuals. No one is privy to Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts, nor does she possess the desire to confide in anyone. She merely grits her teeth and keeps pace with the crowd, fearful of lagging behind and hindering their progress. Suddenly, a cacophony of mooing resonates from ahead. Baishur returns, his brow furrowed in warning. A herd of mutated wild buffalo is approaching from 10 miles away, and everyone readies themselves for battle. The gravity of his words instantly casts a heavier pall over the surroundings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes and inquired, "What are the principles of being a person?" Zhu Chong replied gravely, "It is simply to eat and sleep more, and to speak less." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong, however, did not hasten to respond. He looked up and inquired of the flapping wing Baishur, "Is the herd of bison substantial in size? And are they indeed heading in our direction?" "Approximately 100 or so. The scale is not particularly large," Baishur replied thoughtfully. "If they do not change course, we shall encounter them in about 10 minutes. Zhu Chong furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. It was indeed feasible to tackle the 100-odd mutated wild bulls if they truly encountered them. "What do you think, Shixiaozi?" he inquired. The distance to the seaside was still considerable, and the heat posed a challenge for preserving meat. Baishur voiced his concerns, highlighting that if there were numerous injuries, it would further delay their journey. "Then we shall take a detour," Zhu Chong decisively declared, entrusting Baishur with the navigation of their alternative route. He recognized the importance of a broader perspective, understanding that without knowledge of the mutated wild bull's movements, it was prudent not to overexert himself. Baishur readily accepted the responsibility, pondering briefly before issuing commands to proceed rightward, adjusting their course once they had circumvented the herd. As the words left his lips, the group responded in unison, "Understood." Without hesitation, Zhu Chong led the team onto the smaller path to the right, determined to evade the wild bulls. Everyone exerted their utmost effort to hasten their pace, but the shorter Zhu Yuanyuan gradually fell behind. Observing from above, Baishur circled vigilantly before swooping down, exclaiming, "Yuanyuan, I have yet to discard my vine basket." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a wooden expression, tidied her rattan basket and stepped inside. There was a sense of being utterly ensnared. A horde of orcs ran and ran, exerting all their might for half the morning, yet they were unable to shake off the relentless herd of mutated wild buffalo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was unconvinced, pondering how significant it could be for such a multitude of cattle to allow one to stray away. While this assertion appeared sound, one must also consider exceptional circumstances, such as entering a rebellious phase or the moment when one must demonstrate their capabilities. To aspire to lead the herd, one must either possess superior intelligence or greater strength than the others. Yet, such qualities cannot merely be claimed through words but must be substantiated by tangible evidence. Capturing a few orcs single-handedly would serve as the most compelling proof. Baishur, still possessing some energy, candidly shared his speculation, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this was exceedingly perilous? With a furrowed brow, Zhu Yuanyuan resembled a frightened calf from the morning, recalling how one with inadequate strength had been reduced to mere roasted meat. Speaking of which, grilled beef was undeniably delectable. She had relished every bite and yearned for more at the next meal. It was both a peril and an opportunity, Baishir remarked calmly. Should he succeed, he would command the entire mutated bison herd. Should he fail, it would mean obliteration. Zhu Yuanyuan comprehended that, in essence, it was a gamble for one's very life. One could either triumph and ascend to the zenith of beastly existence, or perish and attain blissful oblivion. Indeed, the realm of beasts is conspicuously straightforward and brutal. In contrast, the Orcish perspectives are somewhat more enlightened. For instance, the chieftain possesses the authority to designate the next heir. And as long as the junior chieftain is not excessively malevolent or incompetent, the clan members would hardly voice their dissent. However, the bison herd has specifically come to seek vengeance on our behalf, and the fallen bull may finally rest in peace, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented. What nonsense are you spouting? Baishir interjected, his smile brightening further. They are not here to exact revenge. Rather, they wish to leverage their numbers to retain us, but regrettably, they have miscalculated their intentions. Zhu Yuanyuan inexplicably perceived a hint of mockery emanating from a plush tiger face. Unable to resist, she raised her hooves to rub her eyes. Yet upon glancing again, she found nothing amiss. Could it be an illusion? Never mind, such thoughts are trivial. What truly matters is when we shall run. If we continue at this pace, my kin shall collapse. The ground is traversed solely by the pig beastmen, while the flying tiger clan soars above. Are you feeling a twinge of sympathy, Yuanyuan? Baishir teased. Indeed, my father is also quite weary, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. Baishir pondered for a moment, gazing ahead. It won't be long now. Once we reach that narrow passage ahead, we can pause to rest. What about the mutated bison herd? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Naturally. We shall confront them, Baishir answered without hesitation, for that presents the optimal opportunity for retaliation. As Zhu Yuanyuan struggled to comprehend the situation and was about to inquire further, she suddenly realized that the members of the Flying Tiger clan had collectively accelerated their flight speed. They flew towards the cliffs on either side, leaving only a narrow passage in the middle, which they guarded diligently. A moment of enlightenment washed over her. It became clear that those resting were indeed her kin, while the Flying Tiger clan's warriors were tasked with exterminating the exhausted and weakened mutated bison. It must be said that such a clear division of labor yielded remarkably effective results. Zhu Yuanyuan had idled her way through the journey, intending to maintain her leisurely demeanor while her clansmen rested. However, her father unceremoniously thrust her into the battlefield, compelling her to muster her spirits and join the fray. Stinking Yo, prepare to meet your fate. Zhu Yuanyuan brandished her petite and delicate forelimbs, charging forward with a fierce yet endearing demeanor. Despite her limited lethality, she remained undeterred. Amidst the fray, her initially awkward movements gradually became fluid. Once the majority of the mutants sensed an anomaly and retreated, a lingering sense of unfulfillment enveloped her. As if the battle had concluded too swiftly, the exhausted little pink piglet sprawled on the ground, relishing the comfort, thinking to herself that this was precisely how one ought to rest when weary. Rising, Baishir, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You haven't been on the move for long. How could you possibly be too tired to get up?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and assuredly stated, "Rest assured, I shall not express my gratitude towards you. Though your appearance is rather dark and unremarkable, your thoughts are indeed quite fanciful." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang let out a cold snort, permitting a break but admonishing against encroaching upon the vicinity of Yuanyuan. In this sweltering heat, donning merely a short skirt of animal hide and approaching an underage female was utterly inappropriate. As a father, the fact that he had not resorted to violence was a testament to his restrained temperament. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi felt a chill in his heart, overwhelmed by the disdain directed at him. Yet, he lacked the confidence to retort and could only plead pitifully, I was wrong, Uncle Chong, please spare me. Will you still try to get close to Yuanyuan? Zhu Chong inquired. No. Zhu Qi shook his head repeatedly. However, a sense of indignation lingered within him, prompting him to mutter softly, What about you, Bai Shi? Why aren't you stepping in? Zhu Chong indeed wished to take charge. However, the arduous journey weighed heavily upon him. It was rather advantageous for the young Yuanyuan to have someone accompany her during moments of fatigue. Moreover, Shi, the lad, was Yuanyuan's savior, a companion since childhood, with whom there had been established ties. Until Shi's intentions were explicitly revealed as dubious, it was unthinkable to dismiss him without justification. Alas, the young female is on the brink of adulthood, inevitably beset by various concerns. Patience is required. Once they return to the clan, any male of ill intent, whether from their own tribe or another, shall be swiftly expelled. Enough of this idle chatter. Hasten to assist in preparing the cured meat. With a stern expression, Zhu Chong urged Zhu Qi into the crowd, admonishing him not to disturb Yuanyuan's rest, lest he face repercussions. Zhu Qi sighed and reluctantly departed. Father, Zhu Yuanyuan jested. Isn't it a bit unkind of you to treat Chiga this way, given his good relationship with Dage? What is inappropriate about it? Zhu Chong snorted dismissively. I've watched him grow since childhood. I can discern his every thought, even if he merely lets out a flatulence. If you harbor no ulterior motives, then keep your distance from him. It is impossible for him to use his connection with Aegon as a pretext to get closer to Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. No way, she thought. Chigu often claimed to regard her as a younger sister. Come on, who would believe that in the tribe? Zhu Chong, visibly displeased, waved his hand dismissively. Just remember what I said. I shall go lend a hand now. Zhu Yuanyuan scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, Father, wait for me. I will accompany you. You may rest if you are weary. There is no need for your presence with so many around, Zhu Chong replied. I have rested for quite some time, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured. As she observed everyone bustling about, she felt guilty for lying idly, fearing that prolonged inactivity might draw disapproval. It would be naive to assume that all adult male orcs were simple and honest. Some, with their petty minds, were quite unwilling to be taken advantage of. Zhu Yuanyuan could only rely on her youth to afford a moment of leisure, for others would have faced reprimand long ago. The abundance of mutated wild cattle and the scarcity of salt weighed heavily on Zhu Chong's mind. If only we were closer to the sea, he lamented. Bai Shi, maintaining his composure, remarked, in this heat, even an abundance of salt may prove futile. He glanced at the cured meat laid upon the pristine large leaves, unconvinced that it could remain unspoiled for many days. Though it may be of little use, we cannot simply discard it, Zhu Chong replied gloomily. Let everyone partake freely. Consume as much as they can. The remainder can be roasted, Bai Shi suggested. Cut it into smaller pieces and dry it out. Perhaps we can preserve it for an additional couple of days. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the jerky was somewhat tough, it could be preserved for several additional days. The flesh of the exotic beast contained a small amount of energy beneficial for cultivation, which was a rare find. Even if it were transformed into hard jerky, it was preferable to discarding it. The others expressed their concurrence, noting that the jerky could serve as a means to exercise their teeth and could be quite enjoyable to gnaw on during leisure time. Thus, the decision was made with great satisfaction. However, Zhu Qi suddenly inquired about the salted meat that had been marinating in the front. Zhu Chong glanced at the nearby salted meat mountain and turned to Bai Shi, saying, What do you think, Shi Xiaozi? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Shi replied, Let us roast some of that as well. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Qi was exceedingly vexed, unable to conceive any brilliant ideas that would allow the males of the Flying Tiger clan to shine. Following this, a new round of busyness ensued, during which they roasted half of a mutated bison for lunch. Everyone indulged heartily, their bellies full, and they worked with renewed vigor. They toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the glow of the fire in the forest to mark the end of their endeavors. Zhu Chang yawned widely. a few physiological tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Leaning against a large tree, he weakly exclaimed, "I am so hungry. Isn't it time for dinner? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating," Zhu Qi retorted with a touch of irritation, unconcerned about becoming too plump to move swiftly. "Oh, you with your sharp tongue." Zhu Chang replied, seemingly stepped upon, with a hint of embarrassment, "I may eat a lot, but I work hard too. How could I possibly gain weight?" "That remains to be seen," Zhu Qi remarked coolly. Zhu Chang squinted his eyes and suddenly made a startling remark. "Have you been rejected by a female?" "I haven't tea." "I didn't tea." "Stop spreading nonsense." This time, it was Zhu Qi's turn to jump in agitation. "Even if it's not exactly that, it's close enough." Zhu Chang scoffed. The person who usually wore a smile was inexplicably losing his temper today. Something must surely be amiss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Chang pouted, expressing his disdain. How petty. We are all brothers. What is there that cannot be said? If he were to speak candidly, he might receive some words of comfort, and perhaps learn from the experience to avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Sighing, Zhu lamented the difficulty of finding a partner. Zhu Qi had no time to entertain his frivolous friend who yearned for entertainment. He hurriedly approached Zhu Yuanyuan and, with a charming smile, remarked, "Yuanyuan, are you grilling meat?" "Ah, it smells so delightful." Zhu Yuanyuan, utterly bewildered, replied, "You must be mistaken. I merely placed the grill over the fire. The meat isn't even cooked yet." "So how could there be such an aroma?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi felt utterly despondent. Was this a curse that rendered him incapable of finding a partner? He yearned to unleash a furious roar, yet was restrained by the elder's status, leaving him in a state of agitation, pulling at his hair in frustration. "Aki, what troubles you?" Zhu Chang emerged unexpectedly from some hidden corner. "It's nothing," Zhu Qi replied, his face devoid of expression, shaking his head. "Uncle Chang mentioned we could roast as much as we desire tonight, and I must rely on others to impart their grilling expertise, as my own skills are lacking." Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, how have you been progressing in your studies?" "Quite well," Zhu Qi replied, speaking without much thought. "When I have the time, I'll show you a thing or two." "There's no time like the present. Let's do it right now," Zhu Chang declared decisively. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan belonged to the less enthusiastic group, as the sight of meat nearly charred to a crisp was hardly appetizing. Of course, there are instances where an unassuming exterior belies a delightful flavor, and her judgment of the meat's taste without sampling it was undoubtedly lacking in rigor. She resolved to gauge its quality through the reactions of others after they indulged. However, after observing a myriad of responses, she found it quite challenging. The reactions varied significantly. Some furrowed their brows, others maintained a stoic demeanor, some beamed with joy, and a few even closed their eyes to savor the moment. Perhaps it was best to focus on her own roasted meat and refrain from meddling. After several more days of travel, during which she encountered no significant threats from mutated beasts, Zhu Yuanyuan kept pace with her kin, relying solely on her own two legs. She successfully hunted down a few mutated wild chickens and rabbits, yielding a satisfying bounty and significantly enhancing her combat experience. Zhu Chang felt a sense of comfort, knowing that from now on, you could venture deeper into the mountains to gather herbs, possessing some ability for self-preservation. Yes, I am truly remarkable," Zhu Yuanyuan boasted with a touch of shamelessness. "Mother and father need no longer worry about me." "Silly Yuanyuan," Zhu Chang replied with a helpless shake of his head. "No matter how capable you become, you will always be our child. How could we not be concerned?" Zhu Yuanyuan, with her bright and expressive eyes, smiled radiantly as she gestured with her hands. She expressed that there was just a slight concern, not too much, yet certainly not absent. The feeling of having family members who care was truly delightful, and she was reluctant to dismiss it. Tomorrow, they would head to the seaside. Zhu Chang inquired about her plans. Now that we are here, we cannot simply linger lazily in the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment before replying. I shall gather herbs in the nearby woods, and if I return early, I could lend a hand to my father. Zhu Chang shook his head vigorously, insisting that he did not require assistance, merely needing to fetch some water and boil salt. Very well. I shall see when I can go to the sea to gather some seafood for everyone to relish. Zhu Yuanyuan decided to occupy herself with another task. She was determined to accompany the salt-boiling team to the seaside, inadvertently causing them quite a bit of trouble. It would be rather embarrassing not to offer some form of compensation. You toil greatly in gathering herbs, and upon your return, you still have to handle them. It would be wise to rest whenever possible. Why burden yourself further? Zhu Chang frowned in disapproval. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with joy as she expressed her desire to savor the taste of seafood. This area was devoid of any tribal settlements, and the salt-making team was exceedingly busy. It was likely that only she would venture to the shore, should she gather a bountiful harvest. She could dry some seaweed and bring back clams, and if fortune favored her, perhaps even encounter abalone. In her past life, she often relished seaweed soup, had tasted clams only a handful of times, and had merely heard of abalone and sea cucumbers without ever sampling them. The thought of countless free seafood awaiting her collection ignited a fervor within Zhu Yuanyuan, making her yearn to witness the tides rise and fall at once. Moreover, she needed to prepare her spatial storage. Shortly, she would expend the accumulated number of lottery draws, hoping to procure something worthwhile. If luck were to elude her, she would have no choice but to spend a small fortune on a modest item for immediate use. It's time to rest, Zhu Chang urged, reminding her that they needed to rise early the next day to continue their journey, lest they delay yet another day. Due to the mutated wild buffalo herd, they had already lost considerable time and could not afford further setbacks, for it would jeopardize their upcoming plans. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Zhu Yuanyuan strolled along, stifling yawns. Her pace was only slightly swifter than that of a tortoise, inevitably placing her at the rear of the group. Fortunately, her recent improvements in strength alleviated her anxiety. Bai Shi, soaring gracefully above, noticed her predicament and glided down to her side. Still not fully awake? Would you like me to give you a lift for a while? Sure go, Zhu Yuanyuan called out, unable to suppress another yawn. I woke up too early and haven't had enough rest. Let me gather myself. I'll be fine shortly. So there's no need to trouble you. What trouble? I possess ample strength. Carrying you would be effortless, Bai Shi replied enthusiastically. You could shift into your beast form. Nibble on some jerky from the vine pouch, and once you've filled your belly and regained your composure, you can walk on your own. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a flutter of excitement as she glanced up at Zhu Chang, who was sprinting at the forefront of the group. Hesitating, she recalled her father's words about her inadequate adaptability and poor physical stamina. It's all right. Once we reach the seaside, we shall clear the nearby forest of its ferocious beasts. You will be safe gathering herbs and hunting within the woods, Bai Shi reassured her. If it comes to it, I shall take you hunting myself. The issues of adaptability and stamina could easily be resolved through frequent encounters with wild animals. Will we truly clear the nearby beasts? Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled, though she worried that her presence might increase the workload of the salt-making team. Yet, she reminded herself that they were pressed for time, having already delayed their journey. Bai Shi chuckled. Surely, you do not believe that your absence would spare us from clearing the forest of its beasts? Isn't that so? Zhu Yuanyuan countered. Absolutely not. Bai Shi elaborated. We intend to reside by the sea for at least a month. The daily toil of fetching water and boiling salt is arduous. And should a beast launch a nighttime attack, even with sentinels on watch, we would still be at a disadvantage during the skirmish. Each ferocious creature possesses its own territory. And by eliminating the beasts in the nearby forest, we can ensure a period of tranquility lasting 2 to 3 months, until other predators sense the disruption and come to investigate. However, by that time, the salt-making team will already be on their return journey, eliminating the need for a second clearing. Upon hearing the explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This situation was rather favorable. However, had the sea tribe not yet discovered the anomaly and approached? Logically, the salt-boiling team had been operating for years, even neglecting the pretense of purchasing coarse salt from the sea tribe. It was only reasonable that they should have been detected by now. How could there be no disturbances? She found it hard to believe that the sea tribe harbored benevolence, indifferent to the loss of business. they were likely concealing some sinister intentions. Indeed, they had attempted to create chaos, stealthily tossing poisonous herbs into the stone cauldron used for boiling salt, but they were caught in the act and, after receiving a sound beating, fled. Baisha recounted this past incident with a hint of pride, claiming that he was the first to perceive the abnormality and acted decisively. Following that event, the young beastmen of the Flying Tiger clan held him in much higher regard and were more willing to heed his commands. Brother sure is truly remarkable. Zhu Yuanyuan praised without reservation, quickly shifting to her lingering doubts. After those Sea Tribe members were beaten, they simply let it go? They didn't come in droves seeking revenge? They dare not, Baisha replied with an air of arrogance. The combat prowess of the Sea Tribe is inherently weak, and it diminishes even further on land. Though we are few in number, we are not so easily bullied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain about how to construct a house. Yet she had observed the process elsewhere. Bricks must be adhered with cement, otherwise, the structure would be deemed unsafe. In the orc world, cement and blue bricks were non-existent. And if they could be produced, the living conditions would undergo a significant transformation. Alas, what had occupied her thoughts during the past decade that she never contemplated building a dwelling? However, one must ponder. What became of the stones that were not utilized for construction? They were distributed among the others. Zhu Chong mentioned that the large stone used for storage in their home was allocated to them, while the remainder lay along the riverbank. A place you frequently visited for leisure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Last night, Zhu Yuanyuan busied herself with the remaining tasks, not retiring until the early hours, and consequently rose later than everyone else. Only to be playfully teased by a few familiar clan members, who affectionately dubbed her little lazy pig. She felt indignant, for she considered herself quite diligent and certainly not lazy. Unfortunately, she could not divulge the intricacies of the system, and despite her reluctance, she had no grounds for rebuttal, resorting instead to puffing her cheeks in protest, asserting that she was still young, growing, and required ample sleep. It was only when Zhu Qi stepped forth to voice reason, declaring that Yuanyuan was merely 16 and still a minor, that the need for additional rest was acknowledged. Aki concurred, emphasizing the necessity of patience until she reached adulthood. While Zhu Zhang wore a sly smile, his words laden with implication. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat bewildered. Why would my brother strike you? Our relationship is so amicable. It simply does not make sense. It's nothing, Zhu Qi interjected seriously, tossing aside a large, round black pot. Elder brother must still be half asleep and speaking nonsense. We must be on our way now. Yuanyuan, go have your breakfast. Uncle Chong has wrapped it in leaves and placed it in your leather pouch. Zhu Yuanyuan was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency. All right, I shall eat first. On this sweltering day, fresh provisions stored in her bundle were prone to spoilage, so she needed to consume them promptly. Once satiated, she used a large stone slab to block the entrance of the cave, ensuring that no wild beasts could enter and disturb the slumbering individuals inside before venturing to the seaside in search of others. In truth, there was no need to search extensively. Just beyond the forest lay the beach, where 10 large stone cauldrons stood, each nearly half a person's height. Extracting such sizable cauldrons was no trivial task. It had taken the combined efforts of the Heiji and Feihu clans a decade to unearth them. Oh, she remembered that they hadn't brought any new cauldrons this year, but perhaps next year they could add 2 more. Was it reasonable to unearth 1 large stone cauldron every 2 years? How wonderful it would be if they lived closer. The round trip consumed a couple of months, leaving only a month to boil salt. Upon returning, the 2 clans would share the harvest, with the salt barely sufficient to last the tribe for a year. Nevertheless, The tribe's people remained elated, believing that the salt was a windfall, far superior to the coarse salt they had previously obtained by trading copious amounts of exotic beast meat. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head with a sigh, striding over to observe her companions as some fetched water while others utilized rudimentary tools to filter impurities from the seawater into pots, their cooperation seamless. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to intervene. The situation felt somewhat awkward. Bai Shi, who had noticed her hesitation while carrying a bucket of water, spoke up. Has Yuanyuan awakened? The ferocious beasts within 100 miles of the forest have been dealt with, so you may gather herbs at your leisure. Is it already done? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Bai Shi chuckled lightly, not particularly swiftly. Strength lies in numbers. And many were cleared out by us during our journey. Oh, I understand. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in comprehension. Ever since encountering the mutated wild buffalo herd, the journey had been anything but tranquil, with numerous mutated creatures appearing along the way. She was only qualified to hunt mutated chickens and rabbits. And when faced with ferocious beasts, her only recourse was to keep a safe distance and observe to gain experience. Now that the forest beasts had been cleared, she resolved to gather herbs. After all, everyone was busy, and her lingering idly would draw unwanted attention, regardless of her thick skin. After bidding farewell to Bai Shi, she headed to the bamboo grove she had spotted earlier, cutting down 2 pieces of bamboo, slightly larger than her fist, to begin crafting baskets. Collecting herbs necessitated such small tools. Her system backpack contained a knife for bamboo weaving, which she could use when alone, while back at the cave. She was limited to a bone knife. The choice was clear. Reflecting on the past, she recalled being merely a rural university student skilled in household chores, busy working during her winter and summer breaks without returning home to learn farming. Now, in pursuit of a better life, she found herself learning everything. As Zhu Yuanyuan sighed while working, she quickly crafted 2 bamboo baskets, each about half her height, and a large bamboo basket. Medicinal herbs that could be pressed were placed in the bamboo baskets, while those that could not were set aside in the larger basket. The remaining bamboo basket was stored in the cave as a replacement, for heavier items were prone to spoilage. She retrieved the pocket watch concealed in her bosom and noted the time. It was just past 11 in the morning, nearing lunchtime. Zhu Yuanyuan decided to return to the cave to prepare a meal. Although she had not assisted in fetching water or boiling salt, there were still logistical tasks she could undertake. On her way back, she encountered a solitary mutated goat and, without hesitation, took it down, shouldering the considerable weight of her prey as she returned, considering it her own sustenance. Upon arriving at the cave, Zhu Yuanyuan had discovered that the 2 orc sentinels who had kept watch through the night were now awake, preparing to carry a 600-pound mutated wild boar to the riverbank for processing. It seemed that the main dish for lunch would be roasted pig. Yuanyuan is back. Zhu Fei greeted warmly. Did you go hunting? You really didn't need to. Bai Shi took a group to clear out the nearby beasts this morning and just returned with plenty of game, enough to last for several days. Despite the name Fei, which implies plumpness, Zhu Fei was a rarity among the black pig tribe, being rather slender. He was tall and robust, while she was tall and lean, with a cheerful disposition that made it difficult for him to remain still. However, in the eyes of the pig orcs, brawn was prized above all, and his slenderness had made him somewhat of a pariah within the tribe, leading to the unfortunate circumstance that, at 38 years of age, he had yet to find a partner. Zhu Yuanyuan delights in engaging with cheerful individuals. She responded with a smile, stating that it was not a deliberate hunt. Rather, it was a serendipitous encounter on the road that led to her catching it. The roasted lamb is quite delectable. Indeed, Zhu Fei jested. A Chong often remarks on your picky palate, particularly your fondness for lean meat, which explains why you remain so slender. Fat brother, do not focus solely on me. Take a moment to reflect on yourself, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with an exaggerated roll of her eyes. You may eat without gaining weight, but I consume far less than you do, and it is only natural that I do not gain weight. Zhu Fei laughed heartily, affirming that in this regard, he surpassed her. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Zhu Yuanyuan set down her bamboo basket and, shouldering the mutated goat, made her way to the riverside. Through years of practice, she had become adept at deftly skinning the goat, eviscerating its belly to extract the entrails, leaving only the heart behind, while burying the rest far from the riverbank. The orcs hunted daily for roasted meat, yet they had little taste for offal, not out of disdain for its cleanliness, but rather due to their lack of know-how in its preparation, which often resulted in an unpalatable stench when cooked. It was only in times of scarcity that they would resort to keeping it. Zhu Yuanyuan found it bothersome and seldom engaged in it. Do we need the pig's heart? Zhu Fei inquired aloud. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, and save the lungs as well. I will prepare them later to brew a heart and lung soup for you. In the cave, there still rested a robust stone pot, which would require additional time to heat, yet this would not impede the preparation of the soup. Zhu Fei nodded vigorously, expressing his delight. Excellent. I truly relish this soup. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to inquire whether they should keep the pig's heart. Do not be misled by the shared character of pig. They are capable of independent thought, unlike the mindless wild boars. Bai Li, the orc from the Flying Tiger clan, was astonished, unable to close his mouth. There was an abundance of prey. Surely, consuming entrails was unnecessary. Moreover, to use them for soup, what a strong odor that must entail. He was certain he would not partake. Bai Li silently scoffed, but when the heart and lung soup was ready, he took a sip at Zhu Fei's urging and found it surprisingly delightful. Yet, being quite astute, he refrained from immediately praising its flavor, instead rolling his eyes and remarking that one sip could hardly reveal its true taste. Zhu Fei, oblivious to the underlying context, enthusiastically suggested, "Why not take a few more sips? You should also savor the lung. I must tell you, the pig's lung is delightfully tender and delicious. If you stew it with some radishes for 2 hours, it becomes even more exquisite." "All right, I shall heed your advice," Bai Li responded, eagerly awaiting this affirmation. That afternoon, the heart and lung soup received unanimous acclaim from the group, with some clamoring for more in the evening, only to be met with Zhu Chang's retort. "If you wish to indulge, prepare it yourself. Do not burden my Yuanyuan." The one who faced this rebuke took no offense, chuckling as they replied, "My culinary skills are barely sufficient for grilling meat, let alone making soup. If I could concoct something delicious, there would be no need for Yuanyuan to lend a hand." Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a bit bashful, said, "Father, preparing the heart and lung soup is not exhausting. It merely requires some effort in cleaning. I am delighted to assist everyone." Seeing his little daughter so considerate, Zhu Chang could no longer refuse. With a stern expression, he replied, "If you wish to do it, then go ahead, but do not overexert yourself." "Of course," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, feigning a haughty demeanor. "I would never compromise my own comfort for the sake of others. The truth is, making the soup is indeed not laborious. There is no need for her to act as if she is making a significant sacrifice." After lunch, Zhu Yuanyuan donned her large backpack and picked up her basket, ready to gather herbs. Suddenly, an orc came rushing towards her, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "The tide is rising. Uncle Chang asked me to tell you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan beamed with delight as she hurried forward, bending down to commence her joyful foraging, leaving no edible treasure unclaimed. She unearthed large crabs, seizing them with glee. When encountering clams and scallops, she eagerly gathered them all. Beautiful sea snails were not spared either. Octopuses, clams, small fish, and oysters firmly attached to the rocks, which required tools for extraction, were all part of her bounty. In no time, her large bamboo basket was half full. Yet it revealed certain challenges. For instance, the robust legs of the crabs allowed them to scuttle away with ease, effortlessly escaping the confines of the basket. It seemed that the bamboo basket could no longer accommodate their spirited escape. Zhu Yuanyuan, plagued by her worries, glanced around until an idea struck her. She decided to bind the crabs tightly with long strands of seaweed. Although it was somewhat time-consuming, it proved remarkably effective. After toiling for the better part of the day, she had gathered a considerable amount of seafood. When the basket became too full, she commandeered a wooden bucket used for collecting seawater. Coincidentally, a large pot had already been filled with filtered seawater and was simmering away, rendering the bucket temporarily unnecessary. The orcs, having nothing else to do, came over to assist in gathering seafood. It mattered little whether they knew which were edible. Everything was tossed into the bucket for Zhu Yuanyuan to identify. As a novice in beach foraging, her knowledge was limited, yet she had Tongzi by her side, who had been with her for 10 years. In trivial matters that posed no harm, Tongzi would still lend a hand, shedding the indifference of the past. After spending an hour organizing the seafood, she dedicated another 2 hours to thoroughly cleaning it, blanching where necessary and peeling shells as required. Finally, she filled the pot halfway with water and placed thin stones she had specially sought after as a steaming rack. Indeed, for her first attempt at preparing seafood, she decided to steam everything. intending to enjoy it dipped in sauce once cooked. It was not that Zhu Yuanyuan lacked confidence in her culinary skills. Rather, she believed that high-quality ingredients warranted the simplest preparations to preserve their original flavors, ensuring everyone would savor the meal. However, she had originally planned to make a heart and lung soup for dinner, but with the seafood steaming away, there simply wasn't tea time for the soup. Seeing that it was still early, she ventured into the bamboo grove to cut 2 large bamboo stalks. Using bamboo tubes to simmer pig heart soup would suffice. The flavor would not differ much from that made in a clay pot, and each person could have their own bamboo tube, which everyone would likely enjoy. Of course, a pot of seafood alone could not satiate the appetites of over 40 orcs, so she would need to roast several hundred pounds of meat as well. The task ahead was indeed formidable. Zhu Yuanyuan moved aside the colossal boulder that obstructed the cave entrance and discovered her quarry, concealed in a cool corner. Under the dim light, she meticulously examined the catch before hoisting the half-grown, mutated wild boar, weighing approximately 400 to 500 pounds, towards the riverbank. The 2 individuals who had mentioned their intention to process the game earlier in the morning were now preoccupied at the seaside, likely having forgotten their boastful claims. Alas, these young beastmen truly lack reliability. Fortunately, a river lies nearby, and later, when everyone gathers to attend to the task by the water, it shall not consume much of their time. Inside, Zhu Yuanyuan was inwardly lamenting. Yet her movements were deft as she meticulously cleaned the mutated wild boar and marinated it for half an hour before placing it on the grill. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone would return for dinner. Most members of the 7017K salted cooking team were seasoned hands. Having visited the seaside at least twice and sampled the flavors of seafood, albeit with rather lukewarm responses. Well, that was a euphemistic portrayal. Could seafood, simply boiled in clean water with just a sprinkle of salt, truly be delectable? Thus, when Zhu Yuanyuan announced that the seafood steaming in the pot was ready to eat, expressions of mild resistance flickered across everyone's faces. What, does no one enjoy it? She asked in surprise. In unison, they shook their heads, indicating their disapproval. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, wondering why. Isn't it quite delectable? In an effort to substantiate her claim, she personally served a few shrimp to her like-minded foodie friend, assuring them that they would surely enjoy it. I do not want any, Zhu Fei resolutely declined, stating, we have no grievances nor enmity. Do not attempt to ensnare me. Am I so lazy as to indulge you while you deceive me? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a scoff. I toiled to steam the seafood and prepare the dipping sauce. Yet no one is here to appreciate it. She glared at the few individuals who had assisted in gathering the seafood earlier, who had seemed so cheerful while foraging, leaving her to scrub and clean for half the afternoon only to be told they did not enjoy it. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? This was indeed a bit excessive. After a prolonged effort to promote her steamed seafood, Zhu Yuanyuan felt disheartened and decided to cease her endeavors, taking her small wooden bowl to sit by the pot and eat. If you wish to eat, then do so. If not, so be it. She resolved not to concern herself with them any longer. If there were leftovers, she would discard them. After all, they were residing by the sea, and with the sun shining brightly, she could dry some for future consumption. As she was contemplating her seafood hoarding strategy, someone sat down beside her. Yuanyuan, are you not going to wait for me to enjoy the delicacies? It was Bai Shi, who had returned after completing his earlier tasks. Brother Shi, Zhu Yuanyuan called out. I cannot finish all this. It's all in the pot, so serve yourself what you desire. Bai Shi, holding a piece of roasted meat in his left hand and a bowl with chopsticks along with a bamboo tube of pig heart soup in his right, replied nonchalantly, all right. It's just as well that no one is competing with us. Is it all to be enjoyed with dipping sauce? Indeed, steamed seafood, pure and unadulterated. It's simply exquisite. Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively promoted her dish. Yuanyuan, serve me some. Zhu Chong hurriedly chimed in, attempting to nudge aside a rather ill-intentioned male orc. The pot is so large. Why are you crowding so close? Bai Shi remarked, what is that saying? When one earnestly plants flowers, they may not bloom. Yet when one carelessly inserts willows, they flourish abundantly. Zhu Yuanyuan had given up, yet one after another, individuals eager to savor steamed seafood emerged. Upon tasting it, their eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, how delicious! This is entirely different from what we have had before, Zhu Fei exclaimed, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Had he known it would be this delightful, he would have sampled it much sooner. Now, it was too late for regrets. Although he could still collect some tomorrow during low tide, the few bites he had missed today could never be compensated for. You'd better not eat anymore, or you'll claim I deliberately led you astray, Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with an indifferent expression. No, 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 Zhu Fei vehemently denied. You are not deceiving me. Rather, you regard me as a true friend. This friendship, he resolved, was one he would cherish. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum, declaring her unwillingness to befriend me. In the future, when she prepared delectable dishes, I would merely savor the aroma, thus leaving myself at a disadvantage. She certainly had no intention of becoming a fool. Your disagreement matters not, for I have already made up my mind. Zhu Fei chuckled mischievously, harboring intentions of coercive trading, and resolved to cultivate more connections with new acquaintances. With a mere steaming, the foul-smelling seafood could be transformed into a culinary delight. While the heart and lung soup served at noon was remarkably fresh, in the evening barbecue was tender and succulent. As I slurped, unbidden tears trickled from the corners of my mouth. In less than a few minutes, a pot of seafood was completely devoured, with even the dipping sauce being entirely consumed. Smeared onto the grilled meat and savored. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked and nodded, acknowledging your words. Indeed, cured meat can be quite salty even when boiled in water. It is best enjoyed when stewed with potatoes or radishes. Yuanyuan, I will help you gather seafood tomorrow, Zhu Qi said with an ingratiating smile. No need to trouble yourself. Zhu Yuanyuan declined politely. I will be foraging for herbs tomorrow and will not have the time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi reached out to drape his arm over Zhu Fei's shoulder, playfully inquiring. Are you looking for a fight? Zhu Fei, wearing a sullen expression, pushed him away, retorting, Keep your distance. We are not acquainted. If you come any closer, I shall send you flying. He made it clear that his slender frame did not render him an easy target. We belong to the same tribe. How can we be strangers? Zhu Qi chuckled awkwardly, stepping back a few paces, and teasingly added, I have watched you grow up. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi was quite distressed. Turning to Zhu Yuanyuan, and with a pitiful expression. Yuanyuan, look at me. I offended Fij just to indulge in a few more bites of seafood. Shouldn't you comfort me a little? I have no mood for that. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a hint of pride. Just moments ago, when I treated everyone to seafood, you didn't step up to defend it. Instead, you went on about how foul and repugnant it was, claiming it was unfit for human consumption. And now, what do we have? That which you deemed inedible has been devoured entirely, yet you expect me to toil endlessly tomorrow to prepare more. Not a chance. Zhu Yuanyuan is certainly not one to let go of an opportunity for revenge. I was wrong. Zhu Qi lamented with a woeful expression. I didn't mean anything by it. I was merely concerned that the steamed seafood might be as foul and pungent as the boiled seafood I had tried before. As he reached the end of his statement, even he could not bear to listen to it any longer. After spending an entire afternoon preparing the meal, Yuanyuan should have tasted it first, regardless of her fear that it might not taste good, instead of outright declaring it inedible without a single bite. You all seem rather pitiful. Zhu Yuanyuan observed with a sympathetic glance. However, my journey beyond the mountains was solely for the purpose of gathering medicinal herbs. And today's meal was a gesture of gratitude for the care you all have shown me along the way. Preparing meals for more than 40 people is no easy feat, especially without any assistance, and she had no intention of foolishly shouldering the burden alone. Furthermore, there are more pressing matters at hand. I cannot afford to delay herb gathering for the sake of a meal. It's quite all right. We did not contribute much, several beastmen responded cheerfully. After this meal, everyone recognized that seafood could indeed be deliciously prepared, leading to a heightened interest in the ebb and flow of the tides each day. Zhu Yuanyuan declared her intention to gather medicinal herbs and set out the following day, equipped with a bamboo basket and a rattan container. She first meandered around the vicinity to familiarize herself with the terrain before making her way towards the cliff, a location likely to yield ginseng. In her previous life, she harbored a fear of heights, but her transition to the beast realm compelled her to confront that fear by learning to climb trees, thus overcoming this phobia. Perhaps due to the rarity of visitors, the forest was abundant with medicinal plants. Without much effort, Zhu Yuanyuan stumbled upon several commonly used herbs, which instantly uplifted her spirits. As long as she could procure some herbs from this area, even in modest quantities, it sufficed. She could always purchase more from the system's marketplace. Venturing alone to collect herbs made her task relatively straightforward. She gathered goji berries, safflower, sour jujube seeds, figs, and monk fruit, each a treasure in its own right. Particularly the goji berries, which added both aesthetic appeal and nourishment when added to soups. Before reaching the edge of the cliff, her bamboo basket and rattan container were brimming with her finds. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and with a bountiful harvest in tow, Zhu Yuanyuan decided to return home to process the herbs. She intended to sun-dry those that could be exposed to sunlight outside the forest. However, a challenge arose. Laying the herbs on the ground not only risked contamination, but also made collection difficult. She needed suitable drying tools. Fortunately, the forest was rich in trees, including the giant-leaved variety, whose leaves measured nearly a meter in length and half a meter in width. Zhu Yuanyuan nimbly ascended a tree to pluck a dozen or so leaves, which she washed thoroughly by the river before laying them out to dry, thus resolving her dilemma. As she emerged from the forest, Zhu Fei, in his beast form, frolicked excitedly on the beach, eagerly calling out to her, "Yuan, you're back. Hurry. The tide is about to rise." Zhu Yuanyuan's expression hardened as she declared her intent to process the medicinal herbs, leaving her no time for distractions. She surveyed her surroundings in search of an appropriate spot to dry the herbs, pausing at a flat area just beyond the woods, yet before reaching the beach. "How should I dry them? Let me assist you." Zhu Fei dashed over, nearly colliding with someone clutching a large leaf. Zhu Yuanyuan, having narrowly evaded the encounter, shouted in frustration, "Keep your distance from me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Fei glared and whimpered, feeling wronged. "Step aside, don't obstruct my work," Zhu Yuanyu, and began to shoo people away. "Oh no. I meant shoo the pigs. With your kind of attitude, how dare you claim to help? Just be careful not to ruin my medicinal herbs." Zhu Fei, feeling rejected, was on the verge of tears. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, Zhu Chang's commanding tone. "Ah Fei, hurry and fetch the seawater. Stop bothering Yuanyuan while she works. I'm coming." Zhu Fei responded loudly, turning to gallop away, fearing that if he dawdled, he would face consequences. Uncle Chang was notoriously harsh, seizing any opportunity to reprimand, never showing leniency. As for the task of collecting seawater, there was no rush. They would remain by the sea for nearly a month, giving them ample time to deliberate. Zhu Fei arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, like a gust of wind, leaving behind the words, "I shall return." Zhu Yuanyuan, the image titled strangely familiar, left her pondering without any clarity when Bai Shi suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Did you have a fruitful day?" Although phrased as a question, it carried an air of certainty. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Hadn't it always been said that one should bestow kindness without expecting anything in return? Why would someone directly extend their hand in request? After a moment's hesitation, she decisively bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Shi." Was that all? Bai Shi was astonished. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, "What else could it be?" Bai Shi responded, "If you inform me in advance, I shall seize the opportunity during low tide to gather some seafood." The act of teaching how to prepare seafood, with ingredients provided, was hardly a significant matter. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. Very well. Tend to your affairs. I shall take my leave," Bai Shi declared, and with that, he vanished swiftly from sight. Meanwhile, Zhu Fei, burdened with several buckets of seawater, felt a profound sense of frustration, muttering incessantly under his breath. His eyes filled with a deep-seated grievance that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld him. "Why have you returned again?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, her brow furrowed tightly. Before Zhu Fei could respond, Zhu Chang's booming voice echoed from a distance. "Zhu Fei, what is the matter? I instructed you to fetch water, not to wander aimlessly. If you continue to meander, I shall break your legs. Wait, I merely took a wrong turn, Zhu Fei exclaimed in a flustered tone. I am on my way now. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. How could one go astray without a single bend in the road or a wall in sight? Oh well, considering their shared love for food, she decided to refrain from publicly critiquing him. Alas, Fij has truly become increasingly eccentric. After laying out the freshly harvested herbs to dry, she lifted her gaze towards the sea, only to find herself confronted by the receding tide. The beach was teeming with lively seafood, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. The phrase the weak, the old, the ill, and the disabled seemed to describe them perfectly. Zhu Yuanyuan, momentarily engulfed in sorrow, quickly regained her spirit. Armed with an empty bamboo basket, she rushed to the beach, diligently searching for delectable treasures such as clams, shrimp, and abalone. In her past life, she had longed for these delicacies but hesitated to indulge. In this life, she vowed to savor every morsel. Oh, and the flavor of kelp and pork rib soup was quite delightful as well. She resolved to gather ample kelp, taking advantage of the dry weather to sun-dry it, ensuring an easy and worry-free journey home. Zhu Yuanyuan initially intended to casually gather some ingredients to prepare a delightful soup, surely rich in flavor and sweetness. To her surprise, her excitement grew with each handful she collected, and she nearly lost sight of her original purpose. It was only when she discreetly glanced at her pocket watch that she realized the time, over 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder her stomach was beginning to grumble. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly gathered her belongings and returned to the cave, where she was unsurprised to find 2 orcs grilling meat. With a cheerful smile, she waved her hand in greeting, commenting on the delightful aroma of the roasting meat. The younger orc, Zhu Liang, chuckled and said, Yuanyuan is back. The meat needs to be grilled a while longer to be fully cooked. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, lifting the large bamboo basket in her hand. I gathered some seafood to make a soup. She first set the overturned stone pot upright and cleaned it, then added a bit of water before heading to the riverside to wash the seafood she had collected. After blanching the seafood, she poured it into the pot, filled it with water, and covered it with a wooden lid, waiting for it to boil. Yuanyuan, Zhu Liang sighed, shaking his head. Soup takes a long time to cook. You could have saved it for dinner. I'm not in a hurry, Zhu Yuanyuan said, glancing at the meat on the fire. Unfortunately, my culinary skills are not particularly impressive. Regardless, she thought, enjoying some grilled meat and sipping on seafood soup would soon satisfy her hunger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. Such a miraculous fruit truly exists? Of course, it does. Tongzi replied with a light scoff. The host is indeed quite the curious one. Unperturbed by the retort, Zhu Yuanyuan strode forward to pluck the fruit. For treasures such as these must surely be secured within her own possession. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan weighed the bone-chopping knife in her hand, deeming it too short to wield effectively and susceptible to serpent strikes. She opted instead for a machete. Fortunately, she was alone. Otherwise, she would have been left defenseless. With no weapon to confront the threat, the standoff between her and the snake lingered, neither party willing to make the first move, resulting in a tense impasse. Zhu Yuanyuan finds herself troubled, as prolonged periods of intense concentration leave her feeling utterly fatigued. If this continues, she fears it may lead to her downfall. She must either take immediate action or devise a different strategy. Over the years, aside from her studies in healing, she has clandestinely learned to concoct self-defense powders, such as the drunken powder and the 100 steps down. The drunken powder renders its victim akin to one who is inebriated, causing a loss of bodily control, with normalcy restored after 2 hours. Conversely, the 100 steps down induces a loss of consciousness after 100 steps, with self-recovery occurring after 3 hours. Both powders bear no side effects and do not cause an immediate collapse. Even in the event of accidental self-harm, an antidote can be taken immediately. The 100 steps down requires a moment to take effect, while the drunken powder does not lead to unconsciousness. Each possesses its own merits and drawbacks. Presently, she must contemplate which option is more suitable for her needs. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain of the combat prowess of the little green snake. However, judging by the earlier circumstances, it seemed formidable. She could not guarantee that she could endure until the effect of the 100 steps reversal took hold. Thus, she resolved to first scatter the drunken powder, followed by the 100 steps reversal. After all, her stock of these defensive powders was ample, and they had seldom been utilized over the years. So a slight waste was inconsequential. With her decision made, the drunken powder materialized in her empty left hand. Remaining vigilant, she slowly retreated a few steps and, before the little green snake could move, she cast the powder and swiftly darted to the right. As long as her agility was sufficient, she would avoid being bitten. The execution of her plan went remarkably well. The little green snake was enveloped in the powder and, after a moment of bewilderment, it succumbed to a state of disarray, writhing chaotically in all directions. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to grasp the slippery serpent with her bare hands. Wielding a hatchet, she struck down 4 or 5 times. Yet each blow met only air. The small green snake, despite its uncontrollable writhing, persevered in its struggle, evading her lethal strikes with remarkable agility. It seems my speed is still insufficient, Zhu Yuanyuan mused, realizing she must summon her utmost strength. Thus, she intensified her efforts, her strikes resembling lightning in their swiftness. Initially believing that sheer speed would suffice to vanquish the serpent, she soon encountered an unexpected obstacle. The snake was exceedingly slick, causing the blade to glide off its skin without inflicting harm. This left Zhu Yuanyuan utterly vexed. "This is quite unfair," she exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a pair of fire tongs and sprinkled lime powder upon them, chuckling to herself as she prepared to capture the snake, only to discover that the small green serpent had vanished without a trace. Is it possible it managed to escape? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, her mind reeling. After a while, she realized the urgency of the situation. Snakes hold grudges, and if it fled now, it could return once it regained its strength. Wreaking havoc near the cave, she hastily scoured the area with the fire tongs and hatchet in hand. Fortunately, the effects of the intoxication powder were still quite effective, as the disoriented green snake stumbled about, creating a distinctly audible rustle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was puzzled and approached Tongzi with her inquiry. What kind of snake is this? I have never heard of it before. With her current strength, she could carve a notch in stone. It was inconceivable that she could not handle a mere snake. This is a king cobra, Tongzi replied. Impossible, Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively countered. King cobras are black. This one is green. Wait. She recalled from an encyclopedia that king cobras could alter their skin color due to environmental changes, enabling them to camouflage. At that moment, Tongzi interjected. The mutated king cobra can indeed change color. I see. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked. I remember that venom from snakes can be used to brew a medicinal liquor for treating rheumatism. Tongzi, sensing her intent, asked, You wish to infuse it in liquor? Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan replied candidly. Many elders in our tribe suffer from rheumatism, and they experience pain during rainy days. While it is true that the beastmen are robust, living year-round in the stifling heat of summer and the damp chill of winter caves inevitably leads to various ailments as they age, with rheumatism being the most common. In severe cases, it can incapacitate them. The shaman can brew some pain-relieving potions, yet they only address the symptoms rather than the root cause, leading to recurring pain upon the next episode. The venom of the king cobra is not overly potent. It would be quite suitable for infusing in liquor, Tongzi remarked. Before swiftly shifting the topic, however, a certain type of liquor is even more effective for treating rheumatism. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with curiosity, inquired about the type of liquor. Mutated tiger bone wine, Tongzi responded. That is unacceptable, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed instinctively, for it is a protected species. At this moment, her words faltered as she recalled that they now resided in a world inhabited by beastmen, where the inhabitants would not hesitate to eliminate those ferocious creatures that posed a threat to their very lives. Moreover, mutated tigers were exceedingly vicious. Ordinary warriors could not defeat them in single combat, and the cost of a collective assault would be exorbitant. Higher-ranked warriors were disinclined to seek them out specifically, rendering their extinction a formidable challenge. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated her petite stature and resolutely declared, I shall opt for snake wine. Capturing snakes was a rather simple endeavor. Even if the medicinal effects were somewhat lacking, once the benefits manifested, she could enlist the assistance of her kin to procure more. The sole vexation she faced was the absence of any liquor exceeding 50 degrees in this world. Indeed, cultivating grains proved to be of paramount importance. It had been over 2 months since she had last indulged in rice. The Orcish realm was exceedingly primitive, while growing sweet potatoes, and corn was manageable. Cultivating rice and wheat presented formidable challenges during the autumn harvest, from reaping to threshing. Of course, these issues were not insurmountable. They merely required an excessive expenditure of manpower, which seemed rather unnecessary. Was it that potatoes were unpalatable, or that sweet potatoes and corn could not satiate hunger? Yet now was the time to plant glutinous rice and sorghum. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, "Tunzi, procure some sorghum and brown glutinous rice seeds for me. I shall organize the planting upon our return." "No problem," Tunzi responded with unwavering assurance, promising to procure the finest seeds with the least effort. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. "You truly are wonderful, Tongzi." To which Tongzi, with a hint of pride, replied, "Well, who instructed you to be my host? However, do not fixate solely on agricultural matters for the time being. First, deal with the diamond snake that you have pinned down with the tongs. It is merely unconscious and not yet deceased. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "How many knowledge points are required to purchase the smallest space?" "Not expensive at all." The administrator eagerly promoted, "It only costs 999 knowledge points per square meter. Our product ensures preservation and prevents spoilage, allowing for convenient access at any time, making it particularly cost-effective." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was persuaded, so she decided to make the purchase. Fearing that she might have second thoughts, she enlisted Tongzi's assistance in the transaction. This was indeed the right approach. After all, the purpose of earning knowledge points is to utilize them. Tongzi acted swiftly, completing the deduction of knowledge points while speaking. "The purchase has been made. Please check your system backpack for the item." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and clutched her chest in pain, lamenting the sudden loss of 10,000 from her savings. Alas, knowledge points are meant to be utilized. Hoarding them yields no interest. The system urged her, noting that she still had over 50,000 left. The host contemplated expanding her space or purchasing advanced genes and body enhancement potions, perhaps even acquiring those exquisite too as a side benefit. Having been impoverished in her past life, Zhu Yuanyuan had developed a frugal mindset, reluctant to squander her knowledge points all at once. "No, I am quite poor. I must save them for when I truly need them." "You are short-sighted," the system lamented, expressing its disappointment. "How so?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, seeking wisdom. "Keeping knowledge points merely accumulates digits. However, investing in potions to enhance yourself transforms those numbers into tangible strength." The system's words were laced with temptation. "Do you not wish to become more formidable, even surpassing your father?" "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replied honestly. "But suddenly becoming powerful may not be prudent. Surely, the beast god would not bestow enlightenment upon me simply out of pity? Yet, one must first understand what enlightenment truly entails." "What are you talking about?" The system could hardly suppress a sigh. "Why must becoming powerful be overt? You could conceal it temporarily and unleash a tremendous surge when faced with danger. Having been a university student in my past life, how could you be so oblivious? It is often said that human potential is boundless. Experiencing a significant breakthrough when cornered is perfectly natural." Zhu Yuanyuan's expression fell as she lamented her actions, feeling she had embarrassed herself in front of her college peers. To be fair, the idea proposed by the leader was astute and entirely feasible. As long as she concealed her true capabilities, no one would discern the extent of her strength. Thus, she resolved to heed the advice and purchased both high-grade and exceptional potions, seizing the opportunity to absorb them quickly while no one was around. With determination, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth. The leader was quite pleased, remarking that it was wonderful she had come to such a conclusion. He reminded her that true strength is of paramount importance. While she was still a minor and could rely on protection once she reached adulthood, she could not merely forage for herbs at her doorstep. Although there was a system marketplace where any herb could be acquired, it was impractical to openly possess such products. Zhu Yuanyuan understood this reasoning. Thus, she reluctantly purchased potions to enhance her aptitude and refine her physique, consuming one after another until the pain became nearly unbearable, almost prompting her to roll on the ground in agony. Leader, the host should stagger the consumption of potions and absorb one completely before drinking another, he advised. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, why didn't you mention that sooner? What's the use of saying it afterward? Having experienced the sensations of gene optimization and body refinement, I assumed you would have some awareness, the leader replied. Isn't it foolish that you failed to consider the implications of concealment? Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a rather absurd situation. After purchasing a teething stick from the mall, she took one and bit down fiercely, pretending it was a rather unappealing object. Humph, as a minor, shouldn't her mentor pay her a bit more attention? It is said that pain can easily cloud one's judgment and render one unreasonable. 2 hours later, the sharp pain that had seeped through her bones gradually subsided, and Zhu Yuanyuan's fierce expression returned to its usual state. Only the beads of cold sweat and her drenched clothing bore witness to the ordeal she had just endured. She couldn't help but self-deprecate, pondering whether this could be considered a permanent solution. Indeed, the mentor confirmed with an affirmative response and even encouraged her to test whether her strength had increased. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with curiosity, glanced around and expressed her regret that there were no larger stones available for experimentation. Why must we move stones? Why not uproot trees? Tongzi inquired. The trees are flourishing. How could I selfishly uproot them? Zhu Yuanyuan replied with righteous conviction. Moreover, uprooting trees often brings up soil, and I would prefer not to end up covered in dirt. Since you are so fond of trees, then go find some stones, Tongzi retorted, somewhat exasperated. You certainly have a talent for spinning tall tales. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled foolishly, rather unremarkably, ranking third in the world. The tallest tree catches the wind. She need not be overly impressive, for concealing her true abilities is the wisest course. Tongzi, she teased, you huff and puff at being called fat? Oh well, let's not dwell on such trivial matters. Are we to climb cliffs and gather herbs next? Indeed, the sun has yet to set. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her hands together in anticipation, for she possessed a spatial storage ability that ensured her harvested herbs would not spoil. Your diligence is commendable, Tongzi urged. Let us set forth without delay. The more herbs we collect, the sooner the host will appreciate the potency of her spatial ability, making it far easier to persuade her to enhance it later. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the system's intricate calculations as she poured all the herbs from the bamboo basket into a bamboo container, storing them within her spatial storage. With a convenient repository at her disposal, there was no need to carry an excessive number of tools for gathering medicinal herbs. Oh, and she could not forget the little green snake. She intended to immerse it in a bucket of white liquor exceeding 50 degrees. With a sickle in one hand and a small hoe in the other, she no longer encountered the previous mishaps. Her efficiency had significantly improved, which left Zhu Yuanyuan with an unceasing smile of delight. Indeed, one should not be a miser. Knowledge is something that cannot be taken with us in life or death, and spending it brings joy. Zhu Yuanyuan declared grandly. Does this imply that the host consents to upgrade the spatial storage? The system inquired opportunistically. Yes, wait. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly halted. How does one upgrade? And how many knowledge points will it require? Clearing its throat, the system responded in a childlike tone. It remains at the original price. Each additional square meter requires 999 knowledge points. The host may purchase up to 2 square meters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan decided to upgrade her space as soon as the mall and the backpack became accessible, transferring her more precious belongings into that realm, thereby ensuring that, should her supplies suddenly vanish, she would remain untroubled. With her current abilities, surviving in this world was hardly a challenge. The worst she would face would be a life of hardship. For now, she had to gather herbs without entertaining the thought of idleness. With the aid of her space, Zhu Yuanyuan successfully descended to the base of the cliff. She gazed upward for quite some time, contemplating the feasibility of ascending to the summit. Her strength was commendable, and her extensive climbing experience, particularly in scaling trees, suggested that, under normal circumstances, reaching the top would not be overly difficult. However, after consuming 4 potions today, she was in considerable discomfort and had already expended a significant amount of energy gathering herbs. Recklessly attempting to climb the cliff seemed ill-advised. I shall return tomorrow, she murmured softly to herself. There was, of course, a more time-efficient and less laborious method, seeking assistance from Baishur to fly her to the cliff's pinnacle. Yet, holding on to her secret, she was reluctant to have anyone accompany her during her herb-gathering endeavors, as it was likely to be necessary at some point. As she filled her basket and began her journey back, Zhu Yuanyuan cast a glance at the system's maintenance progress. To her dismay, it had only advanced to 7.5 an hour. How exasperatingly slow. It was evident that the system's temperament was rather volatile. She would need to be more cautious moving forward. As long as she did not cross any boundaries, enduring the situation seemed the wisest course of action. The abundance of herbs in her space was overwhelming. She could not dry them all at once, and taking out too many would surely attract attention. Thus, she could only proceed in batches. Fortunately, she was in no rush. With her space at her disposal, she could take her time. If necessary, she could clear a patch at the cliff's summit, where sunlight would undoubtedly be plentiful. After a night of silence, the following day, Zhu Yuanyuan hastily set out after breakfast, her excuse still being the collection of herbs. It must be said that her strategy was quite astute. After exerting much of her energy, she found that the summit had very few trees. As soon as the sun rose, it would shine upon her until it set in the west. Most importantly, the area was spacious and flat, ideal for drying her gathered herbs. The only downside was the absence of precious medicinal materials like ginseng or reishi mushrooms. She had not collected anything of value. Once she had organized and sorted her herbs, she laid them out on the large leaves she had thoughtfully gathered, completing her task. With no valuable herbs on hand, Zhu Yuanyuan did not intend to linger at the cliff's top. However, upon turning to descend, she quickly realized that while ascending was relatively easy, descending posed a significant challenge. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Oh no, I can't possibly die here, she thought. If only I had a parachute. Suddenly, it struck her. She wondered whether the system's maintenance was complete. If she could access them all, descending would not pose a problem. With this in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan hastily summoned the system mall. When the familiar interface appeared before her, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. System, you are my angel. I promise I shall never intentionally vex you again, she exclaimed. Humph, only when you need something do you remember me, the system sulked. What misfortune to have a host like you. Zhu Yuanyuan displayed an exceptionally gracious attitude in admitting her mistake, softly uttering, I was wrong. Your greatness is boundless. Please forgive me. The central system of the master was already overwhelmed. So what did she mean by greatness is boundless? If it were us humans, it would be akin to saying that the adults are magnanimous, but you are not human. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her large, expressive eyes, smiled, revealing a set of white teeth, and cryptically remarked, you know what I mean. No, I do not understand, the master thought, sensing something amiss. Could it be that you are implying I am not human? How could that be? You were never human to begin with, Zhu Yuanyuan replied sweetly, her demeanor innocent and unassuming. After years of companionship, you should know my character well. Precisely because I know, I find it troubling. You have gone too far. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression shifted in an instant, indignantly declaring, you cannot tarnish my reputation over a minor disagreement from yesterday. The master felt as though their host had contracted a severe illness, one that could not be cured by mere medication, but required long-term nurturing and tranquility. Very well. I shall refrain from casting aspersions. The marketplace is now accessible. Purchase whatever you desire and cease this trivial chatter with me, the master retorted haughtily, subsequently falling silent despite further summons. Oh dear, it seems the master is still upset. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her charmingly innocent demeanor, learned swiftly yet falters upon execution. You might as well purchase a new one, suggested the system, offering a sincere piece of advice. After all, it's not expensive, merely 20 knowledge points. Absolutely not. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly dismissed the notion. I must traverse the cliffs daily to dry the herbs, and each time I buy a new parachute. It costs me 300 every fortnight. The hard-earned knowledge points cannot be squandered so frivolously. The system fell silent, contemplating her words for a long while before responding. There exists a fully automated parachute that can be deployed and retracted effortlessly, although it comes at a steep price. How many points? Zhu Yuanyuan asked with audacity, determined to invest in something worthwhile, regardless of the cost. 1,000 knowledge points, the system replied. Zhu Yuanyuan, who could have seized the opportunity, unexpectedly chose to bestow a parachute instead. Ultimately, she purchased a smart parachute with a 20-year warranty, leaping off the cliff unscathed. The price indeed justified its worth. It was truly delightful. In the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan busied herself with foraging for herbs, concocting medicinal materials, gathering seafood, and sun-drying her catches, resulting in a flurry of activity that filled her spatial confines to the brim, compelling her to expend knowledge points for expansion. The system was astounded, questioning its very existence. It counseled her repeatedly, yet the miserly host remained indifferent. However, once it ceased its entreaties, the host surprisingly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan opted to enlarge her spatial dimensions, expanding it by 2 square meters in one go, depleting her knowledge points to just over 3,000. Though she felt a pang at the expenditure, she willingly embraced it, even contemplating further expansions to enhance her storage capacity. Thus, she resolved to study diligently. In the ensuing weeks, Zhu Yuanyuan turned in early each night, exhibiting remarkable industriousness, which revitalized the previously discontented system. Indeed, it was only when her knowledge points dwindled that the host found motivation. This excursion to the seaside yielded abundant rewards, and gazing at her brimming space, Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated returning multiple times. However, she lamented the meager supply of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes, which had been consumed en route, leaving her with no choice but to indulge secretly in additional meals. Recognizing that solitary feasting was an undesirable habit, she sought out fertile soil before her return to plant her favorite crops. Not only did she include the staples commonly consumed within the tribe, but she also supplemented them with sorghum, corn, pumpkins, and more. Remarkably, pumpkins are quite easy to cultivate. One merely needs to cast the seeds into the earth, though care must be taken to remove some flowers during blooming to prevent an overabundance of fruit that may hinder growth. Having developed an aversion to this prolific crop from her past life, Zhu Yuanyuan had consciously avoided it over the years. Yet, upon reflection, she realized the sweet, tender flesh of pumpkins was indeed delightful. Next year, she could confidently bring pumpkins back with her. You must strive to flourish, she murmured to the freshly sown seeds nearby. A voice called from the direction of the cave. Coming. Zhu Yuanyuan responded loudly, I'll be right back. She thought to herself how her father was being overly eager. They weren't returning until tomorrow, and there was hardly anything to pack. Upon returning to the cave, she could not help but voice a few complaints. After all, she was still young, and occasional ignorance was quite normal. The adult orcs typically did not hold it against her. Of course, there were exceptions, as was the case now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched her head, expressing her belief that her strength paled in comparison to theirs, and that she could offer little assistance. Is being able to effortlessly lift stones weighing over 300 pounds indicative of being weak? Zhu Qi's face was etched with astonishment. Yuanyuan, you must be harboring some misconceptions about strength. Even an ordinary adult pig beastman possesses a bit more power. Zhu Fei wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging that Aki was indeed correct. In terms of sheer strength, you surpass the majority of the female orcs within your clan. Zhu Yuanyuan wore a stern expression, fully aware of her considerable strength. Especially after consuming those 4 potions a few days prior, she could uproot trees weighing over 1,000 pounds with ease. However, she understood the necessity of discretion. Should the great shaman discover her true capabilities, she would undoubtedly be conscripted as free labor. As for Qi Gu and Fei Gu, 2 rather straightforward men, one could only curse their arduous and winding quest for companionship. She truly was remarkably benevolent. With a touch of self-aggrandizement, Zhu Yuanyuan joined the packing team, stuffing salt into freshly woven bamboo baskets lined with animal hide. She then bound them together in groups of 3 with dried vines. On their return journey, each adult boar orc was tasked with carrying 3 baskets, while the flying tiger orcs bore no burdens. Their sole responsibility lay in vigilance and combat. Don't stray too far, Zhu Chong chattered as he worked. When we arrived, your uncles and brothers had empty backs, ready to protect you in case of danger. But on the way back, everyone will be laden with heavy loads, so you must be cautious. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large, innocent eyes playfully, saying to her father, don't worry. If we're in a hurry, I can ask Brother Sure to take me. What do you mean take? You can go by yourself, Zhu Chang replied, somewhat irritated. Brother Sure is the leader of the Flying Tiger beastmen. He bears heavy responsibilities and has no time to look after you. How do you know he doesn't have time? You are not him, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted defiantly. I am also a leader, Zhu Chang replied confidently, as he wove a bamboo basket. If you don't believe me, go outside and ask. You little brat, your strength is even inferior to his. How could you possibly handle an important task and still dare to be distracted? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, her desire for ease overpowering her resolve. Casting aside her current task, she bounded outside and called out from a distance. Brother Sure, are you busy on your return trip? Not at all, Bai Sure replied, deftly weaving a bamboo basket. What, do you wish to avoid walking? Shall I carry you aloft? Is that truly possible? Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bai Sure readily assented, of course. I shall craft a smaller bamboo basket for your comfort. In truth, had Zhu Yuanyuan not inquired, he would have been prepared regardless. Splendid. Thank you, Brother Sure, she exclaimed, leaping 3 feet high in joy before darting back to the cave to boast to her father. I need not walk anymore. Zhu Chang, diligent as he is alongside Xiao Fan, how could they possibly have given rise to such a lethargic daughter? Ironically, this indolent girl has captured the favor of the beast deity, rendering her the darling of the tribe. Her father, wishing to impose strict discipline, must do so in secrecy. The day of their return soon arrived. Zhu Yuanyuan was awakened early, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she observed the flying tiger orcs binding bamboo baskets onto the transformed pig orc, fastening them tightly to prevent any items from dislodging during their journey. Noticing the deep grooves etched into her father's skin by the vines, she could not help but furrow her brow in concern. Surely, that must be painful? Yet, Zhu Chang merely grunted in response, accustomed to it. Compared to the injuries sustained from encounters with mutated beasts, this dull ache was but a trifling matter. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. Fortunate it was that her beast form resembled a miniature pig, scarcely larger than a bamboo basket. Otherwise, she would likely have to endure the same hardships as her kin. It is no wonder that the Feihu tribe is eager to form an alliance with the Heizhu tribe, with wings sprouting from their backs. Transporting salt in such a manner would render flight virtually impossible. The ground-dwelling carriers handle the transportation, while those soaring above are tasked with security, a truly golden partnership. Zhu Yuanyuan comprehended the rationale, yet she still felt a pang of sympathy, having journeyed for over half a month to reach this point. Even hastening the return would require nearly 10 days, and being bound in such a manner that her blood flow was obstructed was exceedingly uncomfortable. Had she not stubbornly followed them, she would have remained oblivious to the arduous nature of venturing into the orc world. How she wished for a wooden cart. The orcs possess immense strength. Whether in beast form or human form, they could easily haul several thousand pounds of cargo. However, it must be noted that even with a cart, the poor condition of the roads would pose a significant challenge. Traversing through the forest, there are no proper paths, only routes weaving between trees. At times, when no path exists, one must forcibly create a way, which is precisely why the leader spoke of detours as a viable option. As for road construction, that seems even more implausible. Any road painstakingly established this year is likely to be overgrown with flowers and grasses by the arrival of spring next year. Unless one could pave a path with large stones, such an endeavor remains a distant dream. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated in silence that purchasing a cement formula would be a wiser choice. The roads paved with cement are smooth and durable, and if they were to widen the pathway, even if traversed only once a year, maintenance would be effortless. However, the conspicuous nature of such a choice could easily alert other tribes to their activities, potentially leading them to discover the clandestine salt production site by the sea shared by the Flying Tiger and Black Pig tribes. Alas, every decision carries its advantages and disadvantages, making it challenging to choose. Stop daydreaming, Zhu Chang grumbled, urging her on. If you're tired, go back to your little bamboo basket and continue sleeping. You're nearly an adult yet still thinking of slacking off. Though he expressed disdain, he did not intervene, harboring a tinge of envy. The small and adorable beast form certainly had its perks, unlike him, who at just a few months old had grown rather plump, much to the chagrin of their mother who refused to hold him in his human form. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and, in a daze, turned to seek out Bai Sure and the small bamboo basket she was to ride in. It must be said that Bai Sure was a meticulous orc, crafting a basket that was neither too large nor too small, lined with soft, dry sheepskin at the bottom. When Zhu Yuanyuan transformed into her miniature piglet form, she fit perfectly inside. The most remarkable feature of the basket was its solid wooden lid. On pleasant days, it could be lifted to let in the breeze and gaze at the scenery, while it could be covered during sudden rain. The woven bamboo allowed for ventilation, and the snug wooden lid ensured it would not become stuffy. Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, "Brother Shi, you are truly clever." While she only thought of hitching a ride, she hadn't considered making herself a comfortable seat. Had it not been for Bai Shi's thoughtfulness, she would have had to endure sitting on an uneven wrought tin basket. "This inspiration came from you as well," Bai Shi teased with a smile. "Once you are in a good mood, remember to include me in any future good fortunes." The Feihu tribe and the Heizhou tribe maintained a close relationship, and there were whispers about Zhu Yuanyuan and being favored by the beast god. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a bit troubled. She needed the approval of the clan leader, uncle, before she could share anything. She belonged to the Heizhou tribe and had to prioritize the tribe in all her endeavors. Farming was manageable, but leaking information was another matter entirely. Pottery was exquisite and highly sought after by the beastmen. Members of other tribes would even trade food for it. "As you suggested, let's obtain the permission of the Zhu Mountain clan leader before bringing me along," Bai Shi said with a smile. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Given that Brother Shi had consistently looked after her and had never attempted to deceive her, it was only natural for her to comply. The two clans had always maintained a close relationship and had cooperated harmoniously in the matter of salt production. The chief's thoughts were likely aligned with this sentiment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was left utterly perplexed, wondering why their journey had commenced with laughter and camaraderie, yet on the return trip, there seemed to be an incessant stream of trivial disputes. Exhausted from the myriad of interactions, she decided to curl up and catch up on some much-needed rest. It was not until midday, during a break, that she ventured to deliver some jerky to her father, seizing the opportunity to voice her lingering questions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Can she truly engage in such antics? Perhaps it is merely her lack of exposure. Naturally, as adult orcs, their exuberance has its limits. By the second day of their return journey, the group's spirits had settled, and they consciously quickened their pace. The routine became one of early breakfasts before setting off, consuming dried meat for lunch to stave off hunger, and continuing their trek until darkness descended, at which point they would seek a place to rest and enjoy a warm evening meal. The weather was warm, allowing them to forego caves for shelter at night, opting instead for camping near a water source. After 8 or 9 consecutive days of travel, Zhu Chang exuberantly announced early one morning that they would return home 2 days ahead of schedule. Previously, they would rest at designated stopping points each day, taking a fortnight to reach their destination. Now, however, they could rest wherever night found them, making an early return to the tribe quite feasible. The group erupted in cheers, exclaiming their delight. However, their joy was soon overshadowed by ominous thunder rumbling through the sky, followed swiftly by flashes of lightning and gusts of wind. As dark clouds rolled in, "Alas, a thunderstorm is upon us!" Zhu Qi shouted. "Uncle Chang, are there any caves nearby? We must seek shelter." Though they were robust and could withstand a bit of rain, the precious salt they carried, even when securely packed in animal skin bags within bamboo baskets, would be no match for a torrential downpour. Should it dissolve and seep into the ground, their journey would be rendered futile. "There is a small cave ahead," Zhu Chang called back. "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic. Quicken your steps and follow me. The sooner we reach the cave, the lesser the loss." The group, no longer mere children, understood the gravity of the situation and responded in unison. Understood. They summoned their strength and sprinted forward, ultimately finding the small cave just before the downpour began. Zhu Yuanyuan nestled in a corner near the entrance, her bamboo basket beside her. Casting a keen gaze around the dimly lit cave, she quickly reached a conclusion. The space was indeed quite cramped, so small that it could not accommodate everyone's beast forms. They could only enter in their human shapes. "Stop dawdling," Zhu Chang said in a slightly hoarse voice. "Let's tidy up the bamboo baskets and create some room for everyone to sit for a while." "Wait a moment, Chang uncle," Zhu Fei panted, catching his breath. "We need to rest." The recent sprint had nearly exhausted their strength, and unloading their belongings had relied heavily on the efforts of the beastmen from the Flying Tiger tribe. Once the pig beastmen had offloaded their cargo, they had no choice but to shift into human form, stumbling into the cave. "Don't rush," Baishir interjected. "Let us finish unloading everything before we organize. Are there still a few baskets left to unload?" Zhu Chang asked anxiously, glancing outside at the commotion, fearing they might run out of time. "Almost done. Just 2 more loads on the backs of our companions," Baishir hurriedly instructed. "Clear a path. The salt cannot be left at the cave's entrance." With that, he turned and dashed out of the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan, indeed, yearned to transform into human form to offer assistance. However, as a female, she felt rather embarrassed to do so in public. The thunderous sounds echoed once more, and the light dimmed to near obscurity, where one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face, illuminated only by the sporadic flashes of lightning. The patter of rain reached their ears, prompting a chorus of chatter. "It's raining. It's pouring down like a waterfall. I'm standing close to the cave entrance and still getting splashed. Let us squeeze in. There are still some who haven't entered. This year has been relatively fortunate. We encountered the torrential downpour only as we neared the tribe. If only we could be spared a few more showers. Oh dear. Could you shift your ample backside a little? You're taking up too much space." The conversation inadvertently veered off, igniting a playful banter among them, effectively dismissing the deluge outside. Regardless, the rain would persist regardless of their discussions. "Make way," Baishir and the beastmen of the Flying Tiger tribe are squeezing in. "We still have a few baskets of salt to secure." "Ouch, you stepped on my foot." A familiar, hearty male voice exclaimed in dismay. "Watch where you're stepping." "Oh dear, please don't trample my feet." Zhu Yuanyuan bit her lip in amusement, for this unfortunate fellow seemed to be experiencing an excess of misfortune. "Could you please move aside?" Zhu Chang remarked irritably. "There's ample space available, yet you remain rooted in place." The beleaguered gentleman, having endured several inadvertent tramplings, could only accept the reprimand from the team leader with a sense of resignation, reluctantly shuffling to the side, only to be met with disdain from his companions. "Don't crowd. You only start to complain when someone steps on you. You can't even manage to dodge. How foolish of you. Yet you have the audacity to push against me. But really, what does my being trampled have to do with you?" After a flurry of activity, the bamboo basket, now organized and stacked high, finally provided everyone with a bit of breathing room, allowing them to sit and rest for a moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang let out a soft sigh. Returning to a normal volume. Yuanyuan, where are you? If you hear this, just give a little hum. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled with her lips pressed together and remarked, "Father, you weren't snoring at all. It hardly seems credible." Moments later, Zhu Chang began to snore, a rhythmic and captivating sound that, after a while, caused those nearby to feel their eyelids grow heavy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed wise to traverse more paths and return to the tribe sooner, much to everyone's delight. "Yes, we all long to reach home as soon as possible," Baishir acknowledged. "How wonderful," Zhu Yuanyuan murmured to herself. "We are nearing our doorstep. And surely no further mishap shall occur." After 2 months of incessant back and forth, even she, merely a bystander, felt fatigued and yearned for a tranquil return to the warmth of her own cave. "Do not worry. We are many, and even if we encounter fierce beasts, we shall be safe, Bai Shi gently reassured her. Zhu Yuanyuan felt considerably comforted by his words. She rested her front hooves on the side of the bamboo basket, leveraging herself to gaze down at her kin, and noticed 21 robust black pigs frolicking joyfully, splashing mud all over themselves without a care, their short tails wagging incessantly. A testament to their merriment. Indeed, stepping into the muddy pits is quite a stress reliever. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed longingly, feeling a twinge of envy. After turning 10, she felt too bashful to join her peers in splashing in muddy puddles, and today she had once again missed the opportunity to partake in such innocent revelry. What a pity. No, that cannot be right. How could she entertain such thoughts? Such frivolous games are only favored by those who are native to this land. Surely, she must have been swayed by the lingering consciousness of her former self, her childish whims clouding her judgment. As if sensing the yearning in her eyes, Bai Shi suddenly inquired, "Do you enjoy jumping in muddy puddles, Yuanyuan? Would you like me to let you down to play for a while?" "No, I do not wish to engage in such antics," Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined. "I am not as childish and playful as my father and the others." Indeed, Bai Shi replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth while he nodded in agreement. Our Yuanyuan is so sensible and capable. She has already mastered the skills of the great shaman Hu Yin before even reaching adulthood, and she certainly would not stoop to playing in muddy puddles. Zhu Yuanyuan. In truth, there is no need to express oneself so definitively. If her companions extend their warm invitations, even if she is reluctant, she must still acquiesce and partake. For what harm could it do? Never mind, Shirgu is not a brutish creature. He is unaware of her predicament. Regardless, the two tribes are situated at a considerable distance from one another, which renders the matter inconsequential. The subsequent 2 days passed in tranquil travel, and by the afternoon of the third day, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the valley where the Black Pig tribe resides. Zhu Yuanyuan was brimming with excitement and fervently insisted on dismounting to run. She could not allow the younglings of her tribe to witness her idleness, as it would surely be the subject of ridicule. However, Bai Shi declined her request, stating in a grave tone, "Please wait a moment. Something seems amiss." Amiss? What could possibly be wrong? Zhu Yuanyuan queried, her eyes wide with confusion. They had arrived at their doorstep. How could any unforeseen circumstance arise? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a familiar figure suddenly dashed toward them from the side, exclaiming, "Father, there is trouble in the tribe." Zhu Yuanyuan's pupils contracted sharply. Brother. Her heart clenched tightly. With so many clansmen still remaining, including numerous young adults, how could anything have gone wrong? What has happened to the clan? Zhu Chang inquired solemnly. Upon seeing that his eldest son appeared relatively unscathed and not in disarray, his anxious emotions had already calmed considerably, and he awaited further details. A few days ago, relentless downpours had caused the waters in the valley to swell perilously. The clan leader, fearing disaster, had taken the initiative to relocate everyone despite the rain. Zhu Yuanyuan recounted this incident with lingering trepidation. After the rain ceased, they returned to find their homes completely submerged. Fortunately, the clan leader acted decisively, quelling all dissent, and insisted on the move. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After all, with numerous elders and young children in the clan, escaping danger would have been exceedingly difficult. Where have you relocated to? Zhu Chang pressed further. We are temporarily residing with the Feihu tribe. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head. The event had transpired so abruptly that the clan leader remarked there were insufficient caves nearby for shelter, and fearing more rain, he opted to wait until the waters in the valley receded before returning. Though his explanation was somewhat disordered, the essence of his message was clear, and Zhu Chang expressed his understanding. It is often said that one's homeland is hard to leave. The Black Pig clan had established its roots in this small valley for over a century. It was inconceivable to relocate merely due to a flood. Moreover, relocating a clan is no trivial matter. It requires first finding a relatively safe and habitable location, then laboriously excavating caves to provide shelter for everyone, and finally attending to the fields of potatoes and sweet potatoes. After months of arduous labor, just as they approached the harvest season, how could they simply abandon their crops? Thankfully, the valley was small, with limited arable land, prompting the old clan leader to choose to cultivate outside the valley, ensuring their crops would not be inundated. In summary, a clan-wide relocation is not a decision made lightly. It requires careful deliberation. The most probable outcome would be that once the waters recede, everyone would return to their respective homes, and the matter would be put to rest. In that case, let us continue our journey, Zhu Chang said to Bai Shi. Shall we have dinner at your tribe? Certainly, Bai Shi replied without hesitation. The distance between the two tribes was neither too far nor too close. Unable to find an opportunity to revert to her human form, Zhu Yuanyuan nestled obediently in the bamboo basket, enjoying the ride. Zhu Yuanyuan, having completed his important tasks, began searching for his sister. After a thorough search, he discovered his sister, Yuanyuan, reclining in a bamboo basket, suspended from the shoulders of the leader of the Feihu tribe. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, Yuanyuan, how can you cause trouble for others? Come down and run with your elder brother. It will be good for your health. Zhu Yuanyuan remained silent, shutting her eyes to feign sleep. It must be said that this tactic, learned from her father, proved quite effective. After her elder brother called out a few times without receiving a response, he fell silent. However, there was a drawback. While pretending, she often drifted off to slumber. By the time Zhu Yuanyuan awoke, she found herself in the Flying Tiger tribe, still nestled within a bamboo basket, surrounded by a throng of people, including friends, family, and unfamiliar faces. To her astonishment, she had become a rare spectacle for others to behold. Is Yuanyuan awake? Zhu Xiaofan exclaimed dramatically. I've missed you so much during these 2 months. Not only did she speak, but she also scooped up a pink little piglet and hugged it tightly, showering it with affection, all while casting glances at those around her, exuding a rather smug demeanor. Nearby, someone was nearly turning green with envy, lamenting, Yuanyuan is as adorable as ever. Why can't I produce a petite and delicate female beast like that? Perhaps it's because both you and your partner are robust black pigs, Zhu Xiaofan replied, taking a moment to retort. Who doesn't know that little pig beasts have low combat prowess? Scoffed a round-faced female. Only your great shaman had the kindness to take her in and teach her some herbal gathering skills. Otherwise, she would have to rely solely on the males for survival. Baiwa, if you can't speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut, Zhu Xiaofan admonished sternly. The atmosphere, which had been filled with laughter and joy, was disrupted by her interjection, proving to be more bothersome than a flea. Are you daring to scold me? Baiwa exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Let us not forget we are in the Flying Tiger tribe. Indeed, we are in the Flying Tiger tribe, and we are merely staying here for the time being. Zhu Xiaofan replied impatiently, rolling her eyes. But you initiated the conflict, and I merely retaliated. It's your fault, no matter how you spin it. She had faith that the chief of the White Tiger tribe would not be a foolishly biased individual. Baiwa, you should return home early to work instead of causing trouble here, interjected another female from the White Tiger tribe, bailing. Your daughter Man is a good child. She has suffered enough due to her mother's reputation. Do not be misled into thinking that the beastmen were too preoccupied with survival to care about their reputation. On the contrary, everyone preferred to seek partners of good standing. Baiwa murmured, of course my man is good. Much better than someone who is lazy and clings to males for sustenance. I wonder what has gotten into that Shirtu. Although her words were not direct, they were scarcely different from an outright insult. Feeling the sting of the insinuation, Zhu Yuanyuan waved her little hoof and huffed. Mother, quickly find me a dress. Grudges must be avenged promptly. Seeking retribution later would only make one appear petty and subject to scorn. No need for that, Zhu Xiaofan declared, eager to defend her daughter. How dare you say my Yuanyuan is lazy? It seems you're too comfortable with your life. Baiwa scoffed. What, is it forbidden to call someone lazy? Then I'll say your man is a gossiping, lazy female. Zhu Xiaofan was not one to be easily intimidated. You're talking nonsense, Baiwa retorted angrily, raising her hand as if to scratch. Dare to slander my man, and I'll tear your mouth apart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan calmly seized the opportunity to speak, remarking, with a mother like you, how can one expect to raise a daughter of commendable character? This statement resonated well with many of the females present, including several from the Feihu tribe. The fact that even her own kin had taken a stand against her illustrated the extent of Baihua's failures. Baiwa herself had not anticipated such an outcome and found herself at a loss for words when a gentle voice interjected from the side. Yuan Xiaofan, please forgive my mother's clumsiness in speech. Baiman smiled as she approached, bowing respectfully to the assembly. We are all elders here, and I apologize on behalf of my mother, hoping you can find it in your hearts to pardon her. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. To offer forgiveness felt unsatisfactory, yet to refuse would portray them as oppressive, taking advantage of their numbers to bully the less fortunate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a huff, remarked, "Do not seek my father. Inquire with Brother Shi instead, as he assisted in the collection." Very well, Zhu Xiaofan acquiesced. Bai Man's expression subtly shifted at these words. But she swiftly regained her composure and gently replied, "There is no need to trouble yourself. Simply conveying your message suffices, as we all comprehend." With a playful grin, Zhu Yuanyuan clarified, "Oh, you misunderstand. I have no words to share. I merely wish to transform into human form to engage in a bit of playful sparring with you." The crowd erupted in laughter, though some remained puzzled, questioning why Yuanyuan insisted on adopting human form when they were accustomed to battling in beast form. Her beast form is petite and delicate, rendering her combat prowess significantly inferior, a female member of the Black Pig clan remarked. Strangely enough, her strength in human form does not seem to lag behind ours in beast form. Is that truly the case? The female members of the White Tiger clan expressed disbelief, conjuring images of a robust and sturdy young girl. Indeed, they mused, pig beastmen, regardless of gender, appear quite formidable in human form, exuding an intimidating aura. Bai Man felt a twinge of frustration. If Zhu Yuanyuan were to possess an unappealing appearance, Brother Shi would undoubtedly overlook her, rendering her mother's efforts futile. Fortunately, since it was her mother who spoke, the elders of the clan would not direct their ire towards her, limiting the repercussions. After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Man spoke again. "Since you, Sister Yuanyuan, insist on transforming into human form to converse, I shall assist you in locating Brother Shi. By the way, I am still uncertain of his whereabouts." Zhu Yuanyuan wished to roll her eyes. She was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of subtlety. She bluntly exposed the truth, urging, "If you wish to seek him out, simply say so. Do not use me as an excuse." Bai Man, feeling flustered and acutely aware of her own thin skin, hurried to clarify, "I am not. I have no intention of belittling you. I merely feared that my sister Yuanyuan, with her shorter legs, might struggle to keep pace. Please do not take offense at my words." Impatiently, Zhu Yuanyuan thought it better to remain silent than to feign innocence and provoke irritation. She resolved not to hold back any longer. Rather than engage in endless chatter, she would take decisive action. Even in her beastly form, she could easily contend with this delicate white lotus. She was determined not to be at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan lunged at the face of the white lotus, striking with her forelegs several times before landing and swiftly retreating to the safety of her small bamboo basket. After a long slumber, the bamboo basket felt rather comfortable. Henceforth, it would serve as her bed, and she would not part with it. "You," White Man cried out, covering her face, utterly distressed. Indeed, pig beastmen were notoriously rude and unreasonable. She could hardly fathom the chieftain's reasoning for temporarily sheltering them. Having suffered such a significant loss, White Man could no longer maintain her gentle facade. With a fierce glare, she transformed into her divine beast form, striking out at Zhu Yuanyuan and with a powerful claw. The crowd gasped in horror. Yuanyuan, quickly evade. Zhu Yuanyuan deftly evaded, dragging her small bamboo basket, wary of damaging it, for weaving such baskets was no trivial task. "Look at you, with that foolish, malnourished appearance," Zhu Yuanyuan taunted, revealing her true nature. "Let us see how you pretend to be gentle and kind after this." Bai Man, incensed, gritted her teeth and declared, "Today, I shall make you pay." Relentlessly pursuing her, she swiped at Zhu Yuanyuan and with several claw strikes. Enough of this. With her limited skills, Zhu Yuanyuan effortlessly dodged each attempt with precision. Frustrated by her futile efforts, Bai Man let out a furious cry, took to the air, and charged toward the pink little piglet. The commotion attracted numerous male beastmen, who gathered to inquire about the situation. "What is going on?" Zhu Chang approached his partner directly. "Why is Yuanyuan fighting with a female from the White Tiger clan?" Some impudent onlookers remarked. "Yuanyuan is just helping with a little cleansing." Zhu Chang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few moments before raising his voice. "Yuanyuan, be mindful of your limits. Don't injure her fatally. After all, we are in the territory of the Flying Tiger clan. We must not be too ostentatious." Zhu Yuanyuan emitted a soft grunt, indicating her understanding. She was not foolish enough to resort to excessive force. "It's fine, go ahead and strike. If you leave me injured, it will be on my account." Meanwhile, Bai Danian, the chief of the Flying Tiger clan, had approached unnoticed, his countenance icy. Upon hearing the chief's words, Bai Man felt her limbs weaken, the pent-up frustration within her dissipating in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, trembling, having been struck fiercely in the nose by Zhu Yuanyuan, blood gushing forth. "Ah! It was you who halted suddenly. I had not the time to withdraw my hoof before it struck you. Do not attempt to feign injury." Zhu Yuanyuan retreated cautiously, commending herself for her excellent reflexes in avoiding a contrived grievance. Bai Man opened her mouth to roar. She could not comprehend why the chief sided with an outsider and dared not voice her questions, resorting instead to this expression of her grievances and discontent. "Silence! Return!" Bai Danian commanded coldly. "They are guests. It is unacceptable for you to neglect their hospitality and engage in quarrels and brawls. You have shown no semblance of a host. It is already generous that I do not impose confinement upon you." Bai Man had no desire to assume the role of a host. All she wished was to teach a lesson to the small, underdeveloped pig from the Black Pig tribe. Yet, instead of achieving her goal, she found herself on the receiving end of the punishment, which had become a farce. However, with the chief's decree, she had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly departing with Bai Hua. Once they had left, Bai Danian turned to Zhu Chong, saying, "You have traveled a long distance and must be weary. Rest early tonight. We shall address matters tomorrow." "Thank you, Chief Bai," Zhu Chong replied, bowing deeply, his right fist gently striking his left chest in a gesture of gratitude. The White Tiger clan had few spare caves, and with some single beastmen voluntarily offering their nests, the pig beastmen found themselves crowded together, barely managing to settle in. Zhu Yuanyuan's family resides with her grandparents, Grandpa Zhu and Grandma Zhu, along with 3 other closely related kin. With so many individuals in a confined space, comfort is naturally elusive. Fortunately, they all possess forthright temperaments, readily addressing and resolving conflicts on the spot, thereby avoiding deceitful schemes or backstabbing. However, the cave is cramped, and everyone can only rest in a seated position. Lying directly on the uneven ground proves to be quite uncomfortable. They must use some hay for cushioning. Yet the heat still leaves them tossing and turning, unable to find repose. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan emerged from the bamboo basket with a gentle effort. Then approached the cave's entrance to observe her surroundings intently. She chose a corner that was less likely to be stepped on and settled down. Grateful to the beast god for bestowing upon her the beastly form inherited from her mother, which occupies little space. She had spent the day being carried about and lounging idly in the basket, although she had completed her daily tasks and could have rested. Thoughts of the submerged tribe stirred an unsettling feeling within her, despite the elders in the tribe assuring her that it was the first time they had experienced such a flood and that they would return home once the waters receded. She found it difficult to find solace. For reasons unknown to her, Zhu Yuanyuan felt an ominous premonition, as if the situation would not unfold as everyone anticipated, but rather lead to greater calamities. This sensation was peculiar, and she refrained from voicing it in front of her hopeful kin. After all, as a young female favored by the beast god, her words carried weight within the tribe and could easily incite panic. "System," Zhu Yuanyuan called out with her mind, "Am I unwell?" "You are in perfect health." The system replied promptly. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brows, persistently questioning, "Why do I feel so unsettled? Is it truly because I have become neurotic?" "No," the system replied. "The host is not ill." Although the words were altered, the essence remained unchanged. Nevertheless, something felt amiss. Zhu Yuanyuan tapped her head, contemplating that perhaps the exhaustion of the past 2 months had taken its toll. Each day was consumed with gathering and drying herbs, alongside an array of tasks. I should not have been misled into exhausting so much of my knowledge points. If only I had preserved a greater amount, I wouldn't be troubled by the prospect of being unable to purchase what I need. In summary, her discomfort was entirely the system's fault. "Look at this hefty responsibility I've been handed, dear host," the system quipped, "such a large and round burden. Are you truly going to gift it to me?" Zhu Yuanyuan displayed no intention of self-reflection. "There is no need for formality between us. Simply accept it without hesitation." In order to reciprocate, the sovereign decided to temporarily conceal certain matters, lest the host become overly anxious and suffer from restless nights and lost appetites. The young one is still in their formative years. Nourishment and rest are paramount, as they are essential for proper growth. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to Tongzi's thoughts. As the moon ascended to its zenith, its silvery light streamed into the cave, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. She basked in the moonlight, and gradually, her earlier restlessness dissipated, leading her, unbeknownst to herself, into a realm of sweet slumber, even eliciting cheerful little snores. During her stay at the Feihu tribe, Zhu Yuanyuan kept to herself, spending her days resting in the cave and attending to her daily studies. Though Tongzi did not voice it, she harbored an unsettling premonition that misfortune loomed on the horizon, perhaps a natural calamity or human catastrophe. The haunting memory of her submerged homeland inclined her thoughts towards the former. As the saying goes, after a flood comes a drought. Should they face such a plight, parched and devoid of water, her kin would inevitably be compelled to migrate. Where they would seek refuge was beyond her concern. Speculation about natural disasters was mere conjecture. The pressing matter at hand was the news her elder brother had brought. The floodwaters had receded, and they could return home. The tribespeople, upon hearing this, could not contain their jubilation. Homeward bound, homeward bound. Their days of living under another's roof were drawing to a close, and once they returned to their own territory, they would no longer have to regulate the number of hunts. During this period, the pig beastmen had refrained from unrestricted hunting. The meager spoils they brought back each day merely sufficed for a meager meal of roasted meat, ensuring they would not starve, though true satiety remained elusive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan's expression was grave. Although the water had receded, the ground remained damp and treacherous, rendering it nearly impassable. Should we perhaps wait a few more days? Yet, another clan member chuckled, declaring, I fear not the muddy pits, let alone the muddy paths. Upon hearing this, the others readily concurred, exclaiming, Indeed, the pig beastmen fear neither filth nor fatigue, and when faced with adversity, we shall never retreat. Chief, let us return home. Zhu Shan felt an overwhelming numbness wash over him. His complexion shifted between shades of green and white. After enduring for a considerable time, he could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, Silence. The atmosphere instantly descended into tranquility, leaving the crowd bewildered. Why had the clan leader suddenly erupted in anger? Surely, he was fatigued from recent exertions. Sensing the thoughts swirling among his kin, Zhu Shan let out a cold snort and remarked, We dwell in caves, and our muddy paths home have yet to dry. What shall we do if we slip and fall? We must wait until the roads are safe for our return. After contemplation, the crowd acknowledged the wisdom in their leader's words and agreed to postpone their journey home. One earnest soul inquired, Shall we continue to seek refuge with the Feihu tribe? The question was met with widespread dissent. No, they exclaimed. The weather was warm, and with no rain in sight. They could manage a couple of days outside without troubling another tribe. Even with amicable relations, staying at someone else's home felt uncomfortable. It was far preferable to endure the wilderness for a few days. On their own territory, they could hunt freely and at least enjoy a hearty meal. Most critically, they had rushed back upon hearing the floods had receded, only to now declare they required additional days of lodging. Was that not an imposition? The consensus was reached, and all agreed to camp out in the forest. Zhu Shan smiled with satisfaction. It was heartening that his people could see reason, with time still on their side. He instructed the first and second teams to accompany him on a hunting expedition, while the gathering team sought mountain delicacies and wild fruits. The remaining members would establish a temporary campsite in the woods. Given the dense vegetation, care was paramount when starting fires for cooking, especially with a larger group, as it could easily provoke a forest fire. They would need to invest time in clearing a safe area. The crowd responded in unison, setting to work according to their designated tasks. Zhu Yuanyuan typically spent her days either apprenticing with the great shaman or foraging for medicinal herbs. She had not joined the collection team and became one of the remaining group, busy alongside others pulling weeds and trimming bushes, a whirlwind of activity. The tools were ill-suited for the task, compelling them to rely on sheer brute strength, resulting in a slow pace of ground clearing. It was no wonder that the chieftain had left so many to labor. With a resigned sigh, Zhu wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and continued her diligent efforts. They say that many hands make light work, and indeed this old adage held true. Despite the arduous nature of the task, they managed to finish their work before the first and second teams returned, and began to scavenge for dry twigs to construct a makeshift earthen stove. Previously, they had grown accustomed to using firewood to create a platform for roasting meat, which often slipped or collapsed. But when Zhu experimented with forming an oven from moist clay and discovered its utility upon drying with fire, it proved quite effective. Though rudimentary and less durable than a cement structure, it was exceptionally convenient for roasting meat and boiling soup, and soon the tribesfolk adapted swiftly to its use. As they prepared the stove, the younger members lounged outside the potato field, drooling at the prospect of savory meat stew with potatoes. A 2-year-old female, tilting her head, innocently inquired whether potato stew truly surpassed roasted meat in taste. Of course, the softened, tender potatoes are infused with a rich meat flavor. Unlike the dried and tough roasted kind, a round-faced, plump boy responded. The little female's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Let us dig up the potatoes." But the younger ones hesitated. The elder chieftain was not far away, keeping a vigilant watch. Anyone daring enough to unearth potatoes would earn themselves a swift kick. The chubby boy, patting his rear, tugged the 2-year-old female to her feet, urging her to leave quickly to avoid punishment, for the chieftain was quite fearsome. The other children shared similar sentiments, nodding in agreement. The chieftain had the loudest voice and the most volatile temper, and it was wise to keep a safe distance to avoid incurring his wrath. Their small voices, quite audible without intent to suppress, entertained those present, eliciting quiet laughter from all but the chieftain, whose countenance remained stern, exuding a palpable low pressure in the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu, he coldly remarked. You possess great strength. You could carry me in a human form. However, Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined, expressing concern. What if I end up with scars from carrying you on my back? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan never anticipated that her casual remarks would be overheard by her master, leaving her in a state of acute embarrassment, as if she might spontaneously combust. Her master, with a hesitant tone, assured her, I can explain. In a frenzy, she racked her brain for justifications, desperately invoking her thoughts to summon her companion for assistance. The prospect of being cast out from her master's tutelage loomed ominously. There was no need for further explanation. With a calm demeanor, Huyin remarked, You are my disciple. Upon my return to the Fox clan, the position of the Grand Shaman will naturally be yours. At that time, you shall find many beastmen eager to court you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan. How reckless. If she were to wait another 40 years, she would merely become a 56-year-old cabbage, surrounded only by older swine. It would be wiser to embrace a life of solitary nobility. In truth, one does not become old until reaching a century. And Zhu, he interjected, suggesting that Yuanyuan's rate of growth is commendable. In the future, she might find a partner of equal caliber. Age need not be a hindrance. And who knows, they could even have offspring in their later years. The elder chieftain's words ring true. Zhu Yuanyuan forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace than laughter. Yet, as jestful as the matter was, the pursuit of companionship must unfold naturally. After all, she is still young and in no rush. She is not one to stubbornly declare a vow of lifelong singlehood. For what if she suddenly desires a partner? That would be a slap in her own face. Tongzi marveled, exclaiming that she had never encountered such a brazen host. To which Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, Your limited experience has nothing to do with me, her thoughts laced with sharpness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan feigned ignorance, flashing a radiant smile at the Grand Sorcerer. Master, do you require my assistance? Being the disciple of such a peculiar master, she was acutely aware of his introverted nature. He was the quintessential homebody, the sort who rarely ventured beyond his own abode. His unexpected approach signified that he had something of import to convey. Once the matter at hand was broached, all previous trivialities would be cast aside. Indeed, Huyin responded promptly, Did you not bring back a multitude of medicinal herbs from the seaside? Where have you placed them? Show me. They are simply piled upon the cleared ground. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with eagerness. Allow me to guide you there. Feel free to take whatever you fancy. The herbs were intended for the clan's members, and as they held no commercial value, their location mattered little. Very well, Huyin replied in a subdued tone. Upon witnessing several bamboo baskets filled with meticulously prepared herbs, A flicker of vitality graced his otherwise stoic visage. Well done. These will certainly prove useful. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled with satisfaction, remarking that the years spent learning from you had not been in vain. Hui nodded, then shook her head. The summer weather was capricious, and leaving the medicinal herbs outside was precarious. They needed to find a sheltered place for storage. Master is indeed correct, Zhu Yuanyuan concurred. But it seems there is no suitable location here. Huyin furrowed her brow, stating that if there was no appropriate place, they must devise one. If she truly could not think of anything, seeking counsel from the clan leader, whose wisdom was profound with age, would be prudent. Oh, I understand, Zhu Yuanyuan replied obediently. Once Huyin had delegated her tasks, she departed without any intention of assisting further, leaving behind a parting remark. To become a great shaman, one must undergo more trials. In the future, you will be responsible for healing the injured and the ill among our clan. If you fail, then seek my help. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Zhu Shan inquired. Does your master have any suggestions? No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her large eyes blinking with a selective innocence. He instructed me to seek you out, saying you possess the solution. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered thoughtfully, gazing up at the towering tree in the distance, and declared, let us create a treehouse. The concept of a treehouse echoed in Zhu Shan's mind. Do you intend to hollow out the upper half of the tree to serve as a storage room? That won't do. What if we damage the tree? The forest was filled with majestic trees, yet Yuanyuan had fixated on the largest and oldest among them. If the elder chief were to discover this, he would likely pursue them in wrath. Let us choose another tree, if you find this one too small. We can excavate several adjacent ones. This is a boundary that the chief must uphold. I do not wish to hollow out the tree, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her voice. A treehouse simply involves constructing a wooden structure atop the tree without causing any harm to it. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, understanding the situation. In her heart, she secretly mused that even if the colossal tree encountered some uncontrollable mishap, the clan leader would inevitably bear some responsibility. It was essential to remain discreet, ensuring that the clan leader did not sense anything amiss. Zhu Yuanyuan exchanged 200 knowledge points in the marketplace for the skills to construct a treehouse. Seizing the opportunity while her two assistants were busy felling trees in the distance, she discreetly reviewed the materials several times, committing it to memory and pondering it deeply. Lacking nails, she had to rely on the intricate mortise and tenon joints of carpentry to build the treehouse, which proved to be quite complex. Merely watching the videos and explanations was insufficient for comprehension, so she decided to drag over a fallen tree and attempt to craft some small components. Though her tools were limited to a bone knife and bone spikes, after much toil, she managed to produce a few rudimentary pieces. Although her efficiency was low, she succeeded in her endeavor, avoiding any missteps. When her two helpers returned after cutting down about 10 trees, Zhu Yuanyuan quickly called out, Wanggu, Fugu. We need to pause the tree chopping for now. Please assist me in making some items. She meticulously explained the small components while demonstrating the process, feeling a sense of relief once they grasped the techniques. For the sake of a wooden house, she found herself learning carpentry skills, which was undeniably challenging. The trio toiled diligently until noon, only realizing their hunger when they heard someone calling for lunch. They hurried to the riverbank to wash their hands before dashing to the stone pot, each seeking out their respective meals. Yuanyuan, Zhu Xiaofan chided upon spotting her little female. Where have you been? We've been searching for you. My master assigned me some work, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a cheerful smile. What kind of work? Are you tired? This inquiry came from a place of maternal concern. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, asserting that constructing a treehouse was not a burdensome task. She took the opportunity to elucidate what a treehouse entailed. It is often said that the young possess little agency, making various endeavors rather inconvenient. Zhu Yuanyuan has personally validated this notion. Even while brandishing the banner of the beast god as favor, she approached tasks with a certain trepidation, hesitant to overstep boundaries. Typically, she would articulate her intended actions one or several times, leaving the execution to the adult orcs. Aside from gathering medicinal herbs, Her ability to independently lead the construction of a treehouse now signifies considerable progress. Not only does this accomplishment bring her joy, marking a promising beginning, but it also holds significant meaning for Zhu's mother. The chieftain's willingness to allow her to spearhead the treehouse project reflects the esteem in which he holds her. Zhu Xiaofan earnestly advised her to work diligently and avoid laziness, reminding her that she could always seek assistance from her two older brothers if needed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan delivered several resounding slaps on Error's back, questioning the mischievous boy if he was itching for a reprimand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and said with utmost seriousness, "Second brother, there is truly no need for you to worry. My work is not merely about strength. It requires intellect as well. I wouldn't want to trouble you." "Hey, Zhu Yuanyuan, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Yongming exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he stomped his feet. "How could someone as clever as I am possibly fail to learn?" "Indeed, I misspoke," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. "You are certainly not foolish. You will undoubtedly manage to grasp it." She then turned to consult with her elder brother. "The wooden shelter I am currently constructing is intended for storing medicinal herbs. The sooner it is completed, the better. If you have some spare time, you might as well lend a hand." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and was filled with joy. She exerted some effort to push and playfully hopped around in the treehouse. Indeed, next time, she should craft a sturdy bone class to weather the wind and rain without worry. "Sister, look at me," Zhu Yongming proclaimed, standing tall and proud. "How about that? Isn't my second brother impressive?" "Truly remarkable," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a beaming smile, glancing at the extra wooden planks. She then shifted her tone. "But there are too many people. Your excellence cannot shine through. Why don't you help me build a smaller treehouse on your own?" Her petite beast form required little space, just a few extra windows, so she wouldn't have to sleep on the ground at night. As a young female approaching maturity, it felt quite awkward to squeeze in with her parents. "What? You want me to do it alone?" Zhu Yongming instinctively protested. "No way, that would be too exhausting." "I shall take on the task," Zhu Yonggan volunteered eagerly. "I am older and stronger. I can finish it tonight while you assist our mother in chopping firewood." Zhu Yongming suddenly changed his mind, saying, "Brother, this is not acceptable. My sister is asking for my assistance, not yours." Zhu Yong, with a hearty laugh, replied, "Do not worry, I have already split most of the firewood I collected. You only need to return and tie up the loose ends before you can rest." "I am not tired," Zhu Yongming declared loudly. "I can finish this before nightfall. You should hurry and leave." "I will handle it," Zhu Yong insisted. "No, my sister wants me to do it." The two brothers were locked in a stalemate, each unwilling to yield. After watching the amusing exchange, onlookers Zhu Fu and Zhu Wang finally interjected, suggesting, "Since there is nothing urgent, why don't we work together? It will be quicker that way." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's sweet smile graced her face as she expressed her gratitude to the several brothers. She would not exploit them without reciprocation. Under the pretense of needing a drink, she returned to Zhu Yuanyuan's place and busied herself for a while. After preparing honeysuckle tea, she carefully stored it in a bamboo tube. Then, discreetly retrieving some 5-spiced exotic beast jerky from her system backpack, she offered it to the 4 hard-working individuals to replenish their energy. Zhu Yuanyuan finished a bamboo tube of tea with a gulp, licking his lips and declaring, "It's not tasty." Yet, despite his complaint, he consumed quite a bit. Zhu Yuanyuan, not one to indulge her boisterous elder brother, shot him a fierce glare and urged, "Get to work quickly, or I shall arrange a makeover for you." Zhu Yuanyuan remarked that the honeysuckle tea I brewed was rather unpalatable, and surely the jerky I made would not be to your liking either. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a hint of sarcasm, declared that she would not insist you partake. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan widened her eyes, feigning innocence. Is that so? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head in exasperation. Her second brother truly lacked the ability to settle down. With his current demeanor, it was unlikely that any female would take an interest in him. Although there were many bachelors in the tribe, our family had 2, which was particularly conspicuous. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was not devoid of urgency. He simply had not yet found his beloved. Each day, he lingered at home, not seeking solitude in a remote dwelling. With his parents and younger siblings present, he felt no sense of loneliness. Should Zhu Chang discover his elder son's sentiments, he would likely hastily expel him from the house to avoid the persistent absence of a daughter-in-law. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan nestled within a treehouse adorned with a straw mat, accompanied by a 2-year-old female. The treehouse was a rarity, unfamiliar to all. The adult beastmen merely circled it out of curiosity, while the little ones yearned to claim it as their own. Naturally, seizing what belonged to another was out of the question. Any attempt to extend a paw toward Zhu Yuanyuan would be met with a firm rebuke. The little ones, agitated and unable to be calmed by the adults, could only be promised a treehouse of their own the following day. After all, the forest was filled with trees, and with a bit of effort and time, they could construct one. The older youngsters quieted down with the promise, but the 2-year-old female remained obstinate. Ignoring all attempts to soothe her, Zhu Yuanyuan decided to invite the little girl to sleep beside her, confident that once she had her own treehouse the next day, the little one would no longer covet her space. The most disheartened of all was Zhu Xiaofan, who had planned to use the excuse of being uneasy about the young female's solitary dwelling to spend the night in the treehouse. Now, another's little female had usurped what should have been her place. Alas, what a disappointment. The next morning, a new group set out for hunting. While the gathering team departed as usual to begin their tasks, the beastmen who remained did not idle either. They sought Zhu Yuanyuan to learn her methods and techniques, eagerly commencing the construction of tree houses with great enthusiasm. Zhu Yuanyuan strolled around, unable to suppress her admiration for the impressive efficiency displayed by everyone, far surpassing the pace of the previous day. Hu Yin, passing by, coldly scoffed, "How many were working yesterday? Now look at how many are laboring today. If the speed were not swift, that would indeed be a concern." "Ah, I understand," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a smile. "Master, what brings you here? Are you here to observe the commotion?" Hu Yin shot her a glare in retort. "What are you talking about? I am not as idle as you." Indeed. Zhu Yuanyuan quickly conceded. "Master is always occupied, so your presence here must surely pertain to important matters." "That's good to hear." Hu Yin's expression softened slightly. I notice the sky does not bode well. It may rain in the next couple of days. I am uncertain when we shall return to the valley. I intend to have someone assist me in constructing a treehouse, as I have quite a few belongings that I fear might be damaged by moisture. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the assertion that constructing a treehouse was indeed essential. However, she internally scoffed, believing that an explanation was merely a guise for concealment. Her master, typically so reticent, was now speaking at length, clearly betraying a sense of insecurity. What was so wrong about admitting a fondness for treehouses, much like the young ones? Zhu Yuanyuan does not believe that age should preclude one from indulging in small hobbies. She even volunteers to take on tasks. Everyone is busy, but I have experience and can assist our master. Are you going to do it alone? Huyin inquired. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan affirmed with a nod. Huyin furrowed her brow again, recalling that yesterday several people had lent a hand. Today, however, she declared her intention to construct the treehouse alone. How long would it take for her to complete it? Oh, master, just watch, Zhu Yuanyuan replied confidently. I am quite strong, and after yesterday's practice, my speed has certainly improved. Besides, my second brother is free. If necessary, I can call him for assistance. Zhu urged, sweating as he tended to the fire, sneezed twice and glanced around suspiciously. Did someone discover his secret of digging potatoes for roasting? Soon, he realized his thoughts had strayed. It was not a case of being caught sneaking a bite, but rather his younger sister was once again assigning him tasks. As he grimly chopped wood, Zhu Yongmeng shot a few scornful glances at his sister. Don't be like that, urged, Zhu Yuanyuan said with a bold smile. We are siblings, after all. My master is also your master. Shouldn't you help with the treehouse? Zhu Yongmeng, is it possible to consider it this way? What is there that cannot be done? Zhu Yuanyuan dragged a tree back single-handedly, not forgetting to remind him to hurry, as the master's abode needed to be more spacious due to his numerous belongings. Oh. Zhu Yongmeng nodded foolishly. After a bustling morning filled with the clatter of tools, most of the necessary small components and wooden planks of various lengths had been prepared, and Huyin had already made 4 or 5 rounds to check on their progress. Zhu Yuanyuan Yunda uttered, Master, do not be anxious. Yet she swallowed her words upon witnessing the effort required to maintain the icy facade upon that handsome visage. Nevertheless, she consoled herself, for both she and her second brother toiled diligently, leaving no room for shortcuts, and thus had no fear of scrutiny. To her surprise, the imposing presence of the great shaman had rendered Zhu Urge quite uncomfortable, compelling him to hasten his pace. The wooden house, which was initially expected to be completed before sunset, was astonishingly finished by a little past 2 in the afternoon. This was not merely a guess based on the sun's position, but rather confirmed by the discreet glance at a watch. Ah, indeed, her second brother was quite shrewd, often holding back during his labors. However, that was of little concern, for Zhu Yuanyuan was certain she would never forget her dear second brother in the future. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Erg carefully selected a suitable large tree and set out in search of someone. However, after wandering through the forest several times, he astonishingly found no one. His mood swiftly darkened. Upon inquiring, he discovered that his sister had actually accompanied the hunting party. What? The clan leader permitted her to go along? Zhu Yongming's already dark countenance grew even grimmer. What was there to be concerned about? Zhu Qi, yawning as he extolled the virtues of a certain individual, remarked that Yuanyuan was remarkably capable, effortlessly lifting stones weighing 400 to 500 pounds, and could even best a fey in combat. How could she not join the hunt? Truly, she was the female he admired, not only intelligent and attractive, but also formidable in strength. The unrestrained pride on Zhu Qi's face was almost blinding. Zhu Yong, with a swift kick, retorted, That is my sister. She has nothing to do with you. Zhu Qi narrowly evaded the blow, remaining unperturbed, and with a cheerful grin, replied, I would never regard Yuanyuan as my sister. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming let out a cold, mocking laugh before turning to head towards the location where the collection team was working. Hey Mengzi, where are you going? Zhu Qi inquired. I am going to find my mother, Zhu Yongming replied from a distance. Yuanyuan is still underage. Yet some shameless fellows have set their sights on her. I need to ensure that my mother remains vigilant if she senses anything amiss. She must drive them away with her bone knife. No, that may not be necessary. As long as she does not express her feelings, it won't affect Yuanyuan. Zhu Qi remarked with a conciliatory smile. Zhu Yuanyuan, relentless in his determination, asserted that it was not without consequence. My sister is destined for greatness. Yet she is constantly surrounded by those with insidious intentions. How could her spirits possibly remain high? Whether her mood is buoyant or not is a question best posed to her directly. Zhu Qi stated dryly that it would be prudent to wait for her return before further discussion. There is no need for inquiry. She will undoubtedly be displeased. Zhu Yuanyuan firmly concluded, as her elder brother, I am well aware of her thoughts and feelings. Zhu Qi was taken aback. Are you serious? I swear. Zhu Yuanyuan raised his right hand high, his demeanor exceptionally earnest and solemn. Zhu Qi's smile gradually faded as he sighed and lamented, Round has turned 16. Must one only consider the matter of companionship upon reaching adulthood? Zhu Yuanyuan solemnly replied, even after becoming an adult, she intends to wait for the Grand Shaman to return to the Fox tribe for retirement before seeking a partner. You must truly ponder whether you can wait for so many years. A friendly reminder. The Grand Shaman has stated that he can still serve for at least another 40 years. This is a statement made by the person directly involved. Although he was not present to utter it himself, having heard it from others does not render it a falsehood, does it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was astonished. How could the mutated wild boars compare to us? They do not transform nor possess intelligence. Their appearance merely bears a resemblance. Ultimately, they remain beasts, lacking the qualification to be considered our kin. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. As the father and daughter conversed, they continued their search. Suddenly, Zhu Chang gestured for silence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan also scrutinized the hoof prints. Apart from discerning that they were made by a pig's trot, she could not uncover any further clues. Thus, these must indeed belong to the mutated wild boars, rather than being remnants left by her kin in their beastly forms. A sense of melancholy washed over her. It became evident that learning the art of hunting could not rely solely on the teachings of others, but necessitated ample practice, lest it remain merely theoretical. The father and daughter pursued their quarry for nearly a quarter of an hour, and indeed, they discovered the mutated wild boars, 2 adults and 3 young ones, totaling 5. Zhu Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed with excitement as she swiftly drew the bone whip from her back, ready to charge forward, only to be halted. Don't be hasty, Zhu cautioned in a voice barely above a whisper. We must wait for the opportune moment to strike, targeting those 2 formidable foes first. Only then can we conserve our strength for the ensuing battle. With that, he crouched lower, concealing himself further from view. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly, emulating her father by concealing herself, patiently awaiting the most opportune moment to strike. To become a proficient hunter, one must possess an abundance of patience. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. 3 small mutated wild boars began to scurry about, and amidst their playful tussles, 2 of them gradually approached the thicket where Zhu Yuanyuan and her father were hidden. Perhaps having strayed too far, the mutated sow grew anxious, grunting softly as she made her way over, nudging the little mutated boars back with her snout. Now was the moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan possessed considerable strength. The unsuspecting mutant wild boar was swiftly pierced through the neck, letting out only a couple of cries before succumbing to its fate. Well done. Zhu Chang took a moment amidst the battle to commend his little female companion. Zhu Yuanyuan grinned widely and turned to pursue the little mutated wild boar that was frantically darting about in fear. At that moment, the most robust mutated boar sensed something amiss and charged towards her with ferocity, its large eyes brimming with menace. Be careful, Zhu Chang shouted. Yet he did not move to intercept the oncoming boar. He had brought the young female along for training. If he were to thwart every danger, the intended outcome would remain unattainable. The educational methods of the beastmen were rather simplistic and brutal, akin to those of wild animals in certain respects. Yet they stubbornly refused to acknowledge this truth. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored secret contempt in her heart, yet she remained undaunted. She disregarded the small, mutated wild boar that was still fleeing and focused her attention on the formidable, mutated male wild boar, which weighed at least 10 times more than herself. With a spirited declaration, she proclaimed, "Today, it is either your demise or mine." She felt immense gratitude for the mutated beast she encountered on her journey to the seaside, as well as for the gene optimization and body-refining potions that Tongzi had coaxed her into purchasing. These enhancements had significantly bolstered Zhu Yuanyuan's combat prowess, allowing her to hold her ground against the mutated male wild boar. After a fierce struggle, she successfully inflicted several wounds on the thick-skinned creature. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Chang promptly delivered a fatal kick to the gasping mutant Cao, then hurriedly rushed to his petite female companion's side. Inquiring with concern, "How are you? Are you injured?" "I'm fine," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her face contorted in frustration. "I always believed that the mutant wild buffalo was far superior to the mutant wild boar, but now I realize that I was mistaken. It would be more accurate to say that both are formidable. The former is simply larger and somewhat more cumbersome, while the latter possesses sharper and more lethal tusks." Seeing this, Zhu Chang felt reassured. He turned and returned to the thicket where he had concealed himself, transforming back into human form. After adjusting his leather skirt, he stepped out again, urging everyone to rise quickly. "We must carry our prey back. If we dawdle, we will miss mealtime." "Father, how did you revert to human form?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, astonished. The 2 large and 3 small mutated wild boars were quite a sight, with the smallest weighing around 300 pounds. Were they to drag them back in human form? Setting aside whether it was feasible to move them, the friction of the earthy gravel along the way would mar even the finest of catches, resulting in a considerable waste. If you wish to demonstrate that you can participate in the hunt in human form, you must devise a means to transport the prey back yourself. "You cannot rely solely on others," Zhu Chang remarked. "There is no time to spare. Everyone is busy." With that, he gathered some vines and bound the mother wild boar together with the 2 piglets, effortlessly lifting them above his head. Zhu Yuanyuan, quite well, she has learned. Mimicking the method, she bound the wild boar, and the small wild boar pierced through the throat by the bone reed, exerting all her strength to lift them up. However, it proved to be somewhat strenuous, so she decided to set them down and contemplate alternative solutions. Zhu Yuanyuan paced around the 2 pigs several times, ultimately gathering some branches as thick as her arms, which she skillfully bound together with vines. She then secured her catch atop this makeshift contraption, tugging at it with several lengths of vine, stumbling her way back. Despite the painful strain on her shoulders and hands, she triumphantly transported her quarry back to the temporary shelter. Just as she was about to showcase her achievement to the onlooking friends and family, the sky abruptly erupted with lightning and thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour that left no time for reaction. The crowd, in a flurry, dashed towards the nearby wooden shed, and Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly followed suit, searching for her mother once inside. This wooden structure was inspired by the chief's treehouse, constructed by the idle old orcs. Zhu Wang marveled at the ingenuity of having a shelter from the rain, praising the chief's superior intellect. They had erected numerous tree houses, yet none had considered building a wall-less shelter beneath the trees, both time-efficient and labor-saving. In the future, while engaging in agricultural tasks or hunting, it would serve as a perfect resting spot. Zhu Yong, filled with pride, remarked that it was thanks to his sister's creation of the treehouse that the chief had conceived such an idea. Zhu Wang pouted. "Observing you as if you were about to soar into the skies, those unaware might mistakenly attribute your achievements to your own merit. She is my sister, and our family need not draw such stark distinctions," Zhu Yoming asserted with conviction. "Thus I too share in this triumph." Quite shameless indeed. The companions were taken aback. "Are your parents aware that your audacity rivals that of a mutated bison?" "Hey, how dare you speak like that?" Zhu Yongming retorted. "If it were you, and your sister were to bring honor to the tribe, would you not feel a sense of pride?" The crowd nodded in unison. Indeed, one person's glory brings honor to the entire family. This has been the custom since time immemorial. Zhu Yuanyuan grinned widely, exuding a mischievous demeanor as he remarked, "Unfortunately, none of you have a younger sister." The crowd pondered whether to engage in a one-on-one duel or a collective brawl, a question worthy of contemplation. The unmarried adult males exchanged punches and kicks with fervor, their skirmish spilling over to the nearby married men, some eager to join the fray. While others glared fiercely and unleashed a torrent of curses, the scene descended into utter chaos in an instant. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and wiped her face and said, "Mother, let us retreat to my little cabin for a while and discuss matters once the rain ceases." "Very well," Zhu Xiaofan replied with a cold laugh, "once the rain subsides. We shall witness the spectacle, a group of individuals who rely solely on brute strength rather than intellect, observing how the clan leader will handle them. Such a fine wooden shelter, and yet they insist on causing its ruin. It is one thing for adults to endure a bit of rain, but to drag the young ones into it is utterly unforgivable." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan held a differing opinion, suggesting that perhaps the clan leader did not strike with a wooden stick, but rather kicked with his foot. "That would surely injure the foot," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed. Zhu Xiaofan, despite the untrustworthiness of her partner, was not devoid of concerns. Upon hearing the words of her little female companion, she could no longer remain still. With a swift motion, she sprang up and pushed open the small window, peering out towards the direction of the wooden shed. "Oh dear, mother, the rain is coming in," Zhu Yuanyuan protested. "Quiet down," Zhu Xiaofan admonished, raising her left front hoof in a gesture of silence. "Let me listen to the commotion over there. If your father is in trouble, I must hasten to his aid." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large, expressive eyes and asked softly, "Shall we go witness the commotion?" Zhu Xiaofan playfully chided, "What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Of course, we must assess the situation. If the clan leader is too enraged, I must intercede on behalf of your father and 2 elder brothers. We absolutely must avoid any disgrace. After all, we are already rather unsightly." Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to her mother's innermost thoughts, nodding in agreement. The clan leader, known for his irascible temperament, had been particularly fierce these days due to mounting pressures. It was indeed necessary to offer him some counsel. An idea struck her. Perhaps she could seek her master's intercession? The influence of the Grand Sorcerer was undeniably formidable. No, Zhu Xiaofan firmly declined. "It is merely a trivial matter. There is no need to trouble the Grand Sorcerer." Zhu Yuanyuan could only nod in agreement. As she had surmised, Zhu Shan was already burdened with the sorrow of having no home to return to, as all the clan members temporarily resided in the forest. The sudden downpour only compounded his stress, and to make matters worse, his kin were far from being considerate. Under the weight of mounting pressure, his temper flared, and he seized a thick wooden stick from the collapsed shed, brandishing it towards the troublemakers. Those who had caused the ruckus did not dare to resist. They could only cover their heads and flee in disarray. The dire reality was that they could not escape too far, regardless of their strength. Survival within the tribe meant submitting to the chieftain's authority. Individualism would only lead to ostracization, no matter how stubborn one might be in defiance. Zhu Chang, particularly, could not afford to rebel. With a family to support, where could he go if he left the Black Pig tribe? While evading the blows of the stick, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, and in a fleeting moment, he thought he heard the familiar voice of his partner pleading on his behalf, which brought him to the brink of tears. However, upon discerning the content of the plea, his heart shattered. "Chieftain, please, do not strike the faces of Chang and his 2 children. They are already dark and unattractive, resembling their father too closely. If they get beaten and swollen, how will they ever be presentable?" Zhu Xiaofan, filled with concern, repeatedly urged, fearing that the clan leader might be too enraged to hear clearly. Even went so far as to call out thrice at the top of her lungs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan expressed her disapproval, noting that the females within their clan held no interest in them, and those from outside the clan were even less likely to consider them. Zhu Yuanyuan suggested lowering their standards, asserting that her brothers possessed commendable strength. A future partner with somewhat lesser combat abilities would not be a detriment. They need not engage in hunting, but could simply tend to the fields and gather wild fruits and goods. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaofan pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, in the past, she sought companions with formidable strength, capable of shouldering the burdens of life together. However, circumstances have now shifted. The female members of the Shaoxiang pig tribe are all strikingly beautiful, having previously faced disdain due to their lack of combat prowess. In the future, they may well be fiercely contested for, as suitors vie to bring them home. Once the rain subsides, we shall visit your grandmother's house for a few days. Zhu Xiaofan swiftly devised a plan. She needed to enlist her father's assistance to seek out two virtuous individuals to return as prospective daughters-in-law. Zhu Yuanyuan was completely bewildered. Wait, mother, why have you suddenly changed the subject? Weren't we discussing the matter of my two elder brothers seeking partners? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Will she also become an eyesore in 2 years? It seems prudent to make early plans, such as digging a small burrow for herself before her parents grow weary of her. In truth, having an independent space is quite beneficial, after all. She is a young lady, and living alone would be far more convenient. Alas, the beast folk are rather unconcerned with such trivialities, cohabiting without a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, in this world, the females are not burdened with monthly visits from relatives, and they frequently prefer to rest in their beast forms at night. Otherwise, she would have already begun preparations to establish a new home. She fondly remembers the small courtyard from her previous life, had it not been for the valley's low terrain, which easily succumbed to flooding during rain and snow. She would surely have managed to procure cement and bricks to construct a sturdy house. Zhu Xiaofan suddenly tilted her head and inquired, Yuanyuan, would you like to accompany me to visit your grandmother and grandfather? Grandmother Zhu Yuanyuan is a formidable female of the Golden Lion tribe, possessing exceptional strength that surpasses even her father, Zhu Chong, by a slight margin. Due to the considerable distance, encounters between them are infrequent, and she recalls that the last time she met her grandparents was 3 springs ago. Reflecting on that time, she finds herself struggling to remember their features distinctly. Vague memories linger, however. Her grandmother exudes a commanding elegance, a striking beauty that remains undiminished even in her 80s. While her grandfather is a tall, slender man with a gentle demeanor, his wrinkles unable to conceal the charm of his youth. It evokes a sense of intellectual prowess in the woman and physical allure in the man. This dynamic is not unusual, as the females of the Golden Lion tribe are renowned for their combat prowess, rendering the males somewhat less dominant. It is quite natural for a capable female to seek a handsome partner. Despite their rare meetings, her grandparents have always treated her with great kindness, and she eagerly anticipates familial visits. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nods resolutely, her lips sweetened as if coated in honey, for her grandparents are exceptionally wonderful, and she adores them dearly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaofan was unable to contain her smile, grateful for such heartfelt sentiments. In the world of orcs, it is rare for females who have married far from home to visit their families. Some may never see their relatives again after marriage. The offspring born into such unions often do not even recognize their maternal grandparents, which is indeed a pitiable circumstance. Yet, her little female still remembered her grandparents and even expressed affection for them, bringing great comfort to her mother's heart. What are you saying, dear mother? Zhu Yuanyuan interjected. I have always been a filial child, filled with conscience. Indeed, indeed, Zhu Xiaofan hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yuanyuan is the most well-behaved and filial of all, far superior to your 2 older brothers. What a splendid remark, effortlessly turning the tables on both brothers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan, slightly taken aback, remarked, Mother, your words are rather peculiar. How can one find a bride for the brothers without bringing anyone along? How can one even gauge compatibility? What do you mean by compatibility? A bride? Zhu Xiaofan inquired. Perplexed. It simply means that the young females must meet and see if they take a liking to one another before they can become partners, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. Isn't that the way it is? She then took a moment to clarify the meanings of son, daughter-in-law, daughter, and son-in-law. Over the years, she had never grown accustomed to the terms young male and young female, always finding them rather foreign and awkward. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, she could no longer hold back and voiced her thoughts. Zhu Xiaofan shook her head repeatedly, deeming the situation overly complicated. Among the Xiaoxiang pig orcs, regardless of gender, their combat prowess was rather lackluster, and they possessed no particular advantage in the realm of partnerships. As soon as I hinted at my intention to seek a daughter-in-law, numerous young females would be eager to express their interest. There was simply no need to take my son out for matchmaking. Yuanyuan mentioned that a male offspring was referred to as a son, whose partner would be a daughter-in-law, while a female offspring was called a daughter, whose partner would be a son-in-law. To be fair, this nomenclature was quite convenient. Although Zhu Yuanyuan understood that her mother spoke the truth, she, as a Xiaoxiang pig orc, felt a twinge of indignation. She pouted in protest, insisting that she was quite formidable and would not simply rush to accept anyone's affection, particularly in situations where she was not present and her mother unilaterally selected suitors. It felt exceedingly disrespectful. Naturally, relationships among individuals vary in closeness. And even if Zhu Yuanyuan did not agree with her mother's perspective, she refrained from expressing her discontent at that moment, though her expression bore signs of inner conflict. Yuanyuan, do you think this approach is inappropriate? Zhu Xiaofan inquired. Not exactly, Zhu Yuanyuan replied softly. I am merely concerned that if mother brings back a young female that my brothers do not favor, what shall we do? Our reputation would be tarnished. We cannot simply return her. Even though the orc world does not place great emphasis on reputation, such an occurrence would still lead others to believe that the returned female was undesirable. Zhu Yuanyuan is not a saint, yet she harbors no desire to harm the innocent. Zhu Xiaofan chuckled. You little rascal, though diminutive in stature, you possess quite the depth of thought. Is your mother truly such a malicious person? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan's expression was solemn as he remarked that no one could ascertain whether the rain would cease. However, the paths within the valley and the caves would likely not dry out easily. He suggested that everyone construct a wooden shelter, providing at least a proper place to seek refuge from the rain. The clan leader, a member of the tribe, voiced a complaint, stating that the ground was soaked, and there was no place to rest at night. What good would merely building a wooden shelter do? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan, feeling helpless, pondered how to enter the cave when the earthen ladder was untraversable. It's simple, he declared. We shall first dry the ladder by fire. His words, though seemingly straightforward, resonated with many of his kin, who lamented in unison, wondering why the chieftain had not mentioned this sooner. Had they known that drying the ground with fire was an option, they mused, they might have already crossed the threshold of their homes by now. Zhu He retorted with sardonic undertones, suggesting that such actions were merely a means to showcase his supposed competence, offering temporary shelter from the rain in the woods. However, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected, gently correcting him, pointing out the impracticality of drying the valley floor through roasting. She noted that it would be an arduous and resource-intensive task, requiring an exorbitant amount of firewood, potentially leading to the deforestation of the entire area. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong observed the straightforwardness of his companion, yet he also possessed a meticulous side. Noticing that his young female was the target of resentment, he quickly interjected with a jovial tone. Uncle He, fret not. Your occasional lapses are well known to all. The chief certainly will not take your words to heart. Indeed, Zhu Shan nodded in agreement. Brother Chong is correct. After all, you are considering the welfare of the tribe. With this diversion, Zhu He's attention swiftly shifted, leaving no time to acknowledge the oblivious young female. Subsequently, they divided tasks. Those with greater strength constructed the shelter, while the weaker members separated the damp firewood to dry on stones kissed by the wind. Others even unearthed drywood from beneath the shelter, eliciting bursts of cheer from the group. The firewood placed in the center of the wooden shelter had remained dry, while the outer portions were thoroughly soaked. Zhu Shan pondered aloud, it appears we must erect a few walls. In truth, the wooden shelter had not collapsed entirely. It merely had a considerable pile of firewood in the center. The surrounding area had provided refuge from the rain, but during the ensuing chaos, the the supporting pillars were damaged, and everyone hastily departed, unaware that the central section had been propped up by the wood pile. Now, it could be seen as an unexpected boon. I shall go chop some trees for boards, Zhu Wang declared loudly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu He, with his thin lips pursed, questioned the necessity of creating such a hassle. Had not the chieftain of the Flying Tiger tribe welcomed us to visit again? Why, in the midst of comfortable days, should they erect a wooden shelter? It perplexed him what thoughts occupied the minds of these tribespeople. Were their words not mere pleasantries, taken far too seriously? Zhu Shan retorted, expressing his irritation. This year has seen an abundance of torrential rain. No tribe has it easy, and we must possess some awareness of that reality. I perceive the Flying Tiger tribe to be thriving. It is you who is overthinking, Zhu He muttered discontentedly. Yet, Zhu Shan was resolute in his decision not to trouble the Flying Tiger tribe any further. Such matters cannot be swayed by mere words. After a lengthy exchange with no resolution, Zhu He stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa He is so eager to visit the Flying Tiger tribe. He would likely wish to transform into a flying tiger beast on the spot to escape this beleaguered little tribe. Yuanyuan. Zhu Shaofan admonished, mind yourself. If he hears you, you'll incur his wrath again. Let him scold. I shall pretend not to hear, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, adopting a defiant demeanor. Accustomed to enduring his reprimands, Zhu Shaofan, equally exasperated by the situation, advised, do not engage with him. The old man's strength has waned rather than improved, and his mind seems muddled. In the future, a mere greeting will suffice. Do not stand idly awaiting his scolding. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. She relished all food but detested being wronged. If provoked, she would retaliate regardless of whether her opponent was an elder or a matron, seizing any opportunity for vengeance. Zhu Shaofan remained oblivious to her daughter's thoughts. After offering her advice, she set out to find her partner, lamenting that both her husband and elder son were rather foolish, engrossed in their labor and oblivious to the need for rest. Mother must attend to them, Zhu Yuanyuan urged, for I have little to occupy my time here. In the following days, a series of torrential rains fell, threatening to submerge the valley once more, but then, as abruptly as it began, the downpour ceased. After enduring the relentless sun for 4 or 5 days, the ground dried, and the cave was no longer damp. At last, everyone returned to their own caves, relieved to escape the confines of the rudimentary wooden shelter. To be candid, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. After all, the hastily constructed wooden hut, built by those lacking experience, had no foundation or reinforcements. Following days of harsh winds and rains, it was precariously unstable, and further precipitation could spell disaster. It seemed prudent to reconsider the notion of using the wooden hut as a resting place, at the very least. She needed to learn the proper techniques for constructing such shelters before proceeding. Alas, it appeared that mere knowledge was insufficient. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, increasingly consumed by her own thoughts, felt as though she had touched the very essence of the truth. Seizing the opportunity during her midday respite, she summoned, Tunzi, you must emerge. There are matters that require your elucidation. Upon appearing, Tunzi languidly inquired, is the host here to undertake a task? No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with fervor. I have come to seek retribution. In the past, I elevated your status to level 2 through my endeavors, and the rewards multiplied accordingly. Yet now, nearly at level 8, the benefits remain scant. Tunzi responded with poise, the next reward will double upon reaching level 10. Alas, to attain level 10 before reaping further rewards seems rather harsh. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort. Advancing a single level is no trivial feat. How long must I wait to reach my goal? That depends on the host's diligence, Tunzi asserted. If you complete a few more tasks each day, you could ascend to level 10 within 3 years. I must devote time to cultivation and labor. Accomplishing 10 tasks daily is already a formidable limit. Zhu Yuanyuan began to plead, surely. You cannot expect me to sacrifice more than 8 hours of sleep each night. Occasional late nights are manageable, but nightly slumber passed on would hinder my growth and exacerbate skin issues, ultimately diminishing my vitality. Regardless of time or place, a woman's desire for beauty remains unwavering. I do not demand that you forsake sleep. Merely refrain from wandering the mountains excessively during the day, Tunzi declared with authority. With an ample supply of knowledge, any desired medicinal herb can be procured. Such words seemed deceptively simple, yet Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of resignation. I am on the brink of adulthood. What does it mean to languish at home? A mere hour of midday repose is deemed a waste by many in my clan. If I were to sleep longer, I would become infamous as a lazy female. The notion of following one's own path while disregarding others' opinions proved futile in this world. A male orc in the tribe had once been scrutinized for taking a mere 3 days off to recover from illness. Pity was bestowed upon his partner while gathering provisions. Tunzi, aware of this circumstance, could not help but comment, "The people in this world lack empathy. Do they not desire rest when they fall ill?" "Of course they do," Zhu Yuanyuan affirmed, "yet they cannot afford to. The long winter season restricts hunting, compelling them to work diligently during other times. Even light rain necessitates venturing out. Living in a world devoid of technological advancement is indeed lamentable," Tunzi mused. "But wait. During the winter season, when one cannot venture out or cultivate, I have not observed you completing many more tasks. Thus, it appears the host relishes in idleness," Tunzi concluded. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes darted about, her countenance betraying her unease as she racked her brain for an excuse. "Our family resides together, all engaged in crafting stone pots. It would be absurd for me to merely lie about and sleep." Once the community recognized that the winter season could also be productively utilized, they busied themselves with various crafts, and she could not afford to stand out too starkly. Tunzi gently reminded her, "Have you forgotten? I am merely a fledgling learning system. The day you reach adulthood will mark our separation." Zhu Yuanyuan astutely grasped the crux of the matter. "So, when you suggest undertaking additional tasks to achieve level 10 in 3 years, are you merely deceiving me into completing more assignments? Upon reaching adulthood, the binding is released. And what significance does leveling up hold then?" It is perplexing that she had earnestly contemplated its feasibility. This wretched system, let it perish. However, it is not imperative to sever the bond, the system hastily clarified. If you elevate your level to 10 before adulthood, the system will undergo an optimization transformation. Optimization transformation? Zhu Yuanyuan echoed in confusion. Yes, it entails a shift to a mode that aligns with the needs of the adult host, the system elaborated meticulously. Furthermore, the task framework will be altered. It will no longer consist solely of daily learning tasks, but will be divided into routine tasks and random tasks. Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless by the remark. Am I truly engaged in an online game? Although she had no time to indulge in online gaming in her past life, she had a college roommate who was utterly captivated by it, spending every day either glued to the computer screen or sharing the joys of gaming with others, which inadvertently acquainted her with a great deal of knowledge. For instance, daily quests are a staple, with similar content each day, rewarding participants with modest rewards upon completion. In contrast, random quests are not available every day. They require specific conditions to be triggered and offer substantial rewards. The commonality between the two is that there is no penalty for incomplete tasks. Moreover, with features such as a virtual backpack, marketplace, and levels, it indeed resembles the virtual management games favored by her college roommate. The host was overthinking as the voice of the system, in a tone reminiscent of an elder's lecture, reminded her that the rewards obtained in online games cannot manifest as tangible items. Zhu Yuanyuan immediately retorted, clarifying that while tangible items cannot be directly extracted, adept gamers possess the ability to monetize their skills within the game, subsequently utilizing the acquired funds to procure desired commodities. This assertion was irrefutable, rendering the system momentarily speechless. After a protracted pause, it dejectedly expressed, I am a system designed to guide the host towards a prosperous existence. A form of artificial intelligence distinct from those online games manipulated by humans. A subtle hint of grievance permeated its tone, rarely afforded the opportunity to discomfit the system. Zhu Yuanyuan exhibited no remorse, instead reveling in smug satisfaction. It incessantly pressured her to fulfill tasks, imposing penalties for failing to meet the stipulated quota. A system as ruthlessly callous as this warranted a stern reprimand. Indeed, she possessed a temperament of her own. Disregarding the superfluous details, Zhu Yuanyuan feigned impatience, inquiring, I merely seek clarification regarding whether the daily and random tasks are subject to a mandatory completion quota and whether penalties are incurred upon task failure. The system dutifully responded. Following the transformation, there will be no enforced completion quota, nor will penalties be imposed for failure. Is that so? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed with elation. that is far superior to the current arrangement. The system, however, was deeply saddened, lamenting, "In due course, a novel artificial intelligence will attend to the host's needs, sparing you from enduring my ineptitude and callousness." Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, pondering the meaning of the statement. "I am specifically responsible for the education of the young ones," she remarked. As the host transitioned, "A specialized artificial intelligence would be reassigned," the sovereign responded. Unexpectedly receiving such a response, Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily at a loss. Her mind in disarray, uncertain whether to feel joy or reluctance, and spent several days in a daze, unable to sort out her thoughts. Before long, Zhu Yuanyuan had cast aside the matter of optimization, transformation, and replacement by artificial intelligence after level 10. It wasn't that she was heartless, but rather that after entering autumn, the temperature, which should have decreased, not only failed to do so, but instead showed a gradual upward trend. She secretly took out an outdoor thermometer and saw that it reached 45.9 degrees Celsius at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. No wonder she always felt feverish and dizzy when she went out, and even sleeping in the open at night felt like her fur was about to be scorched. Good heavens, without a fan or air conditioning, how was she to survive such hot weather? To make matters worse, the river's flow grew thinner day by day, and watering potatoes and sweet potatoes required fetching water from afar. Even the strongest laborers felt weak and sore after several trips. The old patriarch stood by the river every day under the scorching sun, lost in thought. His wrinkled face was etched with worry, and his mood seemed low. Passing back and forth a dozen times, Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you trying to turn yourself into dried meat?" "Nonsense," Zhu He retorted angrily, his beard bristling, raising his withered hand to smack the back of someone's head. "You brat, are you asking for a beating?" "I'm not. I didn't," Zhu Yuanyuan denied repeatedly, dodging and shouting. "Old patriarch, you're not playing fair. Martial ethics? What's that?" Zhu scoffed. "Stop saying such strange things. You might as well ask how many people in the tribe have ever heard of it." Zhu Yuanyuan has withered. The power of habit is indeed formidable. Even a decade in the beastly realm cannot alter it. I can only blame myself for my lack of caution and inability to restrain my tongue. Fortunately, everyone is striving to live their lives, hardly paying attention to these minor details. If they do not comprehend something, they might inquire about its meaning, only to forget it as soon as they turn away. "Old chief, are you concerned about the river running dry?" Zhu Yuanyuan finally posed a serious question. "Indeed," Zhu replied, his face etched with worry. 52 years ago, in the autumn, the sun was unrelenting, and even hiding in the forest provided little relief from the oppressive heat. The river ran dry, and we suffered from thirst, forcing our entire clan to migrate. However, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected, "You once mentioned that you had lived in this place for over a century." Zhu He turned his head, his expression fierce. "Once we relocate, are we forbidden from returning? Suitable places to settle are not easily found, and excavating caves requires considerable effort. It would be much simpler to move back once the disaster subsides. The optimal choice is self-evident." Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan hastily nodded. "It's all my fault for not considering enough. Please, continue." "There's nothing more to say," Zhu He retorted, his face devoid of emotion. "Begone. Don't disturb my contemplation." Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled. "Don't rush me. If you have something on your mind, feel free to share. Perhaps I can offer some immature suggestions." She expressed her irritation at the little brat's incessant meddling. "TSK, adults are always like that, stubbornly persisting even when faced with insurmountable problems," Zhu Yuanyuan murmured. "I can't interfere too much, but what about you, esteemed elder?" She deliberately emphasized the word elder. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan clutched a palm-sized scrap of cloth and murmured, "If I were to say it was unintentional, would you believe me?" Alas, she had truly stumbled into a grave predicament. Just 2 years prior, she had procured cotton seeds and cultivation techniques from a virtual market. During the first year, she had tentatively cultivated a mere 2 acres, allowing her tribe to witness the remarkable utility of cotton. By the second year, the elder chieftain had decisively resolved to expand their cultivation. However, the seeds harvested from the previous year were limited, compelling her to discreetly mix in a small quantity. The modest yield naturally resulted in a meager harvest, and the process of spinning thread and weaving fabric was laborious. Consequently, cloth remained a scarce commodity within the tribe. Aside from the few extra feet of fabric that Zhu Yuanyuan acquired from contributing the seeds, The other tribespeople could only receive a small piece, sufficient at most for crafting a vest or a pair of shorts. The elder chieftain deemed the cotton fabric too thin, yet perfect for vests, and after their completion, he was reluctant to wear them. Today, he had the rare opportunity to don the garment, leading to a disheartening outcome. Sigh, what a lamentable situation. Zhu Yuanyuan awkwardly tossed the torn cloth onto the ground. Well, if I say it was unintentional, would you believe me? I would, replied Zhu He, who was quite easygoing. However, compensation is still necessary. Zhu Yuanyuan cast a glance at the old clan leader, whose vest bore a conspicuous tear. Your vest is still wearable, after all. If it gets damaged, it must be compensated, Zhu He retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. What if I were to have Dashan distribute the spoils of the hunt, ensuring your family receives only the heads, claws, and entrails? It wouldn't affect the consumption. What would you say to that? Absolutely not. Zhu Yuanyuan's sympathy surged, and the mere thought of such a scenario ignited her fury. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I want to eat meat, not scraps. While it was true that even the remnants could be quite delectable when prepared properly, the hassle of cleaning them up was exceedingly bothersome. Indulging occasionally was tolerable, but enduring such a fate daily was unbearable. That crafty old man had devised such a cunning scheme, and all she could do was acquiesce. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a profound ache in her heart. On the surface, she had merely acquired a few feet of cotton fabric, even if it was a slightly yellowed, coarse material. She cherished it dearly and was reluctant to cut it into garments. Now, however, she was compelled to part with a significant portion of it. Despite the sorrow, compensation was inevitable. After watching Zhu He depart with a grin that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, she gritted her teeth and resolved to avoid frequent visits to the old clan leader in the future, lest she continue to suffer losses. With a heavy heart, she returned home and lay down, commencing her daily study tasks and attending class. Today was not suitable for venturing outside. Thus, she opted to forego visiting her master or gathering herbs in the mountains, choosing instead to rest and recuperate at home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Amidst the flurry of roasting meat and preparing broth, Zhu Xiaofan was enshrouded in perspiration. She paused to wipe her brow, uttering a sigh about the increasingly sweltering weather and how unbearable it was becoming. As her system level ascended, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself capable of perceiving external events even within the virtual classroom. Aware of her mother's return, she concluded her current task and promptly withdrew. Mother, she chirped, the elder chieftain has declared that the river's flow is in danger of ceasing. Should we not prepare ourselves in advance? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The more Zhu Xiaofan pondered, the more anxious she became, losing all desire to grill the meat. She carelessly tossed the meat into a nearby clean wooden basin and, with a furrowed brow, lamented, I have yet to find a suitable bride for your elder brother. Won't this migration delay the process significantly? Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, caught between laughter and exasperation. At such a time, you're worried about your brother finding a wife rather than the dangers we might face on the migration journey. Please, your priorities seem misplaced. I am not concerned. Zhu Xiaofan waved her hand dismissively. With your father to protect us, what is there to fear? Yuanyuan, do help me devise a plan to assist your elder brother in finding a suitable bride swiftly, so he can establish his independence. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, remarked. Mother, there is no need to rush. The nature of fate is truly enigmatic. It is quite possible that on the journey, my brother might encounter a solitary young female, and he could very well fall head over heels for her. Zhu Xiaofan, visibly disdainful, retorted, what good is it if he simply likes her? The young female must also be interested in him. He is so dull-witted that he cannot even utter a sweet word. Who would ever take a liking to him? Oh, mother, you fail to understand. Zhu Yuanyuan continued with earnest absurdity. My brother is mature and composed, though he may not show it in his daily demeanor. He possesses the ability to provide comfort in critical moments. The age-old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress exists for a reason. It all depends on whether the heavens grant the opportunity. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback by such an operation, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming in admiration at the stove. What a remarkable method! Oh, how hot! Be careful! Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, slightly delayed in her warning. The rudimentary stove, constructed from 3 large stones, had been burning for a considerable time. It was indeed remarkable that it was not scalding hot. Yet, the incident had already transpired, and all that could be done was to minimize the damage as much as possible. Zhu Yuanyuan tugged at her mother, urging her to the edge of the water bucket. Quick, immerse your hand in the cold water. I will fetch the burn ointment. Oh, Zhu Xiaofan instinctively submerged her left hand into the water. You've made a mistake. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, caught between laughter and tears. Isn't it your right hand that has been burned? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts were clearly written upon her countenance, simple and easily comprehensible. Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but sigh, while feeling a twinge of gratitude. How fortunate it was that she had traversed into the idyllic beast world, where life was straightforward. Had she found herself in the royal era as an esteemed young lady, with her current intellectual and emotional acumen, she would likely survive no longer than 2 months. That 2-month survival would only be feasible with the assistance of a supporting figure. This is not a matter of self-deprecation on Zhu Yuanyuan's part. Rather, it stems from the simplicity of her previous environment, where her days were consumed with study and earning a living, leaving little room for the intrigues and schemes that often characterize human interactions. The meat was expertly roasted, and the broth in the stone pot was also ready. Father and her 2 brothers returned just in time for the meal. As Zhu Yuanyuan approached the entrance, he began exclaiming, "The aroma is delightful. Today's barbecue must surely be round and succulent. I must indulge myself." Even the mischievous lad, who often sparred verbally with his sister, found himself rendered docile in the presence of delectable cuisine. "You have quite the keen nose," Zhu Xiaofan retorted with irritation. "Is it that my usual barbecued meat is so unpalatable that it has left you feeling distressed?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement with Zheng Zhongdian, asserting, "I have never uttered a falsehood. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with father and elder brother." He casually mentioned dragging 2 scapegoats into the fray, reasoning that if mother were not placated, there would be others to share the brunt of her ire. Meng speaks wisely. Zhu Chang concurred, his demeanor unruffled. The steadfast Zhu Yuanyuan also expressed his accord, remarking that mother's roasted meat is delectable, rivaling the skills of his younger sister. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang boasted with pride, having hunted 2 mutated roe deer and a nest of mutated wild boars. The clan leader praised him profusely and promised to allocate a larger share of meat to him. "Father is truly remarkable," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. "And as for me," Zhu Yuanyuan interjected eagerly, "I managed to catch 7 wild rabbits, 2 of which are still alive." Second brother also displayed commendable prowess, as Zhu Yuanyuan gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that achieving such results on his first day in the hunting team was impressive indeed. If he had been a bit more diligent, he would have already become a full-fledged member. Zhu Chang admonished sternly, warning him that in future hunts, he must patrol the tribe without fail. Slacking off would result in a light punishment at best. Upon reaching adulthood, beastmen are obliged to join the hunting team, initially as provisional members, and must pass an assessment to attain full status. Typically, this transition could occur within 2 to 3 months. However, Zhu Yuanyuan's peculiar antics often led him to seek excuses for absence. For instance, he would claim his sister had fallen, or that she was unwell. or even that she had lost a tooth from eating roasted meat, or that she was distraught after accidentally stepping on 2 ants in the morning. In essence, his excuses invariably revolved around the misfortunes of his unfortunate sister. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that her restraint in not severely injuring her elder brother was a testament to their sibling love. However, her reluctance to engage in conflict stemmed not only from this bond, but also from her youth and lack of strength, which compelled her to endure in silence. After laboriously enhancing her abilities through advanced genetic optimization and body-refining potions, she returned with fervor, ready to seek vengeance. Yet, her plans were thwarted when their tribe was submerged, forcing them to take refuge in the Feihu tribe. Now that the waters have receded and the torrential rains have ceased, Zhu Urge has officially joined the 5th hunting team, rendering any future significant matters an excuse too trivial to summon her. Just the thought of it fills her with a sense of melancholy. Zhu Yuanyuan was unwilling to remain in misfortune, yet she yearned for a dignified reprisal. It seemed pragmatic. She had a stack of essential burlap sacks, common among time travelers. If all else failed, she might resort to covertly employing her second brother's sack, secretly venting her frustrations. First, she would draft a strategic plan, biding her time for the opportune moment to act, as procrastination could no longer be afforded. Sister, Zhu's voice grew increasingly urgent. Upon receiving a response, he exhaled with relief, his face etched with concern. Hey, what is wrong? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Is it because of your second brother's words? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge resolutely refused to take the blame, leaving Zhu Dage feeling quite helpless. Your sister shares a close bond with you. If she is feeling down today, can't you make a small sacrifice and bring a smile to her face? Elder brother, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about the nature of relationships? Zhu Yong boldly posed a profound question. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming was